Lin Qinghuan has transmigrated into a novel, becoming a worthless faux heiress who was dismissed by her company after merely 3 days of employment. In her previous life, she endured relentless torment as a top-tier workhorse, suffering at the hands of an unfeeling superior time and again. In this life, even as a false heiress, she is determined to embrace a carefree existence. After all, someone must assume the role of the useless. Why shouldn't it be her? With so many suffering, her absence would barely be noticed. Just as she declared to the true heiress her intention to live a life of ease, laziness, and dependence, she unexpectedly awakened to a fortuitous destiny. Shortly after being terminated from her job, she received a staggering compensation of billions. Accompanying her friend to shop for jewelry, she whimsically opened a blind box priced at 9 yuan and discovered a gold bar weighing 1 kilogram. On her way, she stumbled upon a scratch-off lottery ticket, and a mere flick of her hand yielded a prize of 500,000. While playing a ring toss by the roadside, she won a complete set of villas. The fortune amassed by the Lin family over generations paled in comparison to the wealth she acquired in just 2 months of idleness. This miraculous turn of events left the Lin family utterly flabbergasted. Initially, she believed this was the pinnacle of her luck, only to discover that she possessed the ability to predict the future with a flick of her fingers. What happened to her plans of idleness, laziness, and dependence? How did she suddenly become wealthy ahead of schedule? Chapter 1. The faux heiress only wishes to be idle. Lin Qinghuan has transmigrated into a novel, taking on the identity of a worthless faux heiress who was dismissed from her job after just 3 days. Coincidentally, the faux heiress also bears the name Lin Qinghuan. Before her transmigration, she envied the faux heiress for her wealth, beauty, and figure. Now, all of these attributes are hers, and merely contemplating it fills her with joy. Heaven has not been unkind to me. At long last, I have the opportunity to be a carefree, wealthy individual. In her previous life, she was a top-tier workhorse at a company, toiling day and night for a contract worth tens of millions, only to have the fruits of her labor snatched away by an incoming superior, leading to her untimely demise in a fit of rage. Now, she has resolved to boldly embrace a life of idleness, becoming a wealthy, beautiful, and enviable sloth. After all, someone must play the fool. Why not her? Just as she reveled in her newfound freedom, the door swung open, and a meticulously dressed girl entered the room. Observing the girl's expression of disappointment, Lin Qinghuan immediately deduced that she was the true heiress, Lin Qingya. In the narrative, Lin Qingya is depicted as a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. Despite living an ordinary life for 2 decades, she bears no ill toward Lin Qinghuan. However, Lin Qinghuan's utter ineptitude infuriates her. Lin Qinghuan, what can you possibly do? You were dismissed after just 3 days of work. Perhaps you should consider pig farming instead. No sooner had the words left her lips than Lin Qinghuan threw her arms around her. Sister, I am destined to be a sloth. With you in the Lin family, I can remain a carefree little layabout. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingya nearly erupted with rage, her teeth gritting in exasperation. Lin Qinghuan, for the first 21 years, you were supported by our parents. Do you intend for me to support you for the decades to come? Lin Qinghuan blinked her enchanting eyes innocently and asked, Sister, is that okay? Lin Qingya swore she had never encountered anyone as brazen and unambitious as Lin Qinghuan. How could someone embody incompetence so thoroughly? From Lin Qingya's expression, Lin Qinghuan was certain she was being cursed in silence. Yet, what did it matter? She remained her most beloved sister. Sister, please just agree to my request. Faced with Lin Qinghuan's playful antics, Lin Qingya found her breath quickening. She raised her hand to push Lin Qinghuan away and admonished, the Lin family does not support idleness. With that, she turned and strode out. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Lin Qinghuan smiled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. You claim the Lin family does not support idleness, yet after a year, you have yet to expel me. How delightfully hypocritical you are, dear sister. In the original narrative, Lin Qinghuan and Lin Qingya were not maliciously swapped. Rather, a nurse had mistakenly exchanged them. Although Lin Qinghuan originated from an ordinary family, she was cherished like a treasure in that household. Had it not been for a tragic automobile accident, she would remain oblivious to her true heritage. Lin Qinghuan's biological parents perished in that very calamity. Subsequently, Lin Qingya was returned to the Lin family. Lin Qingya proved to be exceptionally talented, consistently achieving the top rank in her examinations and securing significant contracts for the Lin Group during her internship. To dispel any notion that she sought to claim her inheritance, Lin Qinghuan opted to interview at other companies. Over the span of 3 months, she attended interviews at more than 20 firms, with her longest stint lasting 3 days at the company from which she had just been dismissed. To everyone around her, she might appear to be an undeniable failure. However, for Lin Qinghuan at this moment, this serves as the most compelling justification for her desire to adopt a laid-back, carefree existence. Having endured the relentless exploitation by capitalists, she now yearns to embrace the life of a leisurely spendthrift. Suddenly, her phone chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, she nearly dropped it in astonishment. 1 billion? How much is that? Lin Qinghuan felt the risk of cardiac arrest surge within her, raising her hand to pinch her philtrum in an attempt at self-rescue. What the hell? Am I in some short drama? Dismissed after 3 days of work, yet receiving 1 billion in severance pay. I would never have dared to dream of such a fortune in my previous life. She meticulously reread the message and checked her bank account, confirming that indeed, 1 billion had been deposited. What kind of miraculous company is this? Lin Qinghuan gazed at the lengthy string of zeros, her excitement palpable, wishing she could perform a handstand in homage to her former boss. Such a visionary and magnanimous employer is truly a rarity. Just as she was about to call the secretary's office to express her gratitude to her former boss, the main screen displayed a trending topic. CEO of Lin Qinghuan Technology Company dies for love. Company's billion-dollar assets mysteriously disappear. Huh? Lin Qinghuan Technology Company. Isn't that her former employer? The assets have vanished? Lin Qinghuan stared at the payment notification, her expression a kaleidoscope of emotions. It appeared that the missing billion in assets had been granted to her under the guise of severance pay. What kind of fortuitous luck was this? Eager to share her good fortune with others, she dashed downstairs with her phone in hand. Upon seeing her father, mother, and Lin Qinghuan seated on the living room sofa, she exclaimed with fervor, "Dad, Mom, Sister, I've struck it rich." At her words, Lin's parents exchanged puzzled glances, while Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Did you win 200 in the lottery?" In response to Lin Qinghuan's teasing, Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Sister, you underestimate me. I am now involved in a billion-dollar project." Lin Qinghuan rubbed her aching temples and retorted, "Please be quiet. Earning 1,000 is a struggle, and you talk of billions as if counting them is a simple task." Noticing her skepticism, Lin Qinghuan presented her phone for their perusal. "Do you believe me now?" Upon seeing the content on her phone, Lin Qinghuan's expression turned cold, her demeanor serious as she grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand. "Lin Qinghuan, could it be that the CEO of Lin Qinghuan Technology's death is somehow linked to you? What exactly did you do?" Lin's parents also regarded her with concern. "Huan, if you don't wish to work, we can manage. The Lin family can support you. Please, do not take any missteps." "What?" Lin Qinghuan was utterly bewildered. Wasn't she merely showing them her bank balance? Why were they speaking such cryptic words? Lin Qinghuan pointed her phone at herself, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, the message interface had transformed into that trending topic. Considering her earlier comments, it was no wonder they were overthinking. With a resigned sigh, she reopened the message for their viewing. "Mom, Dad, Sister, I have done nothing wrong. I did not cause the CEO of Lin Qinghuan Technology's demise. I am merely an unremarkable opportunist. While I too am perplexed as to why he transferred the funds to me, the message clearly states that this is my severance compensation." Upon reading the message, Lin's parents were left in a state of bewilderment. They had painstakingly established their company, amassing wealth over 2 decades, yet it amounted to merely a few billion. For her to be dismissed after 3 days and receive a severance package of 1 billion was a bitter pill to swallow. Lin Qinghuan found the situation equally hard to fathom. While she had encountered severance packages before, she had never seen one of such magnitude. She could not help but suspect that Lin Qinghuan had unwittingly crossed paths with a deity of wealth. Otherwise, how could such extraordinary fortune have befallen her? Chapter 2. The first prize of a kilogram gold brick. "Mom, Dad, I heard that the president of Lin Qinghuan Technology is an orphan, with neither children nor family. Does that mean this money truly belongs to Huan?" Lin Qinghuan hesitantly inquired once more, unable to fathom the truth. Lin's father nodded solemnly in response. It was not only Lin Qinghuan who found it unbelievable, he too was astonished. After years of navigating the business world, he had never encountered such an absurd situation. His gaze shifted to Lin Qinghuan, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Qinghuan, since President Ning has passed away, would you like to pay your respects?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan immediately nodded. Although they had only met once at the company, she had inherited his vast fortune. And it was only fitting that she should make the visit. According to Lin Qinghuan's last wishes, the lawyer had not arranged a funeral. Instead, He and his wife were cremated together and interred in a shared grave, their names etched on a single headstone. When Lin Qinghuan arrived, the site was adorned with a multitude of flowers, white chrysanthemums, white lilies, and carnations, while her offering consisted solely of red roses. During her research into the couple's past, she discovered that for 2 decades, Lin Qinghuan had consistently gifted red roses to his ailing wife. These roses symbolized their vows of love and stood as a testament to their union. As he could no longer honor that tradition, she felt it was her duty to fulfill it on his behalf. She hoped for their health and happiness in the next life. On her way back, Lin Qinghuan received a call from Song Jin, her best friend, a girl with a heart of gold but a somewhat naive view on romance. Upon arriving at their meeting point and stepping out of the car, she felt an unexpected ambush from behind. Instinctively, she executed a shoulder throw, only to discover that her assailant was none other than Song Jin. The leg she had intended to kick back was quickly retracted, but Song Jin had already seen it, her lips pursing in a pout as tears threatened to spill. "Boo, Lin Qinghuan, do you have someone else in your life? Are you trying to get rid of me to make space for that little enchantress?" At her words, Lin Qinghuan cleared her throat, attempting to mask her embarrassment, and quickly helped Song Jin to her feet. Jin, I didn't mean to do that." Rubbing her sore waist, Song Jin shot her an exasperated glare. "Good thing it was unintentional. Otherwise, I'd be on an ambulance right now." Lin Qinghuan felt helpless. Her reaction had been entirely instinctual. In her previous life, she had narrowly escaped being abducted by traffickers, which had prompted her to learn self-defense. When she sensed someone attempting to ambush her from behind, her reflexes took over before she had time to think. Jin, I apologize. How about I treat you to hot pot?" Song Jin scoffed. "Do you think a meal could atone for your transgression? Dream on." She turned her head away, but just as Lin Qinghuan opened her mouth to respond, Song Jin spun back around, her expression filled with suspicion. "Wait a minute. When did you learn self-defense?" Lin Qinghuan had anticipated this question. With a playful tilt of her chin, she feigned arrogance. "I am naturally gifted. I can learn anything just by looking at it. No training required." Seeing her self-satisfied demeanor, Song Jin nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. "Just be quiet. If I didn't know your true nature, I'd think you were trying to reach for the stars." Noticing that Song Jin had ceased her questioning, Lin Qinghuan wrapped her arm around her shoulder and said with a grin, "To express my apologies, I'll cover all your expenses today, Miss Song." Upon hearing this, Song Jin's mood shifted from overcast to sunny in an instant. "Sister, it's a pity you're not pursuing a career in medicine. Just that one sentence of yours has magically healed my back and legs, and I could sprint up 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat." Lin Qinghuan chuckled. "That's a case of rich person's disease. Money can cure everything." As they bantered, they soon arrived at their favorite jewelry store. The staff welcomed them with enthusiasm. "Miss Lin, Miss Song, welcome. Today we have a special event. Every customer who makes a purchase today can enter a lottery for a chance to win the grand prize." Before the staff could finish, Song Jin interrupted. "Do I look like someone who is short on cash?" The staff chuckled and quickly clarified, "Miss Song, it's clear you and Miss Lin are not lacking in funds. A kilogram gold brick is merely a trinket for you, just for fun." At this, Song Jin halted in her tracks, astonished. "What did you say about a trinket?" "A kilogram gold brick. A kilogram gold brick." In an instant, Song Jin's mind raced to calculate its value, realizing that this seemingly trivial item was worth over 900,000. Previously, she wouldn't have given it a second thought, as her family provided her with a monthly allowance of 500,000 for living expenses, plus another 500,000 for discretionary spending. But times had changed. She was now working, her living allowance had vanished, and her spending money had been halved. Most importantly, her internship salary was a mere 4,500 a month, hardly enough to get by. Winning the grand prize would certainly alleviate her financial woes. With this in mind, Song Jin clenched her right fist and cleared her throat. "Since this is your store's rule, we shall give it a try." The staff beamed with delight. "It would be our honor." Observing the flush of excitement on Song Jin's cheeks, Lin Qinghuan nearly burst into laughter. For the sake of that kilogram gold brick, she was certainly willing to bend a little. Yet, considering Song Jin's reduced spending money, her eagerness was understandable. While Song Jin perused earrings, Lin Qinghuan spotted a blind box priced at 9 yuan and 90 cents. Thinking she still needed a cute keychain, she grabbed a blind box and decided to purchase it along with the diamond earrings for Song Jin. After making the payment, the staff informed her, "Miss Lin, the blind box also qualifies for the lottery, so you and Miss Song each have a chance to enter." Lin Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that buying a 9 yuan blind box would grant her entry into the lottery. She swore she merely wanted a keychain and had no intention of taking advantage of the jewelry store. However, compelled by the staff's enthusiastic invitation, she and Song Jin proceeded to the lottery area together. Before the draw commenced, Song Jin leaned close to Lin Qinghuan and whispered, "Huan Huan, pick from the bottom. The grand prize must be buried down there." Chapter 3. A common affliction among all bosses. Lin Qinghuan thought she was imparting valuable advice, only to witness Song Jin draw "Thank you for your patronage" card from the bottom, nearly bursting into laughter. Consider that a fortune saved. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's remark, Song Jin's lips twitched. "Well, at least I'm not the only one with poor luck." As she lamented, Lin Qinghuan casually drew a ticket from the top. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, the crowd assumed it would also be a "thank you for your patronage." To their astonishment, upon scratching it, she revealed the grand prize. The attendant nearby gasped, stuttering in excitement. "First prize. Miss Lin, your luck is astonishing." Song Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as she quickly turned to look at Lin Qinghuan. "No way, you. She pointed at Lin Qinghuan, her face a picture of shock. "Huan Huan, did you step in dog poop today? How on earth did you win the grand prize?" Lin Qinghuan herself was taken aback by her unexpected fortune. Ever since she had transmigrated into the story, her luck had skyrocketed, as if she were possessed by the spirit of a lucky fish. First, there was the enormous severance compensation, and now a kilogram gold brick. It truly felt as though the god of wealth was favoring her without restraint. As she accepted the gold brick from the attendant, who carefully presented it to her, Song Jin's envy was palpable, her eyes practically watering. "I must have had a grudge against a god of wealth in my past life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be living without even winning a $2 prize in this one." Lin Qinghuan chuckled, handing the gold brick to Song Jin. "Miss Song, allow me to share my good fortune with you." Upon hearing these words, Song Jin felt a surge of joy within her heart. Embracing the gold ingot with both hands, she tiptoed and planted a kiss on Lin Qinghuan's cheek. "Huan Huan, you truly treat me the best." To commemorate this exhilarating moment, Song Jin asked a shop assistant to take a photograph of them, in which her smile radiated with extraordinary brilliance. Before long, the gold ingot was exchanged for cash. When Song Jin observed the over 400,000 that had appeared in her bank account, her emotions were tumultuous, nearly overwhelming her to the point of kneeling before Lin Qinghuan. "To my dear sister, I raise a toast to you." Lin Qinghuan glanced at the cappuccino in her hand and chuckled as she lifted her mocha. Their cups clinked, and Song Jin downed her drink in one go, provoking a twitch of Lin Qinghuan's eyelids. One might think she was consuming alcohol given her exuberant manner. "Huan Huan, were it not for you, I would truly have become a little crab with a severed limb." "A little crab without pincers?" Lin Qinghuan laughed lightly. "What you mean is a little crab that's lost its claws." Song Jin pouted her lips, feeling aggrieved. "Sister, please don't put it so bluntly. After all, I am a young lady of the Song family. I still have my pride." However, speaking of money, she couldn't help but recall her meager salary, lamenting, "Oh, what a pity." Song Jin turned at her brother's company, earning the same stipend as other employees. For a wealthy second generation, that paltry sum was hardly sufficient for her leisurely lifestyle. Jin, do not feel disheartened by your salary. After all the bosses in the world suffer from the same ailment." Song Jin looked at her with a puzzled expression. "What ailment?" Lin Qinghuan smiled. "Acrophobia." "Acrophobia?" Song Jin was baffled. What sort of joke is that? As she pondered, Lin Qinghuan provided clarity. If they pay their employees such low wages, what else could it be but acrophobia? Song Jin burst into laughter at her wit. "Sister, your reasoning seems quite sound. I must ask my brother when I return to see if he too suffers from acrophobia." Lin Qinghuan felt a mischievous urge to provoke her. "Just don't mention me when you ask. I'd rather not be blacklisted by Song Dage." Song Jin giggled and leaned closer, whispering, "Huan Huan, would you like to intern at my brother's company?" Lin Qinghuan frowned slightly. "Sister, are you planning to repay kindness with enmity? After finally having money and leisure in my life, why would I want to become a workhorse? I am different from you. You still need to manage the family's subsidiary companies. I, on the other hand, have an elder sister to rely on. I can simply lie back and enjoy life." Song Jin was taken aback by this revelation. "Huan Huan, don't you wish to prove yourself? Didn't you once say you wanted to become as accomplished as your sister?" Lin Qinghuan took a sip of her mocha and shook her head. "That was when I was young and naive. Now I understand that rather than striving to elevate myself, it is more beneficial to encourage others. There will always be someone who must remain idle. Why can't that be me? Song Jin was left speechless. Was she implying she wished to be a slacker and motivate her sister to strive for success? Was that truly appropriate? Song Jin gazed at Lin Qinghuan in disbelief, sensing a marked difference in her demeanor today, yet unable to pinpoint the specifics. Huan, are you planning to rely on your family at such a young age? And perhaps even on your sister? Lin Qinghuan nodded. Heaven has bestowed upon me such wonderful resources. Am I not meant to utilize them? Song Jin struggled to comprehend her, having previously worked hard to prove herself worthy to the Lin family. Although she had not demonstrated much in the past month or two, at least she had made an effort. Was she now contemplating giving up entirely? Or had repeated rejections taken a toll on her, altering her mindset? As her best friend, Song Jin felt compelled to help her regain her confidence. Grabbing Lin Qinghuan's hand, she asked passionately, Huan, what about your dreams? Didn't you say you wanted to become a powerful CEO? Whenever Lin Qinghuan spoke of her aspirations in the past, her eyes would sparkle. Yet this time, she appeared remarkably calm, a tranquility that astonished Song Jin. Jin, I believe being a powerful CEO is better suited for my sister. I can simply fulfill the role of a slacker. Furthermore, she added, if one lacks dreams, what distinguishes them from living a carefree life? Why should one choose to suffer? Seeing her attitude so disheartening, Song Jin urged, even if you are not as capable as your sister, with effort, you will certainly reap rewards. Effort does not guarantee results. But a lack of effort will undoubtedly lead to comfort, Lin Qinghuan retorted. Song Jin was left dumbfounded. Was she even speaking coherently? Huan, you are barely in your 20s, the prime of your life. Are you already contemplating a life of leisure? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow at her. Isn't the purpose of working to achieve a better life? I already enjoy a good life. Why should I continue to work? This statement left Song Jin momentarily speechless. What you say does hold some merit, but is it truly appropriate to lead a leisurely life at such a young age? Lin Qinghuan replied, absolutely. I have avoided 40 years of hardship. In that moment, the image of a middle-aged retiree crystallized in Song Jin's mind. It was the first time she felt such a strong inclination to embrace idleness. Chapter 4. Upon further calculation, 2 million had been deposited. Lin Qinghuan returned home late that evening and found Lin Qingya seated on the living room sofa with a stack of documents. The gravity of the situation was immediately apparent to Lin Qinghuan. Sister, why haven't you returned to your room to rest? Lin Qingya closed the file and looked up at her. Come sit over here. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Qinghuan lightly acknowledged and settled onto the adjacent sofa, a strong premonition stirring within her that this was not a good sign. As anticipated, Lin Qingya began by suggesting that she return to work at their family company. After painstakingly transitioning from an ordinary student to a wealthy heiress, she had no intention of laboring in the world of books. Sister, as the future heir of the company, you must maintain a clear distinction between public and private matters. As someone who is utterly inept and unskilled, my presence would only burden you. Your fairness and integrity are paramount. I would never want my issues to tarnish your reputation. Observing Lin Qinghuan's earnest demeanor, Lin Qingya's brows furrowed slightly. You have interviewed at over 20 companies in 3 months and have been dismissed by multiple firms for various reasons. Our family's reputation has long been compromised by your actions. Is it not too late to discuss this now? Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan felt a sense of helplessness. This predicament was a result of the original owner's misdeeds, and now she alone was left to bear the consequences. Sister, I once wanted to prove myself, but now I realize that the more I try, the more I falter. Rather than being labeled as a diligent failure, I would prefer to be one who hasn't even tried. As soon as she spoke, Lin Qinghuan sensed a shift in Lin Qingya's gaze. Seizing the moment, she continued, Sister, I know I am of no use and have caused both you and our parents to endure criticism. I am truly sorry for that. While Lin Qinghuan offered her apologies, it was Lin Qingya who felt the pang of sorrow. She believed her presence had caused Lin Qinghuan to face undue hardship. Once a joyous princess of the Lin family, Lin Qinghuan now bore the weight of being labeled a worthless imposter. Surely, this weighed heavily on her heart. Meeting Lin Qingya's guilt-laden gaze, Lin Qinghuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Had she overplayed her hand? The unease in her eyes was interpreted by Lin Qingya as a sign of helplessness. Huan, since you are unwilling to work at the company, I shall not force you. Our family does not rely on your salary. Even if you do nothing, the Lin family can support you. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by her swift concession, feeling deeply moved. She reached out to embrace Lin Qingya's arm, resting her head on her shoulder in a playful manner. Sister, Eat very little. I am quite easy to maintain. Lin Qinghuan gently stroked her inky black hair, a smile of fondness gracing her face. Life is but 30,000 days. Since this is what she desires, why not indulge her? After achieving her goals, Lin Qinghuan joyfully returned to her room. Just as she was preparing to retire for the night, a sudden thought struck her. During the 3rd month of her internship, a significant incident had transpired within the Lin family. Someone had divulged the bidding floor price of the Lin Group to their arch-rival, the Qinghuan Group, resulting in the Lin Group losing the bid by a mere 1 yuan. Consequently, the Qinghuan Group's fortune soared with that project, leading them to relentlessly suppress the Lin family. Had it not been for Lin Qinghuan's timely intervention, which garnered the attention of the Mo family and secured new investment projects due to her connections with their leaders, the Lin family would have faced dire straits. Although Lin Qinghuan preferred to take it easy, the obstacles to her idyllic retirement were insurmountable, and she could not remain passive. Moreover, the Lin family had treated her well, and she could not be ungrateful. With this in mind, Lin Qinghuan donned her pajamas, slipped on her slippers, and hurried towards Lin Qinghuan's room. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, are you asleep? I urgently need to speak with you. The moment her words fell, the door swung open. Lin Qinghuan stood at the threshold, gazing at her with curiosity. What is it that's so urgent? Lin Qinghuan, are you about to participate in a significant bidding project? Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan's expression turned puzzled. Lin Qinghuan had never concerned herself with company affairs and had not been to the office recently. How could she possibly know this? Sensing Lin Qinghuan's confusion, Lin Qinghuan continued, Sister, I just did a little divination, and it appears we will lose the bid to the Qinghuan Group by a single yuan. How do you know this? Although Lin Qinghuan did not doubt her sister, the suddenness of it all was unsettling. The bidding floor price of any company is a closely guarded secret. How could it be so easily disclosed? Moreover, losing by such an exaggeratedly narrow margin seemed almost theatrical. Despite her suspicions, Lin Qinghuan allowed Lin Qinghuan to enter her room. Lin Qinghuan, you know how critical this project is for the Lin Group. Just to be safe, I hope you can prepare an alternative. Lin Qinghuan turned to her. Qinghuan, please tell me, how did you come to know this? Sister, I already said it was through divination. Initially, she had intended to say she had dreamt it, but considering that she might need to inform them later, she concocted this excuse. Moreover, divination requires a fee to settle karmic debts. Since she wished to take it easy, this presented a splendid opportunity for profit, simple, efficient, and convenient. Lin Qinghuan was unaware of her sister's ulterior motives. She merely sought the truth. Qinghuan, you've never studied divination, have you? Lin Qinghuan, while my academic performance is lacking and my work is a mess, I do possess a natural talent for divination. I grasp it quickly. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, feeling as though Lin Qinghuan was merely jesting. However, the implications of this situation were grave. If an unfortunate event were to occur, the losses for the Lin family could be immeasurable. To ascertain the veracity of her claims, Lin Qinghuan posed a challenge. If you're so skilled, can you tell me who revealed the company's floor price? Surprisingly, Lin Qinghuan knew the answer, as that individual was a significant supporting character in her narrative. Sister, I can certainly deduce it, but divination entails karmic consequences. I am certain you wouldn't wish for me to suffer repercussions. Observing the gleeful twinkle in Lin Qinghuan's eyes, Lin Qinghuan inhaled deeply and transferred 2 million yuan to her via her phone. Sister, you're quite generous. Since you sincerely seek my insights, I shall divulge everything without reservation. The one who disclosed the bidding floor price to the Qinghuan Group is Fang Jing. Upon hearing Fang Jing's name, Lin Qinghuan paused in shock. Fang Jing was her friend, capable, inventive, gentle, and humble, a rare talent. Furthermore, he had contributed significantly to their last major project and had volunteered to work overtime on this bidding project. How could he possibly be involved? Qinghuan, you must have miscalculated. Lin Qinghuan pouted. Sister, if you do not believe me, then so be it. However, I still wish to advise you to remain vigilant and prepare an alternative bid, increasing the original quote by 2 yuan. With that, Lin Qinghuan retrieved 2 coins from her pajama pocket. Sister, if necessary, I shall cover these 2 yuan. Chapter 5. Men only affect your financial luck. As Lin Qinghuan had no obligations to work, she slept soundly until midday. Upon awakening to the gentle sunlight filtering through the white curtains, she languidly stretched. Indeed, the adage rang true. Life is meant for restful slumber. Do not let your pillow go unoccupied. The days of not working were utterly delightful. As a person blessed with ample time, The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to check her phone. As the screen illuminated, the main interface displayed a trending topic. The Lin Group successfully secures the Southern City Development Project by a margin of 1 yuan.
Wow.
Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. This bidding was supposed to occur in a few days. How had it suddenly been expedited? Could it be that her intervention had precipitated this outcome? A sense of unease washed over her. If that were the case, it implied that subsequent events might also unfold sooner than anticipated. She realized the weight of her responsibilities. Certain matters required preemptive planning. Her stomach grumbling, Lin Qinghuan decided to eat first. After tidying herself up, she descended the stairs and discovered her father, mother, and Lin Qingya gathered in the living room. This was highly unusual. Typically, her father and Lin Qingya would be at work, while her mother would be at mahjong with her friends. What on earth was happening today? As she pondered this perplexity, all three turned their gazes toward her in unison. Father, mother, sister. What is going on? Lin Qingya rose from her chair, her expression solemn. Qinghuan, we owe you a great deal. Without you, this project would have been snatched away by the Shengyun Group. Her mother grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand, pulling her to sit beside her, beaming with joy. Qinghuan, you are truly our family's lucky star. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan realized that Lin Qingya had disclosed the events of the previous night to their parents. She smiled warmly at her mother. Mother, I am also a part of the Lin family. It is my duty to assist. Her father felt a swell of pride. He had never anticipated that his seemingly unremarkable daughter would contribute so significantly to the family. Qinghuan, I heard from your sister that you possess the ability to divine. Is this true? Facing her father's skepticism, Lin Qinghuan raised her chin defiantly, declaring, of course it is true, but... She paused deliberately, scanning their faces before continuing. Divination carries karmic implications, so I prefer to keep my abilities hidden unless absolutely necessary. Understanding dawned on her father. Even if they had no direct experience with divination, they had heard of the potential backlash from meddling with fate. Moved by Lin Qinghuan's sacrifices for their sake, he said, rest assured. I shall donate 2 million yuan to the orphanage in your name, to cultivate good deeds and alleviate any karmic burdens. Though her conclusion stemmed from her foreknowledge of the plot rather than any karmic reason, Lin Qinghuan felt a surge of happiness at her father's thoughtfulness. Thank you, father. If you could grant me a little extra reward, I would be even happier. Seeing her daughter's avaricious demeanor, both parents exchanged bemused glances. All right. Since your divination has proven beneficial, I shall transfer the funds now. In an instant, Lin Qinghuan received a transfer of 2 million yuan from her father. Father, you are simply the best. If her father had not been seated across from her, Lin Qinghuan would have leapt up to hug him affectionately. The thrill of receiving money was unparalleled. Qinghuan, are you hungry? I'll have Wang Ma bring out some dishes for you. Make sure to eat well. Lin Qinghuan. Thank you, mother. Just when I thought this matter had reached its conclusion, father unexpectedly brought up Fang Jing during dinner. Qingya, you should keep your distance from Fang Jing in the future. Lin Qingya responded softly. Dad, I will be cautious. Although she uttered these words, a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart. Had it not been for Lin Qinghuan's timely reminder, not only would the Lin Corporation have suffered tremendous losses, but she too would have been branded as the company's sinner. Previously, she had contemplated accepting Fang Jing's pursuit once the bidding project succeeded, only to discover that he was actually the illegitimate son of the president of Shengyun Group. His entrance into the Lin Corporation was not motivated by affection for her, but rather a treacherous scheme to pilfer Lin's confidential information. How blind she had been to trust such a scoundrel. Noticing Lin Qingya's despondent demeanor, Lin Qinghuan leaned closer and whispered, Sister, your destined partner will arrive soon. Do not squander your emotions on the unworthy. Clatter. Startled by her words, Lin Qingya dropped her chopsticks onto the floor. Aunt Wang immediately rushed over with a new pair. Observing her daughter's unusual expression, Lin's mother inquired with concern, Qingya, what is the matter? Lin Qingya shook her head. Mom, it's nothing. I just lost my grip for a moment. Hearing this, Lin's mother refrained from probing further. Lin Qinghuan placed a piece of chicken wing into Lin Qingya's bowl, smiling gently, Sister, this one is on me. With that, she set down her chopsticks and ascended the stairs. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Lin Qingya fell into deep contemplation. Upon returning to her room, Lin Qinghuan opened her phone to find a message from Song Jin. Sister, I saw a handsome guy today. I think he might be my Prince Charming. The mention of Prince Charming caused Lin Qinghuan to feel a sense of foreboding. Yesterday, she had neglected to advise Song Jin to steer clear of any man with the surname Jiang. In the original narrative, She had suffered greatly at the hands of the Jiang brothers. Initially, she had been in a relationship with the elder brother, Jiang Xian, but when he fell for someone else, he pushed her onto his twin brother, Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was rather psychologically unstable, and after Song Jin uncovered his identity, he imprisoned her. Lin Qinghuan cherished her friendship with Song Jin and resolved to help her alter her fate. Jin, I just consulted an oracle for you. You are destined to encounter troublesome romantic entanglements, so you must avoid any man with the surname Jiang. When Song Jin received this message, she had just learned that the man in question was indeed named Jiang. Huan, if it weren't for your absence, I would think you were spying on me. By the way, what does it mean to have a troublesome romance? From her words, Lin Qinghuan deduced that Song Jin must have encountered Jiang Xian. If the earlier plot twist had been a mere coincidence, this time it was clear that her presence had altered the course of events. Jin, don't worry about the details, just remember to steer clear of any Jiang. To alleviate Song Jin's skepticism, she continued, Jin, I've calculated that those with the surname Jiang clash with your destiny and could adversely affect your financial prospects. Upon hearing that it could impact her wealth, Song Jin, who had initially harbored doubts, was now eager to distance herself from Jiang Xian by a considerable margin. Huan, rest assured, even if he looks like a handsome prince, I will keep my distance. No one can hinder my fortune. Realizing that Song Jin had taken her advice to heart, Lin Qinghuan finally felt relieved. Chapter 6. The confluence of wealth and handsome men in her pursuit of a carefree existence. Lin Qinghuan compiled a list of significant plot points and characters from the story, along with the relationship matrix. Upon completion, she noticed that certain events had been altered due to her intervention, indicating potential chain reactions. With Fong Jing's identity as an illegitimate son now exposed ahead of time, Madame Sheng would undoubtedly take action against him. Mr. Sheng was notoriously ruthless and would harbor no compassion for this useless, illegitimate child. In a desperate bid for survival, Fong Jing would likely seek Lin Qinghuan's forgiveness. However, given Lin Qinghuan's resolute and decisive nature, it was highly improbable that she would grant him any clemency, which could lead him down a perilous path. Although Fong Jing appeared to be an inconsequential character at present, in the original narrative, he leveraged this bidding project not only to reclaim his family name but also to successfully infiltrate Xingyan Group, becoming its second-in-command. This reveals that he possessed both ambition and cunning. While Lin Qinghuan could certainly devise a solution to eliminate the troublesome Fong Jing, enlisting assistance would be far more expedient. Her gaze fell upon the name Mo Nan, a slight smile gracing her lips. He was the one. In the narrative, Mo Nan was Lin Qinghuan's official match, and it was through his support that the Lin family could swiftly turn the tide against Xingyan Group. If she could arrange for him and Lin Qinghuan to meet earlier, future troubles concerning the Lin family would be addressed by someone capable. However, the Mo family was a prestigious aristocratic clan, with Mo Nan being the current head. His schedule was highly confidential, making it nearly impossible to arrange a meeting with him. Thus, she would have to first connect with other members of the Mo family. As Lin Qinghuan pondered her next move, her phone, which had been resting nearby, suddenly rang. Hello, Jin. Sister, do you want to come out and play? There's a car racing competition at Xinghabei today, and there are handsome men everywhere. The Xinghabei racing event was mentioned in the book as the venue where the first-place winner was a member of the Mo family. Was this not an opportunity knocking at her door? Half an hour later, Lin Qinghuan arrived at the rendezvous point. Upon spotting her, Song Jin enthusiastically waved a small flag. Huan, over here. Having learned from their previous encounter, Song Jin no longer dared to sneak up behind her. Lin Qinghuan approached her with a smile, taking the small flag she offered, and then quietly asked, Jin, do you know any members of the Mo family? Song Jin shook her head. Although my family runs a company, we are on entirely different levels from the Mo family and have no way of interacting with them. After saying this, Song Jin sensed something was amiss and turned to Lin Qinghuan. Huan, why are you suddenly interested in the Mo family? Lin Qinghuan replied, just curiosity. Satisfied with this explanation, Song Jin did not press further and took Lin Qinghuan's hand, leading her inside. Huan, I heard that all the competitors today are prominent young masters. If you see someone you like, go for it. Your sister will support you. At this remark, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but feel amused. Her intention today was not to admire handsome men, but to connect with the Mo family. Soon, they arrived at the inner area, and upon seeing a lineup of tall, handsome gentlemen, Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. Was this a free viewing experience? Each one was more captivating than the last, surpassing even the most beautiful men she had ever encountered. Before entering, Lin Qinghuan had believed that money outweighed men, but now she realized her perspective was limited. In fact, one could indeed have both wealth and captivating men. Huan, the one on the left is so handsome, that high-nose bridge has pierced my heart. The third one is also quite appealing, those elongated phoenix eyes are so deep and charming. Song Jin rambled on, but Lin Qinghuan paid no heed. Her gaze was fixed on the man farthest to the right. With lightly arched brows and a subtly curved smile, he leaned casually against a car, exuding an air of untamed wildness. He resembled a glittering star, radiant and striking. Perhaps due to the intensity of her gaze, she caught the man's attention. Their eyes met, and Lin Qinghuan distinctly noticed his eyes narrow slightly, the curve of his lips deepening. Welcome everyone to the Xingha Bay racing competition. Please retreat to the white lines as the race is about to commence. The moment the referee finished speaking, security personnel promptly arrived to maintain order. The participants opened their car doors and settled into their seats, preparing for the upcoming race. Song Jin excitedly tugged at Lin Qinghuan's sleeve, asking eagerly, Huan, aren't they all exceptional? Did any catch your eye? Lin Qinghuan smiled gently. I have my eyes on him, but you can't just send them to my bed. What? Song Jin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at her. Sister, are you actually thinking of taking that step? She never expected Lin Qinghuan, who rarely engaged in romance, to be so direct when she did. Huan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I simply lack the capacity to do so. These were all signs of top-tier wealthy families. She was hardly in a position to entrap them. That would be akin to courting disaster. Lin Qinghuan was merely teasing her. She would never truly let her do that. The competition soon commenced, and with the sound of gunfire, 6 racing cars shot forward like arrows. The spectators were enthralled, their adrenaline surging as they watched the fierce competition unfold. To enhance the viewing experience, drones were employed to capture the entire event. Lin Qinghuan observed the red car leading the pack on the big screen, a flicker of delight dancing in her eyes. She was pleasantly surprised. Not only was he handsome, but his racing skills were also exceptional. Could it be that this girl is genuinely smitten? Song Jin pondered. Amidst the cheers, the first car crossed the finish line. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow at the familiar red vehicle. It seemed this fellow belonged to the Mo family. However, aside from a brief mention of Mo Nan in the book, the other members of the Mo family were scarcely elaborated upon. It merely stated that Mo Nan had 2 younger brothers, one a reckless scoundrel and the other an enterprising young man who had already established 2 companies while still in college, of similar age to her. Gazing at the charming yet roguelike man standing beside the car, it was evident he was not the composed and calculating Mo Nan. This dashing appearance, flamboyant personality, and roguish charm bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions of the second young master of the Mo family in the news. Lin Qinghuan sighed in slight disappointment. She had finally spotted a dazzling man, only to discover he was a notorious playboy. She turned to Song Jin and said, Jin, I'll be right back. Before Song Jin could grasp what was happening, she watched as Lin Qinghuan walked gracefully towards the man. Initially, she considered pulling her back, but then thought, my sister is so beautiful, perhaps she really can make it happen. She took out her phone, ready to capture this remarkable moment. Lin Qinghuan approached the man, beaming a radiant smile, and then retrieved a pink envelope from her bag, handing it to him. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow! Is that a love letter? They were astounded to witness such a pure and understated expression of affection in the modern world. Seriously, this late at night, consuming dog food really interferes with my midnight snack. The other competitors were left dumbfounded by the scene. This woman is something else. Chapter 7. Is it a budding romance or an iron tree in bloom? The man raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smirk. You've given me the envelope. Don't you have anything to say? Lin Qinghuan smiled sweetly. Please make sure to deliver this to your elder brother. Her words left the onlookers speechless, with Song Jin gasping in shock. Goodness, what did she just hear? Seeing the man's expression grow colder, Song Jin's heart raced. She feared he might retaliate against Lin Qinghuan. For her safety, she immediately stowed her phone and dashed into the crowd, grasping Lin Qinghuan's hand to pull her away. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by her sudden action, and, to be cautious, she turned to remind the man, Handsome, please make sure the envelope gets delivered. The man found her amusing. It was the first time someone had asked him to deliver a love letter. As soon as Lin Qinghuan left, the other competitors surrounded him. Beach. Are you really going to help her deliver a love letter to Nanga? This woman was audacious, daring to enlist Beach as her messenger. They speculated about the unfortunate lady who had provoked Beach. It seemed she had bitten off more than she could chew. I'll have someone look into her background, one suggested, as they all chimed in, eager to defend him. Yet the man himself appeared unperturbed, gazing at the pink envelope in his hand with a devilish smile. This matter does not require your intervention. I shall handle it myself. With that, he turned and got into his car, departing amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers.
Meanwhile,
Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan had already settled into their ride home. Wiping the sweat from her brow with a tissue, Song Jin gasped, "Sister, you nearly scare me to death back there." Lin Qinghuan smiled softly. Jin, he's not a monster. There's nothing to fear. Not frightening?" Song Jin was at a loss for words, recalling his icy gaze that felt like a dagger to her heart. "But sister, what did you mean by that? Do you know him, or his brother?" Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "I don't know him." "You don't know?" Song Jin questioned incredulously. "Then how could you?" Seeing her friend's agitation, Lin Qinghuan gently patted her back. "I didn't know him before, but who knows what the future holds?" Song Jin exclaimed, "Huh? Is that even possible?" Seeing Song Jin's astonished expression, Lin Qinghuan suppressed a smile. It wasn't that she was deliberately concealing anything. It was just that some matters were too complicated to explain. She could only hope that the man would deliver the envelope to Mo Nan, facilitating an encounter with Lin Qingya, allowing her to continue her leisurely existence. As Mo Bei arrived home, he received a comprehensive dossier on Lin Qinghuan. The false daughter of the Lin family was indeed an intriguing individual. He was curious about what this woman sought from his elder brother. Holding the pink envelope,
Montag bei Emotions grew complex.
After pondering for a moment, he strode to the study's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Elder brother, I need to speak with you." The door opened, and Mo Bei stepped inside. Mo Nan looked up from his writing. "Xiao Bei, what is it?" Mo Bei placed the pink envelope on the table. "Brother, someone asked me to deliver this to you." Hearing this, Mo Nan regarded him with a hint of surprise. When had his rebellious younger brother become so accommodating as to deliver messages? Something felt off.
Montag bei noticed Montag none as unwavering gaze on him.
Showing no intention of opening the envelope, he lightly tapped on the table. "Brother, I promised the sender you would at least take a look." Curiosity piqued. Mo Nan finally felt compelled to examine the envelope, intrigued by his brother's unusual demeanor. He wondered who had requested the favor. As he opened the envelope, a photograph slipped out. Mo Bei casually glanced at it and realized the girl in the photograph was not Lin Qinghuan but rather Lin Qingya. Could it be that she intended to introduce her half-sister to him? The thought struck Mo Bei as somewhat amusing. Just as he was about to tease Mo Nan, he noticed his brother staring intently at the photograph, his expression filled with delight. Is it possible that elder brother has developed a romantic interest? How quaint for love to bloom from a mere photograph. "Brother, could it be that you fancy this girl?" Upon hearing this, Mo Nan immediately looked up, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Xiao Bei, have you met her?" Mo Bei shook his head. "I haven't seen her. Her sister handed me the envelope." "Brother, do you know her?" Mo Nan responded softly, his gaze returning to the photograph, his expression softening. "Xiao Bei, do you remember when I was once ambushed while out?" Upon mentioning this matter, Mo Bei was profoundly impressed. When they went to retrieve him, he was lying in a shadowy alley, drenched in blood. In stark contrast, his wounds had all been meticulously bandaged. A sudden realization struck Mo Bei as he recalled his earlier words. "Brother, could your savior possibly be her?"
Montag Nan gently nodded.
"Had it not been for her, I would have succumbed to blood loss before you arrived." However, something felt amiss. Mo Bei pulled out his phone and pointed at the image displayed. "Brother, ISN to your savior supposed to look like this?" Gazing at the portrait he had once drawn of his savior, Mo Nan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him.
Ahem, Xiao Bei.
"You know how much I've adored abstract art since childhood. It's only natural that there are some discrepancies in my work." Mo Bei's lips twitched at his explanation. "Some discrepancies? These are two entirely different people. No wonder you've been unable to locate your savior all these years. It appears you were defeated by your own portrait. Bringing this image to identify her, one would fail to recognize her even if she stood right in front." In truth, Mo Nan had not desired this outcome. The incident occurred in such a remote location, devoid of surveillance and eyewitnesses. The artist, based on his description, had failed to produce the desired effect, leaving him with no choice but to come himself. Unexpectedly, "Xiao Bei, could you help me track her down?" Just as Mo Bei was about to mention that he had the Lin family's information, he noticed words inscribed on the back of the photograph. "Brother, flip the photo over." Upon seeing the name Lin Qingya, along with her age, gender, hobbies, and phone number. Mo Bei couldn't help but chuckle. This pair of sisters was quite amusing. Chapter 8. I'm not short of money. As soon as Lin Qinghuan arrived home, she sought out Lin Qingya. Sister, did anyone call you tonight? Lin Qingya shook her head, puzzled. No, why? That's strange. Could it be that he didn't hand the envelope to Mo Nan? Is this Mo family a second young master really that unreliable? Meanwhile, in a bar, Mo Yu was suddenly struck by a series of sneezes. Damn it. Who's the fool talking behind my back? If I find out who it is, I'll break their legs. Lin Qinghuan, who had been silently mocking Mo Bei, suddenly felt her nose itch, several attempts to sneeze thwarted. At that moment, Lin Qingya's phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she prepared to hang up without a second thought. Luckily, Lin Qinghuan was quick to stop her. Sister, why not answer it? It might be something important. What important matter could come from an unknown number? Lin Qingya replied, only to realize something was off. Recalling Lin Qinghuan's earlier words, she sensed that this call might be significant. Under Lin Qinghuan's eager gaze, she answered. Soon, a warm and magnetic voice came through the line. Hello. Is this Miss Lin Qingya? Surprised that the caller knew her name, Lin Qingya glanced at Lin Qinghuan, who appeared excited, leading her to believe this might be related to her. I am Lin Qingya. May I ask who's calling?
I am Montag Nan.
The mere mention of Mo Nan made Lin Qinghuan nearly leap with excitement. She hadn't anticipated that he would actually succeed. She gestured for Lin Qingya to continue the conversation and stepped out of the room. The moment she closed the door, she felt an immense sense of relief. With Mo Nan taking the lead, she wouldn't need to intervene with the Ming Mirror and Xingyan group. She could remain the carefree little princess of the Lin family. Oh yes. Before Lin Qinghuan could finish her thought, her phone rang again. Seeing another unknown number, she promptly hung up without hesitation. To her surprise, less than 2 seconds later, the caller rang again. Her good mood was swiftly dashed. She answered the phone, irately demanding, Are you done yet? I'm not interested in insurance, loans, or matchmaking.
Montag Bei replied, Bufflet.
Miss Lin, why the outburst? I didn't notice such a temper when you sought my assistance. Just as Lin Qinghuan was about to hang up, she was taken aback by his words. You're the second young master, Mo? Hearing her refer to him as the second young master, Mo, nearly made Mo Bei's teeth grind in frustration. This woman didn't even recognize him, yet dared to ask him for favors. Truly impressive. Lin Qinghuan, your ability to infuriate is indeed remarkable. Lin Qinghuan chuckled. Oh. You flatter me. What can I do for you? Miss Lin, did your teachers not teach you the importance of gratitude?
Montag Bei inquiret.
Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. My teachers taught me to be grateful, but they also taught me not to leverage gratitude for favors. The second young master Mo is wealthy and handsome. You surely wouldn't be dwelling on my trifling contributions? Mo Bei was both amused and infuriated by her response. His eyes narrowed, and his tone suddenly turned icy. The second young master, Mo, may not lack anything, but I, the third young master Mo, do. What? Lin Qinghuan was taken aback, realizing she had mistaken his identity. No wonder he was so angry. Oh dear, had I known, I would have simply called you young master Mo to avoid this mix-up. If it weren't for the person on the other end of the line waiting, she would have rolled on the floor out of embarrassment. Despite this, Lin Qinghuan had to steel herself to deal with him, as he was not someone she could afford to offend. Rumor has it that the third young master is magnanimous. Surely, he would be generous and not hold her previous slip against her. Mo Bei scoffed, and what if I choose to hold it against you? Lin Qinghuan stammered, but ultimately decided to keep her thoughts to herself. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and continued, Young master, my mistake in recognizing you stems from your overwhelming excellence and striking looks. So, it's my fault then?
Montag Bei retorted.
Why else? Lin Qinghuan blurted out. She had thought the second young master Mo was the best at charming women, but it seemed this one surpassed him. Even standing still, countless women were captivated by him. Her mistake was entirely understandable. Mo Bei had not anticipated Lin Qinghuan's silver tongue, which seemed to challenge him while simultaneously praising him. Hearing her flattery made him feel elated, a smile creeping onto his lips. Considering that your intentions weren't malicious, I'll let this matter slide. However, having done you such a significant favor, what will you do to show your appreciation? Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment. Third young master, please add me on WeChat. And I'll transfer the delivery fee to you. Delivery fee? Do you think I'm a courier? Mo Bei nearly choked on his frustration. This was the first time he had encountered someone so oblivious. Others would invite him to dinner, yet she wanted to resolve it with a few bucks. I'm not short of your petty cash. With that, Mo Bei ended the call. Lin Qinghuan pouted. If he wasn't short on money, then why the insistence on a show of gratitude? Truly, the male heart is as deep as the ocean. She placed her phone beside her bed, donned a bathrobe, and headed to the bathroom. Once she finished her shower and emerged, she found Lin Qinghuan sitting on her bed. Sister, what brings you here? As she dried her hair, she walked toward her. Just as she sat down, Lin Qinghuan naturally stood up to take the towel from her hands, gently drying her damp hair. Huan, how did you come to know Mr. Mo? Mr. Mo? Are you referring to Mo Nan? I don't know him. This response left Lin Qinghuan perplexed. If you don't know him, then what is the story behind the photograph? Lin Qinghuan chuckled. It was for a blind date. Those simple 4 words nearly caused Lin Qinghuan's mind to short-circuit. Noticing her pause, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but smirk. Sister, I'm just teasing you. I truly believe you deserve the best. The Mo family is a top-tier power, and Mo Nan is the head of the Mo family. He is barely worthy of you. Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan felt a wave of frustration. What status does the Lin family hold, and what status does the Mo family hold? Even barely worthy is an understatement. I wouldn't even be able to catch up on horseback. Lin Qinghuan smiled gently. Sister, do not underestimate yourself. You are destined to be with him. How could you possibly be unworthy? Lin Qinghuan felt a tremor in her heart. Huan, the person you mentioned before is him? Lin Qinghuan softly affirmed. Yes, sister. You two have been intertwined for years, and with him protecting you and the Lin family, what do Fang Jing and the Shengyan group amount to? Observing her sister's audacious demeanor, Lin Qinghuan felt a wave of frustration. They hadn't even begun, and she had already orchestrated everything. Chapter 9. Provocation and Retaliation. Having resolved the matters concerning Lin Qinghuan and Mo Nan, Lin Qinghuan lay at home for several days. She indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, which left their mother, Lin Mu, filled with anxiety, fearing her daughter might fall ill. One day, she declined invitations from her mahjong friends and postponed her beauty treatments, specifically waiting for Lin Qinghuan to awaken. Time passed slowly as she waited from morning until noon, and then until 1 in the afternoon, until she finally saw Lin Qinghuan emerge. Huan, are you awake? You must be hungry. I'll have Wang Ma prepare some dishes right away. Seeing Lin Mu still at home, Lin Qinghuan initially thought she was still in a sleepy haze. Mom, why didn't you go out to play mahjong today? Lin Mu gently pulled her into a seat, smiling as she said, Huan, a new batch of winter clothing has arrived at the mall. Come accompany me to pick out a few pieces. Understanding her mother's fondness for beauty, Lin Qinghuan agreed with a smile. Delighted by her agreement, Lin Mu eagerly piled her plate high with food. Huan, these are all your favorites. Eat more. After the meal, Lin Qinghuan changed into a new outfit and set out with Lin Mu. Although they had planned to shop for Lin Mu's clothing, the driver was laden with garments that Lin Mu intended for Lin Qinghuan. As she watched her mother diligently selecting clothes for her, Lin Qinghuan felt warmth in her heart. Oh, isn't this the Lin family's faux heiress, Lin Qinghuan? Haven't they kicked you out yet? Ming Tang, meeting friends at the mall to shop, recognized her rival, unable to resist a jab. I heard you've been fired from your job again? Truly a person of physical growth, but mental stagnation. Lin Qinghuan cast her a disinterested glance. This is a high-end mall. Refrain from barking like a dog. Ming Tang, who had been so self-assured, was momentarily caught off guard, erupting into a torrent of insults. Lin Qinghuan, you are merely a dog kept by the Lin family. A stray dares to bark before me. Noticing her sudden escalation, Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, concerned that Lin Mu might overhear and become upset. She raised her gaze, coldly regarding Ming Tang, wishing she could silence her incessant tirade. You couldn't outperform my sister in school, and now in society, you remain her defeated foe. What right do you have to speak to me?
Ming Tang stam.
I'm talking about you. Why bring your sister into this? Besides, she isn't even your biological sister. Being worthless yourself, yet trying to drag down a tiger's skin. How amusing. Lin Qinghuan arched an eyebrow. Indeed, it is amusing. As long as my sister is around, you are nothing but a fool.
Ming Tang,
known for her short temper, was incited to strike Lin Qinghuan. Prepared for retaliation, Lin Qinghuan was ready to retaliate if Ming Tang dared to lay a hand on her. Just then, Lin Mu arrived at the scene, swiftly seizing Ming Tang's hand and delivering a sharp slap. Having overheard their exchange, Lin Mu felt a surge of anger at Ming Tang for frequently bullying Lin Qinghuan. Since I have encountered you today, I shall ensure my daughter regains her dignity. Huan is a lady of the Lin family, now and forever. Should I ever see you mistreat her again, do not expect me to be courteous. Ming Tang was taken aback, never anticipating that Lin Mu would come to Lin Qinghuan's defense. Covering her face in disbelief, she stammered, "Aunt Lin." Lin Mu interrupted her sharply. "Do not call me Aunt Lin. I have no such venomous niece. This slap serves as a mere lesson, should you trouble Huan again. It will not be so simple." Lin Mu shot her a cold glance before turning back to Lin Qinghuan with concern. "Huan, are you hurt? Were you scared?" Lin Qinghuan was indeed startled, but not by Ming Tang. Rather, by her mother's fierce side, a facet of maternal love she had not anticipated.
Mom.
"You arrived just in time. I'm perfectly fine." Yet Lin Mu meticulously checked her from head to toe before finally feeling reassured. Standing nearby, Ming Tang seethed with envy, wishing to tear Lin Qinghuan's face apart as she witnessed Lin Mu treating her daughter like a treasure. "Mrs. Lin, our families have business dealings. I will inform my parents of today's events. I hope you won't regret it." Lin Mu scoffed at her threat. The Lin family had secured new projects and established business relations with the Mo family. She truly disregarded the Ming family's cooperation. Moreover, with the Ming family on the decline, they were fortunate to have partnerships at all, considering past ties. Ming Yi has indeed raised a fine daughter. If that is the case, the Lin family's partnership with the Ming family is hereby terminated. Ming Tang was shocked by her resoluteness, attempting to protest, but Lin Mu had already begun dialing her phone. "Darling, Ming family's daughter bullied Huan and attempted to strike her. Cancel all collaborations with the Ming family today." Upon hearing this, Ming Tang felt a chill run down her spine, panic evident on her face. She had merely intended to intimidate them, never expecting that they would actually sever ties. If her father found out, he would likely break her legs. "Mrs. Lin, partnerships are matters between families. You can't just cancel it on a whim. That's rather childish." Lin Qinghuan regarded Ming Tang, whose complexion had drained of color, and smiled knowingly. "Miss Ming, weren't you quite spirited when you threatened us earlier? Why so timid now?" "Lin Qinghuan, shut your mouth," Ming Tang shouted, only to be met with Lin Mu's icy gaze, making her afraid to even breathe. Just then, her phone rang, and upon answering, she was greeted by Ming Yi's furious voice. "You incompetent fool, get back here immediately." Meeting Lin Qinghuan's smirk, Ming Tang felt utterly humiliated and fled, covering her face in disgrace. Lin Mu cast a glance at Ming Tang's retreating figure, her expression darkening momentarily. Then, she quickly brightened her demeanor. "Huan, the jewelry store has new arrivals. Let us go take a look." Lin Qinghuan obediently nodded, linking arms with Lin Mu as they walked away. Xiao Kai noticed Mo Bei lost in thought and couldn't help but inquire, "Brother Bei, what are you looking at?" Mo Bei smiled. "A little wild cat." "A wild cat? In a mall like this?" Xiao Kai found it perplexing.
Following Montag by Esgaze.
He saw nothing but the bustling crowd. "Brother Bei, Xiao Lu has organized a gathering tonight. Do you want to join?" Mo Bei withdrew his gaze, responding softly, "Sure. I have matters to attend to. I won't waste your time." Watching him leave with such ease, Xiao Kai felt that there was something he was concealing. He quietly followed, only to witness Mo Bei blocking a girl's path. Chapter 10. Uninvited Wait. This the girl who asked him to deliver a love letter a few days ago? Brother Bei can't be trying to steal his brother's woman. Can he? Xiao Kai found the news shocking and struggled to process it, immediately pulling out his phone to share it with his close friends. Before Mo Bei could act, the rumor of him attempting to snatch his brother's woman had already spread across their friend circle. Lin Qinghuan gazed at the man standing before her. A look of surprise etched on her face. "Third young master?" Mo Bei raised an eyebrow, realizing he had not misidentified her this time. "Are you stopping me to inquire about a reward?" Lin Qinghuan retrieved her phone, requesting him to kindly present the payment QR code. Observing her businesslike demeanor,
Montag by Esgaze dankend.
"Miss Lin, do you truly believe I intercepted you merely to ask for a small fee for running errands? What else could it be?" Lin Qinghuan glanced at the sign nearby, pondered for 3 seconds, then produced a small pack of tissues from her bag and handed it over. "Is this sufficient?" Mo Bei was taken aback. "What would I do with tissues?" Lin Qinghuan shrugged. "You stopped me outside the restroom simply because you lacked tissues, did you not?" Mo Bei was astonished by her unconventional reasoning. It seemed she would continue to feign ignorance unless he was explicit. "Miss Lin, having assisted you, should you not treat me to a meal?" Lin Qinghuan smirked, decisively retorting with 2 words, "No need. I can transfer the meal cost to you. But dining together is unnecessary." It had been mentioned in the book that he had a former girlfriend, and he had refrained from dating for years while waiting for her to return home. Although she was indeed captivated by his looks, she had no desire for a man who harbored feelings for another woman. After all, there were countless men in the world, and he was not the only one with wealth and charm. Knowing that Mo Bei would not produce his phone for her to scan, she directly pulled out a stack of cash and placed it in his hand. "Third young master, thank you for the previous matter. May fate allow us to meet again." With that, she stepped past him, leaving a cold and bewildered Mo Bei standing in place. Xiao Kai, who had witnessed the entire scene, was nearly speechless.
No way.
No way, she actually rejected Brother Bei so decisively. It seems Brother Nan is truly her one and only.
Initially intending to comfort Montag by.
Xiao Kai feared he might find it awkward and promptly turned to leave, simultaneously contacting his good friend Wu Lu. "Xiao Lu, Brother Bei has experienced heartbreak. You must make special arrangements tonight to soothe his wounded heart." Mo Bei did not anticipate that his first interest in a girl would end before it even began. When they had first met, her eyes had shone with admiration, her smile radiant. Moreover, he had assisted her, which should have brought them closer. Yet she had shunned him instead. Why was that? If her previous actions were intended to exploit him, then she should have done so thoroughly. He had offered himself on a silver platter, only to be pushed away. It felt somewhat unjustifiable. Could it be that he was merely a messenger all along? Contemplating this possibility,
A dangerous glimmer flickered in Montag Bai's eyes.
after shopping, Lin Qinghuan and her mother prepared to head home. Just as they exited the mall, a gust of wind swept by. In the next moment, Lin Qinghuan noticed a scratch-off lottery ticket lying face down at her feet. Initially intending to toss it into the nearby trash bin, she realized it had not yet been scratched. With a playful mindset, she decided to scratch it off, only to discover she had won 500,000. Seeing her in a daze, Lin's mother assumed she had not won and immediately sought to comfort her. "Huan, scratch-off tickets are a matter of chance. Not winning is quite normal." Lin Qinghuan lifted her gaze to meet her mother's. "Mom, if not winning is normal, then what about winning?" As she spoke, she pointed to the number displayed on the ticket. Lin's mother leaned in for a closer look, and upon realizing the amount, her face registered unmistakable shock. Did we really win 500,000? It was astonishing that a mere scratch-off ticket could yield such a fortune. Lin's mother felt her daughter had certainly become a lucky charm. Some people scratch their entire lives without winning anything, yet she had casually struck gold. Huan, your luck is truly extraordinary. You are indeed our family's blessing." Seeing her mother so elated, Lin Qinghuan smiled and handed the ticket to her mother.
"Mom,
"I share this good fortune with you. May you win at mahjong as well." This sentiment resonated deeply with Lin's mother, who was beaming with joy. On their way home, Lin's mother kept glancing at the scratch-off ticket, her smile unwavering until her phone rang. Upon seeing it was Mrs. Ming calling, she hung up without answering. Remembering what Ming Tang had said earlier, she was filled with indignation. If we do not show them a bit of color, they will truly think the Lin family is easy to bully. My daughter Huan is not to be trifled with. Lin's mother, seething with anger, arrived home and upon getting out of the car, spotted Mrs. Ming holding gifts, accompanied by Ming Tang, waiting at the entrance. She muttered under her breath about the bad luck, then took Lin Qinghuan inside, completely ignoring them. Mrs. Ming, aware of her own wrongdoing, could only follow behind with a forced smile. Though Ming Tang was reluctant, the thought of her father's dark expression compelled her to follow suit. In the living room, Lin Qinghuan poured a cup of tea for her mother and one for herself. After finishing her tea, she settled onto the nearby sofa, engrossed in her phone, treating Mrs. Ming and Ming Tang as if they were invisible. Mrs. Ming cast a glance at Lin's mother and, noticing that she had not invited them to sit, realized her foolish daughter must have offended her gravely. However, since they were already there, she had to give it a try. "Mrs. Lin, I sincerely apologize. My daughter has been rather indiscreet, and we have already reprimanded her. We have prepared a small gift. I hope you and Miss Lin will not take offense." Lin's mother shot her a glance and coldly replied, "There is no need for gifts. I only hope Miss Ming will refrain from bullying my daughter in the future. And do not threaten me again." Upon hearing this, the smile on Mrs. Ming's face froze. "Mrs. Lin, this incident was indeed Ming Tang's fault. I will have her apologize to Miss Lin right away." With that, she turned sharply to glare at Ming Tang, who, though begrudging, approached Lin Qinghuan.
"I'm sorry. It was my mistake."
Lin Qinghuan glanced at her, noticing her swollen cheeks, presumably from receiving a lesson. However, the anger and resentment in Ming Tang's eyes were thoroughly displeasing. Spare me your insincere words. I have no interest. Chapter 11. The rich second generation becomes the poor first generation. Lin Qinghuan, do not push your luck. Before Ming Tang could finish her sentence, she was met with a resounding slap from an infuriated Mrs. Ming. Ming Tang, be quiet. You come to apologize, yet you only stoke the flames. Do you wish for the Lin family to feel the pressure from the Ming family even more? Mrs. Ming shot her a fierce glare, then turned with a smile to apologize to Lin Qinghuan. Miss Lin, I take full responsibility for my daughter's behavior. I apologize on her behalf, and I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold it against her. Lin Qinghuan scoffed. Does Mrs. Ming still not see? It is your daughter who insists on competing with me. If she dares to speak disrespectfully in your presence, one can imagine how arrogant she is behind your back. I cannot accept your apology, lest it leads to retaliation. Initially silenced, Ming Tang, upon witnessing Lin Qinghuan's deliberate provocation towards her mother, felt her temper flare. You, an orphan without parents, what are you so arrogant about? If it weren't for the Lin family, you would be begging on your knees to speak to me. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ming nearly lost her balance, while Lin's mother grew so furious that she smashed her teacup. You Ming family are truly something else. You claim to come to apologize, yet you are here to show off your power. We have received your provocation today. We shall see the truth in the marketplace. Someone, escort Mrs. Ming and Miss Ming out, and from now on, no members of the Ming family are permitted to enter. Mrs. Ming attempted to explain further, but Lin's mother would not listen, ordering them to be thrown out. What nonsense is this? Our Lin family's young lady is someone you can bully? Huan, do not be upset. I will have your father and sister deal with them. Just as Lin's mother reached for her phone to make a call, Lin Qinghuan leaped into her embrace. Mom, thank you for standing up for me. Lin's mother affectionately patted her head and gently said, silly child. You will always be our good daughter. If they dare to bully you, your parents will ensure they pay a hefty price, even if it means exhausting all their resources. The Lin family and the Ming family have collaborated for many years, and initially, Lin's mother contemplated extending a helping hand to them. However, it seems that such an action is now unnecessary. Ming Tang even had the audacity to bully her daughter in front of her. And who knows what outrageous deed she might commit behind their backs. Only Huan, with her kind heart, has never burdened them with these distressing matters. But now that she is aware, it is only natural that they must face the consequences. Huan, you must be tired. Go upstairs and rest for a while. Your mother has some matters to attend to. Lin Qinghuan obediently nodded and turned to ascend the stairs. Just as she lay down on her bed, her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Lin Qinghuan's mind conjured the image of Mo Bei. However, Mo Bei's number was a distinctive one. While this one seemed to have been chosen at random, she raised her hand to hang up, pulling the covers over herself, preparing to sleep. Unexpectedly, the phone incessantly rang, causing her considerable annoyance, prompting her to block the number with a mere tap. Ming Tang, with a bruised face, looked at the disconnected call, panic etched across her features. Dad, Mom, I will kneel at Lin's doorstep and beg for their forgiveness. Please, do not send me to the countryside to fend for myself. Upon hearing this, Mingyi was infuriated and kicked her again. They offered you a chance to apologize, yet you dared to insult them. You have brought ruin upon the Ming family with your foolishness. If you go again, our family will be left begging in rags. Initially, the Lin family merely severed ties with the Ming family, but after their visit, they have now taken action against the Ming family's projects. The Lin family has recently secured a new project and established cooperation with the Mo family, flourishing beyond measure. What does the Ming family have to contend with them? Mingyi understood that at this juncture, it was essential to protect the vital interests, and he immediately signaled to the bodyguard beside him. Take the young lady to the countryside. Do not let her appear before the Lin family again. Upon hearing this, Ming Tang got up and attempted to flee, but was apprehended by the bodyguard and forcibly ushered into the car. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go to the countryside. Mom, please save me. Mrs. Ming gazed at her daughter, who was pleading desperately against the car window, tears streaming down her face. She turned to Mingyi, darling. Mingyi cast her a cold glance. If you wish to accompany her to the countryside, I shall not stop you. Mrs. Ming's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, watching the car grow distant, sobbing uncontrollably. Mingyi disregarded her and turned to call Lin's father. During the call, he mentioned Ming Tang's impending relocation to the countryside and expressed his apologies regarding Lin Qinghuan. He hoped that Lin's father, considering their past connections, would not be excessively ruthless and would leave them a path for survival. Lin's father was not a heartless individual. He simply could not bear to see his daughter being bullied. Now that the Ming family had acknowledged their mistakes and paid a hefty price, he decided not to apply further pressure. Upon returning home that evening, Lin's father brought up the Ming family situation to Lin Qinghuan. Learning that Ming Tang was sent to the countryside and that the Ming family was on shaky ground, a faint smile graced Lin Qinghuan's lips.
Ming Tang,
who prided herself on her noble status, now faced the shattering of her dreams as a wealthy second-generation heiress. Just when Lin Qinghuan thought this matter would end here, Lin's parents conferred and decided to seize this opportunity to host a banquet. Mom, Dad, is that truly necessary? Lin Qinghuan felt the banquet would be too cumbersome, and she genuinely did not wish to engage in socializing. However, Lin's father and mother were resolute. Huan, some matters tend to recur, since the Ming family initiated this. We might as well use this opportunity to declare to everyone that you will always be our little princess. Lin Qinghuan also concurred with her parents' decision. Huan, they are right. To prevent any unwise individuals from troubling you further, it is better to host a banquet to demonstrate our stance. Although the Lin family is still striving to establish itself, we will always be your strongest support. These words moved Lin Qinghuan deeply, prompting her to embrace Lin Qinghuan and act adorably. Sister, I knew you all cared for me the most. Please reimburse me for the dress tomorrow. Lin Qinghuan. The sight of this scene brought hearty laughter to Lin's father and mother. After dinner, upon returning to her room, Lin Qinghuan received a call from Song Jin. Sister, I heard that Ming Tang has been bothering you again? Do you think she is simply bored? The Ming family, which was once stable, nearly faced total collapse due to her antics. Was this not a case of idleness? Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan chuckled softly. She has no issues. She's just feeling a bit aimless after consuming too much salt. Jin, my parents are throwing a banquet for me. Remember to attend punctually tomorrow. Song Jin patted her chest. Rest assured, I will definitely be there for my best friend's banquet. By the way, Huan, did you get any results from the love letter you sent out? Lin Qinghuan replied softly, yes, it seems he has taken a liking to my sister. Song Jin, who had just taken a sip of water, sputtered it all out. What a dramatic twist. Sister, you had that handsome guy deliver your love letter to his older brother. And now his older brother is interested in your sister? Are you all playing a game of mental gymnastics or engaging in a forbidden romance? Song Jin felt her head spinning from the revelation. Chapter 12. Unrequited Love. Mo Bei sat down in the private room without uttering a word, downing 3 glasses of wine in quick succession. The chill surrounding him was palpable. Upon observing this, Xiao Kai immediately signaled to Wu Lu. Wu Lu understood the cue and quickly had several attractive young ladies brought over. Brother Bei, how do these girls look? Any of them catch your eye? Mo Bei glanced at them, then filled his glass again, continuing to drink. This left the others nearby feeling increasingly worried. Brother Bei, heartbreak isn't the end of the world. There are countless women in the world, half of whom are beautiful. With your wealth and looks, how could you possibly struggle to find a partner? Indeed, Brother Bei. With just a flick of your finger, a multitude of women would rush to you. Why sulk over a woman who doesn't love you? Hearing this, Mo Bei paused, his hand holding the glass momentarily suspended. Who told you I was heartbroken? At this, everyone's gaze simultaneously fell on Xiao Kai. I was merely concerned for you. Mo Bei's eyes darkened. It seemed he had not misjudged earlier. The familiar figure was indeed Xiao Kai. This guy had been stalking him and had stirred up rumors about his previously tranquil life. Enough was enough. Speak up. Besides telling them, who else did you inform? I only told them a few. He raised his hand to swear, fearing Mo Bei would not believe him. Mo Bei's gaze swept across the others. Noticing that while most appeared sincere, Wu Lu's eyes seemed to wander. Wu Xiaolu, speak. Seeing Mo Bei directly call him out, Wu Lu hesitantly replied. I sent a message to Brother Nan. He hasn't replied yet. Mo Bei, puzzled, asked, why did you message my brother? Wu Lu glanced at Xiao Kai before whispering. Xiao Kai said the girl you like is fond of Brother Nan, so I thought I'd ask if Brother Nan likes her too, and if not. Seeing that he had hesitated to finish his sentence, Mo Bei took a deep breath. You meant to say that if he doesn't like her, he should help me out? Wu Lu nodded, affirming his thoughts, but Mo Nan had yet to respond. Mo Bei pointed at the group, his expression shifting to one of exasperation. He lit a cigarette, and just as he was about to take a puff, Xiao Kai offered him a lighter. A servile demeanor on display. The sight of his obsequiousness made Mo Bei's lips twitch. Although the cigarette was lit, the anger within him had not dissipated. What on earth is wrong with your brains? How could you not know whether I am in a relationship or not? Wu Lu replied, Brother Bei, you cannot blame us. It was Shao Kai who told us that you were in unrequited love. In the face of Mo Bei's cold and piercing gaze, Shao Kai silently adjusted his clothing. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Chun promptly stepped in to ease the tension. Brother Bei, Shao Kai is merely concerned for you. Perhaps you could enlighten us on the situation. So we needn't resort to speculation, which may lead to well-intentioned missteps. As they all stared at him with earnest expressions, Mo Bei took a drag from his cigarette before slowly responding. She does not harbor feelings for my brother, nor for me.
Ah?
The others present were taken aback. The Mo brothers were renowned for their striking looks and wealth, and it was astonishing that she held no affection for them. Wasn't that item she asked you to deliver to Nanga a love letter? Mo Bei shook his head. No, it contained a photograph of her sister. But she asked you to send a letter to Brother Nan, which included a photo of her sister. What is she actually up to? Not only Shao Kai, but even Lu Chen and the others were bewildered. Mo Bei speculated, perhaps she simply wishes to introduce her sister to my brother. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Is she a matchmaker? However, upon meeting Mo Bei's sharp gaze, he hastily fell silent. Lu Chen and the others exchanged glances, refraining from provoking Mo Bei further. Although Mo Bei had not explicitly stated that he liked the girl, his actions clearly indicated his support for her. Even if there was nothing between them at present, a relationship might blossom in the future. Thus, Wu Lu wisely shifted the topic. Brother Bei, what was Brother Nan's reaction upon seeing the photograph? Lu Chen added, as the head of the Nan family, he has encountered countless beauties. Surely he wouldn't fall for a woman just because of a photograph. Just as Shao Kai was about to agree, he instinctively glanced at Mo Bei and promptly fell silent. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Perhaps Brother Nan genuinely had an interest in that woman, which would explain Mo Bei's current expression. As anticipated, Mo Bei confirmed, that woman is indeed intriguing, though it was merely a few simple words. They were enough to astound them for a century. The Mo family was a top-tier aristocracy, and countless women sought to capture Nan's attention. Yet he had never been seen with any woman. Previously, they had speculated whether he might prefer men. Little did they know he was merely waiting for the right one. The woman chosen by the eldest Mo brother must be exceptionally beautiful. To reject the advances of one of the Mo family's young masters requires considerable audacity. Their curiosity about the two sisters reached a fever pitch. Even before the gathering concluded, they had thoroughly investigated Lin Qinghuan and Lin Qingyao's backgrounds. Upon reviewing the photographs sent by their subordinates, Lu Lu and the others were astonished. It was no wonder the Mo brothers were interested in her, for she was indeed stunning. However, upon examining the detailed records, they were left dumbfounded. Over 20 jobs in less than 3 months, with the longest tenure being 3 days? This is even worse than us. Is this really the woman Brother Bei has taken a liking to? While Mo Bei was their close friend, one had to admit he was not only handsome, but also exceptionally capable. While they were still dependent on their families, he had already established 2 companies independently, without utilizing any connections from the Mo family, purely a result of his own hard work. Was it truly fair for someone as exceptional as Mo Bei to be paired with someone like Lin Qinghuan? Shao Kai looked at Mo Bei, his thoughts unspoken. Noticing his expression of indecision, Mo Bei playfully kicked him. Speak your mind. Taking a deep breath, Shao Kai picked up his phone to show him something. Mo Bei cast a quick glance. He had already seen the information and knew that Lin Qinghuan was not a foolish person, so there must be something amiss. He raised his gaze to Shao Kai. What are you trying to imply? Seeing his calm demeanor, Shao Kai realized he was unconcerned about her lack of depth. He then cheerfully remarked, I just wanted to say that Miss Lin is quite industrious. Lu Chun and Wu Lu chimed in, when it comes to flattery, no one does it better than Shao Kai. Chapter 13. A cunning smile. Mo Bei returned home, slightly intoxicated. As he entered the living room, the butler approached him. Third young master, the eldest master requests your presence in the study upon your return. Mo Bei responded with a light acknowledgement and ascended the stairs. Brother, what is it that you need? As he observed Mo Bei, reeking of alcohol, Mo Nan frowned slightly. The Lin family is hosting a banquet tomorrow, and you are to accompany me. Mo Bei looked up at him. Is it the Lin family where Lin Qinghuan resides? Without waiting for him to inquire further, Mo Nan slid the invitation across the table. Take a look, don't miss the time. Emobe opened it and nodded slowly. All right, I will attend. He had heard about the dealings between the Lin family and the Ming family. If he was not mistaken, this banquet was organized to support Lin Qinghuan. He had not anticipated that Lin Qinghuan would possess such influence, even able to invite his brother. It seemed his brother intended to repay a debt of gratitude in a rather personal manner. If that were the case, his relationship with Lin Qinghuan would become rather complicated. Brother-in-law's younger brother, sister-in-law's younger sister. What a fated pairing. Noticing that Emobe stood frozen in place, Emonen glanced over and found him wearing a cunning grin. You little rascal, what scheme are you concocting now? Emobe spread his hands innocently. Brother, don't wrongfully accuse me. I am a model youth. I usually let your antics slide, but at this banquet, you better behave. This was Lin Qinghuan's first invitation for him to attend a gathering. If he were to ruin it, he would be in serious trouble.
Sie ein Montag nan es Sternexpression, Montag bei sei deeply.
His brother had not even begun to establish himself. Yet his elbow was already bending outward. Brother, have you ever heard the saying? Emobe deliberately paused to capture Emone's attention, then quickly added. A brother's kindness should not be taken lightly, before hastily making his exit. Watching Emobe flee in a panic, Emonen couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Qinghuan, having stayed up late out of boredom, awoke to find it was already noon. The first floor had been transformed into a banquet hall by her mother, complete with a family portrait of the four of them displayed prominently at the front. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan descend the stairs, her mother immediately beckoned her over for a meal. My precious daughter must be hungry. I've had Aunt Wang prepare some dishes for you.
Go eat.
Lin Qinghuan nodded and turned toward the kitchen. While eating, she noticed a lunchbox on the table and casually inquired, Aunt Wang, who is this for? Aunt Wang replied, This is for the eldest young lady from Madam. Just as Lin Qinghuan was about to ask more, her mother entered. The company recently secured 2 significant projects, and your sister is so busy she can hardly catch her breath. I was worried she might miss her meal and suffer from stomach pain. So, I intended to take her lunch. Deliver lunch? Lin Qinghuan paused, then said, Since I have nothing to do, I'll take it to her. Seeing her daughter willingly take on the task, her mother smiled. Let Uncle Wang accompany you. Be cautious on the way. Lin Qinghuan agreed and happily set out with the lunchbox. On her way, she received a call from Song Jin. Huan, I worked overtime until 2 a.m. last night, but finally completed today's tasks. The supervisor granted me half a day off, and I'll come find you shortly. Lin Qinghuan was surprised that the pampered Song Jin had voluntarily worked overtime for her. She glanced out the window. The sun seemed to have risen from the opposite direction today. Sister, you've worked hard. I'm on my way to deliver lunch to my sister. I'll meet you downstairs at your office afterward. Song Jin happily agreed. Before long, Lin Qinghuan arrived at the Lin Group S building. Just as she was about to get out of the car, she spotted Lin Qinghuan walking out with a handsome man. Several individuals followed behind him, all donning the exclusive emblem of the Mo family on the left side of their attire. Thus, the man's identity was not difficult to deduce. Lin Qinghuan had not anticipated that Emonen would not only be handsome but also exude an air of utmost propriety, a stark contrast to the ruthless persona depicted in the book. Nevertheless, given his position as the head of the Mo family, it was implausible that he lacked depth and cunning. These traits were merely a facade to deceive outsiders, or perhaps a disguise to draw closer to Lin Qinghuan. Regardless, she was resolute in supporting this couple. After bidding farewell to Emonen, Lin Qinghuan turned to see the Lin family's car parked a short distance away and approached it. Upon spotting Lin Qinghuan in the back seat, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Huan, what brings you here? Are you bored and looking to work? In response to her teasing, Lin Qinghuan smiled broadly. Working is nowhere near as entertaining as shipping CPs, especially the one between my sister and her future brother-in-law. As soon as she uttered this, Lin Qinghuan's cheeks flushed involuntarily, even her ears turning crimson. She playfully glared at Lin Qinghuan. Huan, refrain from saying such things next time. They could lead to misunderstandings. Aware of Lin Qinghuan's bashfulness, Lin Qinghuan decided to spare her further teasing. Sister, I understand. This lunch is from our mother. She worried you might miss your lunch hour and end up with a stomach ailment. Gazing at the lovingly prepared lunch before her, Lin Qinghuan felt a warmth in her heart. She reached out to take the lunchbox and smiled, inviting Lin Qinghuan to come inside for a while. However, Lin Qinghuan took 3 steps back and waved her hand. I want to be going into the office. The atmosphere is too oppressive, and it makes me feel faint. Lin Qinghuan's lips twitched slightly. You could have come up with a more convincing excuse. Lin Qinghuan pouted. What I said is true. The shadows of my previous life as an overworked beast of burden still linger. Sister, remember to finish your meal. I'm off to pick up Jin. We'll see each other tonight. Alright, be careful on the way. After watching Lin Qinghuan depart, Lin Qinghuan ascended the stairs with a lunchbox in hand. 10 minutes later, Lin Qinghuan arrived at the foot of Song Jin's company. Jin, I'm downstairs at your office. Hurry down. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Song Jin grabbed her bag and rushed outside, only to be stopped by team leader Wang Qing. Song Jin, why the rush? There's still a pile of documents that need organizing. I expect to see the electronic report on this batch by 9 tonight.
With that,
She tossed a heavy stack of documents onto Song Jin. Song Jin instinctively pushed back, causing the papers to scatter across the floor. Witnessing this scene, the colleagues in the office couldn't help but feel anxious for Song Jin. Wang Qing was notoriously petty and vengeful. Anyone who crossed her would find it difficult to remain under her supervision. Suppressing others and creating obstacles was her modus operandi. Many interns had chosen to resign rather than endure her torment. For Song Jin, being on Wang Qing's bad side spelled disaster. In an instant, the office fell silent. One could hear a pin drop. Chapter 14. Your mouth is like a toilet seat. It opens just as few. Wang Qing had not expected the usually compliant Song Jin to rebel today, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. Song Jin, I'm giving you one last chance. Pick up those documents and return to your seat to continue working. Sorry, but I'm off work, Song Jin replied, her tone firm and unwavering. Wang Qing's face darkened further at her defiance. You're just an intern. Don't overstep your bounds. Even if you took a half day off, you can't leave until your tasks are complete. Hearing this, Song Jin couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. You're clear on your role as team leader. But anyone unaware would think this company belongs to you. If you want to let me leave, then why don't you kneel and beg? Who knows? I might reward you with a bone if I'm in a good mood. This remark drew laughter from the office. And those who had suffered under Wang Qing's tyranny secretly gave Song Jin a thumbs up. Our role model. When Lin Qinghuan noticed that Song Jin had not come down, she grew concerned and decided to head upstairs to find her, coincidentally running into Song Jin's brother, Song Wang, who was returning to the company after a business meeting. Seeing Lin Qinghuan, Song Wang's face lit up with a smile. Huan, what brings you here? Have you agreed to Jin's proposal to join Song Corporation? How about we arrange for you and Jin to work together? What? Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. Why was everyone trying to arrange jobs for her after just one outing? Did the world cease to function without her? Brother Song Wang, I think it's best to leave it be. Apart from eating and sleeping, I possess no other talents. So it's better I don't come to disrupt your work. I'm here to pick up Jin. She has taken too long, and I'm a bit worried. Seeing her genuine disinterest in working, Song Wang refrained from pressing the matter further. Come, I'll take you to find her. Just as they exited the elevator, they heard bursts of laughter and heated arguments from ahead. Lin Qinghuan felt puzzled. When did Song Corporation turn into a marketplace? Glancing at Song Wang, she noticed his expression darkening. She recognized that look well. It was the same one he wore when Song Jin got into trouble and he had to face their parents. It seemed someone was about to face misfortune, and she fervently hoped it wouldn't be her sister. Anxious for Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan quickened her pace. Inside the office, Wang Qing glared at Song Jin with seething fury, practically wishing to swallow her whole. Song Jin, I'm giving you one final chance. Pick up those documents, or pack your things and get out. Song Jin snorted disdainfully, her hands in her pockets, showing no intention of complying. Wang Qing, one must know when to stop. I've endured your antics because of my magnanimity, but that does not mean I am easy to bully. Since the very first day I joined, you've targeted me, merely because you see that I am more beautiful and popular than you. It's not your fault to be unattractive, but having a vile heart is entirely your fault. Furthermore, I neither stole your boyfriend nor dug up your ancestors' graves, so why have you withheld my confirmation for over a month? As Song Jin spoke, the gazes of her colleagues toward Wang Qing turned scrutinizing and disdainful. They knew she was overstepping, but they were astonished that she would even dare to withhold a confirmation notice from the company. Wang Qing hadn't anticipated that Song Jin would be aware of this. Fear flickered in her heart for a brief moment before being quickly overshadowed by anger. Even if you know the truth, so what? As long as I insist it's your fault, black can be made to look white. Song Jin, the reason I've withheld your confirmation notice is that I suspect your path to it is dubious. With your abilities, you could never qualify for confirmation unless you sold your body. In the workplace, the topic of selling one's body is extremely sensitive. Even if she hadn't done anything, there would be suspicion, turning it into a stain on her reputation, much like the victim-blaming mentality. Why do you only target me and not others? Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. Unable to endure Wang Qing's malicious slander any longer, Song Jin raised her hand and slapped her across the face. Is your mouth a toilet seat, just opening to spew? Do you think I, the daughter of the Song family, need to rely on my body to rise in status? Is your brain filled with nothing but intestines? Her colleagues, initially shocked by her boldness, widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing the latter part of her statement. She was the daughter of the Song family, the esteemed heiress of the company, and she was one of their colleagues. Song Jin, you could at least temper your boasting. Don't think just because you bear the surname Song that you are the heiress of the Song family. With your demeanor, you're not even worthy to carry her shoes. Song Jin, disinterested in engaging with such ignorance, turned to leave, but was suddenly grabbed by her hair. You think you can hit me and escape? Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of crossing me. Witnessing this scene, the office staff felt as frantic as ants on a hot stove. They wanted to intervene but feared getting embroiled in the conflict. Yet, they were also worried about Song Jin's well-being. Just as they were caught in their dilemma, Lin Qinghuan appeared like a gust of wind at Song Jin's side. She grasped Wang Qing's arm with one hand and yanked her hair with the other, executing a swift shoulder throw. Those who dare to bully her sister shall face dire consequences. As she gazed down at the person under Lin Qinghuan's foot, Song Wang silently retracted his outstretched hand. Song Jin, rubbing her sore scalp, cast a disdainful glance at Song Wang. If your long limbs are of no use, you might as well donate them. At critical moments, it is still my sisters who are reliable. Song Wang tenderly ruffled her hair, assuring her, rest assured, I will take charge of this matter today. Brother? In an instant, everyone in the office was rendered speechless. Wang Qing, who had intended to seek Song Wang's help, was completely taken aback upon hearing his words. Song Jin was indeed the eldest daughter of the Song family. She had just yanked the hair of the eldest daughter of the Song family and even spread slander about her. She had suppressed her promotion notice for over a month and had caused her numerous troubles under the guise of work. This was a disaster. Observing the terrified Wang Qing, Song Jin let out a cold laugh and approached her, gripping her hair to force her to meet her gaze. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Accusing me of selling my body and telling me to get out of the company? Do you now realize who should be the one to leave? Miss Song. I was wrong. I didn't know your identity. I won't dare to do it again. Wang Qing genuinely wished to kneel before Song Jin and beg for mercy, but alas, a foot on her back rendered her immobile. Song Jin scoffed at her explanation. I clearly stated that I am the eldest daughter of the Song family. It was you who refused to believe it. Since that's the case, I'll ensure you remember this lesson well. With that, she raised her hand and slapped her twice. The onlookers held their breath, not daring to utter a word. Only Lin Qinghuan wore a satisfied smile. Dealing with such a wretched person was far more gratifying through action than words. Chapter 15. You truly are my lucky star. Song Jin stood up and patted Song Wang's shoulder. Brother, I leave this to you. As she spoke, her hand lingered on his shoulder as if she had touched something filthy. Song Wang's assistant, witnessing the scene, immediately lowered his head. Everyone knew that President Song had a cleanliness obsession, and the eldest daughter certainly displayed remarkable courage. With a deep sigh, Song Wang pinched the bridge of his nose and then retrieved a card from his jacket pocket, handing it to her. You suffered today. This card has 10 million. I'll cover your expenses with Huan today. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile spread across Song Jin's youthful face, creating delightful creases. Brother, this is so embarrassing. Although she said this, her actions spoke louder than words. To prevent Song Wang from changing his mind, Song Jin tucked the card away and hurriedly pulled Lin Qinghuan along. As she dashed off, her brother's face was filled with indulgence, but when his gaze shifted to Wang Qing, it turned cold. He tossed his suit jacket to his assistant and began a thorough interrogation. Meanwhile, Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan had already entered the car. Sister? Who would have thought that today would turn misfortune into fortune? This is 10 million. With my meager salary, it would take years to save that much. Seeing Song Jin's ecstatic demeanor, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. Did this fool forget she was the daughter of the Song family? While her salary may be low, her allowance was certainly not insignificant. She reached out to tidy Song Jin's disheveled hair and asked with concern, Does your head still hurt? Song Jin waved her hand dismissively. Not anymore. Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Lin Qinghuan smiled gently. Even without me, Brother Song wouldn't let you be wronged. Song Jin rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the money he gave, I would definitely have reported him to our parents. At this, Song Jin embraced Lin Qinghuan. Huan, you truly are my lucky star. The moment you arrived, I received such a substantial amount of money and had the chance to deal with that old witch. You have no idea how long I have endured her. Seeing her underfoot was more satisfying than a massage. Lin Qinghuan gently patted her head, advising, Jean. No matter the reason, your safety should always come first. Everything else is secondary. Lin Qinghuan understood that Song Jin could easily settle scores with that person, but she preferred not to trouble her brother. Had they not arrived in time, Song Jin might have faced significant loss. Feeling touched by Lin Qinghuan's concern, Song Jin said, Huan, you are the best to me. Tonight's banquet, I want you to be the most beautiful princess. Let's go choose a dress now, and I'll cover all expenses. Seeing her so extravagant, Lin Qinghuan did not refuse. After all, reciprocity among friends strengthens their bond. As the car passed through an intersection, the red light illuminated. While waiting, Lin Qinghuan inadvertently glanced at a large screen nearby displaying, commercial properties in West City will be sold on November 8th at 8:08 a.m. West City Commercial Street? Lin Qinghuan recalled that it had been mentioned in the book. Initially, the newly developed commercial street was not bustling, but after the municipal government relocated to West City, the property prices and land values skyrocketed. The unsold shops had quadrupled in price since then, yet even that was not enough to meet demand. With only 2 days left until the sale, Lin Qinghuan planned to take a look. After all, one can afford to be lazy, but money in the pocket should never be idle. With such a lucrative opportunity, one must seize it. Jean, do you have time in a couple of days? Without a moment's hesitation, Song Jin replied, Yes. After today's incident, if I don't take a paid leave, I would be letting my meager salary down. Lin Qinghuan stifled a chuckle. In this day and age, it was impressive enough for a young person to return home for the new year without debt after a year of work. Saving 30 or 50,000 was already commendable, while those who managed to save hundreds of thousands through work were truly rare gems. Compared to ordinary workers, Song Jin, being the daughter of the Song family, accumulated experience through practice, making her salary the least noteworthy of her income. Jean, since you have time, let's agree on this. I'll pick you up at 7:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow. So early? Song Jin looked bewildered. I don't even start work this early. And, besides, can you get up? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. You underestimate me, don't you? It's just waking up early. What's the big deal? Just waking up early? Is that something you can say? Song Jin stared at her skeptically. Huan, tell me honestly, do you have some secret you're hiding from me? Lin Qinghuan shot her a glance. Stop guessing. With that, she reminded Song Jin, if you have any spare money, bring it that day. There might be a surprise. Spare money? A surprise? Song Jin stared at her in disbelief, her eyes wide. Sister, others book male models in the evening. You're not planning to have them perform in the morning, are you? I know you're concerned about me being wronged at work and want to use male models to cheer me up, but can we go in the evening instead? Huh? Lin Qinghuan's mind was filled with question marks. Meeting Song Jin's overly excited eyes and seeing the grin she couldn't suppress, Lin Qinghuan felt an urge to throw a grenade in the car and go down together with her. She truly admired Song Jin's way of thinking. How did money and surprise equate to male models? Even a game of Candy Crush wouldn't be that absurd. Song Jin, shut your mouth. I'm here for serious business, not for some ridiculous male model nonsense. Seeing her fantasies dashed, Song Jin deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all enthusiasm. What could be more important than male models? At this point, Song Jin recalled something and leaned closer to Lin Qinghuan, conspiratorially asking, Sister, I have a question for you. Seeing her expression, Lin Qinghuan knew her mischievous mind was at work again. She never rested for even a moment. Go ahead. What is your question? Song Jin, with a playful smile, inquired. Do you still keep in touch with that handsome guy who delivered the letter for you last time? What's the matter? Are you interested in him? Song Jin waved her hand dismissively. No, it's not that. He's the one you've taken a liking to. Why would I steal my sister's man? I'm actually interested in the one in the yellow outfit beside him. The one in yellow? Lin Qinghuan momentarily struggled to recall. Primarily because her attention had been fixated on Mo Bei at the time. Upon later discovering he was the third young master of the Mo family, she quickly abandoned her thoughts. It was indeed a peculiar twist of fate that Song Jin had set her sights on his brother. Noticing Lin Qinghuan's silence, Song Jin tugged at her sleeve, adopting a playful demeanor. Sister, if you're still in contact with him, could you ask him to share that guy's WeChat with me? If that's not possible, a phone number or home address would suffice. I'm not picky. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan felt a throbbing headache. Chapter 16. There as always a vexatious person looking for trouble. Lin Qinghuan truly didn't know what to say about her. After just a few days of work, her career-focused mindset seemed to have vanished, while a romantic inclination had unexpectedly taken root, albeit in a rather backward manner. Sister, when it comes to men, one must not merely judge by appearances. The inner qualities are of paramount importance. Song Jin curled her lip. If one can't even appreciate the exterior, who would bother with the inner qualities? Lin Qinghuan found herself momentarily speechless, as she felt Song Jin's assertion was valid. After all, she too belonged to the aesthetic appreciation society. Moreover, inner qualities cannot be discerned merely by outward appearances. If one cannot tell, why not choose the handsome option? However, the individual Song Jin desired was a friend of Mo Bei, who harbored affections for someone else while still flirting with her, a rather questionable character. Lin Qinghuan suspected that his friends might be of similar ilk and immediately advised Song Jin to reconsider her path. Sister, if you wish to date, let your brother introduce someone. He has broader horizons, and the individuals he associates with are all capable and reputable young heirs. Not to mention, he certainly wouldn't lead you astray.
Huh.
Song Jin rolled her eyes dramatically. If he were to introduce anyone, they would likely be just as dull and mechanical as he is. I want someone who appears genteel, yet is actually wild and unruly. Lin Qinghuan felt a sense of familiarity with this statement. Upon reflection, it seemed she had uttered similar words in her past life when she was not yet 20. Eventually, as she ventured into university and embarked on her career, she never experienced a passionate romance, not even a fleeting one. Having finally traversed into a narrative, Lin Qinghuan pondered that perhaps she could give it a try. As their conversation unfolded, they arrived at a mall, where Song Jin pulled Lin Qinghuan into her favorite dress shop. The gowns here ranged from several $100,000 to millions, with bespoke options costing even more. After browsing with her card in hand, Song Jin concluded that only the signature dress would do justice to Lin Qinghuan. Huan, you must try this on. With your figure, you will undoubtedly astonish everyone in this gown. Lin Qinghuan glanced at the price tag, $3 million. She couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly the wealthy seemed to acquire their fortunes. Yet, the moment she donned the gown and gazed into the mirror, she realized that perhaps $3 million wasn't so hard to accept after all. After all, beauty is priceless. Huan, how can you be so stunning? You look like a celestial being descended to earth, beautiful, graceful, and noble. I can hardly contain my drool, Song Jin exclaimed as she adjusted the hem of the dress. The store attendants chimed in, agreeing that while the gown was beautiful on its own, it paled in comparison to Lin Qinghuan's radiance, which breathed life into it. Only someone as exquisite as Miss Lin could be worthy of the store's prized possession. Lin Qinghuan smiled, and in that instant, the dazzling lights of the shop seemed to dim beside her brilliance. With a flourish, Song Jin swiped her card. As the evening approached, the Lin family villa buzzed with excitement. Those who were on friendly terms with the Lin family, or hoping to curry favor, had arrived. Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin stood on the second-floor corridor, observing the ebb and flow of guests below while indulging in delicate pastries. At that moment, a stout, middle-aged woman with a pronounced figure approached them, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan, don't think you can act as you please just because you share the Lin surname. You must understand, you are not of the Lin bloodline. You've offended the Ming family and caused such a huge scandal. Do you have any idea how much the company has lost? Upon hearing this, Song Jin furrowed her brow. Excuse me, who are you? Since when did animals acquire such audacity post-establishment? How dare you come here to reprimand Uncle Lin's daughter? Li Jing, taken aback by the rebuke, immediately turned sour. And who do you think you are, little brat? I'm speaking with her. What gives you the right to interrupt? However, before Song Jin could finish a retort, Lin Qinghuan grasped her arm, shaking her head, then fixed a cold gaze on Li Jing. Auntie, if memory serves me right, your entire family relies on my parents for support. What is this? Have you developed a sense of superiority from your parasitic lifestyle? With a grandmother's emerald ring adorning her finger and excess flesh spilling over her waist, it seemed her uncle had been quite greedy in his dealings at the company. You're talking nonsense. Li Jing quickly concealed her hands behind her back, her tone aggressive. I bought this myself. Don't you dare tarnish my husband's reputation. Lin Qinghuan let out a cold laugh. You, who are lazy and gluttonous, can afford this? It seems you can manage just fine without our family's assistance. Since that is the case, I'll inform my father to retire your husband early. At that remark, Li Jing panicked. If he were to retire, how would she continue to reap benefits and kickbacks? No, absolutely not. This was a gift from my daughter, Li Jing stammered.
Her excuse flimsy at best.
Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by her pathetic reasoning. Claiming it was from Lin Yaoyao was hardly more credible than saying she found it on the street. The Lin family knew all too well Lin Yaoyao's true nature. She was vain, selfish, and shallow, making it nearly impossible for her to part with her money. As if summoned by fate, Lin Yaoyao arrived just then. Without waiting for Lin Qinghuan to inquire about the ring, she strode up to her. This the store's signature piece from SH? Why is it on you? Lin Qinghuan, you need to know your place. You are merely an adopted daughter of the Lin family. What right do you have to wear such an expensive gown? Take it off immediately. Truly, like mother, like daughter, both demanded her to recognize her identity. Yet her status was already quite clear, even if she wasn't the biological daughter of Lin father and mother. She was still the cherished second young lady of the Lin family. Only they were fooling themselves. Song Jin was astounded by the shamelessness of Lin family relatives. Her eyes widening in disbelief. Unable to endure it any longer, she pointed a finger at Lin Yaoyao and began to berate her. Which toilet did you crawl out of? Seeing something pretty and trying to snatch it without considering your own worth? A low-tier version of a hound. Do you think you can act up in front of Huan? Did Erling Shen give you the courage? If you're ugly, go get surgery. If you're brainless, go get treatment. Stop trying to draw attention in front of us. It disgusts me. Lin Yaoyao, humiliated by Song Jin's tirade, twisted her face in rage and raised her hand to strike her, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Lin Qinghuan. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Mo Bei. Chapter 17. One with a thick skin. One without shame. Mo Bei found Lin Qinghuan's demeanor while striking someone particularly captivating, exuding an air of unattainable coolness. The moment their eyes met, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his lips. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, wondering why he was here. Huan, is that him? He's attending the banquet. Song Jin exclaimed with delight as she gazed at Mo Bei. Noticing Mo Bei's unwavering gaze fixed on Lin Qinghuan, Song Jin couldn't resist teasing. You previously said you had no contact with him. Are you perhaps planning to hide him away? Lin Qinghuan shot her a sidelong glance, pondering the peculiar thought process of this individual. I mentioned my uncertainty about his arrival. Do you truly believe me? Song Jin shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattledrum. Lin Qinghuan let out a heavy sigh and turned her gaze towards the floor below. Spotting Lin Qingya and Mo Nan standing together, the situation became abundantly clear. This individual was brought by Mo Nan, who had been invited by Lin Qingya. Was this a case of a 2-for-1 deal? To avoid entanglements with Mo Bei and to steer clear of the troublesome duo, Lin Yaoyao and her mother, Lin Qinghuan resolved to depart from this tumultuous place. Jin, let us go. After taking just a couple of steps with Song Jin, she felt a sudden gust of wind surge from behind. Be careful. At Mo Bei's warning, Lin Qinghuan turned around and instinctively pushed Song Jin aside. In the next instant, a vase flew past them, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. Song Jin clutched her chest, shaken by the near miss. Had Lin Qinghuan not pushed her, that vase could have struck someone with potentially dire consequences. Seeing Lin Qinghuan unharmed, Mo Bei finally exhaled in relief. Had they not been at a distance, he would have rushed to shield her. Thankfully, her quick reflexes had averted disaster. Lin Qinghuan glanced at the fragments strewn across the floor, ultimately fixing her gaze on the instigator, Lin Yaoyao. Observing her triumphant demeanor, Lin Qinghuan's eyes darkened. She had not anticipated that Lin Yaoyao was not only foolish and selfish, but also malicious. Since Li Jing, her mother, had failed to discipline her, Lin Qinghuan was more than willing to take on that role. With a flick of her wrist, she adjusted her skirt and began to stride purposefully toward Lin Yaoyao. Her dignified and graceful movements exuded an unmistakable aura of authority. Lin Yaoyao's eyes fell upon her, and an inexplicable sense of dread washed over her. Her legs trembled uncontrollably. Lin Qinghuan, this is all you're doing. Why didn't that vase just crush you earlier? The fact that Lin Qinghuan refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing and instead continued to stoke the flames filled Lin Qinghuan with a predatory smile. Cousin, I am not one to repay kindness with kindness, but I assure you, I shall repay enmity tenfold, and in the moment it is warranted. Do you have any last words? Speak now. Lin Yaoyao scoffed at her declaration. Lin Qinghuan, do you think I fear you? I may have inadvertently let you have the upper hand before, but if you dare to lay a finger on me now, I will not let you off lightly. Oh. Is that so? Lin Qinghuan's lips curled into a light laugh, yet her eyes were as frigid as ice. The moment their gazes locked, Li Jing felt a chill run down her spine. The sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast, with no means of escape, sent a shiver through her heart. How could this unrefined girl exude such a terrifying presence? As Lin Qinghuan drew closer, an ominous premonition surged within Li Jing. To break the eerie atmosphere, she feigned calmness and cleared her throat, attempting to assume the role of an elder. Huan, while your cousin may have acted inappropriately, you have come to no harm.
Have you?
I will take charge of this matter. Let it go. Besides, this situation is fundamentally your fault. It's merely a gown. What does it matter if you give it to your cousin? We are all family. Let us not be so petty. Although what you wore does not suit Yao Yao. She is kind-hearted and does not disdain you. So, don't be so demanding and calculative. Such words left Song Jin in awe. One does not utter such phrases without decades of practice. The daughter's audacity was matched by her mother's shamelessness, truly embodying the old adage that not all families belong under one roof. Mobe cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yao Yao. The gown looked far more exquisite on Lin Qinghuan than it ever could on Lin Yao Yao, who resembled a tyrannical dinosaur in it. What a waste of such a fine garment! Lin Qinghuan recognized that Li Jing was incapable of offering anything of substance, yet she was taken aback by her audacity. Fixing a cold stare on Li Jing, she remarked, "Annie, did you forget to install a water pipe when you grew your head? It seems the water in your brain cannot flow out. If you had ever completed 9 years of compulsory education, you would understand that her actions earlier constitute attempted murder, which carries legal repercussions. If you think this matter can simply be dismissed, I have not consented to that. I am not one to let myself be wronged. If your daughter wishes for my demise, she should not expect to escape unscathed. Take your grievances to the police." Li Jing trembled at her words. This Lin Qinghuan was unpredictable, even threatening to involve the authorities over such a trivial incident. She discreetly inquired of Lin Yao Yao, "Yao Yao, you've attended university. Tell me, is this truly so serious?" Lin Yao Yao shook her head in a panic. "I don't know," though she had been to university. She had merely drifted through her studies and was utterly ignorant of such matters. Moreover, Lin Qinghuan's composed demeanor only heightened her uncertainty. As Li Jing observed her daughter's disoriented state, her anxiety escalated, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow.
Montag by.
Witnessing the two women reduced to a state of terror by a single remark from Lin Qinghuan could not help but shake his head. The mind is a valuable asset, yet it appeared they lacked it. Song Jin discreetly gave Lin Qinghuan a thumbs up. When it came to ensnaring others, she was unmatched. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Annie, I presume you wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall your cousin. I have 3 solutions. It's up to you whether you accept them." Li Jing felt that her smile harbored ill intentions, yet she found herself with no other options. "Speak. What are your propositions?" "The first is for me to retaliate by smashing a vase back at her. You know how I tend to be rather heavy-handed, should I miscalculate." Without her needing to elaborate, Li Jing could already envision Lin Yao Yao's grim fate, and promptly rejected the idea. "No, absolutely not. Let us move on to the next. The second is for your cousin to take a megaphone and shout downstairs, 'I am the scheming villain who covets what belongs to others. Lin Qinghuan, you are the real shameless one. Do you believe I want to dismantle you?'" Lin Yao Yao, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, lunged at Lin Qinghuan. However, as she charged forward, Lin Qinghuan deftly slapped her back. "My sister is a bit fierce," Song Jin remarked. "Her display is indeed impressive. Perhaps my earlier concerns were unfounded," Mo Bei mused. Chapter 18. The trap is too deep. Li Jing steadied the swaying Lin Yao Yao, her heart racing with dread. What if this escalated to a concussion? "Auntie, what do you think of the second suggestion?" "No, absolutely not. If that were to be uttered, her daughter's reputation would be tarnished. And how could she attract wealthy suitors thereafter?" "Auntie, you have already rejected 2 proposals," Lin Qinghuan kindly reminded her. Li Jing gazed at her daughter, who was still dazed and struggling to stand, and with a resigned sigh, she said, "Let us hear the 3rd proposal." "The third is for you to compensate me 3 million as damages for emotional distress, and then we can consider this matter resolved." 3 million? Where would we acquire such funds? Li Jing immediately declined without a second thought. Lin Qinghuan smiled. "Annie, did you not just claim I was petty? You're unwilling to part with a gown, yet that very gown is worth 3 million. Demanding 3 million from you is akin to taking your life. Why do you presume others would willingly part with items of equivalent value? How shameless. Your daughter attempted murder. Being able to settle this with money is already a favor granted due to our familial ties. If you refuse, we shall involve the authorities." As she prepared to dial her phone, Li Jing exclaimed, Don't call. Her shout failed to deter Lin Qinghuan but instead jolted Lin Yaoyao back to consciousness. Steadying herself with Li Jing's support, Lin Yaoyao glared at Lin Qinghuan with fury. Mom, if you let her call the police, there are no cameras here. If we deny everything, she can't do anything to us. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan burst into laughter. Cousin, it has been a while since you visited my home. Hasn't it? Look to your right and rear. What do you see? Both Lin Yaoyao and Li Jing turned in unison to discover a 360-degree rotating camera discreetly installed. In other words, everything that transpired just now had been recorded. Should Lin Qinghuan choose, she could send them both to jail at any moment. The realization sent Lin Yaoyao's face blanching to a ghostly white. Li Jing was on the verge of a breakdown. She withdrew her gaze and turned to face Lin Qinghuan, who appeared devilish. What exactly do you want? Lin Qinghuan shrugged. I have already provided you with an opportunity to choose. It is you who chose not to. And rest assured, as long as my cousin behaves, she will be out soon. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't contend with Lin Qinghuan, Lin Yaoyao would have relished the opportunity to give her a good thrashing. Was what she said even humanly possible? Li Jing yearned for revenge. But with Lin Qinghuan holding her leverage, she dared not act recklessly. As the sound of the phone keys echoed, Lin Yaoyao could no longer contain herself. She grasped Li Jing's hand anxiously. Mom, just give her the money. I certainly don't want to go to prison. Li Jing didn't want her daughter to suffer that fate either, but 3 million was no trifling sum. The profits and kickbacks earned from the Lin family only amounted to a few million a year. Giving 3 million to Lin Qinghuan would render a year's worth of work futile. Faced with Lin Yaoyao's urging and Lin Qinghuan's pressure, Li Jing steeled herself and slapped Lin Yaoyao across the face. It's all your fault. If you hadn't stirred up trouble, we wouldn't have to spend so much. The slap left Lin Yaoyao stunned, tears streaming down her face. Mom, you actually hit me. Dad has never hit me. What gives you the right? I hate you. Watching Lin Yaoyao run away in tears, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Li Jing was playing a clever game. Surely, she would go after her daughter now. As expected, the moment Lin Yaoyao dashed off, Li Jing prepared to pursue her. Aunt, do you believe that if you leave now, the police will be at your doorstep within half an hour? Don't say I lack integrity. After all, you are not exactly saints yourselves. Choose, money or your daughter in prison. With those words, Li Jing found her feet rooted to the ground. She thought Lin Qinghuan had gone mad, capable of anything. Though extremely reluctant, she ultimately handed over 3 million to Lin Qinghuan, allowing her to escape. Lin Qinghuan waved the card in front of Song Jin. Sister, tomorrow all expenses are on me. Song Jin wrapped her arm around her, grinning. Thank you, generous benefactor. Miss Lin, is there a share for everyone present? Upon hearing Mo Bei's voice, Lin Qinghuan turned to him. Thank you for your earlier reminder. Mo Bei shook his head. Even without me, you would have evaded it. He vividly recalled that their movements had synchronized, which meant she had sensed the danger before hearing his warning. Lin Qinghuan noted his humility and felt a slight shift in her opinion of him, though her words remained sharp. You speak the truth. I would have dodged it without your reminder. Since that's the case, you won't get a share of the money. After all, you didn't really assist much.
Montag by? Oh.
So her earlier intent was not one of gratitude, but to ensnare him? Was her strategy this intricate? Previously, he had thought that mother and daughter were simple-minded, but now it appeared that some people were indeed hard to guard against. At that moment, the spotlight suddenly illuminated the downstairs area. Thank you, dear friends, for taking the time to attend this banquet. Given the recent rumors circulating in our circle, I wish to clarify our stance tonight. Qingya is my biological daughter, while Huan is the daughter I raised. They are both daughters of the Lin family, and I will forever be their father. The Lin family does not distinguish between biological and adopted daughters, only between the eldest and the second. Should I hear any more malicious gossip or see my daughters bullied, I will ensure that those responsible pay dearly. As tears of gratitude welled in Lin Qinghuan's eyes, Lin Qingya approached her. Huan, fear not. You will always be the little princess of the Lin family. Lin Qinghuan hugged her tightly. Sister, thank you. My future laid-back life depends on you. Our parents are aging. I cannot rush them. You are still in your 20s, the prime of your efforts. You must work hard to ensure the company thrives. I do not wish to reach the age of a wealthy woman without the means to match it. That would be so disheartening. Lin Qingya paused, turning to Song Jin. Is it too late to abandon this, sister? Song Jin stifled a laugh. Clearly it was too late. As they prepared to descend, Song Jin quietly slipped away to prepare a surprise for them. Now please welcome the two little princesses of the Lin family. As Lin's father concluded his announcement, thunderous applause erupted below. The spotlight converged on the staircase. As the music began, Lin Qinghuan extended her hand to Lin Qinghuan. "Little princess, shall we go down?" Lin Qinghuan took Lin Qinghua's hand, and together they descended. In an instant, a cascade of rose petals fell from above, making them appear as ethereal beings who had opened the hearts of everyone present. Mo Nan and Mo Bei, one standing below, and the other above. Both fixed their gazes upon the beauties, one admiring the elder sister, the other captivated by the younger. Chapter 19. Who Dares to Speak of Love? After making their grand entrance before the crowd, Lin's parents led them on a tour among the guests, allowing them to familiarize themselves. Subsequently, Lin Qinghuan sought an excuse to slip away. Noticing her idle state, Song Jin immediately approached her. "Huan, so he is the third young master of the Mo family. Your keen eye has certainly picked the best." Lin Qinghuan shot her a glance. "I have nothing to do with him. Don't spread rumors." Song Jin pouted. "Just because you have no thoughts on him doesn't mean he feels the same way. I saw him several times wanting to take action when Lin Yaoyao and Li Jing were bullying you. When you came down, his eyes were practically glued to you. Wherever you went, his gaze followed. If he had no interest in you, I would drink all this wine and even swallow the bottle." Lin Qinghuan's eyes fell on the nearby bottle of wine. "If you swallow the bottle, I will go to great lengths to get that guy in the yellow shirts we chat." Song Jin was momentarily taken aback. Was that what she had meant? Just as Song Jin pondered their relationship, Mo Bei approached with a glass of wine. "Miss Lin. Miss Song, it is a pleasure to see you again." Lin Qinghuan was thoroughly exasperated. It seemed he was everywhere. "Third young master. Have you not heard the saying that fewer meetings lead to less trouble? It would be best for us to cross paths less frequently." Mo Bei swirled the wine in his glass and smiled lightly. Who can truly define the nature of fate? Upon hearing them mention the guy in the yellow shirt, he inquired, could that be someone Miss Song has an interest in? Song Jin had not anticipated the sudden shift of focus onto herself. Though she was curious about the identity of that guy, it seemed her sister did not hold the third young master in high regard. Faced with love and friendship, she decisively chose the latter and aligned herself with Lin Qinghuan. "Third young master, you may have misheard. We said nothing. Is that so?"
Montag by turn to Lin Qinghuan.
Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Is the third young master interested in the secrets shared among girls?" Mo Bei shook his head. "I have no interest in anything else. I merely wish to understand why Miss Lin harbors such animosity towards me without cause." While Song Jin relished gossip, she also recognized that some matters should not be pried into. She promptly took her wine glass and moved to another area, leaving the space for them. Lin Qinghuan looked up at Mo Bei. His appearance was indeed striking. In both her past and present life, she had not encountered anyone more captivating. If it weren't for the plot of the book, she would not have minded embarking on a romance with him. However, upon learning that he had someone in his heart, she was disinclined to pursue it. She disliked competitive love and sharing affection, especially if he harbored feelings for another while attempting to flirt with her, which made her feel physically uncomfortable. Meeting his dark, sincere gaze, Lin Qinghuan felt a momentary daze. Is a person with such pure eyes truly the kind of scoundrel who toys with others' emotions? "Miss Lin, are you gazing at me in such a manner because you have taken a liking to me?" Lin Qinghuan slightly parted her lips. "Third young master. Is it not rather contemptible for someone to have feelings for another while simultaneously flirting with others?" Mo Bei's gaze darkened. "Miss Lin, why do you speak thus?" Lin Qinghuan lifted her wine glass, swirling it lightly in her hand. "Third young master, let us speak plainly. I have no fondness for fickle men, those who are duplicitous. I would appreciate it if you kept your distance." With that, she slammed the glass onto the table and turned to leave.
Montag by watched her stunning silhouette,
a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Was she implying something? Yet, aside from her, who else could possibly occupy my thoughts? It seems I have been unjustly branded a scoundrel, akin to unearthing the dead to accuse the innocent. Since she refuses to speak, I must seek another avenue. Mo Bei glanced at Song Jin, who was engrossed in her phone in the corner, and a plan began to form in his mind. "Miss Song." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Song Jin looked up, surprised to see Mo Bei seated across from her. "Third young master, what brings you here? Where is Huan?" "Miss Song, as Lin Qinghuan's closest companion, do you know who has been spreading rumors about me in her presence?"
Montag by's voice was soft,
yet it sent shivers down Song Jin's spine. Could it be that he thinks Huan dislikes him because of something she whispered? Until today, she hadn't even known who he was. She certainly wouldn't take the blame for this. Third young master, I haven't said anything at all. If you wish to know the truth, you should ask Qinghuan. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. A man as handsome and charming as you shouldn't resort to coercion. Song Jin's words made Mo Bei regard her with newfound respect. Though her face was drenched in sweat and her hands trembled, she still defended Lin Qinghuan fiercely. Truly, she is a loyal friend. Song Jin had expected that her words would provoke a scowl from Mo Bei, yet to her surprise, he smiled. Miss Song, the reason I sought you out is to ask if you would speak favorably of me to Miss Lin.
Montag by, am not a capricious man.
Nor is my affection for her a mere whim. I know not where she heard those rumors, but I swear, before I met her, my heart harbored no other woman.
What?
Song Jin was utterly stunned.
Dude.
If you want to confess, just go to Huan. Why declare your loyalty to me? Is it because you've been running a business for too long and feel the need for a middleman? With that, Song Jin raised her phone and said, Huan, are you listening? Lin Qinghuan softly responded and asked her to hand the phone to Mo Bei. 2 minutes later, Mo Bei returned the phone to Song Jin, along with a WeChat contact for Xiao Kai. This is the boy in the yellow shirt you've been thinking about. Although he can be a bit silly at times, he has a kind heart. Please do not toy with his feelings. Upon hearing this, Song Jin's mouth fell open in shock. She hadn't even done anything yet felt as though she was being accused of being a heartbreaker. Third young master. My middle school classmates are already on their second marriages, and I've never even dated. If you're truly concerned, perhaps I shouldn't add him after all. Song Jin was genuinely flustered. Although she had no intention of being a heartbreaker, his words made her start to reflect. Life is long. And who knows what the future holds. If that day were to come, Mo Bei would undoubtedly make her pay. This was not a romance, but rather a dance upon a grave. Forget it. This handsome guy was clearly beyond her reach. Just as Song Jin was about to give up, the sound of footsteps approached, followed by Lin Qinghuan's melodious voice. Third young master. Love is inherently a matter of mutual consent. Your friend is not a child and is already an adult. Moreover, love is cultivated by two, not a solitary performance. So, on what grounds do you threaten my friend? If you doubt her reliability, I find you equally untrustworthy. If circumstances allowed, Song Jin would have applauded. Lin Qinghuan spoke splendidly. Truly, she is a force to be reckoned with. Meeting Song Jin's admiring gaze, Lin Qinghuan smiled. Jin, add him. If your personalities align, then explore a relationship. If not, simply remain friends. There are countless men in the world, but finding someone you connect with is rare. Since there's a spark, why not see where it leads? Song Jin wished to, but then she glanced at Mo Bei and noticed how quickly his demeanor shifted. Upon Lin Qinghuan's arrival, he transformed from a winter's chill to the warmth of spring. Miss Song, I apologize for my previous words. Song Jin stared at Mo Bei in disbelief. Moments ago, he had seemed so concerned for his brother's well-being, yet now he not only apologized but also sold his brother out for Huan. Truly, one capable of great ambition can also bend when necessary. Chapter 20. His emotions are like a lost navigator on the way back. Mo Nan inquired about Mo Bei's relationship with the second Miss Lin. Mo Bei smiled. Whatever feelings you harbor for the eldest Miss Lin, I share for her as well. Mo Nan adjusted his cuffs and in a low voice remarked, it seems she is rather indifferent to you. Perhaps it is your unrequited affection. Had anyone else spoken thus, Mo Bei would have retaliated, but this was his most respected elder brother, and he dared not. Then let's engage in a passionate rivalry. Brother, you are 5 years older than the eldest Miss Lin. Do you truly believe she would be interested in a dull and uninteresting older man like you? Mo Nan, seasoned in the business world, felt no tremors from such words. You and the second Miss Lin are of similar age. Has she shown you any interest? Though I am slightly older than the eldest Miss Lin, my extensive experience and exceptional abilities have earned her admiration. Do you know? Often, affection begins with admiration. Mo Bei shook his head. Brother, I believe you are mistaken. Many times, attraction begins with appearance. The vast majority of love at first sight is merely lust. Had the eldest Miss Lin been unattractive, you would likely have simply repaid her kindness with money and resources. Yet, because of her beauty, you intend to pledge your heart. You have monopolized all the good fortune, and you still dare to speak of gratitude. How shameless. Mo Nan smiled. Little Bei, if you had any sense of shame, you wouldn't be chasing after the second Miss Lin with such fervor. Those in the know are aware of your pursuit, while those unaware might think the second Miss Lin owes you money. Mo Bei inhaled deeply and silently closed his mouth. The driver. who had been a silent witness to this verbal battle, did not dare to utter a word, even holding his breath for fear of drawing their attention. However, he noticed that since associating with the Lin family, the personalities of the two young masters had undergone a significant transformation. The eldest master now smiled much more frequently, while the usually sunny and handsome third master appeared perpetually gloomy. The driver concluded, "Some are suffering from the pangs of love, while others are reaping its rewards." As for who suffers and who enjoys, it was evident. Just when it seemed the matter would conclude, a phone call from Xiao Kai heralded the onset of a new conflict. "Hello? Beiga. A beautiful girl just added me, claiming she wants to date." Without needing to guess, Mo Bei knew it was Song Jin, but he hadn't anticipated her eagerness. He and Lin Qinghuan had yet to progress. And now they were laying their cards on the table? No, absolutely not. Xiao Kai, you didn't agree to her, did you? That was so sudden it startled me, and I instantly agreed. Mo Bei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his emotions in a tumultuous state. Why is it that some people glide effortlessly through romantic entanglements, while he, even with a navigational aid, finds himself lost? Is this fair? Xiao Kai, as a brother, I must caution you. Love requires careful consideration. You have yet to meet in person, and after only a few exchanges, you have entered into a relationship. Is this truly appropriate? Brother Bei, we have met before. Don't you remember? I'm a friend of Miss Lin. You saw me during the last race. Xiao Kai had a vivid impression of Song Jin, particularly because she had sported a headband that danced in the air as she ran, making her exceptionally captivating. He had initially thought that their paths would not cross again, but to his surprise, she had taken the initiative to add him. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had accepted her advances. Mo Bei was unaware of this backstory and continued to offer his earnest advice. Brother, do not let love cloud your judgment. Perhaps she is merely drawn to your appearance? Xiao Kai retorted. Amidst all the participants in that race, she chose me at first glance, which speaks volumes about her discernment. Mo Bei felt as though his intellect was inadequate to comprehend the situation. Was he praising Song Jin or lauding Xiao Kai? Previously, he had regarded Xiao Kai as somewhat foolish, but now he realized he was, in fact, a quintessential romantic. What vexed Mo Bei the most was that he had expended considerable effort and still had not managed to connect with Lin Qinghuan. Meanwhile, Xiao Kai had done nothing and yet found himself with a girlfriend. This was an affront to him. Hearing Xiao Kai babble on the phone about his budding relationship with Song Jin only fueled Mo Bei's frustration and jealousy. Xiao Kai, remember, the connection between you two is orchestrated by me and Miss Lin. Next time you meet, don't forget to bring a red envelope. With that, Mo Bei abruptly ended the call. Jin, are you two actually together? Lin Qinghuan found it hard to believe. She had merely stepped away for a shower. And this guy had already started dating Xiao Kai, moving at a pace rivaling that of a rocket. Song Jin nestled in Lin Qinghuan's bed, holding her phone and grinning. I perused his moments online and found him to be quite an intriguing individual. To preempt anyone else, I decided to take the initiative. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow. Sister, do you have a misunderstanding about taking the initiative? Sister, you won't understand until you're involved with Mo Sen Xiao, she said, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes in response. You certainly know how to touch a sore spot.
Recalling Montag by his previous remarks.
Song Jin could not resist asking Lin Qinghuan, sister, are you hiding something from me? I remember how fond you were of Mo Sen Xiao when you first met him. Why the sudden avoidance now? Has someone been whispering ill of him in your ear? Lin Qinghuan shook her head. She could hardly disclose that this was a plot device from the original story. Jin, let us not discuss that for now. I previously advised you to steer clear of men with the surname Jiang. You haven't been in contact with them, have you? Seeing her reluctance to divulge further, Song Jin chose not to press the matter. Jiang Xian is collaborating with our company. I've been the one liaising with him. However, ever since you cautioned me about men with the Jiang surname hindering my fortune, I've been avoiding him at all costs. Lin Qinghuan nodded approvingly. Jin, you've done well. From now on, keep your distance from anyone with the surname Jiang. Thanks to her intervention, Song Jin had avoided entanglements with Jiang, and she hoped their paths would not cross in the future. Chapter 21. Enraged and bloodthirsty Lin Qinghuan, still in a drowsy haze, was roused by a commotion from downstairs. She opened her bleary eyes to check the time. 10 o'clock sharp. At this hour, the house should be enveloped in tranquility, given that those who worked were at their jobs, and those who played cards were engaged in their games, leaving only the diligent Wang Ma and the still sleeping her. No, there was also Song Jin, who had yet to be disturbed. Glancing at Song Jin, who remained in slumber, Lin Qinghuan slipped into her robe and exited her room.
인자.
I was forced into this. Please forgive me just this once. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Qinghuan approached the railing to peer down. She found Lin Qingya seated on the living room sofa, facing a disheveled man. Had it not been for Lin Qinghuan possessing the original owner's memories, she would not have recognized the scruffy figure as Fong Jing. The previous Fong Jing was always impeccably dressed, sporting gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. The contrast with the current, unkempt man was stark. She had anticipated that Fong Jing would not relent, but she had not expected him to appear in her home. Concerned that Lin Qingya might be at a disadvantage, Lin Qinghuan quickly descended the stairs. In the living room, Lin Qingya regarded Fong Jing with cold disdain. Ever since learning of his misdeeds, she had expelled him from the company and severed all ties with him. To her dismay, Fong Jing had not given up, finding ways to insert himself into her life. Today, she had returned to retrieve a document, intending to leave quickly, but he had barged in, leading to their altercation. Fong Jing, a mistake is a mistake. There's no point in discussing it now. Please do not disturb me any further. At her words, Fong Jing's expression contorted with rage. Qingya, do you not care at all for our past connection? Everyone makes mistakes. This was never my intention. Most importantly, the company suffered no losses. In fact, I misled our enemies, allowing you to secure this project. I should be commended as a benefactor of the company. Lin Qingya was nearly at her wit's end, her grip on the water cup tightening as her temper flared. Had it not been for the significant difference in size and strength, she would have smashed the cup over his head. To be so audacious as to claim credit for his wrongdoing. How brazen! Fong Jing, stealing company secrets is a crime. Out of respect for our past, I have chosen to let you off this time. Do not presume upon my generosity. Fong Jing scoffed. Let me off? Don't speak so sweetly. The evidence you possess cannot possibly imprison me. Lin Qingya, do not pretend to be virtuous. Without my assistance, could you have executed these two projects so flawlessly? In the end, it's merely Lin's way of discarding a laborer once the work is done. Just as Lin Qingya prepared to retort, Lin Qinghuan's icy voice interrupted. Fong Jing, your approach to ingratiate yourself with my sister to enter Lin's is now backfiring. Are you feeling discontented? The company has compensated you sufficiently for your contributions. No one owes anyone anything. Do not attempt to play the moral high ground. Seeing Lin Qinghuan descend the stairs, Lin Qingya felt a surge of anxiety. Fong Jing's current state of mind was unstable. Any conflict could lead to danger. She set the water cup on the coffee table and pulled Lin Qinghuan closer, whispering urgently, Huan, why are you down here? It's dangerous. Find an opportunity to leave. Lin Qinghuan understood that Lin Qingya was concerned for her, but she had come down to protect her and would not leave discreetly. Sister, don't worry, I'll be fine. Seeing her optimistic demeanor only heightened Lin Qingya's worry. She glanced furtively at her phone. 10 minutes had already passed, and she had no idea where Fong Jing had gone. Fong Jing, upon spotting Lin Qinghuan, was filled with disdain. Lin Qinghuan, you are nothing more than a useless, uneducated impostor. You have no place here to voice your opinions. Fong Jing, I advise you to speak with some respect. Lin Qingya detested anyone disparaging Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan was family, she could call her useless, but no one else had that right. Huan is a legitimate daughter of the Lin family. She always has been and always will be. Fong Jing sneered, then shot a provocative glance at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan narrowed her eyes, a cold smile curling her lips. If I am indeed useless, it is still better than your duplicitous nature. I am blessed with loving parents and a sister. And I do not need to work to enjoy a comfortable life. Unlike you, born a disgraced, illegitimate child of the Xingyun group, you've lived in the shadows and never known privilege. Finally having some utility, only to be discarded as a pawn. What a tragedy. Fong Jing stared at her in shock. How do you know this? Suddenly, a thought struck him, igniting an overwhelming fury within. Could it be that you informed that venomous woman, Shen Qian, of my status as the illegitimate son of Sheng Guojun? Indeed, it was Lin Qinghuan's idea, primarily aimed at inciting Shen Qian to deal with him, thereby preventing him from troubling Lin Qingya. To everyone's astonishment, Fong Jing proved rather capable, adeptly evading Shen Qian's pursuit while still managing to find opportunities to meet Lin Qingya. Fong Jing, regardless of who orchestrated this, the intent remains for you to hastily acknowledge your roots. Even as an illegitimate child, you are still the son of the president of the Xingyun group, are you not? This statement from Lin Qinghuan thoroughly infuriated Fang Jing. It was far from an act of helping him reclaim his heritage, but rather a scheme to ensure his demise. How malicious Shen Qian was, he was well aware, which was why he bore his mother's surname and dared not contact Shen Guojun. Lin Qinghuan, I swear I will kill you. Fang Jing extended his arms. His visage contorted with rage as he charged towards them, his expression suggesting he would relish the opportunity to strangle Lin Qinghuan. In a state of urgency, Lin Qingya quickly pulled Lin Qinghuan behind her, spreading her arms in an attempt to shield her from the furious Fang Jing. Meanwhile, Wang Ma, closely observing the unfolding scene, sensed the escalating tension and rushed in wielding a broom, launching a flurry of strikes towards Fang Jing's face. The pain elicited a sharp intake of breath from Fang Jing as he touched the scratches marring his face. Seizing the broom and snapping it in half with a swift motion, Wang Ma was rendered weak by his intimidating demeanor, collapsing to the ground, while Lin Qingya trembled in fear. Lin Qinghuan's eyes darkened. This Fang Jing truly was a case of someone who, when left unattended for even 3 days, would wreak havoc. Since he was actively courting misery, she decided to accompany him to the bitter end. Chapter 22. Coward, come here. Lin Qinghuan stepped out from behind Lin Qingya, beckoning towards Fang Jing with a finger. Coward, come here. I'll give you 3 moves. Lin Qingya exclaimed, Huh? Huan, have you been possessed? It seemed the man was truly uneasy without engaging in mischief for even a moment, yet now was not the time for games. Lin Qingya genuinely feared that, in his rage, Fang Jing might harm Lin Qinghuan, leaving her unable to absolve herself of the consequences. Huan, quickly hide. I'll hold him back for you. Lin Qinghuan smiled and replied, Sister, just sit comfortably on the couch. I'll handle things here. Hearing her nonsensical remarks, Lin Qingya grew as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. As she observed Fang Jing baring his teeth and charging towards them, she grasped Lin Qinghuan and prepared to flee. Lin Qinghuan deftly pushed her towards Wang Ma, turning to seize a cup from the coffee table to hurl at Fang Jing. The next moment, Fang Jing's agonized scream resounded, followed by the shattering of glass. Though he instinctively raised his hand to shield his injured forehead, blood still seeped through his fingers, adding an air of malevolence and grotesqueness to his appearance. He glared menacingly at Lin Qinghuan, gritting his teeth, Vile woman, you lack honor. Lin Qinghuan responded with a languid smile, reclining against the back of the sofa, her legs crossed atop the coffee table as she regarded him with a bemused expression. I said I'd give you 3 moves, yet you remained silent. I thought perhaps you felt too humiliated to accept my generous offer, desiring without voicing it. Are you not merely wishing to be a harlot while seeking to maintain a facade of respectability? Fang Jing's fury intensified at her taunts, blood flowing more freely from his wound, revealing his genuine agitation. Lin Qinghuan, if I do not kill you today, I shall no longer bear the surname Fang. If not Fang, then what?
Round?
Or, do you aspire to adopt the Sheng surname? Lin Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively. Stop dreaming. With your pitiful abilities, the Sheng family would never acknowledge you.
Ah?
Fang Jing could no longer contain himself, raising his fist to strike Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qingya attempted to intervene but was held back by Wang Ma, who clutched her waist, leaving her with no choice but to shout, Be careful. Such trivial altercations held no weight in Lin Qinghuan's eyes. Facing the ferocious Fang Jing, she retracted her foot, bracing herself against the coffee table before executing a swift kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. His head collided with the wall, rendering him unconscious. This spectacle left Lin Qingya and Wang Ma utterly astounded. Lin Qinghuan steadied herself and dusted off her hands, declaring, Done. No sooner had she uttered the last word than hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, and in the next moment, Mo Nan appeared in the living room. Upon entering, his gaze immediately sought Lin Qingya, and upon confirming her safety, he let out a sigh of relief. Heaven knows how anxious and unsettled he felt upon receiving Lin Qingya's distress signal. To avoid any delay, he had abandoned his meeting, rushing to the Lin residence and running through more than 30 red lights along the way. Qingya, I'm so sorry for being late. The mere mention of her name left Lin Qingya somewhat taken aback, for this was hardly his fault. Initially, she had considered calling the police, but Fang Jing was too close, and doing so would have alerted him. Thus she had resorted to sending a voice message of their conversation to Mo Nan. In her panic, she had inadvertently sent it through their chat interface. She never expected him to arrive so swiftly. Mr. Mo, it is I who have troubled you. Please have a seat while I prepare a cup of tea. Just as Lin Qingya raised her foot, she felt her legs give way beneath her, causing her to lurch forward. Anticipating a fall, she instinctively shut her eyes. Fortunately, Emonan was quick and caught her just in time. As she dangled in midair, Lin Qinghuan opened her eyes to see Emonan's face mere inches away, her ears flushing crimson. Emonan carefully set her down on the sofa, personally pouring her a cup of warm tea to calm her nerves. Observing this scene, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. This unexpected display of affection was quite the shock. She turned to the bodyguards from the Mo family stationed at the door and inquired of Emonan, "Mr. Mo, may I borrow 2 of your men to escort that scoundrel to the police station?" Emonan glanced at the pitifully writhing Fong Jing on the floor, his tone icy as he replied, "There's no need for such trouble. Someone will come to collect him shortly." Just as Lin Qinghuan pondered who that might be, a new group entered, led by Xin Qian. Well, it seems the head of the Mo family is indeed efficient, taking care of matters with such decisiveness. Not only did she come herself, but she also brought the necessary personnel along. How reliable. Xin Qian entered the living room, first respectfully greeting Mo Nan before turning to apologize to Lin Qinghuan and her sister. "Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. It is a failing of the Sheng family's discipline that allowed this unseemly illegitimate child to offend you. As a token of contrition, we are willing to offer 1 million as a gesture of goodwill." Upon receiving the check presented to her, Lin Qinghuan cast a casual glance at it, showing no inclination to accept. "Madam Sheng, while apologies are appreciated, compensation for the damages incurred must also be addressed, no?" Xin Qian hesitated for a moment before producing another check for 100,000. "Miss Lin, would this suffice?" Lin Qinghuan nodded. "Once this matter is settled, we can discuss the terms of a little competition." "A competition? What competition?" Xin Qian inquired, her face etched with confusion. Not only was she puzzled, but Lin Qingya and Wang Ma, who had been present throughout, were equally baffled. Had there been a competition they were unaware of? Though they too were curious. Since Lin Qinghuan asserted there was one, they chose to trust her. Lin Qinghuan regarded Xin Qian with utmost seriousness to prevent Madame Sheng from spending unnecessary funds. "Let me clarify the terms of this competition. It entails a duel between myself and Fong Jing. Should he prevail, I will concede my life to him. And if I win, he shall pay me 20 million. It is as simple as that." Upon hearing these words, Xin Qian's expression darkened considerably. Lin Qingya and Wang Ma exchanged glances, both opting for silence. After all, with Fong Jing currently unconscious, it was her word that would hold sway. Noticing Xin Qian's silence, Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "The outcome has become abundantly clear. Madame Sheng would not stoop to playing tricks, would she? If the Lin family had only these 2 young ladies, she would have long since departed with 10 million. However, with Mo Nan still present, she dared not act recklessly." Casting a glance at Fong Jing, who lay bloodied and unconscious on the ground, Xin Qian felt an overwhelming desire to reduce him to ashes. That vixen of a mother had tormented her for years, and now this illegitimate child had stirred up such havoc. First, he had ruined their meticulously prepared bid, and now he had cost her over 30 million, truly a harbinger of misfortune. Reluctantly, she still handed over 20 million. Once the transaction was complete, Xin Qian did not linger for a moment, instructing her subordinates to carry Fong Jing away before she turned to leave. Lin Qinghuan approached Lin Qingya, holding a check for 31 million. "Sister, this is the compensation I secured for you." Initially, Lin Qingya had thought her request rather excessive, yet now it seemed somewhat insufficient. "Huan, this is rightfully yours. Take it and buy yourself some beautiful clothes." Seeing her sister's insistence, Lin Qinghuan, devoid of any pretense, tucked the check into her pocket. Any delay would be a sign of disrespect toward money. Perhaps it was due to waking up too early, but Lin Qinghuan found herself yawning incessantly. "Sister, you two carry on. I shall head upstairs for a quick nap." As she turned to leave, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Mo Nan's eyes. Her recent maneuver had proven to be a double-edged sword. Not only had it forced the Sheng family to part with money, but it had also redirected Xin Qian's fury toward Fong Jing. Xin Qian had already harbored a deep-seated hatred for Fong Jing and his mother. Now, she might very well entertain thoughts of boiling Fong Jing's bones for soup. As long as she was around, Fong Jing would never see the light of day again. However, with Lin Qinghuan being so cunning, could his third brother truly withstand her influence? Mo Nan pondered this, with a significant question mark in his mind. Chapter 23. "I will follow you from now on." Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan enter, Song Jin, yawning, inquired, "Huan, where have you been just now?" Lin Qinghuan nonchalantly produced 3 checks from her pocket and waved them. "I was out earning some extra cash." Song Jin took the checks from her hand and, Upon seeing the amounts, her eyes widened in disbelief. 31 million? You call this extra cash? Lin Qinghuan merely responded with a soft acknowledgement before shedding her shoes and burrowing into her covers, leaving a stunned Song Jin sitting at the edge of the bed. Lost in thought. This was 31 million, not 3,100. How could she remain so composed? The disparity between people could be so vast. Reflecting on her own monthly salary of just over 4,000, Song Jin's expression darkened as she compared it to Lin Qinghuan's windfall of over 30 million. Seemingly resolved, she shook Lin Qinghuan awake. Huan, I've made up my mind. I will follow you from now on. Lin Qinghuan blinked her sleepy eyes, gazing at her in confusion. What did you just say? Song Jin enunciated clearly. I will follow you from now on. Lin Qinghuan chuckled, pushing her hand away. Jin. Stop joking, let me sleep for a bit. Noticing her disbelief, Song Jin reiterated, Huan, I'm not joking, I'm serious about wanting to follow you. Lin Qinghuan looked at her, feeling a headache coming on. You want to follow me, only to be treated as a useless person? Song Jin frowned. You're not useless. Others may not see it, but I certainly do. Lin Qinghuan was genuinely at a loss for how to respond to such blind confidence. Jin, you didn't suddenly decide to follow me because you saw me earn over 30 million, did you? Song Jin nodded. You know I only earn a few thousand a month. It would take countless lifetimes to earn what you just did. Lin Qinghuan sighed. Sister, you are a young lady from the Song family. Your low salary is only temporary. Once you manage the company, any single deal will far exceed this amount. Besides, didn't you promise Brother Song to help him manage the company and lighten his burden? Mentioning this made Song Jin feel regretful. Had she known work would be so arduous, she wouldn't have sympathized with Song Wang. I was young, and my words didn't count. With my abilities, not only would I not lighten his burden, but I would probably only add to it. She continued, and anyway, my brother is a grown man. What's wrong with him enduring a bit of hardship? There's no need to sympathize with him. Lin Qinghuan's lips twitched. If Song Wang were to hear this, he would likely weep dry. From now on, don't call yourself Song Jin. You should change your name to Sorrowful Biao. Song Jin shrugged indifferently. Sister, I've come to terms with it. Many things that seem like truths don't hold up under scrutiny. The saying one must endure hardship to rise above is utter nonsense. Enduring hardship only leads to more hardship. Besides, if the purpose of enduring hardship is to enjoy life, I can enjoy it now. So, why should I go back to suffering? There are plenty of people who want to suffer. If I don't do it, they'll have one less mouth to feed. And that can be seen as helping others. One cannot deny, Song Jin's perspective was indeed refreshing, and even Lin Qinghuan had to admire it. However, certain matters needed to be clarified in advance. Therefore, Lin Qinghuan disclosed the origin of the checks to Song Jin, hoping she would carefully consider how to proceed. To her surprise, Song Jin's reaction was entirely unexpected. Extortion with a clear breakdown? Huan, you are simply a genius. Following you will definitely be the right choice. Observing her exuberance, Lin Qinghuan found herself at a loss for words. Jin, today's check was a fluke. Such good fortune won't happen again. Song Jin, however, disagreed. Luck is also a form of strength. It's like that time you randomly drew a card and won a gold brick. You are a lucky charm. And following you will undoubtedly bring good fortune. Jin, let me be frank. If you follow me, be prepared to drink the bitter winds of the Northwest. Song Jin immediately patted her chest in assurance. Don't worry. A good woman aims high, and I won't boast about drinking the bitter winds. With the conversation reaching this point, Lin Qinghuan truly found herself at a loss for how to handle her. Fine, you can follow me. But as long as I have a meal, you will have a bowl to wash.
All right.
I'll message my brother right now to tell him I'm quitting. Lin Qinghuan pulled the covers up over her head, hoping to block it all out. Song Jin, big brother, I am resigning. This resignation is for life. There is no such thing as a winter hibernation. Big brother, working here has not only failed to enhance my abilities, but has also diminished my quality. It has had a significant negative impact on my mental and financial well-being. You want me to be your secretary and attend meetings with you? Most meetings that I need to attend are likely unnecessary. Big brother, haven't you heard the saying, 3 parts fate, 7 parts hard work? We are family, and we should work together for mutual benefit. 3 parts belong to me, and the remaining 7 rely on you. I understand that success comes from hard work. So this just means I can take the day off today and tomorrow, right? I get it. Big brother, don't speak so harshly. We share the same parents. Why must we be so hasty in conflict? Hello, brother? Big brother? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement after hanging up. Song Jin eagerly relayed the good news to Lin Qinghuan. Huan, my brother agreed. Lin Qinghuan, hearing the earlier conversation through the covers, felt her face flush with embarrassment at Song Jin's shamelessness, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Jin, tell me, why do I still feel cold despite having such passion? Song Jin pondered for a moment before seriously replying, could it be that in your past life, you were a concubine cast into the cold palace by the emperor? Lin Qinghuan, Song Jin's sister, let me share a truth with you. Beauty cannot be eaten as food. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan had nothing left to say. After being stirred by Song Jin, she found herself wide awake. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. Upon reaching downstairs, Lin Qingya and Mo Nan had already departed, and Wang Ma was busy cooking in the kitchen. The living room appeared as usual, though one cup was missing from the coffee table. During dinner, Song Jin asked Lin Qinghuan, Huan, I'm on duty today. Is there anything you need me to do? Lin Qinghuan shook her head, assuring that she had no plans for today, and simply advised not to forget tomorrow morning. How could I possibly forget what you mentioned? I've already set my alarm for 7 o'clock, she replied. At this point, Song Jin paused, then looked at her with a mischievous grin. Observing her expression, Lin Qinghuan instantly recognized that she was hiding something. Go on. What's on your mind? Huan, since we have no plans this afternoon, Xiaokai has invited me to the beach. Let us go together. Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes in response. If you two enjoy having a third wheel, I can buy you a dozen. Noticing her reluctance, Song Jin began to cling to her arm, pouting. Sister, this is my first boyfriend. You must help me keep an eye on things, right? Lin Qinghuan was utterly speechless. Typically, one would keep an eye on matters before entering a relationship, yet she was being asked to do so after it had already begun. That is inconsequential. What truly matters is that it's our first date. I feel insecure without you there. Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan felt a dull ache at her temples. She longed to retort, I'm not a safety net. How could I provide you with security? However, considering that Song Jin was still a naive young girl, she refrained from uttering such harsh words. Chapter 24. Are we seeking a boyfriend or hiring? As they stepped outside, they spotted Xiaokai waiting with flowers in hand. He was dressed in the same yellow jacket he had worn during their last racing event. Upon seeing him, Song Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaokai, equally captivated by her youthful vibrance, was rendered momentarily speechless. Lin Qinghuan stood beside Song Jin, observing the two as they exchanged glances in silence for an extended period, and she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Even the cowherd and the weaver girl meet only once a year. Yet their reunion lacked this sort of awkwardness. Mo Bei, seated in the car, caught sight of Lin Qinghuan's exasperated expression through the glass, and a broad smile crept across his face. To spare her from waiting any longer, he rolled down the window and called out to Xiaokai. It was only then that Xiaokai snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushing crimson as he handed the bouquet to Song Jin. He then retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and presented it to Lin Qinghuan. Thank you, Miss Lin. Without you and Brother Bei, Jin and I would never have come together. Lin Qinghuan shot him a glance, suspecting that he had initially intended to refer to her as sister. However, given his timely correction, she chose not to hold it against him. Taking the envelope, she noticed it felt unusually heavy. Upon opening it, she was astonished to find a gold bar inside. In that moment, her perception of Xiaokai improved significantly, and even her view of Mo Bei became more favorable. Lin Qinghuan's delighted expression did not escape Mo Bei's attention. He seemed to have discovered a way to approach her. As the saying goes, a favor granted can create a bond. Having received the envelope, Lin Qinghuan promptly climbed into the car. On the way to the beach, Xiaokai and Song Jin chatted and laughed, occasionally holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes. Lin Qinghuan, feeling slightly uneasy, leaned over to Mo Bei and whispered, Do you think your brother will manage 3 tasks at once without any issues? Mo Bei chuckled. How about I drive? You can sit in the passenger seat? He then instructed Xiaokai to pull over, leaving Lin Qinghuan no chance to protest. Reluctantly, she switched seats with Song Jin. After the car resumed its journey, Mo Bei raised the partition between the front and back seats. Lin Qinghuan shot him a glance. Mo Bei explained, I thought they might appreciate some privacy. In reality, he was more interested in spending time alone with Lin Qinghuan. However, once she settled in the front seat, she fell silent. Mo Bei pondered that perhaps she had not fully absorbed his confession and explanation from the previous day, so he decided to reiterate. Miss Lin, could you grant me a chance? Lin Qinghuan smiled playfully. What's this? Did you commit too many sins in your past life and now wish to be a good person in this one? Mo Bei's grip on the steering wheel faltered. Her words sounded strangely familiar. Sensing his distraction, Lin Qinghuan reminded him, "Focus on the road ahead." Keeping his gaze fixed ahead, Mo Bei declared, "Miss Lin, I want to be your boyfriend. What do you think?" Lin Qinghuan assessed him from head to toe. His looks were passable, though her standards might be a tad high. Hearing her refrain from outright rejection, Mo Bei felt a surge of joy. Did this imply there was still a chance? A hopeful smile illuminated his face. "Feel free to state your requirements." Lin Qinghuan smirked, counting off on her fingers. "First, you must be obedient and sensible. Second, you must provide emotional support. Third, you must be available at all times. Fourth, you must be honest and never lie. Fifth, punctuality is a must." I can understand obedience and availability. But why the need for punctuality? Mo Bei questioned, perplexed by this stipulation. Lin Qinghuan clarified, punctuality is for management purposes. After all, 3,000 a month is not a trivial sum. What 3,000? Salary, of course. Mo Bei felt as though his mind had momentarily short-circuited. Are we seeking a boyfriend or hiring? Lin Qinghuan turned to him with a radiant smile. Hiring a trial boyfriend, 3,000 a month. What do you say? Mo Bei was amused and exasperated by her proposition. A trial boyfriend with a salary? Only she could think of such a thing. However, recognizing the opportunity, he was determined to seize it before someone else did. I'll do it, of course. But I'd like to discuss something with you. Since I'm covering my own expenses, could we relax the conditions a bit? He then picked up his phone and transferred 5 million to her. I can be available at all times, but could we reconsider the clocking in requirement? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow at the notification of the transfer. This fellow certainly knew how to win favor. Yet, it was not the time to accept money. She still had matters to resolve. Before we discuss modifications, I have a question. Is there another woman in your heart? Another woman?
Montag by was taken back.
Are you referring to my mother, who's been abroad for years without returning? If it weren't for her frequent updates on social media, I might have forgotten what she looked like. Lin Qinghuan was unsure if he was being deliberately evasive or genuinely oblivious. Recalling his words from the previous day, she decided to be direct. I mean your childhood friend.
Le Qingqing.
Do you still have feelings for her?
Le Qingqing?
You mean the one who resembles Buddha?
Montag by laughed heartily.
Who told you that? With her weight, I worry my car might burst a tire if she sits in it. The idea of liking her is utterly ridiculous. This contradicted what she had read, which mentioned that Mo Bei harbored a long-held affection for a white moonlight, Lin Qingqing. Why was the reality so different from her expectations? Noticing Lin Qinghuan's skepticism, Mo Bei handed her his phone. You can check my WeChat moments for her latest photos if you don't believe me. Although Lin Qinghuan was not in the habit of browsing others' phones, her curiosity piqued about Lin Qingqing's appearance. Upon opening Mo Bei's WeChat, she found Lin Qingqing's profile picture pinned at the top, with Mo Bei's elder brother, Mo Nan, in second place. Mo Bei had saved her contact as Huan's baby, and there was an unsent draft reading goodnight. Her heart stirred, and her cheeks involuntarily flushed. To avoid revealing her feelings, she quickly navigated to his moments. After a brief perusal, she stumbled upon a girl named Buddha, whose physique could only be described as, well, an irregular shape according to mathematical terms. Chapter 25. You may question my character, but not my aesthetic. Lin Qinghuan set the phone down and asked again. She is truly just your friend? Seeing her lingering doubt, Mo Bei raised his right hand in a solemn vow. If I liked her, may I be struck by lightning. Huan, you can question my character, but you cannot doubt my aesthetic. Lin Qinghuan found his reasoning compelling, given Mo Bei's looks and family background. This must be a misunderstanding. However, why would the book include a phrase that might lead to misunderstandings? Does it imply that there exists some bond between them? What impression do you have of Lin Qingqing? Mo Bei was puzzled as to why Lin Qinghuan held such a keen interest in Lin Qingqing, yet to satisfy her curiosity, he spoke candidly. Lin Qingqing is an optimistic individual with an insatiable appetite. Indifferent to her appearance, she has been plump since childhood and often finds herself in trouble. I still have a pile of IOUs she signed in my home. I recall in first grade when she came over to play and accidentally broke the limited edition model my parents had bought for me. Afterward, she apologized, promising to replace it with one just like it. 18 years have passed, and even the heroes of Liangshan have been reincarnated, yet she has never fulfilled that promise.
Lin Qinghuan chuckled softly. Montag bai's humor was truly delightful.
Hearing her laughter brought a smile to his lips as well. He never expected the usually aloof Lin Qinghuan would enjoy listening to his ramblings. It seems he ought to share more amusing anecdotes from his life in the future. In the third grade, I purchased a sleek mountain bike with my new Heiress money, and she was so envious that she drooled, begging Uncle Lo to buy her one. Uncle Lo, fearing she would injure herself riding, refused, but unbeknownst to me, she stealthily rode off on my bike. By the time I found her, both wheels had been transformed into squares. In an instant, Lin Qinghuan envisioned a chubby girl struggling to pedal on square wheels, which inexplicably struck her as humorous. It's no wonder many comedians assert that material comes from life. This was indeed the case. Observing Lin Qinghuan captivated by his tales.
Montag by continued.
One winter 10 years ago, on my way home from school, I discovered a rabbit with an injured right leg. I intended to take it home and nurse it back to health, but she snatched it away, claiming that since it was a female, keeping it would be inappropriate. And thus she took it. At dinner, I caught a whiff of barbecued meat from next door, and upon peeking into her yard, I discovered she had roasted the rabbit. The conclusion of that tale left Lin Qinghuan both amused and bewildered. Lu Qingqing was undoubtedly a character. Mo Bei then recounted many more amusing incidents from their school days that nearly had Lin Qinghuan in stitches. On the day of our high school graduation, I acquired a sports car, and she expressed a desire to try sitting in the passenger seat. I told her she wouldn't fit, but she insisted, only to find herself wedged in the door, unable to enter or exit. I suggested calling the fire department, but before the call could be made, she had already detached the door of my newly acquired car. At that moment, I felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through my mind. Ironically, even after dismantling the door, she still couldn't escape, and it was ultimately the firefighters who rescued her. Afterward, she promised to compensate me with a new car. Yet the next day, a second-hand bicycle appeared at my doorstep. I went to confront her, only to discover she had secretly left the country. This incident remains etched in my memory for a lifetime. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by the depth of their shared history. While reading, she initially thought Mo Bei harbored feelings for her, but it now appeared to be a tale of unspoken pain. It was no wonder he couldn't forget. If it were her, she would struggle to move on as well. Having a mischievous childhood friend like that would undoubtedly shape one's rebellious character. Seeing her appear to have come to terms with it, Mo Bei smiled and asked, "Now that everything is clear, may I be your boyfriend?" Lin Qinghuan gazed at his handsome profile, contemplating for 2 seconds before nodding in agreement. Yes, she could accept, but there would still be a trial period, although the daily check-in could be waived. Mo Bei flashed a smile that was both endearing and captivating, nearly causing Lin Qinghuan to falter. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Mo Bei exited the car and walked around to open the door for Lin Qinghuan. Xiao Kai was taken aback by the scene, muttering under his breath. What kind of person is Brother Bei? When has he ever shown such courtesy to anyone? Has a ghost possessed him today? In truth, Song Jin had noticed something was amiss yesterday. Mo Bei was cold and formidable in front of others, but obedient around Lin Qinghuan. He even used her hand to confess his feelings, truly a cunning old fox. Today she had a date with Xiao Kai and he had followed her, clearly hoping for a favorable outcome. Initially, it seemed their relationship would take some time to develop, yet in the brief span of moments, everything had changed. Song Jin nudged Xiao Kai's arm and whispered, "Your buddy is flirting with my sister." Xiao Kai, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, beamed with delight. They're clearly smitten with each other. Didn't you see Miss Lin smiling? Indeed, it seemed that way. Previously, Lin Qinghuan had always been cold toward Mo Bei, but she had just laughed. Moreover, during their shared glances, the air was thick with the sweet scent of love. It appeared something had transpired on the road that they were unaware of. Mo Bei looked at Lin Qinghuan, his tone gentle as he said, "Please wait a moment. I have a gift for you." With that, he turned and walked toward the trunk of the car. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jin approached Lin Qinghuan and quietly asked, "Have you two been secretly seeing each other behind my back?" Lin Qinghuan nodded. Having agreed to be with Mo Bei, she had no intention of hiding it. However, Song Jin sensed something suspicious. Leaning closer to Lin Qinghuan, she lowered her voice. "Huan, has he got something on you? You can tell me. I would never allow him to force you, even if it meant sacrificing Xiao Kai's life." Xiao Kai stood nearby, bewildered, wondering if his life didn't count for anything. Noticing Song Jin's serious expression, Lin Qinghuan smiled faintly. Jin, you know my character. I'd rather let the other party suffer than endure any grievances myself." As Mo Bei approached with flowers in hand, he suddenly felt a draft around his ankles. Huan, these are flowers for you." Xiao Kai stared in surprise. "Brother Bei, when did you buy flowers?" "I secretly bought a bouquet too, but was afraid Huan would refuse, so I didn't take it out before." Upon hearing him refer to Lin Qinghuan as Huan, Song Jin snorted. Although Mo Bei was wealthy, handsome, and well-connected, Lin Qinghuan was her sister and deserved the best in the world.
Montag Bei was too cunning.
Sensing Song Jin's discontent, after Lin Qinghuan accepted the flowers, Mo Bei promptly transferred her a red envelope containing 188,000 yuan. Thank you, Miss Song, for weaving this connection. Song Jin was taken aback by his generosity, and the earlier unpleasantness dissipated instantly. Very well, since you're Huan's boyfriend, we shall be family from now on. Chapter 26. The Kiss. Xiao Kai, with his easygoing nature, immediately called out, sister-in-law. Lin Qinghuan smiled radiantly at him, tacitly accepting the title. Brother Bei, sister-in-law. You must be thirsty. There's a moonlight restaurant ahead. Come, it's on me. As Xiao Kai spoke, he took Song Jin's hand and led the way, while Mo Bei mimicked his actions, taking Lin Qinghuan's hand. It was his first time holding a girl's hand, soft and delightful to the touch. Lin Qinghuan sensed the unusual warmth of his grip, looking down to find her mind clouded with questions. Did he find amusement in squeezing her hand? This was rather awkward. Before long, they arrived at the Moonlight Restaurant, which featured a semi-open design, allowing guests the choice of dining indoors or in the garden. Those bringing friends to enjoy the seaside view and barbecue typically opted for the outdoor seating, as every table in the garden came equipped with a grill. During holidays, gathering a few friends here to relish the sea breeze, admire the ocean view, and enjoy a barbecue was truly a delightful experience. Since Lin Qinghuan and her companions had already eaten lunch prior to arriving, they chose to sit indoors. Although the indoor environment may not possess the same degree of freedom as the outdoors, the 3 transparent glass walls allow for an unobstructed view of the breathtaking scenery outside. They selected a relatively quiet spot with a splendid vista. After inquiring about their preferences, Xiao Kai ordered 4 cups of milk tea and a fruit platter. The waiter, noticing the handsome men and beautiful women before him, immediately promoted the shop's ongoing promotion. Gentlemen and ladies, we have a special offer. Couples can enjoy the second drink at half price. Xiao Kai initially intended to dismiss the offer, confidently swiping his card without a second thought, but was halted by Mo Bei's discerning glance. This naive fellow, did he not realize that the essence of the promotion lay not in the discount, but in how they would substantiate their claim as a couple? To preempt Xiao Kai from uttering anything foolish, Mo Bei promptly inquired, what proof do we need to provide to demonstrate that we are a couple? The waiter, sensing Mo Bei's interest in the promotion, cheerfully raised his camera, exclaiming, a photo of your kiss would suffice. Song Jin cast a wary glance at Mo Bei, harboring a suspicion that he had ulterior motives. Xiao Kai regarded Mo Bei with newfound understanding, realizing that he had been waiting for this moment. Mo Bei turned to Lin Qinghuan, earnestly seeking her opinion. Huan, I respect your... Before he could finish, Lin Qinghuan leaned in and kissed his cheek.
Montag Bei's eyes widened in astonishment.
In such close proximity, he detected her unique fragrance and felt the jolt of her soft, red lips against his skin, fiery and intense. The waiter, seizing the moment, pressed the shutter, capturing this instant forever. Just then, Mo Bei's phone erupted with an alert. Master, your heart rate has exceeded 160. There is a risk of sudden cardiac arrest. I advise you to purchase a sanitary pad to calm your nerves. The AI's intrusion shattered the previously intimate atmosphere. Xiao Kai doubled over with laughter, while Song Jin and the nearby waiter stifled their giggles. Lin Qinghuan, observing the crimson blush on Mo Bei's ears, beamed with delight. Who would have thought that Mo Bei could be so endearing? Just a kiss on the cheek and he became so flustered, it seemed his previous bravado was merely a facade. After silencing the phone's automatic assessment, Mo Bei shot Xiao Kai a cold glare. He had claimed to be a lifelong brother, yet when trouble arose, he found himself laughing the hardest, tears of mirth capable of sailing a boat. Once the laughter subsided, the waiter turned to Xiao Kai and Song Jin, asking, would this handsome gentleman and beautiful lady like a photo? Xiao Kai waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid I didn't bring a sanitary pad today. I'm worried about sudden cardiac arrest. After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle again. Bei, I didn't mean to. It was just too funny.
Montag Bei's expression darkened.
Lin Qinghuan exchanged glances with Song Jin, sensing impending misfortune for someone, and they both found an excuse to head to the restroom. After they departed, the waiter followed suit. Just as Xiao Kai was reveling in his amusement, he suddenly felt as though he were the prey being stalked, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end as his laughter abruptly ceased. He straightened in his seat and met Mo Bei's icy gaze, his heart racing as if on a roller coaster, rising and then plummeting. Panic surged within him, causing his smile to falter. Baby, I really didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Emobe scoffed. Do you think I believe you? Xiaokai scratched his head, realizing he wouldn't believe himself either if the roles were reversed. Just as he pondered his next move, the waiter returned with a photo from earlier. Upon seeing the picture, Emobe's stern expression softened, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Recognizing that he was now out of immediate danger, Xiaokai seized the moment to satisfy his curiosity. Baby, I heard from Jin that you confessed to Miss Lin yesterday and were turned down. How did you two end up together so quickly? Is this a legitimate relationship? Emobe shot him an exasperated glance, as if to say he had forgotten who owned the vehicle in question. Whether the car is legitimate I cannot say, but I assure you, its owner is anything but conventional. Xiaokai pressed on. Come on, baby, indulge my curiosity. Lin Qinghuan was so cold to you before, preferring to pay you off rather than get involved. What changed so suddenly? Xiaokai was genuinely perplexed. Emobe shared his astonishment, admitting that had he not had the audacity to ask, he might never have drawn near her. Her initial rejection stemmed from a misunderstanding. She believed I had a connection with Lin Qinghuan. Upon hearing the name Lin Qinghuan, Xiaokai's surprise was palpable. Isn't she abroad for several years? How would she know about her? Emobe shook his head. I have no idea, but it's evident that she cares deeply about Lin Qinghuan's significance in my life. Xiaokai chuckled. Could it be that she's feeling jealous? Otherwise, why would she distance herself so? Jealousy? Emobe found that unlikely. Perhaps she fears I harbor feelings for someone else and see her as a mere distraction. Xiaokai retorted. If she had seen Lin Qinghuan in person, she would never associate you with her. He reminisced. As a child, she would snatch my toys, and when I tried to reclaim them, she'd sit on my back, leaving me unable to move for ages. She was no lady. She was a bear.
Indit, Montag bei Konkurret.
Lin Qinghuan's most formidable tactic is the overwhelming pressure of a mountain. Xiaokai recalled her catchphrase, the weight of the mountain crushes you into a pancake. He still remembered it vividly. Oh, baby, do you think someone is deliberately tarnishing your reputation by suggesting you have ties with Lin Qinghuan? Emobe considered the possibility and immediately grabbed his phone to investigate. If I find out who is spreading rumors about me in front of her, I will not hesitate to take action. Xiaokai echoed his sentiment. If I discover who is sowing discord, I will knock their teeth out. Chapter 27. Confession. When Song Jin returned from the restroom, she was astonished to find Xiaokai sitting there unscathed. She leaned toward Lin Qinghuan and whispered, It seems your boyfriend only looks intimidating. Beneath that facade lies a charming little creature. At her words, Lin Qinghuan couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She was quite bold. If Xiaokai knew she had gone to the restroom to avoid being implicated, he would understand the extent of her embarrassment. Upon their return to the table, Emobe promptly produced the photo. Huan, what do you think of this picture? Lin Qinghuan glanced at it, and her eyes lit up instantly. The waiter had captured an exquisite angle, showcasing Emobe's handsome visage along with the flush on his cheeks and the surprise and shyness shimmering in his eyes. Without this photo, it would have been challenging for Lin Qinghuan to reconcile the bashful and rebellious essence of Emobe. It was utterly unexpected. The photograph is indeed stunning. I'll keep it. As she spoke, she tucked the photo into her bag, delighting Emobe with her endearing gesture. Clearly, she was quite pleased with the picture, as she happily secured it. Although he initially wished to cherish it himself, he felt happier knowing Lin Qinghuan desired it. After all, the shop had duplicates. He could always have a couple more developed later. Xiaokai, sipping his milk tea while observing their interaction, wore an unmistakable smile. However, when his gaze shifted to Song Jin, he noticed a glimmer of envy in her eyes, prompting him to realize how inappropriate his previous behavior had been. He should not have mocked Emobe to conceal his own embarrassment by refusing to take a kissing photo. Now that their relationship was established, he ought to provide her with ample security rather than allowing her to envy others. Resolving this, Xiaokai excused himself for a brief moment. 2 minutes later, the restaurant resonated with the opening notes of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, Xiaokai approached Song Jin with a microphone in hand. Acknowledge the lack of courage. Can you refrain from departing? Many loves cannot be rekindled. I should learn to let go. Song Jin never anticipated that Xiaokai could sing so beautifully. Her gaze fell upon his tender face, while his magnetic, sensual voice resonated in her ears, nearly overwhelming her. You are my little star, shining brightly in the sky. I have resolved to love you, and will not easily give up. These lyrics felt like a sincere confession, causing Song Jin's cheeks to flush and her heart to race. She felt fortunate that her phone lacked a heart rate monitor, or she would be embarrassed. Observing their intimate exchange, Lin Qinghuan leaned towards Mo Bei and whispered, "Your brother has quite the talent. He sings exceptionally well."
Montag by raise an eyebrow.
And although she spoke the truth, he felt a twinge of annoyance at her praise for another man, even if he was his brother. "It's merely average," he replied. Lin Qinghuan cast him a sidelong glance, bemused by his competitive spirit. "In everyone's heart lies a little star, Jean Jean. You are my little star, Jean Jean. I adore you." This unique romantic sentiment brought tears to Song Jin's eyes, and she sniffled before rushing to embrace Xiao Kai. The onlookers erupted in applause, celebrating their union and wishing them everlasting happiness. Xiao Kai held her close and stole a kiss on her cheek, capturing the moment with a camera click. Surprised, Song Jin looked at the photographer, to which Xiao Kai explained, "Jean Jean, we are a couple, so we can't let the second drink be cheaper for others." At his words, Song Jin couldn't help but laugh. They lingered in the restaurant for nearly an hour, and just as they prepared to stroll along the beach, festive music filled the air. A waiter approached the center of the restaurant with a microphone. "Today, we have joyous news. The boss's wife has given birth to triplets. Therefore, all customers with a phone number ending in 3 will enjoy a complimentary meal. Please register at the counter." As soon as the announcement was made, excitement surged through the crowd. Song Jin beamed at Lin Qinghuan. "Huan Huan, I remember your phone number ends in 3. We won't even have to pay half." Seeing her delight, Lin Qinghuan smiled. She was truly easily satisfied. Though not many would receive the free meal, everyone showered blessings upon the newborns. May the 3 little prodigies grow up healthy and happy. Wishing prosperity to the boss and beauty to the boss's wife, may the 3 little ones be bright and clever. Lin Qinghuan joined in with her well wishes. May the boss enjoy great fortune and wealth. May the boss's wife remain eternally youthful. And may the 3 little ones prosper and thrive. Wishing the boss's family everlasting happiness and joy. After exiting the restaurant, they made their way to the beach. Facing the vast, azure sea, Lin Qinghuan closed her eyes and spread her arms wide. Feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze against her cheeks and the joyful rhythm of the waves lapping at the shore, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. In her previous life, she had been shackled by work and financial concerns, missing out on places she longed to visit and delicacies she hesitated to indulge in. Now, she had wealth and beloved friends and family. No longer did she need to toil endlessly for meager rewards or worry that months of hard work could be usurped by connections. She could simply be a carefree soul, basking in the sun when she pleased. Perhaps this is what freedom feels like. Noticing that Lin Qinghuan had remained still for quite some time, Song Jin approached with a grin. "Sister, are you summoning rain?" Lin Qinghuan opened her eyes, ready to tease her, when suddenly a fish leaped from the sea and landed at her feet. The sight left Song Jin and the others astounded. Xiao Kai, in disbelief, posed a profound question. Could it be that this fish understands human speech? Song Jin shook her head. "Even if it did, it must be hard of hearing, for I was asking for rain, not fish."
Montag by, overhearing their banter, was rendered speechless.
Anyone who claimed they were not a perfect match, he would vehemently disagree. Lin Qinghuan's expression mirrored his confusion. She glanced down at the fish, now coated in sand, perplexed by its audacity to leap so far from the water's edge, which was nearly 2 meters away. However, since fate had brought them together, Lin Qinghuan decided to impart a lesson. She crouched down, cradling the fish in her hands, and looked it in the eye. "When you see beautiful girls, keep your distance. The prettier they are, the more perilous they may be." With that, she tossed it back into the sea. Chapter 28. Yielding to this old, 6 times swiftly passed into the evening, and Mo Bei took Lin Qinghuan and the others to the most upscale restaurant under the Mo group. On their way to the private room,
Montag by encountered a familiar face.
Mo Nan emerged from a nearby room, and upon seeing Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan together, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his features, quickly replaced by indifference. Locking eyes with Mo Nan, Mo Bei deliberately grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand and cheerfully greeted, "Big brother." Although it seemed a casual greeting, Lin Qinghuan detected a hint of arrogance in his tone. She raised an eyebrow, curious about the competitive dynamic between the 2 brothers. Lin Qinghuan, uninterested in pondering their rivalry, looked up at Mo Nan and greeted him, "Mr. Nan." Before she could finish, Mo Bei interjected with a grin, "Huan Huan, this is my elder brother and also yours." Lin Qinghuan shot him a sidelong glance, thinking he must have forgotten he was still on probation. Mo Nan's gaze shifted between the 2, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Miss Lin your sister is dining in the adjacent room. Would you like to join her?
Miss Lina.
Mo Bei was thoroughly exasperated by this old six. He was clearly doing it on purpose. Moreover, by inviting them to join, he was indirectly sabotaging their date. Truly, his intentions were not pure. Mo Bei tightened his grip on Lin Qinghuan's hand and firmly stated, "Today, no one is allowed to interrupt my date with Huan Huan."
With that,
he turned and strode away without a backward glance. Xiao Kai called out to Mo Nan, then took Song Jin's hand to follow suit. Watching them depart, Mo Nan turned and entered the nearby private room. Lin Qinghuan, seeing Mo Nan enter, placed the prepared documents on the table. "Mr. Nan, here is our newly proposed project plan. Please review it and let me know where adjustments are needed." Yeah, I still prefer it when you call me Anan." Mo Nan's voice was exceptionally gentle, causing Lin Qinghuan's heart to flutter. In their time together, she had come to realize that Mo Nan was not only visionary and capable but also exceptionally considerate, showing her a great deal of affection. Yet, she found it all too surreal. Mo Nan was the head of the illustrious Mo family, while her own family paled in comparison. She feared that his kindness was merely a debt of gratitude for her previous assistance, rather than genuine affection. Thus, she sometimes deliberately maintained a distance. However, this seemingly aloof and unapproachable Mo Nan always found his way into her life and work, providing her with support, warmth, and a sense of security. How could she not be moved? Noticing the conflict on Lin Qinghua's face and the insecurity lingering in her heart, Mo Nan chose not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he picked up the documents and began to review them seriously, allowing her some space. After a while, Mo Nan smiled as he closed the file. "Ja. This proposal is perfect. Let us proceed according to your plan. If any issues arise, I'll cover for you." Lin Qinghuan nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Nan." With work matters resolved, he suggested, "Shall we have dinner now?" Mo Nan lightly pressed a button on the table, and soon, the waiter entered with an array of delectable dishes. Lin Qinghuan glanced over the offerings, noticing that all of them were her favorites. Was it mere coincidence? Or had Mo Nan planned this? She couldn't tell. Mo Nan observed her in a daze, gently placing dishes onto her plate with his chopsticks while urging her to eat more. Lin Qinghuan regained her composure and responded softly. During their meal,
Montag nan mention Montag bei and Lin Qinghuan.
"I just saw your sister with my brother," he remarked. Lin Qinghuan turned to him, asking, "You mean you saw my sister with your brother?" Mo Nan nodded. "Yes, it seems they might be in a romantic relationship." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan paused, her grip on her chopsticks faltering as her expression soured. "Which brother are you referring to?" It was well known that the second young master of the Mo family was notorious for his scandals, despite never having appeared in entertainment news. His reputation as a playboy resounded throughout the circle. People often said he changed girlfriends more frequently than he changed his underwear, which made Lin Qinghuan apprehensive about the prospect of her sister dating him. Noticing her discomfort, Mo Nan quickly clarified, "I'm talking about my third brother, Mo Bei." Lin Qinghuan recalled Mo Bei. At the banquet hosted by the Lin family, he had his gaze fixed on Lin Qinghuan. Connecting the dots, she remembered Mo Nan mentioning that Mo Bei had a crush on a girl who did not reciprocate his feelings. "Could it be that the girl you mentioned, who looks down on your third brother, is my sister?" Mo Nan chuckled and nodded. "Isn't it quite fateful? I like you. He likes your sister. We are destined to be one family." Lin Qinghuan felt as though the world had been turned upside down and wished for a moment of quietude. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghuan was enjoying her meal when her phone vibrated. Glancing at it, she saw a message from Lin Qinghuan, urging her to finish her meal and return home early. Lin Qinghuan sighed softly, realizing her sister had discovered her relationship with Mo Bei. Jean. "I can't join you for the movie tonight. My sister needs me for something." Mo Bei felt a pang of concern and replied earnestly, "I'll go with you." Lin Qinghuan shook her head in refusal. "No need. My sister won't eat me." Lin Qinghuan arrived home early. Hearing the sound of a car, she looked through the floor-to-ceiling window into the yard. After parking, Mo Bei personally opened the car door for Lin Qinghuan. "Huan, the little cakes are a bit heavy. Should I help you carry them inside?" Lin Qinghuan, fully aware of his intentions, smiled and pinched his cheek. "They're just a few small cakes. They're not as heavy as you say." She reached out, took the bag from Mo Bei, and said, "Be careful on the way," before stepping inside. Mo Bei gazed at her retreating figure, lost in thought, before obediently departing. Upon entering, Lin Qinghuan approached Lin Qinghuan, her expression bright. "Sister, I bought your favorite little cakes." Lin Qinghuan shot her a disapproving glance. "Stop with the flattery. Just tell me honestly, are you two together?" Lin Qinghuan replied affirmatively, "We just got together today." "How about you and his older brother?" The mention of Mo Nan made Lin Qinghuan recall his earlier words during dinner, causing her to blush and her heart to race. Noticing the charming flush on her sister's face, Lin Qinghuan's smile widened. Sister, it seems you have fallen in love. Lin Qinghuan playfully glared at her. We're discussing your affairs. So, don't change the subject. Lin Qinghuan reclined on the sofa, casually resting her feet on the coffee table. Sister, don't overreact. It's just dating, not marriage. Lin Qinghuan lightly tapped her forehead. Even in dating, one must remain vigilant. Otherwise, our parents and I will worry. Lin Qinghuan chuckled. You should be more concerned about him. If he dares to waver, I'll ensure he has no descendants. Chapter 29. Brother, why are you back again? Mo Bei stood at the door, overhearing the conversation inside. His legs instinctively tightened, and he shivered slightly. Despite knowing he would never waver, the phrase no descendants still sent chills down his spine. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he finally rang the doorbell. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Qinghuan glanced toward the door, fortuitously spotting the car outside. Why is he back again? Noticing Wang Ma about to open the door, Lin Qinghuan called out, Wang Ma, I'll get it. Lin Qinghuan found her sister's eagerness suspicious. Scanning the area where Lin Qinghuan had just looked, she quickly realized the reason for her rush to the door. This Mo Bei truly is relentless. While others say absence makes the heart grow fonder, he seems to become anxious after just a few minutes apart. He showed no composure at all. She would need to speak to his brother about keeping some distance and not being overly clingy. Standing at the door, Mo Bei suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed several times. He thought to himself, the weather isn't even cold tonight. Why do I feel a chill on my back? Am I really coming down with something? When Lin Qinghuan opened the door and saw Mo Bei standing there, she was exasperated. Brother, why are you back again? I was worried about you, so I turned back to check, he replied. Lin Qinghuan was truly at her wit's end. What danger could I possibly be in at home? My family doesn't impose a single life doctrine. Dating doesn't mean I'm in peril. If you're truly concerned, go to a temple and get me a safety talisman. I'll hang it around my neck every day. If anyone dares to bully me, I'll stick it on their forehead. Mo Bei, faced with Lin Qinghuan's playful banter, was filled with mirth. You're still in the mood for jokes. Perhaps my worries were unwarranted. A safety talisman wouldn't ward off evil. Next time, I'll bring some glutinous rice, which is good for that. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Were you a Taoist in your past life? Upon hearing this, Mo Bei grinned widely. Should I go in and greet your sister? Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Not just yet. Go back and have your older brother step up. My sister has many admirers. And if he hesitates, he might find himself crying under the covers. Mo Bei nodded with a smile. I'll convey that to my brother. I promise not to hinder you. Huan, I'll head back now. Lin Qinghuan waved him off. Be careful on your way back. Don't turn around halfway again. I want to open the door for you. Mo Bei smiled affectionately as he turned to get into his car. Lin Qinghuan watched the vehicle leave the yard before casting her gaze toward the door. Huan, now that he has gone, are you going to stand guard or play the waiting stone? Lin Qinghuan, hearing her sister's voice, closed the door and walked back in. She sat beside Lin Qinghuan with a grin. I was just afraid he'd turn back again. Lin Qinghuan shot her a look. With how clingy you both are, you might as well be reincarnated as superglue. Just as she finished teasing Lin Qinghuan, her phone rang. Hello? Awaken technology? Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Lin Qinghuan fixed her gaze on Lin Qinghuan and sighed heavily. Lin Qinghuan looked at her in confusion. Sister, what happened? Lin Qinghuan opened her phone to show her the electronic contract sent by her assistant. Contract for a project with Awaken technology? Lin Qinghuan asked, bewildered. Is there a problem? Unfamiliar with the Lin Group's projects, she couldn't fathom why Lin Qinghuan was showing her this. Noticing her sister's ignorance, Lin Qinghuan reminded her. The owner behind Awaken technology is Mo Bei. This guy is certainly going all out to win me over. Lin Qinghuan was surprised that the contract arrived so quickly after Mo Bei left. It seemed he was always seeking to make his presence felt. She patted Lin Qinghuan on the shoulder with seriousness. Sister, our Lin Group is flourishing. His approach to partnership shows he has vision. Besides, it doesn't matter who the project is with. How can this be considered flattery? It's merely mutual benefit. Lin Qinghuan glanced at her. As long as you're happy. Lin Qinghuan beamed. Of course I'm happy. No work and money to spend, plus I can sleep in every day. Isn't that a heavenly life? Sister, I need to head to the west side of the city early tomorrow morning. Could you ask Uncle Wang to accompany me? Lin Qinghuan cast a puzzled glance at her. What do you need to go to the west side for? Lin Qinghuan explained. Isn't there a commercial street with shops for sale over there? I just want to join in the excitement. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brows. The occupancy rate in the residential area on the west side is quite low, and the entertainment facilities are rather lacking. Purchasing a shop there does not seem like a wise investment. As a project manager, Lin Qinghuan believed that the current west side was not worth the investment. However, Lin Qinghuan held a differing opinion. Sister, don't underestimate the potential of the west side just because its development prospects seem limited at the moment. Situations can change in the blink of an eye. If a new policy emerges or the municipal government relocates there, it could become a treasure trove. Seeing her speak with such conviction, Lin Qinghuan paused. Huan, do you know something I don't? Lin Qinghuan raised her hand for a moment and said, I calculated using my fingers and discovered that area possesses excellent feng shui. Soon, those shops will appreciate significantly, with profits increasing at least fourfold, which is why I intend to purchase a few. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan's face was filled with astonishment. A fourfold profit? How much money would that yield? Lin Qinghuan's predictions had never been wrong. Lin Qinghuan had complete faith in her. If she said so, it meant that the shops in that area would indeed appreciate. Huan, I have only 5 billion at my disposal. Perhaps I should discuss with Dad to see how much the company can allocate for investment. Lin Qinghuan shook her head. Sister, no need for that. I have funds available. Have you forgotten about my 100 billion severance payment? Right, she did have money. Lin Qinghuan nearly forgot about that. Huan, if you wish to acquire more shops, it would be wise to register a company for easier management. Lin Qinghuan understood that this would facilitate things, but she was solely interested in making money, not managing. She clung to Lin Qinghuan's arm and playfully said, Sister, why not put everything under our company's name for you all to manage? I won't interfere. Lin Qinghuan's lips twitched slightly. Was she treating her and their father like workhorses? While she was more than willing to assist, it would attract unwarranted attention. Most importantly, this venture was unrelated to the industries associated with the Lin Group, making it vulnerable to targeting by other companies. Separate management was the optimal choice. Even if the Lin Group faced a crisis one day, it wouldn't implicate Lin Qinghuan's ventures. Huan, if you find it bothersome, leave the company registration and the selection of a professional manager to Dad and me. We will ensure everything is handled meticulously. You just need to be a carefree little princess who turns stone into gold. That night, Lin Qinghuan set 15 alarms. The incessant ringing failed to wake her, but it drove Lin Qinghuan next door to the brink of insanity. With a heavy sigh, she dressed and knocked on Lin Qinghuan's door. The loud knocking startled Aunt Wang, who was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Lin and Mrs. Lin were also awakened. Lin father, draped in a coat, stood by the door, yawning as he noticed Lin Qinghuan banging on Lin Qinghuan's door. Qinghuan, what's the matter? Lin Qinghuan replied with an exasperated expression, I'm trying to wake her up. Lin father waved his hand dismissively. Your sister doesn't have to work. She doesn't need to get up so early. Dad, you came home late last night. And I forgot to mention that Huan wants to venture into the real estate industry. I've asked my assistant to register a company for her. And as for the professional managers needed to run the company, that will be your responsibility. Lin father pondered for a couple of seconds before responding slowly. Since she wants to play, allocate 100 billion from the company's account for her to start with. 100 billion? Start playing? This statement left Aunt Wang downstairs in shock. She knew the Lin family pampered Lin Qinghuan, but this was an unprecedented level of indulgence. Without inquiry, the first move was a staggering 100 billion. Was this the life of the wealthy? Recalling the novel she had stayed up late reading, the overbearing CEO falls in love with the menopausal maid. She began to fantasize about meeting a domineering figure for a second spring in her life. Lin Qinghuan responded, Dad, have you forgotten about her 100 billion severance payment? What she is aiming for is a significant venture. Let us reserve that 100 billion as her backup funds. Fine. If she needs anything, she can come to me. After Lin father returned to his room, Lin Qinghuan turned her gaze back to the tightly closed door. Just as she raised her hand to knock again, the sound of the alarm clock rang out from inside. Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but suspect that Lin Qinghuan might be the reincarnation of a sleep deity. Otherwise, how could she sleep so soundly? She dismissed the thought of knocking and turned to grab a spare key from her study. As she opened the door, the alarm sound intensified, and Lin Qinghuan frowned. With such a racket, how could she possibly be sleeping? Striding to her bedside, Lin Qinghuan appeared completely unfazed, which defied logic. She placed her hand on Lin Qinghuan's forehead. There was no fever. Huan. While pushing her arm, she called her name in her ear. After a while, Lin Qinghuan slowly stirred. Sister, what are you doing here? She asked, bewildered. Your alarm has gone off countless times. Can you not hear it? Lin Qinghuan saw her lips moving but heard no sound. Just as confusion crossed her face, she instinctively placed her hand on her ear, and in the next moment, she found herself holding one earplug, then two. Lin Qinghuan was both amused and exasperated. You said you wanted to wake up early, set all these alarms to disturb others, yet you're wearing earplugs and sleeping soundly. You truly are a genius. Lin Qinghuan sheepishly scratched her head, unsure of when she had put in the earplugs. Perhaps she found the alarms too bothersome and unconsciously decided to wear them.
Sister, I'm sorry. I'll get up right now.
Watching her slip on her shoes and dash towards the bathroom, Lin Qinghuan feared she might crash into the doorframe. After Lin Qinghuan finished washing up and changed her clothes, she went downstairs for breakfast. Shortly after, Lin Qinghuan came down as well. Aunt Wang immediately placed a plate of buns and a glass of hot milk in front of her. Lin Qinghuan picked up the milk and glanced at Lin Qinghuan. Huan, I've sent my assistant's number to your phone. If all goes as planned, we should be able to finalize the company registration and business license today. Lin Qinghuan looked up and smiled brightly at her. Thank you so much, sister. Once I start making money, I'll buy you 8. Just as she was about to say she would find 8 male models, the image of Mo Nan's smiling face with ice in his eyes flashed in her mind. And she quickly closed her mouth. Find 8 of what? Lin Qinghuan asked, munching on her bun. Lin Qinghuan's eyes darted around, and she promptly explained, Sister, I meant once I start making money, I'll buy you 8 villas. Lin Qinghuan smiled and replied, All right, I've noted that down. You better not go back on your word. Lin Qinghuan, am a woman of my word, and will certainly not renege. After saying this, she checked the time and hurriedly said, Sister, I've finished eating, so I'll head out first. Okay, be safe on the road. On her way to pick up Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan called her, worried she might be like her and not wake up despite setting an alarm. However, Song Jin was a bit more reliable. After all, she had worked for 3 months, and as soon as her alarm rang, she jumped out of bed in a flash. As the car approached her home, Song Jin rushed out without delay. Once in the car, she waved a card in front of Lin Qinghuan excitedly. Huan, my brother heard I'm going with you to handle important matters, and he gave me another card. Truly, associating with you brings benefits. Previously, working from 9 to 5. Her monthly salary was meager, but now, as soon as she mentioned Lin Qinghuan, her brother was extraordinarily generous. If she didn't know their circumstances, she might think he had feelings for her, loving her for the sake of his sister. Lin Qinghuan shot her a sideways glance. Your mouth is truly unfiltered. Song De-go must have realized that she was more stable and reliable than Song Jin, which is why.
Wait.
Song Jin interrupted her, saying, Had I not been aware of your tendency to change jobs over 20 times in merely 3 months, I might have been genuinely deceived by your apparent stability and reliability. Lin Qinghuan raised her chin defiantly, gesturing with her hand, Let us not dwell on past glories. Moreover, if I were truly unreliable, you would not choose to associate with me, would you? Song Jin shook her head. That is not how I see it. Setting aside your flaws, you possess numerous commendable qualities, such as loyalty, prowess in combat, and remarkable luck, among others. As the saying goes, 3 parts destiny, 7 parts effort. But what does effort rely on? It is, in fact, luck. With your good fortune, you surpass 70% of people in the world. Is that not true? Lin Qinghuan expressed her skepticism. I distinctly recall our teacher stating that the 7 parts refer to diligence, hard work, and capability.
No.
Special circumstances call for special treatment. Song Jin insisted earnestly. Gold bricks and complimentary services. None of these are attained through effort, diligence, or ability. They are purely the fruits of your luck. Upon reflection, Lin Qinghuan conceded that there was indeed some truth to that. With good fortune, one could achieve what others toil their entire lives for without expending a single ounce of effort or energy. For instance, the monumental compensation of billions, or that single kilogram of gold bricks. She patted Song Jin's shoulder earnestly, declaring, Sister, I have a secret to share with you. Lend me 5 million, and I shall take you to witness a miracle. Chapter 31. In the realm of insults, it seemed she had made significant progress, indeed. Uncle Wang parked the car in front of the sales office on the commercial street in the west of the city and then exited to open the door for Lin Qinghuan. Upon seeing the large sign for the sales office, Song Jin appeared somewhat bewildered. Sister, is the serious matter you mentioned about purchasing property? Is your grand villa not sufficient for you? I recall that when you turned 18, Uncle Lin gifted you a house of over 300 square meters. And you hardly spent 2 days living there. Now you wish to buy another? Sister, a house cannot be consumed as sustenance, and besides, properties in the west of the city are rather remote. There's no comparison to the comfort of residing in the south. Hearing Song Jin's incessant chatter, Lin Qinghuan stifled a smile. I know, little accountant. I am here to purchase a commercial property, not a residence. Commercial property? Song Jin looked around with disdain. Sister, if you have excess funds, consider donating to impoverished children like myself. Though I may not rival my brother in business acumen, my vision is not lacking. The occupancy rate in the West is low, and the facilities are still underdeveloped. It would be quite challenging to profit from a commercial property. It could easily become a burden. Understanding that Song Jin was merely concerned for her, Lin Qinghuan smiled. Fear not, for the fairy has her clever strategies. Simply accompany me on this venture, and I assure you, your coffers will overflow. Song Jin regarded her with curiosity, playfully asking, Are you, perhaps, planning to employ some magical tactics? Lin Qinghuan nodded. Indeed, the fairy's luck is about to manifest. Keep pace with my steps. With that, she strode confidently towards the interior, with Song Jin trailing closely behind. Fairy, wait for me. As the door swung open, the sales personnel of the office promptly welcomed them. Welcome to the bustling commercial property sales office of the West City. The chorus of greetings infused the office with a lively atmosphere. Song Jin glanced around, noting that apart from the sales staff, there were only a few scattered customers. Huan, good commercial properties require swift acquisition. This might prove challenging. Lin Qinghuan replied with a light smile. The fewer the people, the greater our chances of profit. Just as they were about to continue deeper into the office, an individual obstructed their path. Oh, if it isn't Lin Qinghuan, the fake heiress of the Lin family. Have you been cast out? Lin Qinghuan raised her gaze and recognized the speaker. Isn't this Xiaoshangyun, Ming Tang's sycophant? Has Ming Tang stopped feeding you lately that you must resort to begging? Oh, by the way, you probably haven't heard that Ming Tang has been sent to the countryside. No wonder you've been struggling lately. Xiaoshangyun's expression shifted at the news that Ming Tang had been dispatched to the countryside, relying on her connections with Ming Tang for a better existence at school. She now faced a bleak future without her support. Seeing Lin Qinghuan adorned in designer clothing and carrying a luxury handbag, envy glimmered in her eyes. Lin Qinghuan, what do you have to be so arrogant about? You're merely an orphan, a charity case, and you dare to consider yourself a lady of distinction? Lin Qinghuan's expression darkened as she prepared to retaliate, but Song Jin sprang into action. Without uttering a word, she delivered a resounding slap to Xiaoshangyun's face. Your mouth is so foul, it's as if you've just dined in the restroom. Don't think that your unattractive appearance grants you license to behave recklessly. I fear nothing, be it demons or monsters. I'll take on any that cross my path. Song Jin's fierce demeanor startled the nearby sales staff, prompting them to retreat a safe distance away, wary of being caught in the fray. Xiaoshangyun was taken aback by the sudden physical retaliation. Clutching her sore cheek, she glared at Song Jin in fury. What business is it of yours? I was speaking to her, not you. You're merely her dog, barking mindlessly. With a disdainful snort, Song Jin crossed her arms, fixing Xiaoshangyun with a piercing gaze. You dare to call yourself human? Just because you have a tumor on your neck doesn't give you the right to use it as a brain. Huan is the acknowledged little princess of the Lin family. Your sour grapes will not alter that reality. And who here is akin to you? You've served as Ming Tang's lackey, and when she tossed you some scraps, you scurried around like a mad dog, defaming others. Were it not for Ming Tang's disinterest in having a daughter, I suspect you would be begging on your knees for her affection. With her words, the atmosphere fell silent, as everyone paused in their actions, fearful of provoking the next wave of conflict. Lin Qinghuan observed Song Jin's unrelenting tirade with a faint smile, noting her apparent progression in the art of insult. It seemed her time at work had not been in vain, at least her verbal skills had improved considerably. As Song Jin spoke, Xiaoshangyun noticed the mocking glances of her colleagues, filled with derision and disdain, as if she were some unsightly residue. Having never endured such humiliation, she glared at Song Jin, wishing to rend her asunder. In response to Xiaoshangyun's venomous glare, Song Jin offered a scornful smile, further inciting Xiaoshangyun's fury. Song Jin, you've gone too far. With a furious scream, Xiaoshangyun lunged at Song Jin, her long nails poised to mar her face. Lin Qinghuan's expression hardened. Xiaoshangyun's intentions were clearly malicious, aiming to disfigure Song Jin. Before Xiaoshangyun could reach her target, Lin Qinghuan swiftly kicked her away. The sudden commotion sent shrieks echoing through the sales office. In this instance, Lin Qinghuan had shown restraint, as she wished to avoid escalating matters that could hinder her pursuit of profit. Otherwise, a single kick would have sent Xie Xiangyun to the hospital, rather than merely inflicting a momentary sting. The two security guards stationed at the entrance rushed over upon hearing the commotion. One of them, upon seeing Xie Xiangyun sprawled on the ground, rushed to her side without hesitation. Xiang, what happened? Who bullied you? I'll help you get revenge. The other guard reached for his phone to contact the sales office manager while inquiring about the situation. Hearing the guard's words, Song Jin scoffed. Who harmed her? That's her own doing. The guard helped the visibly pained Xie Xiangyun to her feet, glaring at Song Jin with indignation. Did you bully Xiang? Before Song Jin could respond, Xie Xiangyun began to feign weakness. Brother Chen, it's not just her. The woman beside her also insulted and struck me. You must help me exact revenge. Observing her affected demeanor, Lin Qinghuan narrowed her striking eyes slightly. Given Xie Xiangyun's self-serving and sycophantic nature, it was evident that this security guard was hardly her type. Reflecting on Xie Xiangyun's past actions in school, Lin Qinghuan surmised that she was once again casting her net wide for personal gain. However, considering the guard's appearance, it was likely he couldn't even qualify as a backup option, merely a pawn in her game. Lin Qinghuan's gaze settled on Xie Xiangyun as she remarked in a flat tone, have you never heard the saying, if you don't court disaster, you meet it? If you hadn't obstructed our path and caused a ruckus, who would bother to engage with you? The security guard, witnessing Lin Qinghuan and her companions bullying Xie Xiangyun with an air of arrogance, immediately declared his intention to teach them a lesson. A cold smirk crept upon Lin Qinghuan's lips. She had come here with serious intentions, yet there were always those oblivious enough to seek attention. And she could hardly be blamed for that. Chapter 32. It was evident that the security guard surnamed Chen was not a good person. He rolled up his sleeves and approached Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin with a menacing demeanor. Another security guard, fearing an unnecessary conflict, intervened, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. Let us wait for General Manager Jiang to arrive before discussing this. I refuse. They dare to cause a scene in the sales office. They must pay the price. As a security guard, I have the right to expel them. He spoke with righteous indignation, portraying himself as a diligent enforcer of order. Yet, who among those present was unaware that he was merely seeking vengeance for Xie Xiangyun? As he advanced menacingly, Song Jin stepped protectively in front of Lin Qinghuan and shouted, how dare a mere security guard lay hands on customers? Who gave you the audacity? Xie Xiangyun retorted, and you think you deserve the title of customer? One is a waste of the Lin family, a false heiress. And the other is merely a sycophant trailing behind her. Surely, you are not here to attract men? Her words transformed the gazes of those around them, casting Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin in a dubious light, as if they were indeed seeking to ensnare unwitting prey. Fuming, Song Jin glared at Xie Xiangyun and gritted her teeth. It seems I was too lenient with that slap earlier. I should have torn your foul mouth apart. The guard surnamed Chen, witnessing Song Jin's audacity to threaten Xie Xiangyun in his presence, raised his hand to strike her. Realizing she was no match for him, Song Jin aimed a kick at his lower region, resolved that even if she bore the brunt of his slap, he would pay a price for it. 2 seconds later, instead of the anticipated pain, she heard his anguished scream. Cautiously opening her eyes, she discovered Lin Qinghuan had seized his arm just as she had struck her target. The guard, with his legs tightly clamped together, was flushed, bloodshot eyes filled with tears, and a sheen of sweat coating his brow, teetering on the brink of collapse. The surrounding men, witnessing the scene, grew alarmed, retreating 2 steps, their legs instinctively clamping shut. Xie Xiangyun, taken aback by his ineptitude, felt her nails dig into her flesh in frustration. Lin Qinghuan, Song Jin, you've injured someone. I will call the police to have you arrested. Lin Qinghuan released the guard's arm and met Xie Xiangyun's gaze directly. He was injured on your behalf. We can compensate him, but as the instigator, you must care for him for life, wouldn't you? For life? Panic surged within Xie Xiangyun as her gaze darted to the guard, now rolling on the ground. Clutching his sensitive area, she hastily distanced herself from him. This has nothing to do with me. He was merely doing his job. You two are the ones who have caused this. Song Jin regarded her with disdain. Xie Xiangyun, you remain as ungrateful as ever. This is your doing. Do not try to defame me. As Xie Xiangyun pulled out her phone to call the police, a throng of people approached, escorting a prominent figure toward them. Song Jin glanced nervously at Lin Qinghuan and quickly hid behind her. Jin, what's wrong? Lin Qinghuan inquired, puzzled. Song Jin pointed at the leading figure and whispered, Huan, Did you not say that someone surnamed Jiang would obstruct my fortune? That's him. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow. Is he Jiang Xian? Song Ji nodded. This marked Lin Qinghuan's first encounter with Jiang Xian. He stood tall, resembling Xiao Kai, with a somewhat effeminate yet strikingly handsome visage, his deep, soulful Danfeng eyes captivating. No wonder Song Jin found him appealing. As he approached, Xie Xiangyun seized the opportunity to act first. She rushed to Jiang Xian, feigning a pitiful demeanor with her still red face. General Manager Jiang, you must intervene for us. These two women are undoubtedly here to stir trouble for the company. First, they struck me, then they assaulted our security guard. Who knows what they might do next? Although Song Jin despised being implicated with Jiang Xian, she could not tolerate false accusations. Stepping out from behind Lin Qinghuan, she pointed at Xie Xiangyun. You're utterly incompetent, yet excel at sowing discord. Coming here to inspect a shop, and I encounter nothing but loathsome creatures. It's truly disheartening. Song Jin's emergence elicited a hint of amusement in Jiang Xian's eyes. Miss Song, it has been a while. Song Jin shot him a sidelong glance. General Jiang, the talents recruited by your family are indeed impressive. To purchase a shop here, one must navigate through numerous obstacles. Are you afraid the shop might sell out? Are these employees you've hired, or are they spies? Her words sent a shiver through the sales staff, as they realized she had extended her critique to them as well. Xie Xiangyun's complexion paled. She hadn't anticipated Song Jin's familiarity with Jiang Xian. Flustered, she attempted to explain General Jiang before she could finish. Jiang Xian shot her a glance that silenced her instantly. He typically exuded a warm demeanor in public, yet today, the coldness in his gaze was unprecedented for Xie Xiangyun, sending a chill down her spine. Unbeknownst to others, Jiang Xian conveyed something to the manager behind him, and soon, Xie Xiangyun and the guard were escorted away, while the rest dispersed. Miss Song, the recent events are our responsibility. I assure you, I will provide an explanation. This young lady must be your friend? He shifted his gaze to Lin Qinghuan, smiling gently. Hello, I am Jiang Xian. Lin Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement. I am Lin Qinghuan. Upon hearing her name, Jiang Xian's eyes reflected a newfound curiosity. Although the Lin family had not invited the Jiang family to their banquet, he had heard of the Lin and Ming family's affairs. Even if she wasn't of Lin blood, she remained their cherished princess. The Lin family had even hosted a banquet to honor her, showcasing their regard for her. This so-called waste of a false heiress is far from ordinary. With such striking features and an ethereal aura, it seems many have misjudged her. Miss Song, Miss Lin, are you here to purchase a shop? Since fate has brought us together, allow me to introduce you to the offerings. Song Jin furrowed her brow and pulled Lin Qinghuan aside, whispering, Huan, you mentioned that someone surnamed Jiang would obstruct my fortune? Shouldn't we consider buying elsewhere? Lin Qinghuan reassured her with a gentle pat on the hand, smiling, no worries, with my good fortune by your side, he cannot thwart us. She then reminded her, while I'm not around, try to avoid engaging with him. He seems far from benevolent. Song Jin glanced back at Jiang Xian, handsome and refined, indeed appearing untrustworthy. Lin Qinghuan retorted, as long as you're happy. Jiang Xian guided them around the model, explaining the shop's layouts, sizes, and materials used, but conspicuously omitted the prices. Lin Qinghuan, unwilling to waste more time, directly inquired General Jiang, what is the total price for these shops? At her question, Jiang Xian's expression darkened momentarily, before he smiled and replied, does Miss Lin intend to purchase them all? Lin Qinghuan smiled slyly. If the price is agreeable, I might consider it. Jiang Xian did not take Lin Qinghuan's words seriously, although the Lin family boasted assets in the billions. Their liquid funds would not exceed 500 billion. Even though she is acknowledged as the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, the members of the Lin family would not allow her to squander such an extravagant sum of money. Miss Lin, as a friend of Miss Song, who is also my friend, I can offer you a 20% discount on any commercial property you desire, based on the original price. A 20% discount? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, sensing that Jiang Xian did not believe in her capabilities, thus making such a statement deliberately. In that case, she was determined to save that sum. Chapter 33. The hidden tycoon. Lin Qinghuan pointed at the sand table and declared, I want this one. This particular commercial property is valued at 4 million, amounting to 320,000 for Miss Lin. As Jiang Xian spoke, he instructed someone to prepare the contract. Lin Qinghuan waved her hand, saying, there's no rush for the contract. I want to take a look at this one. It also appears quite appealing. Jiang Xian responded. This commercial property is more than twice the size of the previous one, and after the discount, it amounts to 780 million. Lin Qinghuan nodded and continued to examine the options. Oh, this one is also quite nice. It is a high-end commercial building, priced at 836 million after the discount. All these options seem rather good. Jiang Xian remarked, these properties are indeed impressive. If Miss Lin finds it overwhelming to choose, I can guide you through the commercial street, allowing you to inspect the shops firsthand. Lin Qinghuan shook her head. No need for that. As of now, I want to acquire all the unsold properties you have. Jiang Xian was taken aback, and his gaze towards Lin Qinghuan shifted to one of scrutiny. Despite this, a smile remained on his lips. Miss Lin, purchasing commercial properties is no trivial matter. Moreover, as far as I know, the Lin family has no intentions of entering the real estate sector. What are your plans? Lin Qinghuan understood that he was probing her financial capacity, a tactic she found particularly irksome. You need not concern yourself with the details. My intention to buy is straightforward. Or does Mr. Jiang doubt my financial capability, hence his reluctance to sell to me? Miss Lin, I apologize for my earlier remarks. If you wish to purchase, I am more than willing to sell. He had been contemplating the current situation of the Lin family, but Lin Qinghuan's words forced him to clarify his position. The flicker of doubt in his heart transformed into anticipation. If Lin Qinghuan truly could purchase all those shops, the Jiang family's funds could be swiftly replenished and reinvested into new projects, a scenario that would be beneficial for the Jiang family. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Jiang Xian instructed his assistant to investigate the remaining properties and draft a new contract. Miss Lin, there are still 110 units available, including 2 commercial buildings and 3 office towers, for a total price of 15 billion. If Miss Lin is not interested in the commercial and office buildings, and only wishes to acquire the shops along the roads, it would approximately cost 10 billion. At this price, Song Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. To purchase everything would require over 100 billion. I currently possess not even 1 billion. She subtly tugged at Lin Qinghuan's sleeve and whispered, Huan, I only have a few tens of millions. Lin Qinghuan reassured her, it's all right, I will cover the rest, and you can consider it an investment. You will cover it? Song Jin was flabbergasted. This was over 100 billion, not just a mere 100,000. Sister, are you sure about what you're saying? Lin Qinghuan smiled at her, just trust me. Although Song Jin was uncertain about Lin Qinghuan's intentions, she chose to place her faith in her friend. Seeing them whispering, Jiang Xian tentatively inquired, Miss Lin, Miss Song, are you considering purchasing the shops, or are you interested in acquiring the commercial and office buildings as well? If the quantity seems excessive, we can negotiate further. I will assist you in selecting the most strategically located shops. Lin Qinghuan glanced at him, smiled without responding, and shifted her focus back to the sand table. Mr. Jiang, this parcel of land also belongs to the Jiang family, does it not? I wonder if it is for sale? Jiang Xian's expression grew complex as he followed Lin Qinghuan's gaze to the indicated area. What on earth was Lin Qinghuan plotting? Was she merely toying with him? She had boasted about acquiring all the remaining properties, yet now that the contract was ready, she hesitated and instead focused on the vacant land beside it. She was indeed an enigma. Miss Lin, that land is indeed owned by our Jiang family. Lin Qinghuan responded, Mr. Jiang, I have taken a liking to that parcel. Is it for sale? Jiang Xian regarded Lin Qinghuan, perplexed by her inscrutability. May I ask, Miss Lin, what do you intend to do with this land if you purchase it? Lin Qinghuan arched an eyebrow, bemused that he would ask such a question after acknowledging its presumptuousness. Seeing him at a loss, Lin Qinghuan smiled. I was merely jesting. I have some funds I wish to invest, as I find myself with idle time. Her ostentatious display of wealth left Song Jin momentarily speechless. Jiang Xian was equally perplexed. How could the Lin family treat this adopted daughter so favorably, handing out millions without a second thought? Miss Jiang, if you are truly interested, I can sell that land to you for 80 billion. The Jiang family had shifted its focus to the southern part of the city, and if the land and properties in the western area could be sold, it would be a welcomed opportunity for him. When they initially acquired the land, there had been rumors that this area would soon become a focal point. 2 years had passed, and it had yet to develop, lagging far behind the south. It would be a success if any investor could recoup their capital, let alone account for time costs. If Lin Qinghuan truly intended to buy, it would present a favorable opportunity to offload the properties. Lin Qinghuan looked at Jiang Xian, producing a card, and calmly stated, I will take all the shops, commercial buildings, and office towers. Remember to apply the discount. Additionally, I want that parcel of land. Let us sign the contract now. Jiang Xian's assistant was seasoned enough to be astonished at Lin Qinghuan's nonchalant approach to purchasing properties as if she were merely buying groceries. It was evident that people varied greatly. Some made transactions worth hundreds of billions, while others merely ordered an extra egg on their pancake. Jiang Xian stared at Lin Qinghuan, feeling a sense of awe. Even he lacked the boldness she exhibited at that moment. Miss Lin, to confirm, the total for the commercial properties amounts to 150 billion, discounted to 120 billion, along with the land priced at 80 billion, bringing the total to 200 billion. Lin Qinghuan replied, "Yes, I understand. Please proceed with the card transaction." Jiang Xian signaled to his assistant, who took the card from Lin Qinghuan and placed it on the POS machine. The sound of the keys echoed, causing nervous anticipation among the onlookers. Song Jin's gaze remained fixated on the POS machine, dreading the moment a payment failure notification might sound. She clutched Lin Qinghuan's arm tightly, her palms sweating with anxiety. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghuan appeared unfazed, leisurely sipping tea on the sofa, as if completely detached from the unfolding events. Jiang Xian's admiration for Lin Qinghuan grew. She possessed a certain indescribable charm that captivated him deeply. Moments later, the successful payment confirmation chimed, nearly prompting an outburst of joy from Song Jin. "Sister, I never imagined you were a hidden tycoon. It seems I made the right choice by clinging to your coattails." Jiang Xian, too, was taken aback, realizing Lin Qinghuan had substantial funds at her disposal, suggesting that the Lin family harbored secrets unknown to many. After signing the contract, Jiang Xian extended his hand to Lin Qinghuan. "Congratulations, Miss Lin. From this day forth, these shops and this parcel of land belong to you. I wish you a prosperous fortune and abundant wealth." Lin Qinghuan returned his smile sincerely, responding, "I shall take your words to heart, Mr. Jiang. I hope to hear news of soaring prices for the properties and land soon, without you feeling compelled to spit blood in frustration." Chapter 34. Such extravagance. Once they were in the car, Song Jin could no longer contain her excitement. She grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand, her eyes sparkling. "Sister, you've been quite the mystery. After knowing you for so long, I never realized you were a hidden millionaire. You have no idea how commanding and impressive you looked when you declared you would take all the properties and swiped your card." Observing her animated expression, Lin Qinghuan chuckled softly. It was quite a feat for someone as lively and cheerful as her to have stayed silent for so long during the earlier discussions. She must have been bursting to express her thoughts. Lin Qinghuan had just intended to speak with Song Jin when her phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed it was a call from Lin Qinghuan. Immediately, she placed her index finger on her lips and gestured to Song Jin to be silent. Understanding instantly, Song Jin promptly ceased her incessant chatter. "Hello, sister," Lin Qinghuan answered. "Huahuan, the company has been successfully registered. The name was chosen by Dad. It's South called Xingyao Real Estate. He hopes the company will shine as brightly as you do." "A company?" Song Jin, who was listening nearby, was utterly astonished. It had only been a night, and Lin Qinghuan already had her own company, while she was still dependent on her elder brother for her living expenses. How could there be such a disparity among people? Some individuals casually spend 2 billion on commercial properties without a second thought, while others feel pained even when purchasing a necklace worth a few million. It was utterly confounding. Unbeknownst to Lin Qinghuan, her sister's words plunged Song Jin into a profound state of self-doubt. The only phrase echoing in her mind was Xingyao Real Estate. Upon hearing this name, Lin Qinghuan felt an instinctive belief that this company would undoubtedly flourish and thrive. Perhaps this was the allure of a name. "Sister, the name Dad chose for the company is wonderful. It sounds impressive. Our company is destined to shine brightly and attract wealth." At her words, Lin Qinghuan smiled. For this was the shared hope of their family. "Huahuan, we've found a professional manager. His information will be sent to your phone shortly. Additionally, Dad has purchased the office building adjacent to Lin's group, intending it as your office." "What?" Lin Qinghuan exclaimed. Song Jin was equally bewildered. The shock of the company's inception had yet to settle when yet another bombshell was dropped. How is the Lin family managing to sustain such extravagant expenditures? Lin Qinghuan shared this concern, wondering if they could continue living this way. The Lin group was situated in the economic hub of the southern city, where property prices were exorbitantly high. One office building equated to half a commercial street in the western district. She felt that her father was squandering money recklessly. "Sister, why don't you dissuade Dad? This is a tremendous financial burden." Lin Qinghuan anticipated her response, explaining, "Dad said that since we are starting a company, we must maintain a certain level of prestige. This building is his entrepreneurial gift to you. With such resolute words spoken, Lin Qinghuan found herself without reason to refuse. Sister, I promise I will not let you or our parents down. After hanging up, Lin Qinghuan intended to discuss the company with Song Jin but noticed that she was gazing at her with a look of deep melancholy. Jin, what's the matter? Song Jin replied, if I heard correctly, did Qingya just say that Uncle Lin bought you an office building? Lin Qinghuan nodded gently in affirmation. Song Jin continued, you, a sheltered young lady who barely understands the world, are starting your first venture with such high stakes? With an expression of innocence, Lin Qinghuan pouted, equally perplexed. Observing her naivety, Song Jin let out a heavy sigh. In comparison, my previous job, where I toiled for over 4,000 a month, seems utterly trivial. Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment and offered her 4 words. Count yourself fortunate. Song Jin, appearing despondent and disheartened, elicited a chuckle from Lin Qinghuan as she patted her shoulder. Sister, I know you have grand ambitions. Today, I'm offering you an opportunity. Do you accept? Song Jin looked at her in confusion, asking, what opportunity? Naturally, the opportunity to become wealthy. Lin Qinghuan declared, handing her a contract that had been resting nearby. Song Jin glanced at the document in her hand, then back at Lin Qinghuan, bewildered. Lin Qinghuan informed her, you will henceforth be the second largest shareholder of Xingyao Real Estate.
Ah?
Song Jin was overwhelmed with questions. What have I done to become the second largest shareholder? Suddenly, realization dawned on Song Jin, and she pulled a card from her bag, handing it to Lin Qinghuan. Huan, you just spent 200 billion on commercial properties and land, plus the registration fees and various expenses for the office building. At the very least, you're looking at 250 billion. By the lowest estimation, 1% of the shares would cost 25 billion. I only have 60 million in my account. Do you think I can even claim a fraction? Looking at the small and helpless Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh. Jin, I'm not a miser. You should keep your money. She placed the card back in Song Jin's hand and continued, there are many ways to invest, including connections, resources, and manpower. Your family is involved in entertainment and magazines. So our company's promotions and advertisements can be entrusted to you. You will be the manager of our marketing department, holding 10% of the shares. 10%? Song Jin exclaimed. Sister, do you realize how much that amounts to? She thought Lin Qinghuan must be out of her mind and reached out to check her forehead. No fever. Then why are you speaking nonsense? Lin Qinghuan removed her hand from her forehead, gazing earnestly at her. Jin, I am serious. Since this is a mutually beneficial collaboration, we should share the wealth. Our 2 companies will work together, and you will facilitate our partnership, ensuring the growth and strength of Xingyao Real Estate. Just wait and see who dares to belittle our capabilities. We will prove them wrong. Lin Qinghuan's words struck a chord with Song Jin. Tears welled in her eyes as she embraced Lin Qinghuan tightly, her voice filled with emotion. Huan, you truly are my sister, even if we share different fathers and mothers. Lin Qinghuan patted her back, smiling as she said, Jin, I'll leave the company affairs in your hands along with the professional manager. Song Jin instinctively asked, and what about you? Lin Qinghuan replied, I'm heading home now to sleep. And me? Take the contract to Lin's group and consult my sister. She will guide you on what to do. With that, Lin Qinghuan grabbed her bag, yawned, and exited the car, leaving a bewildered Song Jin behind. Miss Song? Uncle Wang called out. Song Jin watched Lin Qinghuan's graceful departure, sighing to herself. She had suspected that matters would not be so straightforward. Let us go to Lin's group. Chapter 35. What a splendid excuse. I give it full marks. Lin Qinghuan returned to her room and collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber that lasted until sunset. Feeling her stomach rumble, she slipped on her shoes, grabbed her phone, and went downstairs in search of food. Seeing Aunt Wang in the kitchen, she leaned against the doorframe and weakly inquired, Aunt Wang, have my parents returned yet? Upon hearing her voice, Aunt Wang immediately paused her work and turned to face her. Second miss, sir and madam have gone to a banquet. Madam initially intended to inform you, but upon hearing that you were asleep, they decided not to disturb you. Lin Qinghuan nodded.
Aunt Wang, I am hungry.
Is there anything to eat? Second miss, I've prepared chicken soup. I'll bring it over right away. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Lin Qinghuan sat at the table and casually lit up her phone screen. Upon seeing the plethora of notifications, her jaw nearly dropped in shock. There were a total of 198 messages, all sent by Song Jin. Could something have gone awry with the company? Lin Qinghuan thought anxiously as she opened the chat. After scanning the contents, she found herself wanting to pinch someone. Out of the 100+ messages, Half were photographs, two-thirds of which showcased various aspects of the company, while the other third featured lunch pictures. It was evident that she was quite pleased with the dining options at Lin's group, as every dish was accompanied by a photo, and for her favorites. She even took selfies with them, describing how delicious they were. Lin Qinghuan was thoroughly exasperated with this glutton. She should have anticipated this. If there were truly something important, Song Jin would have called her instead of bombarding her with messages. Regrettably, she realized this a bit late. Sister, sending messages doesn't cost money. So why go to such lengths? It drains your battery. If you intend to punish me, please do so with money, not by inundating me with messages. I fear I might develop a phobia of crowded visuals. After replying to Song Jin, Aunt Wang brought over a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Miss Second, you haven't had lunch. You must be quite famished. There's still plenty left in the pot.
Lin Qinghuan nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand, Wang Ma."
Whether it was the delicious chicken soup that Wang Ma had prepared or her own ravenous hunger, she found herself consuming 2 bowls in quick succession. Just as she set down her bowl and chopsticks, her phone chimed. Upon seeing the caller ID, a gentle smile graced her lips. Hello, boyfriend. Do you have any guidance for me? The term boyfriend caused Mo Bei's knees to weaken, almost bringing him to the floor. Girlfriend, are you free tonight? Lin Qinghuan recalled that she had yet to visit the night market since entering this narrative and suddenly felt an urge to explore it. She replied that she was indeed available. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Girlfriend, please get in the car. Surprised to find him already waiting at her doorstep, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. Give me 5 minutes. After hanging up, she hurried upstairs to change her clothes and then called Lin Qingya. Upon learning that her sister had a collaboration to discuss and wouldn't be home for dinner, she informed Wang Ma, my sister will be dining out tonight and I have something to attend to as well. So there's no need to prepare dinner for us. Opening the door, she spotted Mo Bei leaning casually against the car, exuding an air of relaxed elegance that filled her with satisfaction. Truly, he was the man she had chosen, undeniably pleasing to the eyes. As she approached, Mo Bei straightened up and opened the door for her. After she settled into the car, he asked, would you prefer to dine, watch a movie, or visit a mall? Lin Qinghuan looked out the window and replied, I wish to visit the largest night market in the city. Her response took Mo Bei aback. The night market was a realm he was entirely unfamiliar with. Prior to their outing, he had conducted extensive research and consulted friends about the most frequented romantic spots, ultimately prioritizing 3 options: restaurants, cinemas, and shopping centers. Yet, none of these had struck a chord. However, since this was her desire, he was determined to indulge her. Promptly activating the navigation system, 50 minutes later, they arrived at the city's largest night market. The throngs of people made Mo Bei's breathing slightly heavier. He grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand tightly, ensuring she stayed close to him, fearful of others jostling her. Observing his cautious demeanor, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but find it amusing. You've never been to a night market, have you? There's so much to eat and play with, it's quite entertaining. As she spoke, she led him by the hand, purchasing a hairpin from one stall and skewers from another. After several back-and-forth trips, Mo Bei began to relax. As they wandered, they arrived at the amusement section, which featured games such as shooting, ring toss, and ball rolling. Lin Qinghuan eagerly grabbed a gun, challenging Mo Bei to a shooting contest. After 3 rounds, neither could claim superiority. As the outcome remained unclear, Lin Qinghuan unleashed a flurry of shots, though whether she hit her target was uncertain. All the bullets were expended. The vendor, startled, retreated to a neighboring stall, fearful of being accidentally injured by her. When she attempted to reload, the vendor politely declined. I'm terribly sorry, miss. My hen is feeling unwell today. It laid an egg that cracked. I must return to care for it, so I need to close up early. Lin Qinghuan responded with a smile, while Mo Bei stifled a laugh. When she glanced his way, he composed himself and replied with mock seriousness, that vendor is quite amusing. Rolling her eyes at him, Lin Qinghuan declared, since we can't shoot, let's try something else. Turning around, she noticed a bustling game stall nearby, instantly pulling Mo Bei's hand toward it. Upon nearing, they overheard someone asking, is it true? If I win, the villa is mine? Absolutely true. If you win, I assure you, the property deed is right here. Give me 100 rings. Today's the day to strike it rich. I want 100 rings too. Make that 500. All right, one at a time. No need to rush. Mo Bei recognized the vendor's voice as somewhat familiar, yet the setting suggested otherwise. Noticing Lin Qinghuan's keen interest in the ring toss, he instructed her to wait while he purchased rings. Due to the long line of customers, He spent over 10 minutes waiting. Finally, when it was his turn, he was surprised to find that the person handing out rings was Wu Lu. Xiao Lu, what are you doing here? Wu Lu looked equally astonished. Bei Go, what brings you here? Mo Bei turned to glance at Lin Qinghuan. Just accompanying your sister-in-law for some fun. Sister-in-law? When did you start dating? Wu Lu inquired, casting a look in Lin Qinghuan's direction. Upon seeing her, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. You're really with Miss Lin Air?
Montag by Chuckett, brimming with pride.
Indeed, no doubt about it. Having been fed a dose of dog food, Wu Lu handed him 500 rings. Consider this my gift to you both. Wishing you a harmonious union and early blessings. Mo Bei stared at the basket of rings in his hands, his lips twitching in disbelief. If not for the inappropriateness of the setting, he would have lectured Wu Lu on proper conduct. Chapter 36. Is this poverty alleviation or entrepreneurship? Lin Qinghuan accepted the rings from Mo Bei and asked, do you know the vendor of the ring toss? Mo Bei nodded lightly. Yes, he's a friend. He had intended to inquire why Wu Lu was running a stall here but decided against it due to the long queue. He would find an opportunity to ask later. Noticing his contemplative expression, Lin Qinghuan chuckled. Your friend is quite unique, setting up a ring toss stall at the night market, offering a villa as a prize. I wonder if he's here to alleviate poverty or to venture into business. From Wu Lu's attire and watch, Lin Qinghuan could tell he wasn't lacking in wealth. In fact, he was quite affluent. What could motivate someone like him to set up a stall here?
Montag by was equally puzzled.
He hadn't heard any rumors about Wu Lu dabbling in a side business at the night market. A side business? Lin Qinghuan laughed lightly. Only someone of his cultured background could present squandering money in such an elegant manner. Who sets up a stall offering a villa in exchange for rings? Moreover, how much is each ring worth? That villa must be worth at least 400 million. If someone were to win it, he'd be throwing away 400 million. If he earns 20,000 a day, it would take him at least 40 years to accumulate enough for that villa. If someone actually won it, and there was nothing else to attract customers, his daily earnings would plummet. Even if he operated that stall for a century, he wouldn't make enough for that villa. Lin Qinghuan whispered to Mo Bei, does your friend have a nickname like Scatterwealth Boy?
Montag by responded,
Upon meeting Lin Qinghuan's teasing smile, he quickly understood. His previous nickname was Wu Xiaolu. He might have acquired a new one now. I think Scatterwealth Boy suits him perfectly. If Uncle Wu were to find out about his antics, his stature might be compromised. What does his height have to do with this? Lin Qinghuan inquired, puzzled. Mo Bei replied, because Uncle Wu would likely break his legs. Lin Qinghuan remarked, there seem to be quite a few people in line for the ring toss. I wonder how long it will take before it's our turn. Peering ahead, she noticed at least 10 people still queued. Mo Bei suggested, why don't you sit nearby while I wait in line? When it's your turn, you can come over. Lin Qinghuan shook her head. It's fine, I'm not tired. I just didn't expect playing a simple game at the night market to take longer than waiting in line at the amusement park. As they stood in line, Lin Qinghuan heard a chorus of sighs and frustrated exclamations. Oh no, I didn't win again. I refuse to believe this luck. I can't believe I missed.
Ugh.
Not a single one. My luck is abysmal today. This ring must be cursed. I can't land a single toss. Amidst the crowd, laughter erupted as someone exclaimed, haha. I got a little chick. As laughter erupted, another little chick was ensnared. Today, this dashing young man seemed to have a peculiar affinity for the chicks. Goodness. After 500 attempts, I managed to capture merely 2 little chicks? Was this morning's endeavor in vain? Just as Lin Qinghuan stood on her tiptoes, peering curiously inside, a young lad emerged from the crowd, clutching a little chick. Observing the comically frustrated expression on his face, Lin Qinghuan stifled a laugh. Capturing 2 chicks after 500 attempts averaged out to a rather auspicious figure of 250 attempts per chick. After a while, only 2 individuals remained in front of Lin Qinghuan. She stepped closer to the center, where all the items on the stall came into full view. She discovered that the first 3 rows consisted of trivial toys of little value. The middle 2 rows displayed small animals, such as colorful turtles and adorable white rabbits. The second-to-last row featured household items like rice cookers and air fryers. The final row contained a solitary item, the property deed for a villa. The deed was weighed down by a large bottle of beverage, and only if the ring snagged the bottle directly would it count. Those merely hanging from it would not. It appeared deceptively simple, yet thus far, no one had succeeded. Since everyone was primarily drawn to the villa, the other smaller items had largely gone unnoticed. Occasionally, someone would manage to snag an item, either by accident or due to an unwillingness to leave empty-handed. In this light, The allure of the villa inadvertently reduced some expenses. Just as Lin Qinghuan thought her turn had come, the man standing before her suddenly erupted in protest. Goodness. I've tried 3 times 1,500 attempts. And not once did I succeed. If there's no trickery involved, who would believe it? I demand a refund. A refund. Wu Lu, who had been cheerfully selling rings, quickly approached upon hearing the demand for a refund. My friend, I understand your frustration at not winning, but you cannot accuse me unjustly. I'm not slandering you. With so many people failing, there is certainly something wrong with the rings you're selling, the man exclaimed, reaching to smash the stall. Wu Lu, taken aback by the unfounded accusation, firmly grasped the man's hand, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. My friend, just because you didn't win, you presume the rings are faulty. How is that different from blaming the teacher for your failure to gain admission to prestigious universities? If you can provide evidence proving the rings are defective, I'll gladly accompany you to the police station to confess. If not, you shall bear today's losses. Why should I? The man retorted defiantly, glaring at him. If there's truly nothing wrong, then why hasn't anyone succeeded? Wu Lu cast a sidelong glance at him. Many people play the lottery, yet not everyone wins a grand prize. The man's face flushed with rage. You're grasping at straws. Wu Lu replied coolly. You're simply making a fuss, blaming the rings for your lack of success while obstructing others from winning. What is your true intention? Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, interjecting. Why don't you take your quarrel elsewhere? You're blocking my way, and I'm eager to try my luck. Having been humiliated by Wu Lu, the man, already seething, was further incensed when he noticed Lin Qinghuan, a mere girl, daring to intervene. His anger flared. If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll make you pay. Wu Lu instinctively glanced at Mo Bei, who stood behind Lin Qinghuan. Noticing the fleeting glimmer of menace in his eyes, Wu Lu decided it was best for him to handle the situation. However, before he could act, Lin Qinghuan delivered a swift kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. The onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively stepping back. Wu Lu glanced at Lin Qinghuan, then at Mo Bei, realizing they were indeed a perfect match. Chapter 37. How would you choose between 10,000 and a villa? The man, suppressing his pain, struggled to rise. You insufferable, he began, but the icy glare from Lin Qinghuan silenced him. This woman was ferocious. That kick had nearly broken his ribs, and her gaze seemed as if she might devour him whole. Wu Lu, sensing the man might utter more foolish words, swiftly pulled him aside and declared before the crowd. To avoid dampening everyone's spirits, I will cover this gentleman's medical expenses. He handed the man a wad of cash, lowering his voice to warn him. Let us consider this matter closed. You cannot contend with that woman and the man beside her. Take the money and leave. The man glanced at Lin Qinghuan, then locked eyes with Mo Bei. That brief exchange nearly caused him to wet himself. The intensity in the man's gaze was terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, the man fled the crowd, clutching the money as if his life depended on it. As he departed, whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Is that money truly for medical expenses or a hush fee? Is the villa scheme genuinely a scam? It was understandable for the man to raise a ruckus. After all, no one had succeeded in winning. Not a single person had even managed to snag a bottle cap. What if the rings were genuinely defective? Had they all been made fools? Hearing the rising murmur, Wu Lu stepped forward, raising his hand for silence. Everyone, please calm down. I understand your concerns stemming from the recent incident. However, I have no interest in deceit. In business, integrity is paramount. Harmony breeds prosperity. The legitimacy of these rings is evident. Plastic rings are not influenced by magnetic fields or iron. If anyone can prove the rings are faulty, I will hand over 100,000 on the spot. Instantly, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Those holding rings hurriedly began to inspect them, eager not to miss a chance at fortune. The mere spectators clamored to purchase a few rings, for when compared to 100,000, the cost of a ring was negligible. Business at the stall surged. Observing the frenzy as people jostled to buy and examine rings, Lin Qinghuan turned to Mo Bei and remarked, I didn't expect your friend to possess such business acumen. Mo Bei nodded with a smile. He does have a knack for it, though not extensively. His mind is sharp and full of clever ideas, yet he lacks in cost analysis. Take today's villa example. Placing cash there might have been more straightforward and enticing. Even if he were to lose it, the loss would be just 10,000. Whereas the villa represents a staggering 400 million. The disparity between income and expense is vast, posing a high risk.
Lin Qinghuan found merit in Montag by his reasoning.
Tangible assets are far more direct than those reliant on imagination. Typically, night market patrons are ordinary folk. 10,000 might equate to their monthly salary. For those with modest incomes, saving 10,000 could take an entire year of labor. Thus, displaying 10,000 in cash could effectively attract customers while enhancing credibility. After all, 10,000 is a sum that could be afforded, unlike the uncertainties surrounding the villa's legitimacy and transfer. In the eyes of most, those who could afford villas would not be found hawking wares at a stall, which bred skepticism among many observers. It wasn't until he promised a bounty of 100,000 that the cautious began to take interest. While Wu Lu continued to sell rings, he kept a watchful eye on the crowd. He noticed nearly everyone was inspecting the rings, except for Lin Qinghuan, who remained still. After distributing the rings as quickly as possible, Wu Lu approached Lin Qinghuan. "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to check if the rings are legitimate?" Lin Qinghuan shot him a glance. "If there truly were an issue, would you be offering everyone 100,000? With your modest doll, you wouldn't earn that much in a day. There would be no need for deception. Moreover, with so many individuals searching, yet none have uncovered the issue. I do not believe I am inherently superior to others. Spending money to play is merely for enjoyment. There is no need to invite unnecessary troubles." Wu Lu chuckled, saying, "Striving for 100,000 yuan, how can that be a source of distress?" Lin Qinghuan replied, "When a person's expectations soar too high and the outcome is contrary, they experience a pang of regret and dissatisfaction. Just like those who aimed for the villa, they initially rushed in with the belief they would surely acquire it, only to end up with nothing and unwarranted frustration. However, if I had aimed for a small toy and by chance won a rice cooker, would that not be a delightful surprise? Besides, I originally came here to relax. Whether I win or lose is inconsequential. What matters most is to be happy." Lin Qinghuan's words made Wu Lu regard her with newfound respect. He felt that the information he had previously gathered might have concealed her true competence. How could such an intelligent person possibly be of no use? "Sister-in-law, you and Brother Bei are indeed a match made in heaven." Standing behind Lin Qinghuan, Mo Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. "You finally spoke a sensible word," Wu Lu inquired, "now that so many have failed to identify the problem. Can we now proceed with the ring toss?" Wu Lu nodded. "I shall make an announcement now, and then we shall commence." He positioned himself in the center and clapped his hands with vigor. "Dear brothers and sisters, I trust you have all inspected the rings. They are all legitimate, with no fraudulent activities. We shall continue with the ring toss." As soon as he finished speaking, the child beside Lin Qinghuan let out a deep sigh. "I didn't win the villa, the problem wasn't identified, and I've lost my pocket money for next week. I feel like I've suffered a loss of several tens of millions." Hearing this childlike lament, Lin Qinghuan turned to glance at him. Observing the child's woeful expression, she gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. "You haven't lost several tens of millions. You have lost several billions." The child looked at her in confusion, his innocent eyes filled with a yearning for answers. Lin Qinghuan pointed to the property deed. That villa was priced at over 400 million. Her words seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest, eliciting gasps and cries from those around. Over 400 million. They had just let that amount slip through their fingers. They would never earn that much money in their lifetimes. As she witnessed the expressions of regret, dissatisfaction, and melancholy on their faces, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Lin Qinghuan's eyes. Mo Bei leaned closer to her ear, speaking in a low, husky voice. "Huan, you are being quite playful again." Lin Qinghuan turned and playfully glared at him. "What do you know? I'm just spreading joy." Wu Lu remarked, "I have learned a lesson." Chapter 38. Your skills are suited for the military, perhaps the Air Force. Lin Qinghuan twirled the ring in her hand for a moment, then turned to Mo Bei. "What would you like? I can toss a ring for you." Mo Bei was taken aback by this unexpected privilege, feeling both honored and surprised. Considering that girls generally favor adorable little animals, he smiled gently. "Then let's aim for a little rabbit." Lin Qinghuan's eyes brightened. "Do you also enjoy spicy rabbit heads?"
Montak Bei replied, "What?"
After studying the little rabbit for a few moments, Lin Qinghuan concluded that one would surely not suffice for a meal. Mo Bei affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Then let us aim for several." Wu Lu stared at Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan in shock, bewildered by the oddity of their conversation. Shouldn't such a charming little rabbit elicit thoughts of adorableness and a desire to keep it? Why did she only think of eating? And why was Mo Bei not surprised, instead looking at her with such fondness? This was not right at all. The women he encountered typically acted sweet, kind, gentle, and generous in front of their partners, Why was Lin Qinghuan not adhering to the norm? And yet, Mo seemed quite enamored by her. The child beside them watched the exchange with a look of disbelief. With a villa worth so much, why aim for a little rabbit? Surely, with a villa, one would not lack for spicy rabbit heads. How could these two adults fail to do the math? Lin Qinghuan, hearing his words, smiled at him. You are quite the mathematician. How is it that you ended up with nothing? The child, exasperated by her teasing, turned his head away, grumbling, "Humph, ungrateful woman." Lin Qinghuan, amused by his adorable demeanor, lightly tapped his arm with her finger. Little handsome, don't be upset. Seeing her reach out for reconciliation, the child initially intended to dismiss her. But she added, I don't lack a villa. I genuinely want to eat spicy rabbit heads. Oh my, this is a heart-wrenching blow. The child was utterly flummoxed by her audacity. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. What a peculiar day it was. Witnessing the wealthy engaging in ring toss at a night market. One was selling property deeds, while the other sought rings for rabbit heads. It was quite the spectacle. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Qinghuan tossed 100 rings in succession. Not even a rabbit's fur was caught. The child laughed heartily at her dismal performance. With skills like yours, you should enlist. I think the Air Force suits you perfectly. Wu Lu, overhearing this, stifled a laugh, realizing this must be what they referred to as karma. However, upon meeting Mo Bei's menacing gaze, he quickly repressed his smile. Seeing the child laugh so joyously, Lin Qinghuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, casually remarking, since I can't get spicy rabbit heads, I might as well aim for that villa. Hearing her brazen declaration, the child rolled his eyes. If you can't even catch a small rabbit, how do you expect to win a villa? You must be dreaming. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Qinghuan flung a ring, which fortuitously encircled a bottle of drink, landing perfectly upright. A chorus of gasps erupted around them, as everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. Lin Qinghuan herself was astounded, having inadvertently won. She excitedly embraced Mo Bei, exclaiming, what a delightful surprise. Who would have thought that someone who couldn't catch a single rabbit would manage to win the most challenging prize, a villa? Mo Bei felt happiness for her, while internally offering a moment of silence for Wu Lu. As he watched Lin Qinghuan beam with joy, Mo Bei felt a sweet warmth in his heart. Huan, you truly are remarkable. The child glanced up at their affectionate display, sighing with resignation. Whether she was truly remarkable or not, he only knew that her luck was undeniably extraordinary. Lin Qinghuan met the child's gaze and asked, so, what do you think? Am I not incredibly skilled? The child pouted, clearly still feeling a tinge of discontent. Didn't he say you already have a villa? Why are you still tossing? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Who would ever complain about having too much money? The child begrudgingly admitted, you make a valid point. Lin Qinghuan found his calm demeanor amusing. However, her laughter was soon drowned out by the murmurs of disbelief. No way, she actually won. She couldn't get a rabbit but won a villa in a single toss. What sort of divine luck is this? Unbelievable. I played hundreds of times and didn't win. Has she truly struck gold? After waiting in line for so long, only to watch someone else become wealthy, it's more painful than death. Wu Lu's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Wait, my newly purchased villa is just gone? Mo Bei, noticing his look of shock and confusion, found it oddly amusing. At this juncture, was he still unaware of what he was about to lose? Besides that villa, he would also lose his leg. Wu Xiaolu, hurry and bring over the property deed and keys. Wu Lu cast a glance at Mo Bei and then lowered his gaze to the property deed before him. Though reluctant, he honored his commitment and handed the deed and keys over to Lin Qinghuan. I accept my losses. Lin Qinghuan winked at Mo Bei and then turned to Wu Lu, saying, I shall graciously accept. Those nearby, witnessing Wu Lu fulfill his promise, regarded him with admiration, acknowledging him as a man of integrity. What a commendable boss. So generous in his word. Accustomed to deceitful vendors, they found it somewhat disconcerting to encounter such an open-hearted proprietor. Rumor had it that this villa was worth over 400 million. Surely, he was a wealthy scion experiencing life beyond his affluent background. What does it mean to experience life? This is sheer extravagance. If my family had such a spendthrift, my grandfather would rise from his grave to give him a good thrashing. His lavishness indicated that money was no concern for him. Why should they fret over it? Young man, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is exceedingly beautiful. Handsome. My sister has a stunning figure. She is the recognized belle of the art department at school. Would you like to give her a chance? Hey, handsome. Wu Lu, observing the eager crowd vying to introduce him to potential partners, silently stepped back a couple of paces. What was happening? Just moments ago, everything was fine, and now it had transformed into a matchmaking event? As he stood there, bewildered, a boy in a school uniform raised a photo and called out, "A fortune teller said my sister brings good fortune to her husband. Brother-in-law. Would you like to give it a try?" Wu Lu, meeting his gaze, pointed at himself. "Are you referring to me?" The boy nodded. "Yes, brother-in-law. I see your noble brow and handsome visage. You would be a perfect match for my sister." Just as Wu Lu was about to decline, a nearby gentleman interjected, "Boss, my sister-in-law just graduated from college this year. She's exceptionally beautiful and would be a natural fit for you." Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, someone jested, "You're not from a leather factory in Wenzhou, are you? We don't endorse that kind of thing here." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei exchanged amused glances. These people were quite entertaining. Those in the know understood they were at a ring toss stall, while others might mistakenly believe they were at a night market matchmaking corner. Wu Lu scarcely anticipated his popularity at the night market. In a brief span, over a dozen individuals had approached him with introductions. To prevent disruption for those waiting to toss rings, he felt compelled to address the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? I am grateful for your affection, but I must inform you that I already have someone I care for. It wouldn't be fair to waste your valuable time. Please form an orderly line and continue with the ring toss." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh swept through the crowd, and many lost interest in the game. The villa had been claimed, and now that the boss had a beloved, there was little incentive to continue tossing rings. "Boss, I wish to withdraw." "Boss, I too wish to withdraw." "I won't toss anymore either." As the chorus of withdrawals reached his ears, Wu Lu felt overwhelmed. He pointed to the sign next to him, which clearly stated, "All sales are final and non-refundable." The customers, however, paid no heed. "Boss, we came here for the villa. Without it, who would buy so many rings?" "Exactly, now that the villa is gone. Who wants to be the fool? Usually, we'd only buy 20 or 30 rings, but with the villa at stake, we had no reason to buy so many." Wu Lu furrowed his brow. "I understand your reasoning, but everyone must take responsibility for their actions. If I were to act as you suggest, that villa would never be claimed. If someone wins, I would simply refund them, and the villa would remain mine. Do you think that is fair?" His words rendered them speechless. Some, feeling embarrassed, quietly returned to their spots. A few others, still hoping to gain an advantage, grinned and approached Wu Lu. "Boss, why not put something more valuable up? We might reconsider." "Yes, boss, if you add something worth more, we want to withdraw." Wu Lu shot them a cold glance and replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "I'm afraid that that's not possible. If you don't wish to play today, you may take your rings back. I'll keep a record, and you can return whenever you like." With that, the allure waned, and they retreated back into the crowd. Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei exchanged glances, both feeling that Wu Lu had handled the situation quite well. Greed can lead to insatiable desires. If he yielded now, it would only invite endless troubles. As Lin Qinghuan prepared to continue tossing rings, she noticed the young boy preparing to leave and quickly grabbed his arm. "Are you leaving already?" The boy replied softly, "I've finished my rings, and the villa has been taken. There's nothing left to see." Lin Qinghuan pointed at the various trinkets on display. "There are still many other delightful items here. How about this? You help me toss, and whatever we win, we'll split." The boy looked at her intently, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Can I choose whatever I want to toss for?" Lin Qinghuan nodded. "Yes, you may choose anything. I won't interfere." Reassured by her words, the boy took the rings she offered. In a voice only they could hear, he whispered, "Thank you." Lin Qinghuan smiled, finding him quite polite. In the first round, the boy used 10 rings and won a small Barbie doll. Seeing his delight, Lin Qinghuan curiously asked, "As a boy, why do you like Barbie dolls?" The boy cherished the doll's packaging and replied with sincerity, "This is a gift for my sister." Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by his thoughtfulness. Using a game to win a present for his sister was incredibly considerate. She longed for a brother like him and wondered if she could persuade her parents to have another child. As she pondered, the boy asked, "What do you want?" "I'll help you win it." Lin Qinghuan replied, "Why not win more for your sister? I still have plenty of rings." Understanding her good intentions, the boy nevertheless insisted, "Just having one is enough." Such a content child was a rarity for Lin Qinghuan, and she was genuinely touched by his sincerity. "I do like that colorful little turtle. Could you help me win it?" "Sure." Without hesitation, the boy picked up a ring and tossed it at the turtle. After winning the turtle, Lin Qinghuan continued, "I want that pink doll next to it." I want that glowing magic wand. I want that singing cuckoo chicken. Watching Lin Qinghuan and the boy revel in their game, Mo Bei felt a mix of joy and sorrow. His girlfriend's happiness was derived from this little boy, leaving him to question his own role. Was he merely a guardian? To avoid appearing worthless, Mo Bei took out his phone and captured several beautiful photos of Lin Qinghuan, seeking to affirm his presence and value. After the boy finished winning the last item she requested, he asked, "Why do you want me to win toys for children? Are adults this childish too?" Lin Qinghuan smiled as she placed the toys into a bag and handed it to him. "Though I haven't met your sister. Having such a loving brother must make her very happy. This is a gift for her. I hope she likes it." The boy initially intended to decline but was stopped by Lin Qinghuan. "Little one, this is for your sister, not for you. You cannot make that decision. Just take it back and tell her a beautiful sister gave it to her. Remember to say she's a beautiful sister." The boy felt a wave of warmth wash over him, his eyes misty as he looked at her. "Thank you, sister." Hearing him call her sister, Lin Qinghuan smiled gently and reminded him, "Remember, it's a beautiful sister." The young boy responded softly, placing the gift by his feet before turning to pick up the remaining hoops. His mother had instilled in him the importance of gratitude, so he was determined to fulfill Lin Qinghuan's wish by catching a few little rabbits for her. As the hoops flew past the heads of the small rabbits, the smile on Lin Qinghuan's face deepened. "Oh, dear. How did I miss again? You don't wish to join the army, do you?" Hearing her teasing remark, the young boy took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and continued to throw. Whether it was due to his improving skills or the sincerity of his heart, he truly managed to catch one. "Haha, I finally got one." The young boy turned around, his face beaming with innocence as he smiled at Lin Qinghuan. She reached out to ruffle his hair, exclaiming, "You're amazing." Suddenly met with her unexpected tenderness, the young boy felt his cheeks flush. Mo Bei furrowed his brow and gently lowered Lin Qinghuan's hand, using a tissue to wipe it clean. The young boy protested, "I just took a shower yesterday. Am I really that dirty?" Wu Lu chimed in, "Some people should just change their name to King of Jealousy." Chapter 40. The affectionate male lead or the love-struck fool. As the clock struck 10:30, the night market vendors began to pack up and leave. Observing Wu Lu still tidying his things, Mo Bei approached him. When Wu Lu noticed Mo Bei reaching out to help, he quickly interjected, "Brother Bei, it's fine. I can manage." Mo Bei shot him a sidelong glance, picking up a chair and moving to Lin Qinghuan's side. "Huan, please take a seat." Seeing the conflicted expression on Wu Lu's face, Lin Qinghuan stifled a giggle. Did he honestly believe that Mo Bei was trying to help him clean up? In truth, Wu Lu indeed thought so, but the outcome was unexpected. After assisting Lin Qinghuan to sit, Mo Bei returned to Wu Lu. This time, Wu Lu refrained from deluding himself, casting a melancholic glance at Mo Bei before bowing his head to continue packing. Mo Bei bent down to pick up a small toy and tossed it into a nearby basket, asking, "Have you been secretly dating without us knowing?" Wu Lu paused momentarily, then shook his head. "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Mo Bei chuckled. "Not yet. So you're still playing the game of unrequited love?" Unrequited love. For Lin Qinghuan, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, that notion felt rather antiquated. It was normal to have crushes during one's school days, but at over 20 years old, still indulging in such whims seemed a bit naive. She looked at Wu Lu. "Why don't you confess?" Wu Lu sighed. "I'm just not sure if she likes me." Mo Bei glanced at him disdainfully. "Uncertain, and you won't ask? Do you lack the ability to speak?" While his words rang true, Wu Lu furrowed his brow, confusion evident on his face as he stared at Mo Bei. "If she doesn't like me, wouldn't we end up unable to be friends? Lin Qinghuan found his reasoning quite peculiar. "If you like her, you should express it. How would you know she doesn't like you if you don't say anything? Even if she doesn't like you, wouldn't you strive to win her affection? If your efforts yield no results, then why dwell so much over someone who doesn't love you? Not wanting to be lifelong friends, yet fearing that confessing would ruin that possibility." Such individuals in novels are often labeled as either the devoted second male lead or the love-struck fool.
Lin Qinghuan's words echoed Montag by his sentiments.
He despised such ambiguous relationships. Liking someone should be straightforward, while friendship should remain uncomplicated. Without clarity and intentions, relationships inevitably become convoluted. Noticing Wu Lu deep in thought, Mo Bei placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Men should be proactive. If she likes you, then it's a win-win. If she just wants to be friends, then maintain some distance moving forward." Wu Lu nodded. "Brother Bei, sister-in-law, I understand." Once everything was packed away, Lin Qinghuan handed Wu Lu the property deed and keys. "Take care of this." Wu Lu hesitated, refusing. Sister-in-law, you won that fair and square. I accept my loss. Lin Qinghuan shot him a disapproving glance. If you wish to start a business, find a professional manager to guide you. Earning money isn't easy for the family, don't squander it. Let us go. There's a barbecue place over there. I'll treat you both to some skewers. Sister-in-law, Wu Lu began, but Mo Bei swiftly interrupted him. Since it's from your sister-in-law, you should accept it. If she has something she likes, I'll buy it for her. However, what your sister-in-law said is true. What you did today could certainly be considered foolish. Using a villa to gain a small sum? If you had any common sense, you wouldn't have done something so silly. With a heavy sigh, Wu Lu admitted, Brother Bei, I was wrong. I just wanted the stall's business to improve. I didn't expect to be caught by sister-in-law. So, it's your sister-in-law's fault? Mo Bei playfully slapped the back of Wu Lu's head. Wu Lu cradled his sore head, jumping back several paces.
No.
It's my fault, my fault. He was grateful that his neck wasn't made of paper, or his head would have been knocked off. Mo Bei shot him a cold stare. As long as you realize your mistake, don't repeat such foolishness in the future. Seeing them bickering on the road, Lin Qinghuan raised her hand, urging them to hurry. Here is the menu. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Mo Bei and Wu Lu glanced at the menu, exchanging looks. Sister-in-law, why don't you order? We're not picky. We'll eat anything.
Montag Bei nodded,
placing the menu in front of Lin Qinghuan. Understanding that they likely didn't eat such food often, she didn't press further. Ordering a few dishes she enjoyed in her previous life, along with the restaurant's signature skewers. While waiting for the skewers to arrive, Mo Bei asked Wu Lu, is this stall related to the girl you like? Wu Lu looked at him in astonishment. How did you know? How did I know? I consulted a fortune teller. Mo Bei rolled his eyes at him. Wu Lu awkwardly chuckled. Brother Bei, you truly are perceptive. This stall indeed belongs to the girl I like. Her brother got into a fight and ended up in the hospital, so she rushed over as soon as she found out. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan's first reaction was that he should be at the hospital, not here. Shouldn't you be by her side, providing comfort? Why are you here running a stall alone? Wu Lu explained. She said she didn't want to trouble me, so she went by herself. She doesn't want to trouble you. Yet she has you help run the stall? Lin Qinghuan's furrowed brow could have squashed a fly. The scent of insincerity wafted through the air, and it was quite strong. Seeing Lin Qinghuan appear to harbor some misunderstandings about her, Wu Lu quickly clarified, Sister-in-law, it's not like that. I offered to help because I saw she was overwhelmed. She and her brother were all they had. Her brother's education depended entirely on her earnings from the stall. Without that income, they might struggle to make ends meet. Lin Qinghuan chuckled lightly. I just can't understand. Before you met her, they weren't starving, were they? How is it that after you appeared, they suddenly can't keep food on the table? Did you perhaps weld their pots shut? Mo Bei burst into laughter. Wu Lu, that's a bit cruel of you. Wu Lu looked utterly helpless. Brother Bei, sister-in-law, please don't mock me. I wouldn't go around welding other people's pots. Lin Qinghuan rested her chin on her hand, thoughtfully remarking, maybe you want to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress, which is why you're doing this. Wu Lu was truly exasperated with their line of thinking. I haven't actually welded any pots, but I was worried she might not have enough money. So, I transferred her 100,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei exchanged glances, both seeing the 4 words in each other's eyes. Just as I thought. Furthermore, Lin Qinghuan wanted to add 3 words. What a fool. Chapter 41. A love-struck brain. A beauty enthusiast, Wu Lu felt the weight of their gazes upon him. His heart raced with anxiety, yet he did not forget to explain on behalf of that girl. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for her struggles and offered her money, she declined to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Lu's phone rang several times in quick succession, indicating that someone had sent him a message. Upon seeing the bright smile spread across Wu Lu's face after glancing at his phone, Lin Qinghuan instinctively knew it was a message from that girl. Before anyone could inquire, Wu Lu cheerfully announced, she accepted my assistance and even sent me 2 voice messages. In a bid to prove he had not developed an infatuation for the wrong person, Wu Lu deliberately played the audio on loudspeaker, cranking up the volume to the maximum. Thank you, Wu Lu. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do. I promise to repay you the 100,000. Hearing her voice sent shivers down Lin Qinghuan's spine. If their relationship were merely platonic, there would be no need for such exaggerated expressions of gratitude. This girl seemed far from ordinary, and Wu Lu, unfortunately, was rather naive. He couldn't wait to reply. It's just 100,000. There's no need to repay it. Just take good care of your brother, and if you need more money, let me know. Lin Qinghuan turned to Mo Bei and asked, "Whose fool is this? Someone should take him home." Wu Lu set his phone down and looked at them. "Are you talking about me?" Mo Bei replied, "Who else? Is there another fool here? What did I do to deserve this?" Wu Lu felt wronged. He had done nothing wrong, yet he was labeled a fool. Mo Bei, seeing his clueless expression, felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Just then, Wu Lu's phone chimed again, causing Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei's attention to shift back to him. Under their watchful gaze, Wu Lu opened the voice message. "This simply won't do. While you may not be in need of money, we cannot take advantage of your generosity. My brother is recovering well and will be discharged tomorrow. Once I set up my stall, I will repay you a bit each day until the debt is settled." Upon hearing this, a broad smile illuminated Wu Lu's face. I knew she was an upright, strong, and kind-hearted girl. Lin Qinghuan perceived Wu Lu to be an adept self-seducer. Leaning closer to Mo Bei, she whispered, "Don't you think this girl is peculiar?"
Montag Bei nodded.
"She claims her brother can be discharged tomorrow, indicating he is all right. Yet, she accepted the 100,000. Then she mentions repaying him daily, which only serves to keep Wu Lu dangling. Yet, he perceives her as a paragon of virtue. Never mind. Some things are better left unsaid. Let us investigate further first." When the barbecue was served, Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei paid no heed to the engrossed Wu Lu. After all, with his love-struck mentality, he could thrive on mere emotional sustenance, needing no physical food. By the time they finished eating, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. During this time, Lin Qingya had called Lin Qinghuan twice, the first to ask where she was and with whom, and the second to inform her that their parents had learned about her relationship and hoped she was mentally prepared. Lin Qinghuan had assumed Lin Qingya had already informed them, so she was taken aback to discover they had only just found out. However, she had never intended to hide it from them, so it didn't matter to her. On the other hand, Lin father and Lin mother did not share her views. Their precious flower, raised with such care, could not be so easily taken away. Thus, when Mo Bei's car pulled up outside the Lin residence, Lin father and Lin mother rushed out at once. They opened the car door, pulled Lin Qinghuan out, and flanked her arms, completely disregarding Mo Bei's presence. Mo Bei's greeting of Uncle Lin, Auntie Lin remained unvoiced as they had already entered the house. Lin Qingya leaned against the door, a teasing smile adorning her face, as she regarded Mo Bei. "Mo Sanshao, haven't seen you in a while." Mo Bei shifted his gaze to her, smiling gently, "Sister-in-law, we are family, so just call me Mo Bei." Referring to me as Mo Sanshao feels distant. Lin Qingya's lips twitched in amusement. Did this man have no shame? Had he made a promise to his elder brother? "Mo Sanshao, Huan is our family's treasure. Since you have pursued her, you must uphold your gentlemanly virtues and refrain from trifling with others. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I shall relay this to my elder brother, and we shall strive for it together." Mo Bei concluded, turning to leave in his car without delay. Lin Qingya watched him drive away, her eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, the Mo family was no ordinary clan. She entered the living room, where a dramatic scene was unfolding. Lin mother grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand, crying sorrowfully, Huan, your mother only went out for a few days to play mahjong. Why did you find yourself a boyfriend? Have you stopped loving your mother to keep such an important matter from me?" Although Lin Qinghuan knew her mother was mostly feigning distress, seeing the tears in her eyes still tugged at her heartstrings. She enveloped Lin mother in a warm embrace, softly saying, "Mother, how could I not love you? I should have been more considerate and informed you and Dad sooner." Lin father interjected, "Good daughter, your mother and I are merely concerned for you. Fearing you might fall prey to ill-intentioned men, we do not oppose your relationship." Sitting up straight, Lin Qinghuan nodded. "Dad, I understand. You are looking out for me." To her, dating was a trivial matter, yet in the presence of her parents, she found it difficult to voice such casual sentiments. Lin father continued, Huan, your sister mentioned he is the third young master of the Mo family? How much do you know about him?" Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment before concluding, "About as much as you do." Hearing this, Lin father and Lin mother exchanged glances. At that moment, Lin Qingya, sitting opposite Lin Qinghuan, joked, "You haven't fallen for his looks, have you?" Lin Qinghuan chuckled lightly and snapped her fingers. "Sister, you truly possess prophetic abilities. I initially noticed him for his looks and that rebellious aura he exudes." Lin father cautioned, Huan, one must not judge solely by appearance. One must also consider character. Lin Qinghuan's brow twitched. She seemed to recall saying something similar to Song Jin. What had she said then? If one cannot appreciate the outward appearance, Who would bother with the inner qualities? Noticing her silence, Lin father continued, Huan, I know Mo Sin Xiao is handsome, but good looks won't put food on the table. Lin Qinghuan retorted, while good looks indeed won't suffice for sustenance, they can certainly entice one to enjoy a few extra bowls. Lin Qingya burst into laughter. Fearing Lin father and Lin mother would worry, Lin Qinghuan spoke earnestly. I remember mother telling me when I was little to find a husband who is handsome like dad, gentle, and knows how to cherish his wife. However, a husband like dad is one of a kind in this world, so I only wish to find someone I find pleasing to the eye and who treats me well. Mo Bei and I are still in the dating phase. There's a long way to go before we consider marriage. I hope mom and dad can help me assess whether he is suitable as my partner. Lin Qinghuan's heartfelt words left Lin father deeply moved. He was at a loss for words and hurried upstairs. Lin mother grasped Lin Qinghuan's hand, her expression one of contentment. Your father is likely hiding under the covers, weeping. Huan, if you like him, pursue it. If he treats you poorly, your parents will always have your back. Lin Qinghuan leaped into her mother's embrace. Thank you,
Mom.
Chapter 42. Offending the wrong people. As soon as Mo Bei returned home, he was summoned to the study by Mo Nan. Before he could tease Mo Nan, a stack of documents was thrown in front of him. Xiao Bei, there is a highly significant merger case abroad. You must handle it personally. Mo Bei casually flipped through the papers on the table before tossing them back. Brother, the Mo family is under your management now. This task is better suited for you. Upon hearing this, Mo Nan crossed his arms and leaned back, adopting a languid posture imbued with an air of intimidation as he gazed at him.
Xiao Bai.
As a member of the Mo family, shouldn't you lend a hand to your brother?
Montauk Bai waved his hand dismissively. Brother, stop it.
I'm in the throes of a new romance with Huan, and you, a solitary figure, should take care of yourself. Solitary figure? Excellent. Mo Nan felt a long-buried urge to take action stir within him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Sending an inexplicable shiver down Montauk Bai's spine.
That brother, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Noticing Mo Bei's attempt to escape, Mo Nan placed his hand on the table, lightly tapping it like a pianist. The sound, though soft, stirred a tempest within Mo Bei's heart. He recalled that during their childhood, whenever he misbehaved, Mo Nan would gently tap the table to remind him to cease his antics. Should he persist in his mischief, Mo Nan would resort to using his fists to teach him a lesson. Even after all these years, the familiar tapping still sent a tremor through him. He halted, slowly turning around, his face etched with a sense of helplessness under pressure. Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. Is it not a bit cruel to separate us just as I embark on my romance? Mo Nan closed the documents before him and looked up with a smile. Haven't you heard the saying? Distance creates beauty.
Montauk Bai scoffed.
If distance indeed breeds beauty, then why do you cling to Miss Lin every day? Keep your distance. The hypocrisy was glaring, as Mo Nan was the one who had deliberately sought closeness, plotting it for quite some time. Mo Nan pressed his lips together. The Mo family is collaborating with the Lin group. It is entirely normal for us to meet frequently. Seeing him still grasping for excuses, Mo Bei shot him a disdainful glance, settling himself onto the sofa by the window and casually propping up his leg. Elder brother, don't think I'm unaware of how this collaboration came about. They say that what comes too easily is never good. I advise you to exhibit a bit of restraint and self-respect. Before he could finish his sentence, Mo Nan snatched a cup from the table and hurled it at him. Fortunately, Mo Bei's reflexes were quick enough to catch it. Otherwise, he might have ended up with a serious bump on his head. Elder brother, the truth is often hard to swallow, but I only wish the best for you. Mo Nan cast him a sidelong glance, bemused by the irony of the situation. Who is it that eagerly pursued Miss Lin, only to be rebuffed yet continued to cling on? Is that what you call restraint and self-respect?
Montauk Bai retorted. Brother,
I am different from you. Our affections are mutual. You are merely chasing after something unreciprocated. Mo Nan's eyes darkened. If he were not his own brother, he would have dealt with him harshly today. Xiao Bei, you know that the Mo family is collaborating with the Lin family. I frequently meet with Miss Lin's parents and sister. If I slip up and say something inappropriate. Before Mo Nan could finish, Mo Bei dropped to his knees. Brother, I was wrong. Just now, it was my mouth that ran away. How could you be pursuing something unreciprocated? You and my sister-in-law are clearly a match made in heaven. Seeing him so compliant, Mo Nan's expression softened slightly. Some individuals, when not reprimanded, truly believe they can act with impunity.
Montauk Bai smiled awkwardly, inwardly cursing.
If it weren't for the leverage Mo Nan held over him, he wouldn't be putting up with this nonsense. Reflecting on the words Lin Qinghuan had sent him, Mo Bei's eyes sparkled with a new idea to curry favor with Mo Nan. He stood up and approached Mo Nan with a cheerful demeanor, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Brother, my sister-in-law asked me to convey a message. A man must adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues and must not engage in extramarital affairs. Mo Nan looked at him with skepticism. Is this message truly intended for me? Mo Bei raised his hand to his chest in assurance. It is indeed meant for you. It seems my sister-in-law has feelings for you. Mo Nan scrutinized Mo Bei for a moment, sensing that this fellow harbored ulterior motives. My affairs require no input from you. The matter of going abroad cannot be delayed. You shall depart tonight. What? Depart tonight? Mo Bei's eyes widened in disbelief as he implored, Brother, I am your own flesh and blood. Are you truly going to be this heartless? Mo Nan observed Mo Bei's pitiful expression and sighed. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't have? This statement left Mo Bei bewildered. Who had he provoked? Who possessed such power? After much contemplation, he landed on one person, Lin Qinghuan. Brother, did you receive a call from someone before I returned? Brother, you cannot be so infatuated that you neglect your own brother. Your wife is not yet your wife. I am still your own flesh and blood. Mo Nan, unwilling to endure his prattling any longer, urged, You must leave now. How can you hope to earn the recognition of Miss Lin's parents without achieving something significant? You wouldn't want them to think that their daughter has settled for such a waste of space, would you? Brother, you dare to call me a waste? Mo Bei's eyes were filled with disbelief. While I may not possess your skills, I am not lacking in talent either. At 24, I own 2 companies. Compared to others, I am quite exceptional. Moreover, Huan has excellent taste. She wouldn't have chosen me from a crowd otherwise. Mo Nan realized that the current course of action was untenable. He pressed a button on the table, and within seconds, 4 bodyguards burst in. You will accompany the 3rd young master abroad, and ensure that he completes his task before returning. Yes, the bodyguards replied in unison. Dealing with one was manageable, but contending with 4 retired Special Forces soldiers left Mo Bei feeling utterly powerless. As he was ushered out, Mo Nan reminded him, to gain the approval of Miss Lin's parents swiftly, you must prove your worth and be capable of providing her with a better life. This is also a test for you. Upon hearing this, Mo Bei ceased to struggle, allowing himself to be taken away. Though he possessed some capabilities, he was willing to improve himself for Lin Qinghuan. After Mo Bei's departure, Mo Nan picked up his phone and sent Lin Qinghuan a message, inquiring about the specifics of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Chapter 43. The board boss and the company's parasite Lin Qinghuan had not seen Mo Bei for 3 days. Although he sent her messages and photos daily to prove his existence, their conversations were limited due to her busy work schedule and the time difference, leaving them with little opportunity to speak. One day, feeling bored, Lin Qinghuan called Song Jin. Sister, I haven't seen you around lately. Are you on a date with Xiao Kai and leaving me out as the 3rd wheel? Song Jin, while organizing documents on her desk, replied, Date? I'm so swamped that I feel as if I could split myself into 8 just to keep up. Lin Qinghuan teased, Are you looking for 7 more male models? Is 1 not enough for you? Song Jin sighed, Don't even mention it. Right now, I have no interest in male models. Work is all I see. Upon hearing the word work, Lin Qinghuan's first thought was, Did you return to work at Song's group? Song Jin rolled her eyes. You truly don't know where I work? You, the boss, have no idea? Noticing her tone, Lin Qinghuan cautiously inquired, Could it possibly be my company? Where else would it be? Song Jin retorted curtly. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. When did she start working there? As the boss, how is she unaware? Jin, weren't you given a position without responsibilities? Why do you need to go to work? Song Jin had never encountered such an apathetic boss. It was one thing for her not to work, but expecting her employees to be idle as well? How could the company possibly survive? Huan, with the shares you granted me, working for you is essentially working for myself. Shouldn't I put in some effort? Song Jin's words left Lin Qinghuan both amused and exasperated. She hadn't anticipated such dedication. Perhaps she had underestimated her. Jin, doesn't the company have professional managers? Don't overexert yourself. Upon hearing this, Song Jin felt a sense of disappointment. Sister, you are the boss of the company. How can you expect your employees to slack off? Lin Qinghuan smiled gently. Can you be any different? You are my dear sister. Even if I were to indulge in idleness, I could still support you. Though Song Jin felt a surge of happiness upon hearing these words, she couldn't help but chide her friend. As the owner of the company, it was one thing for her to slack off, but she mustn't lead the exemplary employee astray. All right, I have to interview some candidates shortly, so I won't chat with you any longer. You can amuse yourself. Beep, beep, beep. Staring at the disconnected call, Lin Qinghuan let out a long sigh. She had promised to hang out with her, yet it seemed that Song Jin had gotten busy on her own. While Lin Qinghuan was idly contemplating the plot, a sudden thought struck her. There was still a parasite within the Lin Corporation that needed addressing. Instantly, she sprang from the sofa, slipped on her shoes, grabbed her bag, and headed out. Since she had some free time, she might as well deal with the pest. She recalled that the novel mentioned her second uncle from the Lin family as a malignant tumor who initially embezzled funds, substituted inferior goods, and pocketed profits, causing significant losses to the Lin Corporation. Later, he colluded with her elder uncle, who had returned from abroad, attempting to seize control of the Lin Corporation for himself. To prevent any further complications, Lin Qinghuan decided to handle him first. As for her uncle's family overseas, she would deal with them when the opportunity arose. In short, the hard-earned legacy of Lin's parents would never be handed over to those bloodsuckers. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Qinghuan made her way directly to her father's office. At that moment, Lin's father was in the midst of a meeting. Upon hearing from his assistant that Lin Qinghuan was waiting for him in the office, he excused himself from the meeting and stood to head toward the office, with the assistant hurrying to keep pace behind him. While walking, Lin's father inquired of the assistant, "Why has the second young lady come to the company? Is her expression one of joy or displeasure?" The assistant replied, "If you, as her father, are unaware of her reasons for coming, how could I, as her assistant, possibly know? As for her expression, it appears to be a blend of both joy and displeasure." Lin's father cast a cold glance at him, as if reproaching him silently. But the assistant chose to feign ignorance. Upon entering the office, Lin's father immediately searched for Lin Qinghuan's figure and, upon seeing her leisurely seated on the sofa sipping tea, approached her with a smile. "Huan, what brings you to the company today? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Lin Qinghuan poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. "Father, I do indeed have something to discuss with you today." Lin's father tilted his head back to savor a sip of tea, feeling that it tasted particularly delightful today, elevating his mood considerably. "Huan, do tell. Is it money you seek, or assistance from your father?" Lin Qinghuan chuckled softly, truly the epitome of a doting father. "Father, I am here to inform you about my second uncle's embezzlement." At her words, Lin's father's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily before he naturally set it down on the table. "Huan, in truth, I am already aware of this matter. As long as your second uncle's actions are not too excessive, I can turn a blind eye." Lin Qinghuan had anticipated this. Her father was far too astute not to be aware of her uncle's misdeeds. However, he still underestimated human nature. "Father, I understand your emotional ties. But one must remember that human greed knows no bounds. You consider your second uncle's perspective, yet he will stop at nothing for money, even if it means harming the company's reputation and interests." Upon hearing this, Lin's father's expression turned serious. If it were merely a matter of accepting a few kickbacks, he could overlook it, but if it threatened the company's image, that was absolutely unacceptable. After all, this company would one day be entrusted to the hands of the sisters, and he could not allow its reputation to be tarnished, jeopardizing its future development. Lin's father fixed his gaze on Lin Qinghuan. "Huan, how did you come to know this?" Lin Qinghuan raised her hand to gesture. "Father, I deduced it." She continued, "Has your second uncle recently asked you for new projects?" Lin's father nodded. "A few days ago, he did bring it up. Given the project's importance, I only assigned him to manage materials and supervise the work, without allowing him to participate in procurement. Knowing my second uncle's nature, I took precautions in my arrangements." However, what Lin Qinghuan said next set off alarm bells in his mind. "Father, have you considered that even if he does not participate in procurement, he could still exploit his management and supervision authority to substitute inferior goods? When the time comes for inspection and things don't meet standards, who will bear the losses? If the company's reputation suffers, that will be troublesome." Although Lin Qinghuan's words were entirely valid, Lin's father still clung to a sliver of hope. "Surely your second uncle wouldn't dare to do that? If the Lin Corporation were to falter, he would be left with nothing." Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "Father, you still underestimate the depths of human malice. If my second aunt can suddenly produce 3 million to compensate for my losses, and is adorned with expensive jewelry, where do you think their wealth originates?" Hearing this, Lin's father fell into contemplation. Observing his silence, Lin Qinghuan pressed on. "Regardless, Please take some time to have someone check the materials management department. The truth will become evident. If there are no issues, it will be a cause for celebration. If there are problems, they must be resolved immediately to prevent unnecessary losses. Lin's father found her reasoning sound and stood up, preparing to leave. Lin Qinghuan quickly called out to him. Father, I've been feeling particularly restless lately. Could you have someone bring me the ledgers from my second uncle's recent years? Seeing Lin Qinghuan's radiant smile, Lin's father nodded indulgently. I will have my secretary arrange for the ledgers to be brought over right away. Chapter 44. The pest that comes knocking. As Lin Qinghuan perused the ledgers in her father's office, she noticed discrepancies within just a few pages. The frequency of reimbursements from her second uncle was alarmingly high, and the amounts felt strikingly familiar. 39,999, 198,000, 388,800. As she recited these figures, a memory surfaced, prompting her to pull out her phone and check Lin Yaoyao's social media. Upon seeing Lin Yaoyao flaunting her wealth with receipts, Lin Qinghuan's expression grew increasingly frigid. Well, every single one of those figures appears on the reimbursement forms. She had sensed a familiarity with those amounts, only to realize they corresponded to Lin Yaoyao's purchases. Shoes for 39,999, a dress for 198,000, and a bag for 388,800. All these items were labeled as travel expenses and client entertainment. How convenient. Were they treating the Lin Corporation as their personal ATM? Not only were they indulging themselves, but they were also taking advantage of the company. Lin Qinghuan took screenshots of Lin Yaoyao's social media and printed them out for the finance department to verify. This was twofold: to preserve evidence and to ascertain how much they had embezzled under the guise of reimbursements so that they could be made to repay every penny. The finance team was efficient, managing to verify nearly 2 years' worth of accounts in under half an hour. Moreover, they identified several unreasonable discrepancies. Lin Qinghuan glanced at them and realized that this money likely lined her second uncle's pockets. Otherwise, how could her second aunt afford such extravagant jewelry? Holding the organized information, she thanked the finance personnel. Thank you for your hard work. The finance staff replied, It's our duty. As financial personnel, they processed documents as long as they bore the leader's stamp, without concern for the fund's actual usage. However, since this investigation was initiated by Lin Qinghuan, they naturally reported everything. Before departing, Lin Qinghuan casually mentioned to her secretary, Please inform my father to grant the finance department staff double bonuses. Upon hearing this, the finance personnel felt elated. Miss Lin is capable, and Miss Lin too is considerate of her employees. They would work tirelessly for the Lin Corporation. Unaware of their thoughts, Lin Qinghuan gathered her documents and sought out Lin Qingya. Just as she exited the elevator, she was met with a cacophony of noise. Raising her gaze, she noticed that the employees were diligently engaged in their respective duties, with the source of the commotion emanating from Lin Qingya's office. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow slightly and murmured, Why does that sound feel so familiar? The secretary, who stood half a step behind her, immediately shared what she knew. Second miss, someone previously spotted Manager Lin's wife, your second aunt, visiting the eldest young lady. It's uncertain whether the speaker was indeed her. Lin Qinghuan inquired. What business does she have with my sister? The secretary explained, her nephew was previously arranged by Manager Lin to work in the company. But due to his lack of understanding and his tendency to harass female colleagues, he was dismissed by the eldest young lady. He has made a scene twice in protest, both times being escorted out by security. This time, it's likely. The secretary's words trailed off, but Lin Qinghuan had already grasped the situation. Her second aunt was causing trouble for her sister in an attempt to support her nephew. It seemed she had grown weary of life. Casting a glance at the documents in her hand, Lin Qinghuan's lips curled into a smirk. Let us settle this matter today. So, I won't have to seek them out again. The secretary, overhearing this, discreetly messaged Lin's father, anxious about Lin Qinghuan potentially facing adversity. At that moment, Li Jing remained oblivious to the impending consequences, still flaunting her authority before Lin Qingya. Lin Qingya, I am your second aunt. Li Liang is my nephew. Your dismissal of him is a slap in my face. You must arrange a new position for him immediately. Furthermore, you must hire your cousin today. She is a design student and should serve as the design director. Lin Qingya cast a glance toward Li Jing, who was accompanied by a man and a woman. The man was her nephew, Li Liang, and the woman was her daughter, Lin Yaoyao. One resembled an irresponsible vagabond, while the other was flamboyantly dressed, akin to a performer. Only Li Jing would consider them to be exceptional talents. Second aunt, our company cannot accommodate such grand individuals. Perhaps you should consider starting your own company and hiring them all. You could be the boss, your second uncle the manager, your cousin the designer, and your nephew the supervisor. It would be a perfect arrangement. Li Jing detected the sarcasm in her tone and slammed her hand on the coffee table. Lin Qinghuan. Allowing Li Liang and Yao Yao to join Lin Corporation is a favor to you. They should not be complaining about the low salary, yet here you are, acting so proud. Exactly. If it weren't for my Aunt's influence, who would want to work for your pathetic company?
Li Liang chimed in.
Lowering his legs from the coffee table and rubbing his hands together, leering as he approached Lin Qinghuan. I didn't like my previous job. Let's change that. I think your office is quite nice. I'll just work alongside you from now on. He winked at Lin Qinghuan, nearly causing her to retch. Li Jing, however, believed Li Liang was doing splendidly. If he could win over Lin Qinghuan, perhaps Lin Corporation would eventually bear the Li surname. Qinghuan, you are still single, right? I think you and Li Liang would make a wonderful couple. Why not consider it? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qinghuan kicked the door open. Second aunt. I believe my cousin would be perfectly matched with the elderly gentleman who cleans the men's restroom at our company. Why not let them be together? Seeing Lin Qinghuan, Lin Qinghuan expressed her surprise. Huan, what brings you here? I'm here to find you, Lin Qinghuan replied with a smile. However, as her gaze swept across the others present, it turned sharp. Second aunt, my sister's marriage is not within your purview. Perhaps you should manage your cousin instead. Lin Yaoyao sprang up from the sofa, glaring at her. Lin Qinghuan, don't go too far with your words. Lin Qinghuan cast her a disdainful glance. I have no interest in conversing with the dim-witted. You ought to remain silent. Infuriated by her arrogance, Lin Yaoyao attempted to teach her a lesson. Just as she raised her hand, Li Jing seized it. What are you doing, dear? Li Jing pulled her close and whispered, Daughter, don't act impulsively. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Recalling the previous incident, Lin Yaoyao's anger intensified. Not only had she been beaten, but she had also incurred significant financial losses. She wished nothing more than to see Lin Qinghuan suffer. Daughter. Sometimes we must endure minor grievances for the sake of greater plans. Lin Qinghuan is a formidable opponent. We cannot confront her head-on. Lin Yaoyao suppressed her rage, turning her head away from Lin Qinghuan. Observing their frustrated expressions, Lin Qinghuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 45. Dispose of this disgusting creature. From the moment Lin Qinghuan kicked open the door, Li Liang's gaze remained fixated on her face, chest, and legs. Lin Qinghuan was unlike any of the previous girlfriends he had pursued. His past partners had three defining traits. They were easygoing, overly dramatic, and weak enough to be easily pushed around. In essence, they were simply easy to seduce. Because of his lascivious nature, he had always chosen partners who were similarly uncomplicated. However, deep down, he was most drawn to someone like Lin Qinghuan, beautiful and assertive. His own cowardice made him particularly fond of strong, confident women. And Lin Qinghuan embodied that perfectly. To leave a favorable impression, Li Liang adjusted his greasy hair before stepping towards her. Hello, you must be Yao Yao's cousin, Huan? As she regarded the corpulent, lecherous man with squinty eyes before her, Lin Qinghuan's brows knit tightly together. Huan? Goodness, I've never found my name so repugnant. The way he uttered it carried an odor akin to a blend of garlic and excrement. Holding her nose, she turned to her secretary. Call security to have him thrown out. If he returns, just hit him. Li Liang, taken aback, stammered. What do you mean, Huan? Shut up. You make me feel nauseous. If it weren't for the mess it would create, Lin Qinghuan would have relished the thought of physically assaulting him. In all her life, she had never encountered a man more revolting than he. Li Jing, sensing Lin Qinghuan's rudeness, adopted a condescending tone befitting an elder. Huan, he is Yao Yao's brother. Your brother as well. We are all family, so please refrain from speaking so harshly. Lin Qinghuan shot back. If you find my words unpleasant, then perhaps you should leave. Li Jing was taken aback by her blatant disrespect, especially in front of so many people. This was a blatant affront to her authority. She had intended to reprimand Lin Qinghuan further, but inadvertently noticed security approaching and swiftly redirected her focus towards Lin Qinghuan. In comparison to Lin Qinghuan, Li Jing found Lin Qinghuan far easier to manipulate. At least she wouldn't resort to violence like her sister. Qinghuan, for the sake of family, please allow Li Liang to return to work. He need not hold a high position. Even a supervisory role would suffice. Lin Qinghuan regarded her with a cold laugh. Second aunt, you must be still half asleep. With his questionable character and poor work ethic, he wouldn't even be trusted to clean the toilets. Yet you suggest he be a supervisor? Such audacity. If you're so reluctant to see him suffer, why not let him leech off of you at home? Lin Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Sister, I believe your suggestion is quite reasonable, given that our second uncle and aunt are only in their 40s. They are at the prime age for hard work. Seeing the sisters unite against her, Li Jing's face turned ashen. Qingya, your second uncle has sacrificed so much for Lin Corporation. Can't you assist with this minor request? Lin Qingya's eyes darkened as she retorted, Second aunt. You need to understand that it was my father who took pity on you and your second uncle during your struggles, thinking that families should support one another. How did it turn into us benefiting from your second uncle's hard work? Lin Qinghuan added, if it weren't for my father, you'd probably be begging on the streets without even a bowl to collect alms. Now that you're enjoying a better life, have you forgotten your humanity? Turning into a thankless wolf? Lin Qinghuan, upon finishing her words, cast a meaningful glance at the security guards who immediately approached Li Liang. Sensing the precariousness of his situation.
Liliana stili sud refugia bain Li Jing.
Aunt, you promised my father that you would handle this for me. If you fail to keep your word, I shall ensure that Grandma punishes you when we return. Upon hearing Li Liang's words, Li Jing felt a surge of urgency and anger. What a foolish boy. Why would you say such things at this moment? Are you intent on trampling my dignity into the ground? She feared that the Lin sisters would not hesitate to pierce her heart with their words later on. Huan. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qinghuan shot her a cold glare. If the second aunt refuses to step aside, then we'll throw her out together. Understood. The security guard responded promptly. Li Jing shot Lin Qinghuan a resentful glance, feeling frustrated but knowing she dared not aid Li Liang further. Lin Qinghuan was unlike Lin Qingya, who would at least consider the family's reputation. Lin Qinghuan was a reckless individual capable of anything. She pried Li Liang's hand from her clothing and silently stepped aside. After being seized by the security guards, Li Liang shouted desperately towards Li Jing, Aunt, I am the sole heir of the Li family. If anything happens to me, Grandpa and Grandma will not spare you. Lin Qinghuan abhorred such raucous cries, glancing down to see a small trash bin nearby. She leaned towards her secretary and murmured a few words, prompting the secretary to lift a garbage bag, twist it tightly, and stuff it into Li Liang's mouth. In an instant, the entire office fell silent. After Li Liang was dragged away, Lin Yaoyao contemplated leaving but was seized by Li Jing. Observing her subtle actions, Lin Qinghuan smirked slightly. It appeared she had not yet fulfilled her ulterior motives and thus did not wish to depart. Coincidentally, Lin Qinghuan had matters to discuss with them. She kicked aside a chair, pushed Lin Yaoyao aside, and unceremoniously plopped down on the sofa. Witnessing her arrogant demeanor, Lin Yaoyao felt her gums bleed from clenching her teeth in anger. Li Jing, fearing any further mischief, pulled her to sit on the opposite side.
Qingya.
Li Liang's situation is a misunderstanding. When will Yaoyao start working? Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan let out a soft laugh. Second aunt, is a mere salary sufficient for my cousin's extravagant tastes? Her monthly expenses are at least 300,000. Lin Yaoyao, upon hearing this, felt no sense of wrongness. Instead, she felt a swell of pride. Indeed, my monthly expenditures are substantial, hence I require a position that is both high-paying and effortless. Lin Qinghuan scoffed. I have secured a job for you. I cannot guarantee the salary, but it assures a stable livelihood. Lin Yaoyao, sensing Lin Qinghuan's intentions were not so benevolent, could not resist asking, what job? Lin Qinghuan replied, operating a sewing machine. Upon hearing this, Lin Yaoyao erupted in indignation. Lin Qinghuan, are you mocking me? I studied design in college. You want me to operate a sewing machine? It's not me asking you to do it, but rather your own desire to do so. Lin Qinghuan retorted, instructing her secretary to present the documents for Lin Qingya to review. After perusing the information, an icy demeanor settled on Lin Qingya's face. She slammed the documents onto the table, glaring at Li Jing and Lin Yaoyao. You two are truly something, using company funds to line your pockets. Tens of millions over 2 years, and the sewing machines will be smoking while you remain trapped. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jing hastily approached to inspect, nearly losing her balance upon witnessing the undeniable evidence. She had previously cautioned Lin Yaoyao to maintain a low profile, yet her every expenditure had been flaunted on social media. Most infuriating was that her moments were visible to all except her. How could she have such a foolish daughter? Li Jing felt her insides twist with regret. Yet she knew she could not confess at this juncture, or everything would be lost. Chapter 46. Foolish and unaware, Li Jing forced a strained smile, feigning ignorance as she addressed them. Qingya, Huan, what are you discussing? Second aunt, truly, does not comprehend. She continued, "And why have you printed these photos of Yao Yao? If you admire the things she has purchased, why not simply ask her for the address instead of going through such convoluted efforts?" Lin Qinghuan gazed at Li Jing's overtly hypocritical smile, her eyes darkening. Was she attempting to feign ignorance? Second aunt, at this juncture, further resistance is futile. Beside them, Lin Yaoyao appeared utterly bewildered. "Mom, what are you talking about? What photos? What items?" Lin Qinghuan tapped the table, asserting, "The items are right here. Come and see for yourself." Hearing this, Lin Yaoyao strode over, glancing at the familiar photos and social media posts, unable to suppress a derisive snicker. "Lin Qinghuan, this is your doing, isn't it?" She picked up a photo and turned to glare at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is my work." Lin Yaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile, her gaze filled with disdain. "Lin Qinghuan, you still remain as unrefined as ever. Peeking at my social media. Are you attempting to imitate my fashion sense and taste? Let me enlighten you. Some things are innate, and individuals like you, a mere ugly duckling, will never grasp them." Lin Qinghuan. Li Jing? Lin Qingya. Lin Qinghuan pondered every possible outcome. Yet she never anticipated that Lin Yaoyao had only viewed the photos without glancing at the bills, nor could she fathom that Lin Yaoyao would be so self-absorbed. Lin Qingya regarded Lin Yaoyao, her expression one of profound exasperation. Only Li Jing's eyes sparkled with delight, not expecting her ordinarily dim-witted daughter to comprehend her intent this time. Deftly diverting the topic, without admitting to the bills. Truly astute. She seized Lin Yaoyao's hand, feigning innocence. "Yao Yao, how could you speak so of Huan Huan? Though Huan Huan is not the biological daughter of your uncle, having grown up in the Lin family, she is indeed part of our family. Her taste may not match yours, but you should guide her." Upon hearing Li Jing's insinuations about Lin Qinghuan's background and taste, Lin Qingya slammed her cup down onto the table, startling Li Jing and Lin Yaoyao. "Second aunt, we have made it clear, Huan Huan will forever be our little princess. It is impolite to bring up backgrounds. Huan Huan is cherished by us. She lacks for nothing. Why should she aspire to the lowly fashion sense of her cousin? It is laughable. Anyone with functioning eyes can see that Huan Huan's taste far surpasses that of her cousin." Li Jing was taken aback by Lin Qingya's forthrightness, realizing she was willing to offend them for Lin Qinghuan's sake. "Qingya, we were merely jesting with Huan Huan. You need not take it so seriously." Lin Qingya scoffed. "I too was merely jesting with you earlier. However, now let's discuss the matter of misusing power for personal gain." As soon as those words left her lips, Li Jing's heart sank. How had the conversation veered back to this? To avoid further complications, she resolved to leave and report the matter to Lin Qiaowei, the second uncle of the Lin family, allowing him to devise a solution. "Qingya, we are not well versed in work matters. I have an appointment today, so I must take my leave." As she attempted to pull Lin Yaoyao away, Lin Qinghuan signaled to her secretary, who promptly locked the office door and stood guard. Li Jing's heart raced as she forced a smile, inquiring, "Huan Huan, what does this mean?" Lin Qinghuan lifted her hand, brushing off non-existent dust from her clothing, then slowly rose. Each of her movements seemed casual, yet radiated an undeniable aura of authority. Li Jing, unbeknownst to her, felt her palms dampen with sweat, a fine sheen forming on her forehead. Lin Qinghuan raised her gaze to meet theirs, her expression inscrutable. "Second aunt, is feigning ignorance truly amusing?" Li Jing offered an awkward smile. "Huan Huan, second aunt genuinely does not comprehend your words." Lin Qinghuan arched an eyebrow, smiling slightly. "You do not understand? Allow me to clarify. Lin Yaoyao's personal expenditures, ranging from a few thousand to several hundred thousand, were all charged to the company's accounts by her second uncle under the guise of reimbursements. In essence, Lin Yaoyao had been financially supported by the company for the past 2 years. Before she could finish her statement, Lin Yaoyao pointed an accusing finger at her, exclaiming, "Lin Qinghuan, are you out of your mind? I have always used the card my father gave me. I have never touched your company's money. If your company's accounts don't match up, that's not my concern. You think you can pin this on me? Dream on." Observing her indignant demeanor, a faint smile curved on Lin Qinghuan's lips. "Oh, foolish cousin. Do you genuinely believe that your uncle's meager salary could possibly fund your lavish purchases? An ordinary employee earns only a few thousand a month, while your uncle makes around 20 to 30,000. Surely, the money you spend on dresses exceeds that amount. Aren't you curious where the rest comes from?" Lin Yaoyao retorted defiantly, "It's none of your business where it comes from. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Qinghuan replied, "Cousin, Your naivety is truly astonishing. Haven't you noticed that the prices of those items in your social circle perfectly align with the amounts on your uncle's reimbursement bills?
Li Jing.
Fearing that Lin Yaoyao might inadvertently reveal too much, hastily interjected, Huan, just because the amounts match doesn't imply anything. It's like saying if you spend 100,000 on a dress while your company spends 100,000 on entertaining clients, we can claim you used company funds? Huan, since you've never worked, you don't understand company regulations or procedures, so don't meddle. Lin Qinghuan chimed in, Aunt, are you suggesting I lack understanding as well? The overlap between the reimbursement forms and my cousin's social media posts is too coincidental to dismiss. I believe it. Lin Yaoyao shot back defiantly. You can't frame me. Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes at her, then turned to Lin Qingya. Sister, reasoning with a fool is futile. We should just call the police. If you call the police and they prove that this matter has nothing to do with us, you will regret framing us. Lin Yaoyao fumed. Just as Lin Qinghuan was about to agree, Li Jing exclaimed, We can't call the police. Seeing Li Jing siding with Lin Qinghuan, Lin Yaoyao grew agitated.
Mom.
If you let her call the police, I wonder if they will be as indiscriminate as she is. Li Jing was both anxious and furious. Her foolish daughter still didn't grasp the situation. If they called the police now, there would be no way to salvage things later. And the penalties for such a sum of money could be severe. Yaoyao, we are family. We are bound by blood. Since this is a misunderstanding, let's not escalate things. She then turned to Lin Qinghuan with a smile. Huan, this matter has nothing to do with Yaoyao. We have other matters to attend to. So, let's just leave it at that. Lin Qinghuan propped her feet up on the coffee table, her lips pursed. If you wish to settle this, it can be arranged. However, you will need to reconcile the accounts and pay me 5 million as a hardship fee. In return, I might consider forgiving you out of familial sentiment. At the mention of money, Lin Yaoyao erupted like water splashing into hot oil. Lin Qinghuan, how shameless can you be? You want us to cover your company's discrepancies while demanding 5 million as a hardship fee? I wouldn't even give you a single cent. Is that so? Lin Qinghuan replied with a cheerful smile, though Li Jing sensed danger in her piercing gaze. Huan, we are not privy to company matters. Any discussions should be between you and your uncle. We really must be going. As she spoke, she attempted to usher her secretary out, eager to leave the tense atmosphere. Lin Qinghuan stood up, ready to intervene, but caught sight of Lin Father and others approaching the door. With a sly smile, she returned to her seat and signaled her secretary to discreetly step aside. Li Jing seized the opportunity, pulling the door handle back, only to freeze in shock as her smile vanished. Uncle, Lao Wei, what brings you here? Chapter 47. No one can escape unscathed upon learning that Lin Qinghuan was with Lin Qingya. Lin Father had come with Lin's second uncle, only to unexpectedly find Li Jing and Lin Yaoyao present. Lin Qiaowei frowned at the sight of them. What are you doing here? Lin Yaoyao ignored Lin Qiaowei's displeasure and pouted. Dad, Lin Qinghuan is bullying me. She says there are issues with the company's accounts and insists that Mom and I cover the losses, demanding 5 million as a hardship fee. It's absolutely outrageous. Hearing this, Lin Qiaowei felt a wave of ominous foreboding wash over him. Accounts? What accounts? Lin Yaoyao pointed at the documents on the table. Those. Lin Qinghuan claims my daily expenses are charged to the company's account. Is she out of her mind? Lin Qiaowei was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening today? First, I'm caught with substandard goods, and now the accounts issue is exposed. This feels like a deliberate attempt to make things difficult for us. Lin Father turned to Lin Qinghuan and her sister, demanding, what is going on? Lin Qingya handed him the documents Lin Qinghuan had discovered, and after reading them, Lin Father's expression darkened. He tossed the documents to Lin Qiaowei, coldly asserting, second brother, you should take a good look and see if Huan has wronged you. Lin Qiaowei flipped through the pages, his countenance growing increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that Lin Qinghuan, whom he deemed inept, possessed such capabilities. But why had she suddenly come to the company and investigated his accounts? Something felt amiss. After contemplating this, Lin Qiaowei directed his gaze at Lin Father. Is this all you're doing? Have you gone to such lengths to force me out? Lin Yaoyao looked at Lin Father in shock. Uncle, I can't believe you orchestrated all of this. Why would you slander us? Li Jing, taken aback by the unexpected twist, joined in. How could you do this, brother-in-law? Lao Wei is your own brother. How can you treat us this way? Seeing them attempt to turn the tables, Lin Qinghuan's expression turned cold. Second uncle, you know full well who designed this. Did my father instruct you to use substandard goods to embezzle funds? Did he tell you to switch suppliers for kickbacks? Or was it my father's directive that allowed my cousin to seek reimbursement for her lavish spending? Since none of that is true, on what grounds do you blame my father? Lin Yaoyao glared at Lin Qinghuan. What nonsense are you spouting? My father is not that kind of person. He has said that uncle is deliberately framing him. Can't you hear? Lin Qinghuan shot her a sharp glance, her disdain evident. Your brain must be addled. Don't be foolish enough to drag others into your ignorance. Lin Yaoyao was about to retort when Lin Qiaowei interrupted her. He turned to Lin father, asking solemnly, "Third brother, do you really want to make this a public spectacle?" Lin father's brow furrowed, weariness etched on his face. "Second brother, I have turned a blind eye to your actions for the sake of family ties, but you have continued to overstep your bounds. It is time for you to leave the company." At those words, Lin Qiaowei's body trembled, his expression becoming increasingly grim. "Third brother, while I may have made mistakes, I have contributed significantly to the company over the years. You refuse to grant me even a fraction of the shares. And I am wrong for trying to secure a little money? Moreover, the company earns billions each year, and my share is but a pittance. Must you be so rigid?" Li Jing chimed in, "Brother-in-law, this is your fault. Your second brother has poured his heart and soul into Lin Corporation, yet you wish to discard him like an old tool. Is that not too heartless?" Lin Yaoyao added, "Uncle, we are family. Why must you be so calculating?" Witnessing their repugnant demeanor, Lin father realized how profoundly he had erred. Indeed, human greed knows no bounds. While they were the ones at fault, they had the audacity to retaliate without remorse. If that is the case, then he would not hesitate to sever ties. "Dear second uncle, it would be prudent for you to relinquish any thoughts regarding the shares. This company is destined to be entrusted to my two daughters, and no one shall usurp their rightful claim to ownership. Given your evident dissatisfaction with my decisions, I shall not retain your association any longer. Consequently, the company will provide you with a sum of compensation, and it would be best if we ceased all future interactions." Upon witnessing such callousness from Lin Fu, Lin Qiaowei let out a cold snort. "You believe a mere compensation will suffice to dismiss me? Unless it amounts to 300 million, you can forget it." Lin Qingya's eyes darkened. How audacious of him to demand such a figure. "Second uncle, since you reject the terms proposed by my father, allow me to present you with an alternative." Hearing this, Lin Qiaowei smiled. "Ah, Qingya truly displays wisdom. Your father has grown old and lacks the resolve of youth." Lin Qinghuan stifled a smile, noting how Lin Qiaowei seemed rather dim-witted. Her sister's icy demeanor should have hinted at the gravity of the situation, yet he remained oblivious, thinking it a favorable turn of events. Lin Qingya responded, "You are absolutely correct, second uncle. My father is too sentimental, often indecisive. I, however, shall ensure you receive a most substantial gift. According to Article 271 of the criminal law, employees who exploit their positions to misappropriate company assets, particularly in significant amounts, may face imprisonment of up to 3 years along with fines. For the sum you have greedily taken, a sentence exceeding 10 years would be quite conceivable. Wouldn't you agree?" As these words resonated, Lin Qiaowei, Li Jing, and Lin Yaoyao stood frozen in disbelief. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I should be incarcerated?" Lin Qiaoji, "What a fine daughter you have raised, eager to send her own uncle to prison." Lin Fu sighed, "Second brother, I offered you a choice. Your own greed has led to this predicament, so you have no one to blame but yourself." "Very well." Lin Qiaowei's gaze swept over them, filled with resentment. "I never imagined your family could be so heartless, forsaking familial bonds for the sake of money. You shall face retribution for your actions." Lin Qinghuan smiled brightly, "Second uncle, I must apologize. If retribution is to be dealt, it should commence with your family, for when it comes to ingratitude, none can rival you. You are the ones who can eat while cursing others, a feat only you could accomplish." Ignoring Lin Qinghuan, Lin Qiaowei turned his gaze back to Lin Fu. "Lin Qiaoji, since we've reached this impasse, it would be best for our families to sever ties henceforth." With those words, he turned to Li Jing and Lin Yaoyao. "Let us depart." In response, Lin Qinghuan stepped in front of them. "Second uncle, since our families are no longer connected, shall we settle our accounts?" Lin Qiaowei glared at her. "What accounts? I agreed to the compensation your father proposed. Everything else is to be wiped clean." No. Lin Qinghuan waved her hand dismissively. "Accounts cannot be settled in such a manner. While I have no objections to the compensation, you must be held accountable for the losses incurred by the company. How about this? You provide 150 million to rectify the situation, and we shall consider the matter resolved." Upon hearing this figure, Lin Yaoyao nearly lost her balance, 150 million. She had never encountered such a sum in her life. Lin Qinghuan, have you lost your mind? Lin Qinghuan beamed at her. Cousin, second uncle, and second aunt, you have 1 week to make amends. Should you fail to fill this hole, you shall find yourselves in a rather precarious position. Lin Qiaowei turned to Lin Fu. Third brother, will you allow this impudent girl to act with such impunity?
Lin Fu,
With a resigned gesture, replied, I am old now. The company will belong to them, and I shall refrain from interfering. After the departure of Lin Qiaowei's family, Lin Qinghuan also took her leave, leaving a mess of accounts for Lin Fu and Lin Qingya to contend with. Lin Fu, citing his age, instructed his assistant to deliver the accounts of Lin Qiaowei's embezzlement to Lin Qingya, placing her in full control of the situation. Gazing at the mountain of documents and files before her, Lin Qingya felt a dull ache form at her temples. Among the 4 of them, she alone was a competent worker. After exiting the company, Lin Qinghuan made her way to a nearby cafe. She intended to buy a few cups of coffee to treat Lin Fu, Lin Qingya, and Song Jin, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a raffle event at the cafe. With the purchase of a single cup, one could participate in a draw, and winning would yield another cup, along with an additional chance to win. Thus, Lin Qinghuan entered a fortunate streak. Congratulations, beautiful. You've won another cup. Congratulations, beautiful. You've won another cup. Congratulations, beautiful. You've won another cup. After winning 10 consecutive cups, the staff were left astounded, while those in line gaped in disbelief. What kind of divine luck is this? Buying 1 cup and winning 10. Such fortune is unparalleled. She ought to buy a lottery ticket, or she is missing out significantly. Surely not all of these are winners, right? That cannot be the case. Those who purchased before her did not win at all, merely receiving thank you for your patronage. How peculiar indeed. Observing the murmurs among the patrons, the cafe owner could not help but question whether the staff had erred in their distribution of winning tickets. He summoned the employee responsible for the raffle tickets and quietly inquired, how many another cup tickets did you write? 20, the employee replied. And how many thank you for your patronage tickets?
80.
The owner pondered this. The odds of winning were indeed 1 in 5, yet the current situation was baffling. 20 another cup tickets, and she alone had drawn 10. Does that seem reasonable? The employee shook her head. It does not seem reasonable, yet it is legal. The owner shot her a sidelong glance, as though she were unaware of the distinction between legality and reasonableness. Faced with the owner's gaze, the employee awkwardly chuckled. Perhaps her luck is simply extraordinary. No one has won prior to this. The owner nodded, resigned to that interpretation. It truly was a shame to squander such good fortune on coffee. Miss, your coffee is ready, and you still have 1 more chance to draw. Lin Qinghuan gazed at the row of coffees before her, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over her. Having won a meal previously, now she had triumphed with coffee. Her streak of luck truly knew no bounds. Turning to the staff, she smiled. I have more than enough coffee. Perhaps I should allow this opportunity to go to someone else? Upon hearing this, the patrons expressed their gratitude. Truly, what a generous lady. Such magnanimity in her actions. If we continue drawing, we may end up with only thank you for your patronage. We owe you our gratitude for considering us. Just as Lin Qinghuan prepared to leave with her coffees, the staff called out to her. Miss, it states here that raffle chances cannot be transferred. Lin Qinghuan responded. Can I forfeit? The owner intended to say yes, but the employee cut in with, no, that is not allowed. The owner's expression darkened. This employee seemed more trouble than she was worth. If she were to exhaust all the another cup draws, the remaining customers would be left disheartened, rendering the event utterly pointless. The other patrons frowned. This rule was indeed rather petty. How absurd. Her good fortune should not be squandered. She should not be forced to draw all the another cup tickets at once. Rules are rigid, yet people are adaptable. Why can't they demonstrate some flexibility? Lin Qinghuan sighed in resignation, glancing at the employee. If this is the rule, I shall continue drawing. I hope you do not come to regret this. Turning to the onlookers, she declared, Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. The opportunity cannot be transferred or forfeited. Thus I must proceed with the drawing. To make amends, should I win another cup, I will distribute it to you in order. Upon hearing her words, those who had initially objected to the rules beamed with joy. After all, in comparison to Lin Qinghuan's luck, they stood a chance at winning thank you for your patronage. Having waited this long, an additional moment of anticipation was of little consequence. Who knew? They might even enjoy a free treat. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Qinghuan reached into the raffle box. In that moment, everyone held their breath, eager to see if her streak of good fortune would persist. The next second, the staff's announcement rang out. Congratulations to the beautiful lady for drawing another cup.
Ha.
She has struck gold again. It seems her luck is truly extraordinary. I am the third in line, and I wonder if she can manage to draw 3 consecutive wins. I am the 9th. Keep it up, beautiful. We are all rooting for you. In pursuit of complimentary coffee, everyone has placed their hopes on Lin Qinghuan. With a smile, Lin Qinghuan handed the first winning cup of coffee to the person behind her, who gratefully accepted it with a cheerful thank you. Thank you for the coffee, beautiful. May everything go smoothly for you. Subsequently, Lin Qinghuan commenced another round of the lottery, and as the tickets were drawn, the announcements followed suit. Congratulations to the beautiful lady for drawing another cup. Congratulations to the beautiful lady for drawing another cup. Congratulations to the beautiful lady for drawing another cup. The cheers of the customers crescendoed, causing the owner to break into a sweat. Yet another 10 consecutive draws. There were only 20 another cup vouchers in total, and she managed to draw them all in one go. What left him utterly speechless was that all 9 people behind her walked away with a free cup of coffee, having spent not a single penny. He had previously thought that even with a buy one get one free offer, there would still be profit, especially given the 1 in 5 chance of winning. However, fate had other plans. Out of nowhere, Chen Yaojin emerged, leaving him not only without profit but also at a loss of 20 cups of coffee. What a calamity! Lin Qinghuan glanced back at the last cup she held, only to see no one behind her. She thought to herself that this was finally over, only to unexpectedly spot the coffee shop owner standing by the door, a look of melancholy on his face. This is for you. The owner looked up at Lin Qinghuan, his eyes reddening with emotion, whether from gratitude or sorrow, making him appear quite pitiable. He reached out to accept the coffee she offered, choking back a thank you. Lin Qinghuan nodded with a smile, comforting him. There is nothing insurmountable. Take it easy. Everything will be all right. With that, she left the coffee shop, carrying the remaining cups. The staff, seeing her depart, rushed to the door, about to remind Lin Qinghuan of her last chance to draw, but the owner swiftly covered their mouth. Just be quiet. Chapter 49. The chosen one. Lin Qinghuan handed 9 cups of coffee to Lin Qingyao's assistant and then carried 2 cups toward the Qingyao real estate building. As soon as she entered the premises, the receptionist recognized her. Welcome, President, to the inspection. Noticing the receptionist's starry-eyed admiration, Lin Qinghuan tentatively asked, You recognize me? The receptionist nodded vigorously. Manager Song shared your photo in the company group. I thought the picture was stunning, but the real you is even more beautiful. Lin Qinghuan was surprised that Song Jin had shared her photo in the group, explaining why the young lady could recognize her so quickly. Lin Qinghuan returned her a bright smile and then inquired, which floor are Manager Song and Manager Chen's offices on? The receptionist blinked in surprise, wondering why the president didn't know where the manager's offices were. It's currently interview time. Manager Song should be in the conference room on the 3rd floor, while Manager Chun is usually in his office on the 12th floor. Lin Qinghuan thanked her and took the elevator up. She first went to the conference room on the 3rd floor, upon finding Song Jin still busy. She had the coffee sent in and continued her ascent to the 12th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Chen Hao was momentarily taken aback. When had Song Jin become so polite?
Come in.
This was the first meeting between Chen Hao and Lin Qinghuan, and it was also Lin Qinghuan's first encounter with the living Chen Hao. President, what brings you here? Chen Hao rose, inviting her to sit on the sofa, and proceeded to brew her a cup of hot tea. Lin Qinghuan extended the coffee she held towards him. I came to visit Lin's group today, and thought I would stop by. Chen Hao's lips twitched. What a casual visit, as if she had forgotten she owned another company. President, the properties and land in the west of the city have already been transferred to the company S name. I received news today that a piece of land in the western suburbs is up for auction. I wonder if the president is interested? Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment before asking, is it lot number 3? Upon hearing the mention of lot number 3, Chen Hao's pupils widened in surprise. He never expected Lin Qinghuan to be so informed. This was information he had acquired through a significant network of connections. The auction for lot no. 3 had not yet been reported, so how had she come by this knowledge? President, do you think we should bid on this land? Lin Qinghuan discerned the hint of testing in his gaze, but it mattered little to her. She remembered that beneath that land lay tombs containing artifacts of great collectible value, which, once unearthed, would have to be surrendered to the state. This meant that the land would eventually be cordoned off and could not be developed. Investing in this land would be tantamount to throwing money away. However, Lin Qinghuan was not concerned, as she had her own strategies. Manager Chun, I will allocate 10 billion to you. Please ensure we secure that piece of land. 10 billion? Chun Hao adjusted his glasses slightly. That land was located in the suburbs and should not exceed 3 billion in price. Was she determined to have it? President, that land is quite remote. And its commercial value is not high. It shouldn't be difficult to acquire. Lin Qinghuan nodded, as long as it's not difficult. Once secured, contact me, and I will guide you on the next steps. Chun Hao responded lightly, although he was uncertain of Lin Qinghuan's intentions. He had a gut feeling that she was anything but ordinary. President, there are some individuals inquiring about the properties in the west of the city, including some public officials. Public officials? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that certain insiders within the government had already caught wind of the news. Surely, the relocation of the government would soon make headlines, causing the value of those shops and land to escalate. Do not take any action regarding those shops for now. I have my own plans. Seeing her confidence, Chun Hao refrained from further commentary. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully swung open with a bang, startling Lin Qinghuan. Chun Hao, however, was accustomed to such occurrences and cast a helpless glance at Song Jin. Miss Song, please try to enter more quietly next time. Song Jin giggled. Chun Ge. I will definitely be more careful next time. Chun Hao shook his head. It seemed next time would always be the case. He really needed to mention this to Song Wang. Otherwise, he feared one day he might be startled into a mishap, ultimately relying on Song Wang for his retirement. Lin Qinghuan's gaze shifted between Song Jin and Chun Hao, noticing their familiarity. Song Jin rushed over to Lin Qinghuan with joy and embraced her tightly. Huan Huan, I missed you so much. Why did you come today? Lin Qinghuan smiled. I had some matters to attend to at Lin's group and thought I'd drop by to see you. Song Jin pouted. What a casual visit. No wonder I felt that the coffee earlier wasn't as fragrant. Chun Hao, taking a sip, sincerely remarked, I think it's quite fragrant. Upon hearing this, Song Jin shot him a glance. Chun Ge, coffee won't silence you. Chun Hao shrugged and kept his mouth shut, playing the part of a scarecrow. Just then, Song Jin's phone buzzed a few times. She opened it to find videos of Lin Qinghuan's lottery draw flooding the group chat. Huan Huan, did you just win 20 cups of coffee with one purchase? Song Jin's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Qinghuan hadn't anticipated that her simple lottery win would spread throughout the company group. Yes, I won 20 cups. I initially intended to retire from drawing, but the coffee shop staff insisted I continue, so I had no choice but to unleash a spree. Hearing her playful remark, Song Jin was utterly astonished. Winning 20 times in a row? Song Jin wouldn't have dared to dream of such luck. It must be an extraordinary stroke of fortune. You are simply the child of destiny. Suddenly, a cunning smile spread across Song Jin's face. Huan Huan, since your luck is so good, let us go buy some scratch-off tickets. With that, she took Lin Qinghuan's hand and dashed outside. Chun Hao watched their exuberant departure, shaking his head with a smile. As his gaze fell upon those videos, his curiosity about Lin Qinghuan deepened. 5 minutes later, Song Jin led Lin Qinghuan to the lottery shop. Observing the array of scratch-off tickets displayed behind the counter, Song Jin inquired, Huan Huan, which one do you think has the potential to win the grand prize? Lin Qinghuan, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, I'm not a fortune teller. How could I possibly know? After a brief moment of contemplation, Song Jin extracted 1,000 yuan in cash from her bag, dividing it into 500 for Lin Qinghuan and retaining 500 for herself. Huan Huan, let us each select our own tickets, and we shall split any winnings evenly. Lin Qinghuan gazed at the crisp 100 yuan bills in her hand, pondering. Does this count as starting from scratch? Huan Huan, I've watched numerous videos recently where bloggers claimed that choosing tickets numbered 3, 7, or 9 increases the odds of winning. Song Jin remarked as she began to sift through the loose tickets, quickly selecting enough to total 500 yuan. Lin Qinghuan, however, was less particular, recognizing that those who truly possess methods for wealth accumulation are unlikely to divulge their secrets openly. Thus, she chose her tickets rather casually. The shop owner chuckled at their antics, bemused by the arrival of 2 novices. Chapter 50, Taking a Chance. Even a bicycle might transform into a Lamborghini. Huan Huan, I won. Song Jin exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement as she clutched the lottery ticket. Witnessing her exuberance, Lin Qinghuan felt a surge of joy for her friend. The shop owner, momentarily taken aback, wondered if she had indeed stumbled upon a major prize. Eagerly, he asked, Miss, how much did you win? With a beaming smile, Song Jin replied, 20. The owner's gaze shifted from the red scratch-off ticket to her face, internally questioning her sanity. Is she really so thrilled over winning 20 yuan from a 51 yuan ticket? Yet, Song Jin's subsequent words swiftly altered his perspective. Huan, this is my very first win. It feels incredibly fulfilling. The owner thought to himself, this poor girl truly is naive. Lin Qinghuan noticed the owner's sympathetic gaze directed at Song Jin and couldn't help but find it amusing. She gently patted Song Jin on the shoulder, encouraging her to keep striving. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the shop, his attire indicating he was likely a security guard from a nearby community. Old Wen, I'd like 24 of these scratch-off tickets. Today, I'm certain I'll win big. As the owner handed him the tickets, he teased, did the old deity in your dreams inform you of this? Without hesitation, the middle-aged man nodded. He told me that I could win 1 million. I skipped lunch to come here. Hearing this, Song Jin leaned closer to Lin Qinghuan and whispered, Huan, is there really such a thing as a deity sending dreams? Lin Qinghuan shook her head. She had only experienced transmigration and had yet to encounter a deity in dreams, thus, she was uncertain. The owner, handing the scratch-off tickets to the middle-aged man, jested, that old deity of yours, one of the lottery employees, is he? Perhaps he is trying to meet his KPIs by sending you dreams. You've been buying these for years, yet your highest win was 5,000. You've likely spent your entire wife fund on them. The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 unopened scratch-off tickets, then pulled out his phone to scan for payment. With a monthly salary of 3,000, half goes to food and drink. Even if I save the other half, how many years will it take to marry? I might as well take a gamble. After all, even a bicycle could become a Lamborghini. The owner shook his head, opting not to comment further. He had given his advice, and if the man insisted on this course, there was little he could do. Song Jin was taken aback to discover that a man of his age had yet to marry or have children. Spending over 1,000 on scratch-off tickets from a 3,000 monthly salary, such values were beyond her comprehension. After all, for most, the path to altering one's fate relies on knowledge, ability, and ultimately luck. As the middle-aged man began scratching off his 24 tickets, he noticed Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan sitting nearby and cheerfully remarked, young ladies, are you also hoping to strike it rich overnight? Song Jin chuckled. We've never played before. We're just here to join the excitement. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on the scattered scratch-off tickets, and he kindly advised them. Typically, the grand prizes are hidden within complete packs. Those you're selecting have likely been picked over by others, making it challenging to win. Curiously, Song Jin asked, Uncle, do you always buy complete packs? Yes. Then, have you ever won big? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man fell silent, while the owner burst into laughter. Little girl, best not to ask that. If he had won big, would he still be a security guard? He'd be living in a villa by now. The middle-aged man shot him a glare, asserting, the time hasn't come yet. Today surely holds great fortune. Turning to Song Jin, he proposed, how about a friendly competition to see who wins more? The loser buys the drinks? Song Jin found the idea amusing and nodded in agreement. Great. My friend will join as well. Lin Qinghuan hadn't anticipated being pulled into their wager, but seeing the middle-aged man agree, she chose not to refuse. It's just a bottle of drink. I can manage that. The owner, noticing their enthusiasm, decided to join in on the fun. I'll be the judge. You'll each take turns scratching 1 ticket, and we'll see who wins more. In the first round, middle-aged man versus Song Jin. Since Song Jin had previously scratched 1 ticket, she had only 9 left, prompting the middle-aged man to select 9 tickets from the first pack for their contest. The initially light-hearted atmosphere suddenly grew tense. First ticket, neither won. Second ticket, the middle-aged man won 50, while Song Jin did not. By the 8th ticket, the middle-aged man had accumulated 1,000, while Song Jin had yet to win. Song Jin's palms were clammy with sweat. Having scratched 8 tickets, without a single win was disheartening. The middle-aged man chuckled. Little girl, experience prevails. While I may not have won much, it adds up to 1,800. While you've only managed 20, your loss is certain. The owner sighed as he observed Song Jin, realizing her luck was exceptionally poor, worse than any customer he had encountered. Others, regardless of their fortune, generally managed to at least break even. Her disparity was remarkably stark. With a 500 yuan investment, it seemed unlikely she would even win 50. Lin Qinghuan was equally astonished by Song Jin's misfortune and found herself at a loss for comforting words. Sister, there's still 1 ticket left. Let us reveal it quickly, so you can come to terms with it. Upon hearing this, Song Jin pouted, looking at her pitifully. Huan, could you lend me a bit of your luck? Saying this, she flipped Lin Qinghuan's hand over, placing the scratch-off ticket in her palm and gripping her hand as she began to scratch. Lin Qinghuan, witnessing her antics, Couldn't he help but chuckle? Sister? The realm of mysticism eventually leads back to science. Unfazed, Song Jin was determined to test whether Lin Qinghuan's good fortune as a koi was indeed effective. The middle-aged man watched her actions, shaking his head in amusement. There was no way she could turn the tide with just one last ticket. First line, no win. Second line, no win. Third line, no win. Song Jin's spirits plummeted. Was her first experience with scratch-off tickets destined to conclude with a mere 20 yuan? She refused to accept it. Raising her hand to continue scratching, she finally spotted a symbol of joy on the last line. Glancing at the amount below, her heart soared with exhilaration.
Ah!
I won, Huan, I won. Releasing Lin Qinghuan's hand, she enveloped her in a jubilant embrace, exclaiming, Huan. You truly are the reincarnation of a koi. Your luck is phenomenal. The middle-aged man, witnessing her elation, was taken aback. Did she really win big? The owner, teasingly, remarked. It's not another 20, is it? With a radiant smile, Song Jin held up her scratch-off ticket and waved it at him. Boss, I won 10,000. The owner gasped, what? The middle-aged man echoed, what? You truly won 10,000? The owner, incredulous, asked again. Song Jin nodded, presenting the ticket before him and pointing to the final line. Take a look, is it not 10,000? Donning his glasses, the owner examined it closely, confirming that she had indeed won 10,000. Miss, your luck is extraordinary. It's not just my luck, it's my sister's good fortune. Song Jin remarked with a wink at Lin Qinghuan. Lin Qinghuan smiled lightly. Even without my assistance, you would have certainly won with that ticket, so spare me the flattery. Although she said this, Song Jin believed that it was indeed her merit. Otherwise, he would have likely lost everything today. Uncle, I won a total of 10,020. Now it's your turn. The middle-aged man, who thought victory was assured, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Despite having played scratch-offs for so long, he had never won 10,000. His highest win had been 5,000. He had barely warmed up to that 5,000 when he envisioned using it to buy a house, only to end up losing it all, leaving him with just enough for a pack of 10 yuan cigarettes, golden white sands. Chapter 51, A Child Worth a Million Under Song Jin's Watchful Gaze. The middle-aged man began to scratch off his ticket. If you can win 10,000, perhaps I can win a million. Upon hearing this, the boss's lips twitched slightly. If you ever have a child, just name it Million. The middle-aged man shot him an annoyed glance. My surname is Li. The boss replied. Then let us call it Li Million. Both Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan stifled their laughter, recognizing the boss's knack for humor. Despite the middle-aged man's incessant thoughts of a million, his scratching yielded nothing. Undoubtedly, Song Jin emerged victorious in this round. I accept my defeat. I owe you a drink. Let us continue. Perhaps the loss ignited his competitive spirit, for he chose to open another pack. Now we commence the second round. 10 tickets each. Let the games begin. As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man eagerly began scratching. I've won 5,000. The boss hurried over to inspect his ticket, and upon confirming the win, he couldn't help but exclaim, It seems your luck is rather potent. Indeed. The middle-aged man replied with a grin. In the past, I would only win a couple of hundred. This time, 5,000. It appears fortune has graced me. Seeing his first ticket win 5,000, Song Jin couldn't help but worry for Lin Qinghuan. Huan, with your lucky charm, you're bound to win. Lin Qinghuan shot her a playful glance and began scratching her first ticket. After just one scratch, Song Jin gasped, You've won. Upon hearing this, the boss and the middle-aged man rushed over to see how much she had won. Huan, you won 100. The boss and the middle-aged man immediately returned to their places. It's just 100, little girl. No need to be so excited, the middle-aged man said. Song Jin shyly scratched her head, encouraging Lin Qinghuan to continue. In total, they revealed 4 winning symbols, one of which was a double happiness. While the individual amounts were all 100, they summed up to 500. Huan, you've won 500. Song Jin exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. That's a great comeback. The boss hadn't anticipated Lin Qinghuan's good fortune, winning 500 on her first ticket. The middle-aged man chuckled. I won 5,000 on my first ticket. Catching up to me will be quite the challenge. Lin Qinghuan smiled gracefully at him, then let us continue scratching. On the second ticket, the middle-aged man didn't win, while Lin Qinghuan won 800. You've only won 1,300. You're still no match for me, he remarked. On the third ticket, he won 200, while Lin Qinghuan claimed 1,000. You've only accumulated 2,003. Still not my rival. On the fourth ticket, he didn't T-win again, but Lin Qinghuan scored 300. You've only reached 2006. There's still quite a gap between us. Song Jin shot him a glance, expecting him to repeat his previous line, only to be taken aback when he switched it up, triggering her compulsive tendencies. On the fifth ticket, the middle-aged man won 1,000, while Lin Qinghuan won 200. My luck today is remarkable. I've won 6,002 in total. Little girl, you need to catch up. Your total is only 2,008. Not even as much as my first ticket. Lin Qinghuan simply smiled, choosing not to respond. Although she hadn't hit the jackpot. She hadn't drawn a single losing ticket either, and with 5 tickets remaining, the outcome was still uncertain. Moreover, with scratch-offs, once a significant one appears, it often signals the end of luck. As she suspected, the middle-aged man's 6th, 7th, and 8th tickets bore no fruit. Although Lin Qinghuan's wins were modest, they totaled 1,060. You now have 3,806. I have 6,002. With 2 tickets left, even if you win 1,000 tickets, you won surpass me. Upon hearing this, Song Jin felt indignant. How can you be so sure my sister won win 5,000? The middle-aged man chuckled. Do you think 5,000 is just waiting to be won? If it were that simple, I'd be rich by now. I believe in her, Song Jin asserted firmly. The middle-aged man scoffed. If she wins 5,000, I'll give you the prize I just won. If she doesn't that 10,000 you won is mine. Song Jin hadn't expected him to covet her winnings. Lin Qinghuan frowned slightly, warning Song Jin, we're just here to have fun. There's no need to gamble with him. The boss chimed in, suggesting, a drink wager will suffice. No need for such high stakes. The middle-aged man, clearly reluctant, challenged Song Jin with a provocative look. Are you brave enough? Although trading thousands for a mere drink wasn't wise, seeing his expression, Song Jin slapped the table decisively. I agree. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man beamed, while the boss sighed and shook his head, thinking she was too young and impulsive. Lin Qinghuan understood that Song Jin's decision was to defend her, and she met the middle-aged man's gaze. Though I agree, I have one condition. What condition? He asked, his eyes scrutinizing her. Lin Qinghuan tapped the scratch-off ticket. We won wager on this ticket winning 5,000. Instead, we'll bet that my total amount, after finishing this ticket, will exceed yours to declare victory. The middle-aged man, finding no issue with her terms, thought it inconsequential. Considering the gap of over 2,000 between them, her maximum win had been 1,000, making it seemingly impossible for her to surpass him. Fine, I accept. The boss was taken aback, realizing that Lin Qinghuan, despite appearing composed, was actually quite impulsive. Having won 10,000 on their first attempt, such a rare opportunity was now being wagered against someone else. It was nothing short of foolishness. Sigh, Song Jin said, looking at Lin Qinghuan earnestly. Sister, I'm counting on you. Lin Qinghuan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. She had a strong premonition that these 2 scratch-offs would yield a delightful surprise. With everyone watching, Lin Qinghuan scratched off the first row, nothing. The second row, still nothing. Song Jin clasped her hands together, anxiously fixated on the final row. All hope now rested on that last row. The middle-aged man grinned. Only 1 row left. That 10,000 is mine. For the first time in my lengthy career, I feel like making money is so effortless. The boss interjected, you shouldn't be so ruthless. They're just 2 young girls playing for the first time. The middle-aged man shrugged. She challenged me. I'm not forcing her. Just as he gleefully prepared to claim Song Jin's winning ticket, she suddenly shouted, "Aw, I won." The middle-aged man faltered. Won? How can that be possible? Song Jin turned to show him her scratch-off. Look, it has 4 zeros, 10,000.
Ah, we've won.
The middle-aged man's shoulders slumped, disbelief etched across his face. How could there be 2 10,000 wins among the scattered tickets? That was impossible. The boss was equally stunned. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. 2 10,000 wins in one day, both from the same batch of tickets. If someone else had told him, he wouldn't have believed it, yet it was unfolding right before his eyes, leaving him no room for doubt. He regarded the middle-aged man with pity. You tried to cheat but ended up with nothing. Now you must regret it. The middle-aged man hadn't anticipated that his hard-earned winnings would vanish so swiftly. This is more unbearable than losing his life. No, I cannot resign myself to fate like this. The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon the last scratch card. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Chapter 52, The Ungrateful Scoundrel. How about we wager one last time with the final card? The middle-aged man lifted the last scratch card, waving it before Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin. If I win this time, You too will forfeit your prizes to me. If you win, I shall surrender mine to you. Song Jin curled her lips in disdain. Did he truly consider them as mere children? He had already lost everything except for the unscratched ones. And he still wished to wager the losses anew. What audacity! Sir, if my memory serves me correctly, you've already exhausted your winnings. One cannot gamble the same prize twice. Lin Qinghuan cast a sidelong glance at him, noting his tightly pressed lips and the furrow in his brow, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, he must have been filled with regret, wishing he could turn back time. Had it not been for his greed, attempting to claim their money for himself, the situation would not have turned so humiliating. Seeing that they were not easily swayed, the middle-aged man chuckled. I was merely jesting earlier. Did we not agree to wager on a bottle of drink? Why are you still holding on to this? Rest assured, the drinks will not be lacking. Song Jin let out a cold laugh. Surely you jest. In this day and age, with cameras everywhere, you still dare to speak untruth? When you were so certain we had lost, your hand was practically reaching for my winning scratch card. Now you dare to say this? Is it not a bit late? The owner, witnessing the unfolding drama, couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. The middle-aged man, noticing the sound, turned his gaze to the owner.
Lao Wen.
You were just advising them earlier, urging me not to wager. Now that they are being so aggressive, why do you not counsel them? The owner, feeling the brunt of his ire, grew cold. When I advised you, you did not agree. Given that, why should I counsel them now? The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with anger. Lao Wen, we have been friends for many years. How can you side with outsiders and not support me? People say you favor the rich over the poor, and I did not believe it until now. This statement from him sent a chill through the owner. If I truly favored the rich, you would have frozen to death on the streets the year we met. Had I been that way, I would not have brought you meals when you could not afford to eat. I would not have rented you a room at 500 less than market price when you could not afford it. Recalling past events, the middle-aged man retorted. You did those things simply to ensure I would patronize your business. Furthermore, you collected rent from me. I owe you nothing. The owner, trembling with anger at his ingratitude, replied, very well, since you deem these acts as no favor. What say you to the fact that I broke down your door and rescued you when you were unconscious from alcohol poisoning, taking you to the hospital to save your life? The middle-aged man, fuming, shot back, bringing up that incident infuriates me. I was poisoned in your house. And the hospital fees, medication costs, nutritional expenses, and lost wages should fall upon you. You only covered the hospital bill and then left me to pay for the medication. How shameless can you be? His words shattered the moral compass of both Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan. One may be ignorant, but to be so shameless is beyond comprehension. The owner, evidently enraged, turned pale. I saved your life, covered your hospital bill, and you dare to think I owe you? You are truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The middle-aged man pointed at himself. You call me a wolf in sheep's clothing? You saved me for your own gain. Fearing I would die on your property and tarnish its rental potential. You have reaped all the benefits, yet you still claim it was all for my sake. Now that is true hypocrisy. The owner, tears brimming in his eyes and lips pressed tightly, clenched his trembling fists. He had once felt pity for this man, alone in the world, but now he only felt contempt. Having treated him sincerely, he was repaid with ingratitude. If this is how you feel, then let us remain strangers. Your rent is due this month. Next month, find another place. My little temple cannot accommodate such a large Buddha. The middle-aged man slapped the table, declaring, leave if you wish. Do you think I care? With money, what house cannot I find? The owner merely smiled in response, offering no rebuttal. For an outsider earning a mere 3,000 a month, attempting to survive in this vast city was akin to chasing a dream. He hoped that once the man moved out, he would maintain such bravado. Song Jin shot the middle-aged man a disdainful glance, tapping the table before extending her hand. Hand over the winning scratch card to me. Those are now mine. The middle-aged man, taken aback, pressed his hand down on the scratch cards protectively, eyeing Song Jin warily, fearing she might snatch them away. Lin Qinghuan observed his actions with furrowed brows. Although she didn't covet the money, she certainly did not wish to let such an ungrateful scoundrel profit. Are you intending to renege? The middle-aged man raised his chin defiantly, pointing to the last scratch card beside Lin Qinghuan. Let us gamble one final time. If you win, I will give you all the remaining unscratched cards. Lin Qinghuan smirked coldly. Our total amount stands at around 30,000. You think to wager those few unopened scratch cards against me? Do I appear foolish to you? Seeing his plan falter, the middle-aged man asked, What must I do for you to agree to gamble with me? Lin Qinghuan replied. Unless you can present something of equal value, there is nothing to discuss. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply, concern etched on his face. He currently had just over 1,000 left, far from sufficient. In his contemplation, his peripheral vision caught sight of the owner standing nearby.
La Wen, lend me 30,000.
I will repay you as soon as I win. His audacity left Song Jin astounded, her jaw nearly dropping. He had just berated the owner for favoring the rich. Yet now he shamelessly asked to borrow money. Song Jin gently tugged at Lin Qinghuan's sleeve, whispering, "Have you ever encountered someone like this? It's outrageous." Lin Qinghuan replied, "A typical move of a petty man. A normal person could never comprehend such behavior, as they possess a sense of dignity. Selfish individuals are different. Their moral compass is dictated by self-interest, a classic case of might makes right." The owner, having recognized the man's true nature, was not inclined to acquiesce. "I'm sorry, but I cannot lend you." Upon hearing the refusal, the middle-aged man's anger skyrocketed. "Lao Wen, why are you so stingy? 30,000 is not a large sum. Must you act like a miser? I only need a few minutes to gamble with her. I will pay you back if I win." The owner remained unmoved. "You say you'll repay if you win, but what if you lose? I suppose you will blame me for not lending you the money, won't you? 30,000 may be a small amount to others, but how ironic it sounds coming from you. At your current salary, it would take years to repay." He had relied on the owner's support to survive until the next payday, and as a spendthrift, how could he possibly repay? Lending him that money would be akin to throwing it away. Seeing the owner stand firm, the middle-aged man's face darkened. "I truly misjudged you. I will never patronize your establishment again. Await your closure." The owner chuckled nonchalantly. "You not coming is for the best. I shall save on expenses." At this, Song Jin could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. The middle-aged man shot her a glare, feeling a rush of embarrassment wash over him. However, now that the situation has reached this point, if he does not continue to gamble, his previous losses would be in vain. Recalling the dream he had last night, the middle-aged man resolved to take a risk. Chapter 53. Who has the thicker skin? He retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. "I wager my entire fortune. A mobile phone, and over 1,000 yuan. Do you dare to gamble?" Lin Qinghuan glanced at the phone, which appeared to be an outdated model from many years ago, its screen marred with scratches resembling willow branches, and its four corners battered into rounded shapes. Even as a second-hand device, it would hardly fetch a decent price. "You've already taken advantage of me once. Do you wish to do so again? A broken phone plus a little over 1,000 in savings, 2,000 at most. You expect to trade 2,000 for my 30,000? Surely, you must be dreaming." Seeing her reluctance, the middle-aged man pushed a scratch-off lottery ticket without markings toward Lin Qinghuan. "If I lose, these unmarked tickets will be yours." Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "I am not a fool. Those tickets hold little value." The middle-aged man, now distressed, rubbed his hands on his head in a frantic manner. "Nothing works. You're driving me to despair." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he regained his composure. "While the tickets may not be worth much, the wise old sage in my dream proclaimed that there would be a grand prize this time." The shopkeeper frowned slightly. He had heard this claim for several years without witnessing a single win. To use this matter to deceive a young girl was indeed shameless. "Young lady, do not believe him. If there truly were a grand prize, wouldn't he be better off claiming it for himself? Surely that would yield greater profit." Song Jin felt the shopkeeper made a valid point. She turned to Lin Qinghuan and advised, "Huan, do not trust him. This man is quite devious." The memory of having called him uncle out of courtesy previously made Song Jin feel nauseated. The middle-aged man, noticing their interference, could not help but scold, "I am betting with her. What business do you two have meddling?" Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Qinghuan's gaze darkened. "Since you claim this is none of their business, then it shall be just between us. However, prior to our wager, I request that you place the losing portion on the table." Song Jin, witnessing the scene, hastily interjected, Huan, you cannot gamble with him. All of his assets only add up to a little over 2,000, while you've won more than 10,000. The middle-aged man, initially hesitant, feared Lin Qinghuan might reconsider upon hearing Song Jin's words. He promptly pushed the scratch-off tickets towards Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan. "These are for you." As long as she agreed to gamble, even if she could not reclaim her winnings entirely, there would still be a profit. Seeing his eagerness, Song Jin could not help but scoff. "Only my sister is kind enough to give you another chance. If it were me, A person like you who goes back on their word would have been blacklisted long ago. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you cannot afford to lose, do not gamble, lest you embarrass yourself. The middle-aged man, incensed by Song Jin's ridicule, reached out to push her away.
Hey.
You little brat. Before his hand could touch Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan seized his thumb and twisted it in the opposite direction. The sudden pain caused him to jerk back and cry out. Let go. Lin Qinghuan warned. Speak your mind, but if you dare to lay hands on anyone, I will make you regret it. The middle-aged man, his arm numb with pain, could only utter, okay. Seeing him thoroughly frightened, Lin Qinghuan finally released her grip. He cradled his injured hand, casting a cautious glance at Lin Qinghuan. When their eyes met, he shuddered at her fierce gaze. How did I not notice before that she is quite formidable? Damn it. She nearly broke my hand. If I were not outmatched, I would have liked to teach her a lesson. The shopkeeper, witnessing his embarrassment, could not suppress a smirk. He thought the young girl would be easy to bully, but it seemed he had kicked a metal plate. Taking the winning scratch-off ticket from Song Jin, the shopkeeper happily processed her winnings, and in an instant, the funds were transferred to her phone. Hearing the notification, the middle-aged man felt the lump in his throat, unable to swallow. He looked at Lin Qinghuan and asked,
Can we compare now?
Lin Qinghuan glanced at his swollen fingers and nodded. Yes, whoever has the greater winning amount wins. What should have been a simple and fair rule took an unexpected turn when the middle-aged man suddenly declared, If neither of us wins, then I win. Song Jin almost spat in his face. Why should a lack of winnings count as your victory? Just because your face is larger and your skin thicker? With such an ugly appearance, how dare you dream of winning? That thing around your neck, isn't head, it's a tumor, isn't it? If we are to compete, let us adhere to the rules. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. The middle-aged man had intended to point a finger at her, but reconsidered after recalling Lin Qinghuan's earlier actions, abandoning the thought of arguing with her. I won't stoop to your level, you little brat. Song Jin huffed. I won't waste my breath on a thick-skinned old man like you. Lin Qinghuan sighed and pulled Song Jin aside, addressing the middle-aged man. If neither of us wins, it shall be a draw. If you agree, let us begin. If not, we shall take our leave. With no other choice, the middle-aged man nodded in acquiescence. I will go first. In this regard, Lin Qinghuan had no objections. After all, the order of play would not affect the outcome. She believed her chances of winning were higher, as the middle-aged man had revealed 5,000 on his first ticket, and typically there was only one higher prize in a book. This suggested a high probability of subsequent tickets yielding no significant wins. She had drawn from a bulk batch, which statistically increased her chances of hitting the jackpot. The middle-aged man scratched off his ticket line by line, growing increasingly anxious as only 2 lines remained, and not a single winning symbol had appeared. Seeing his trembling hand, Song Jin stifled a laugh. Are you scared now? It seems a bit late.
Since you insisted on gambling.
With only the final line remaining, beads of sweat formed on the middle-aged man's brow. He consoled himself internally. The sage said I would win. I must be destined for great fortune. I will strike it rich, winning 1 million. As he uttered these words, he scratched off the last line, only to find nothing. He slumped onto the chair, appearing utterly dazed and vacant. Upon hearing his declaration of winning 1 million, Song Jin hurried over to inspect, bursting into laughter. Not a single cent won. Huan, you've surely won this. Lin Qinghuan cast a glance at the middle-aged man, then picked up the scratcher to begin her final ticket. Knowing she could not lose regardless, she scratched casually. When she revealed the last line, she heard Song Jin's exclamation. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. 1 million. Huan, you've won 1 million.
Impossible.
You cannot win 1 million. The middle-aged man, disbelieving, rushed over. Upon seeing the amount displayed, he collapsed to the ground. The sage clearly told me in a dream that I would win 1 million. How could it end up being someone else's? The shopkeeper, observing his despondent state, rolled his eyes. Fate is fair. It will not allow a selfish, ungrateful wretch like you to become wealthy. Chapter 54. Cursing him for 3 days and nights, the shopkeeper, upon seeing the $1 million scratch-off ticket, trembled with excitement. Miss, may I take a closer look? Seeing his enthusiasm, Lin Qinghuan smiled and handed over the ticket. The shopkeeper took the ticket, and upon confirming the numbers, his breath quickened. In all my years of running the shop, this is the first time someone has won 1 million here. It is truly astonishing. Miss, you are indeed a reincarnation of good fortune. Song Jin chimed in with a smile. Shopkeeper, you hit the nail on the head. My sister might just be a reincarnation of a lucky star. Otherwise, how could she effortlessly uncover such a difficult prize? This is truly destiny. Indeed, indeed. The proprietor nodded in agreement, remarking, "This lovely lady must indeed be a fortunate soul." However, the prize amount is substantial and requires redemption at the provincial lottery center. Upon finishing his statement, his gaze settled upon the scratch-off ticket before Lin Qinghuan. "My dear, while I am unable to assist with the grand prize, those smaller winnings you previously scratched can certainly be claimed. Would you like to proceed?" Lin Qinghuan nodded, responding affirmatively. "Yes, please, I appreciate your help." The proprietor accepted the winning scratch-off ticket she handed over, smiling as he said, "Not at all, it's my pleasure." Although these were merely minor prizes, Lin Qinghuan calculated roughly that they amounted to over 13,000, a delightful addition to her earnings for the day. After receiving the funds, Lin Qinghuan glanced down at the middle-aged man slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had departed. "You must fulfill your promise," she stated. The middle-aged man clutched her foot, an expression of madness on his face as he implored, "Why was it not I who won the million? Tell me, why? Did you steal my fortune?" At this, Song Jin felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. She pulled Lin Qinghuan behind her, seething with anger. "Is your mouth fresh from consuming excrement? It reeks. Asking why and accusing theft, have you no shame?" The middle-aged man retorted, "But why?" His words were abruptly interrupted by Song Jin.
Why?
"Is it not evident that your appearance is unappealing, your demeanor unpleasant, and your pockets empty? Perhaps it is also due to your malevolent heart and thick skin that the divine has deemed you unworthy and thus bestowed fortune upon my sister instead."
Bah.
A disgrace. A scoundrel. Were it not for the limited vocabulary available for insults, Song Jin would have relished the opportunity to berate him for 3 days and nights. The proprietor watched in astonishment at Song Jin's eloquence, marveling at the new generation's ability to weave insults with such poetic flair. Lin Qinghuan hurled her phone at the middle-aged man and turned to present the QR code on the table before him. "If you are a man of honor, a man of courage, then you shall follow through on your word." The proprietor noticed she had mistakenly taken the wrong payment code and attempted to intervene. But Lin Qinghuan silenced him with a glance. "I am aware. You need not worry." Upon hearing this, the proprietor refrained from further comment, deciding to transfer the funds to her once they were received. The middle-aged man, trembling, picked up his phone and gazed up at her. "I only have just over 1,000 in my account. Perhaps we could let this go?" Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "You are an adult. You must face the consequences of your actions." The middle-aged man's eyes, devoid of warmth, beseeched her once more. "You have all earned over 30,000. Surely you do not need this extra 1,000? Have compassion for a poor soul like me. I will bow before you. I beg you." Lin Qinghuan regarded him coldly. Feeling no sympathy for this predicament was a direct result of his insatiable greed and ingratitude. "I did not ask for your bowing. I merely seek to reclaim what is rightfully mine. If you transfer the money promptly, I shall forego claiming your phone. Otherwise, I will destroy it." At her words, the middle-aged man clutched his phone tightly, exclaiming, "Do not break it. I shall transfer the funds." The cliché that the wealthier a person is, the more miserly they become, rang true in this instance. Song Jin was so incensed she nearly laughed. "You think your poverty grants you any right here? If you are so generous, why not relinquish your job to someone in need, or donate your organs to the state? You possess no morals, yet seek to bind others with guilt. What kind of person are you?" After enduring Song Jin's tirade, the middle-aged man trembled with rage. Were it not for Lin Qinghuan's icy glare and the fact he could not best her in a confrontation, he might have silenced Song Jin's venomous tongue. Observing his trembling hands and slow movements, Song Jin could not resist mocking. "Are you trembling because you've soiled yourself?" The middle-aged man seethed with fury, yet was forced to suppress it. He was not frightened, but rather infuriated by her. After several attempts, he finally unlocked his phone. Scanning the code and entering the amount, he once again looked to Lin Qinghuan. "Cannot," she replied firmly, "transfer." With no room left for negotiation, the middle-aged man begrudgingly completed the transaction. Once the money had been transferred, Lin Qinghuan returned the payment code to its place. "My dear, here is the payment code. I have sent the funds to you," the proprietor said as he picked up his phone to initiate the transfer, but Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "You are a principled and kind-hearted individual, merely unfortunate to have encountered someone ungrateful. In this friendship, the fault lies not with you, but with a certain shameless individual. You should feel fortunate to have seen their true nature, rather than mourning your generosity." This is what they owe you, though it may not be much. It serves to ease your spirit. Her words deeply moved the proprietor. An outsider could clearly see his true character. Yet the friend he treated with sincerity regarded him as worthless. He realized he had been blind to help such a thankless wretch. Moving forward, he resolved to open his eyes and distance himself from those selfish and malicious souls. Song Jin added, "Boss, good deeds are rewarded. Your kindness will be repaid." The proprietor nodded, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, dear lady, for your kind words." Before departing, Song Jin gathered the unscratched tickets and placed them in her bag, as they were indeed their spoils. As they passed the middle-aged man, Lin Qinghuan remarked, "In this lifetime, one encounters few true confidants, and the fortunate are even rarer. You have cast aside this bond with your own hands, and one day, you will regret it." The middle-aged man shuddered, panic filling his eyes. Uncertain of why he felt this way, he instinctively sensed that something precious was slipping away from him. Chapter 55. Seeking help from Mahjong. Upon exiting the lottery shop, Song Jin felt invigorated. Huan, today was simply delightful and immensely satisfying. Lin Qinghuan smiled. Placing the scratch-off ticket, she held into Song Jin's hands. "I am glad you are happy." Song Jin glanced at the ticket, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at Lin Qinghuan. Huan, what are you doing? The initial investment was yours, and I have already collected over 10,000. You should keep this one. Lin Qinghuan spoke as if it were a casual inquiry about lunch. "Sister, this is 1,000,000. You're giving it to me just like that?" Song Jin exclaimed, astonished. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. "What else should I do? Should we seek an auspicious date and light incense to make it official?" Song Jin's mouth twitched. "Is that what I meant? Well, as long as it is not." Lin Qinghuan patted her hand. "You have been working hard lately. Consider this your reward." 1,000,000 as a reward? My heavens! I must take a picture to show my brother. This is the sort of vision a true boss should have. Lin Qinghuan playfully tapped her on the head. "Send it to your brother, but be cautious. He may confiscate your allowance next month." Song Jin replied, "Oh, how could I forget? My brother is so cunning. He will surely cause trouble. Perhaps I should refrain from sharing it with him." Seeing her compliance, Lin Qinghuan smiled. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure. Though it was merely a silhouette, she was certain it was the middle-aged man from the lottery shop. Why was he appearing behind them? Was it by chance? Yet, why was he turning back? Lin Qinghuan shook her head, dismissing it as an inconsequential matter. Song Jin placed the winning scratch-off ticket into her bag and then retrieved several unscratched tickets from within. "Sister, do you want to play some more?" Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "You enjoy it. I believe the grand prize has already been claimed. The remaining tickets are likely to yield only minor winnings, and scratching too many becomes tedious." Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan's disinterest, Song Jin's eyes sparkled with a new idea. "If you do not wish to play, I will find how good to join me. When I present him this $1,000,000 ticket, I shall see how he reacts." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you planning to cheat?" Song Jin linked her arm through Lin Qinghuan's, grinning mischievously. "As long as he does not notice, it is not cheating." Speaking of which, Lin Qinghuan recalled a question she had long desired to pose. Jin, what is your relationship with Chunhao? You both seem rather acquainted." Song Jin replied, "He is a college classmate of my brother, and they share a remarkably close bond. When I first reviewed the documents, I thought they merely shared the same name. But upon meeting, I realized it was indeed him." "Ah, so that is the case." Lin Qinghuan nearly feared that she had inadvertently introduced a rival in love to Xiao Kai. If that were true, it would certainly be somewhat disheartening considering the matchmaking red envelope he had given her. Now that she understood their relationship was not of that nature, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. After escorting Song Jin to the entrance of the company, Lin Qinghuan intended to return home but unexpectedly received a call from her mother. Huan, Aunt Wang has invited a skilled player today, and I've lost quite a bit of money. You must come and assist me." The lottery shop owner furrowed his brow upon seeing the middle-aged man return. Did he not claim he would never set foot in the shop again? What could have prompted this change? Was it possible that he regretted his decision and wished to reconcile with his friend? The owner resolved never to associate with such a person again. Even if he were to kneel and beg for forgiveness, he would not relent. However, he had not anticipated that the middle-aged man's return was due to having overheard the conversation between Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin. The middle-aged man slammed his hand heavily on the table, fuming. "They are so wealthy, yet they still covet my meager salary. Truly despicable. They appear beautiful, yet their hearts are so black. Upon hearing him insult Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin, the owner set down what he was holding and regarded him with cold disdain. The wealth of others is their own affair. When one loses, one must accept the consequences. Moreover, was it not he who first coveted another's prize money? Blaming others for their avarice, when he himself had gained nothing, was a sentiment only a shameless person like him could express. Seeing the owner defend them, the middle-aged man's tone grew increasingly irritable. If they hadn't deliberately lured me into a trap, I would never have gambled with them.
And you?
If you hadn't aided their malfeasance, I wouldn't have lost so much. The owner scoffed, remarking that it was unclear who had failed to seize an opportunity. Continuously engaging in small bets with high stakes, such greed was bound to bring about one's downfall. Old Win, I once considered you a good friend, yet you colluded with others to deceive me. I truly misjudged you. As he continued to spew invective, the owner picked up a broom and began to shoo him away.
Get out!
My shop does not welcome you. The middle-aged man extended his hand towards him, declaring, if I must leave, then return my 3,000 in principal. Along with those thousands I won. The owner narrowed his eyes and raised the broom, as if to shove it into the man's mouth. You are clearly pushing your luck. Today, I'm going to put an end to your insolence. Startled, the middle-aged man turned and bolted from the shop, only to stumble and fall. As he saw the owner pursuing him with the broom, he scrambled out of the store, yelling, Old Win, you will regret this. The owner hurled the broom like a harpoon, striking him and eliciting cries of distress. The only regret I have is saving you. Never return to my shop. If I see you again, I shall strike you once more. Lin Qinghuan sat in the car, peering out through the glass, unable to suppress a heavy sigh.
Indeed.
While she could play mahjong, she was merely a novice compared to those seasoned players. However, unable to resist her mother's charming antics, she was compelled to relent. Upon exiting the vehicle, she was immediately led to her mother's private room. Upon entering, Lin Qinghuan noticed, in addition to her mother, 2 familiar aunts, and a young woman who was presumably the skilled player Aunt Wang had invited. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan, her mother waved her over. Huan, over here. Lin Qinghuan smiled as she approached, greeting the 2 aunts at the table, before her gaze settled on the young girl beside them. Huan, this beautiful girl is Wang Yue, your Aunt Wang's niece. Lin Qinghuan offered a graceful smile. Hello, I am Lin Qinghuan. Hello, I am Wang Yue. After their introductions, Lin's mother requested her assistance in playing, turning to the adjoining lounge. Whether it was due to a fortuitous position or good luck, Lin Qinghuan's first hand was a heavenly victory, a pure flush of 7 pairs. Wang Yue struggled to calculate her winnings, ultimately giving up, simply matching the bets of the aunts beside her. Observing her somewhat unpracticed demeanor, Lin Qinghuan mused, is she truly the expert Aunt Wang claimed? Perhaps she is merely playing the fool, yet it did not seem likely. She gathered her winnings, intending to place them in the drawer, only to discover it was filled with cash, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Had her mother lost money, or had she not? Chapter 56. Lin Mother's Fury. Lin Qinghuan played for over 2 hours, amassing more than 3 million. Her luck was extraordinary. She drew exactly the tiles she desired. She had no idea how many heavenly victories she had achieved until all the drawers of the other 3 players were emptied. Huan, your luck is truly remarkable. In my years of playing, I have never encountered anyone as extraordinary as you. Another aunt chimed in, indeed. Typically, we play for wins and losses of merely 200,000 to 300,000, but today, we have lost over 1 million. Wang Yue was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for someone covering her, she feared she might have to call for help. It is said that beginners have a protective grace. Today, Lin Qinghuan had demonstrated this lesson in practical terms, and it was an especially costly lesson. Qinghuan, you are indeed quite impressive. As everyone praised her, Lin Qinghuan chuckled. You must be letting me win because I seldom play. Upon hearing this, the 2 aunts laughed heartily. We have never genuinely played against you. If we were letting you win, we would be left without even our undergarments. Huan, let us call it a day. Next time we shall seek revenge on your mother. Lin Qinghuan nodded with a smile. Then I shall ensure my mother brings more money next time. After they departed, Lin Qinghuan tidied her belongings and prepared to find her mother, only to unexpectedly see her mother transferring money to them. The amount matched precisely what they had just lost. Mother? Startled by Lin Qinghuan's voice, her mother instinctively concealed her phone. Huan, did you help me win back what I lost? Observing her mother's sheepish yet cheerful demeanor, Lin Qinghuan smirked, uncertain if she had indeed won. Mother, you must confess honestly. Have you done something unscrupulous? Lin's mother waved her hand dismissively. No, I am a very upright person. How could I engage in any wrongdoing? Even if she would resolutely refuse to admit it. Lin Qinghuan cast a discerning glance at where her mother had hidden her phone, inquiring, You sounded so pitiful on the phone. How come the drawer is filled with money? Realizing she had made a misstep, Lin's mother quickly concocted an excuse. Huan, you are truly my lucky charm. After I spoke to you, my luck changed, and I won a fortune shortly thereafter. Lin Qinghuan felt a headache coming on. Did her mother truly think her a 3-year-old child? Such a poor excuse, such lackluster acting. If she did not recognize that something was amiss with this game, she would have to question her own intelligence. Mom, why do I feel that you deliberately tricked me into coming here? Her mother's heart raced. Just as she was about to deny it, she saw Lin Qinghuan entwine her arm and rest her head on her shoulder, softly saying, Mom, I had a wonderful time today. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She gently stroked Lin Qinghuan's head, saying nothing, yet conveying more than 1,000 words. Lin Qinghuan understood that her mother loved her. She had intentionally called her over, fearing that she might feel lonely at home. Mom, I won a lot of money today. I want to buy you beautiful clothes. Lin's mother smiled and nodded. All right. Initially, I thought that as long as she stepped out, losing a bit of money was inconsequential. I never anticipated that she would actually win over 3 million. Perhaps this is what one might call an unexpected windfall. Time swiftly passed, and after another week, Mo Bei had yet to return but had sent numerous gifts to the house. To prevent Lin Qinghuan from forgetting his visage, he steadfastly sent her a daily selfie. These photographs were diligently saved into Lin Qinghuan's phone gallery. She perused them several times and realized she was still missing one of his chiseled abs. Just as she was about to ask for the abs photo, Lin Qinghuan's voice echoed from the doorway. Huan, dinner is ready. Okay, I'll be right there. In comparison to dinner, the abs photo could certainly wait. At the dining table, Lin Qinghuan inquired of Lin Qinghua, Sister, has the 150 million from our second uncle been repaid? Lin Qinghua shook her head, mentioning that she had heard he had sold off all the luxury items Lin Yaoyao had purchased, along with the jade bracelet from their second aunt. So he should be able to repay it. Lin Qinghuan remarked, Tonight marks the final deadline. Do you think I should play the Good Samaritan and remind him, lest he find himself facing incarceration tomorrow? No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Shortly thereafter, Li Jing swaggered in arm with Lin Qiaowei. Oh, are you all eating? Lin Qinghuan set down her chopsticks, momentarily rendered speechless by their presence. One was slick-haired, clad in a baggy outfit with a protruding belly and low-waisted trousers. The other wore a tight-fitting green dress that showcased 3 rolls of fat around her waist, and 4 in total, giving the impression of a python that had just gorged itself. In this day and age, how could anyone still believe that carrying a handbag under one's armpit is fashionable? And the greasy hair was simply unbearable. Lin Qiaowei sank into the living room sofa, reclining back and propping his feet on the coffee table. One might mistake him for a debt collector. Lin Qinghuan, unable to tolerate the sight of the small-minded reveling in their misfortune, smiled sweetly and said, Second uncle, have you come today to repay the debt? There's really no need for such theatrics. You could simply transfer it to my father's account. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiaowei's expression darkened immediately. He shot a cold glare at Lin Qinghuan. If it weren't for her meddling, Lin Qiaoji would never have scrutinized the accounts. He wouldn't have left the Lin group. And he certainly wouldn't be facing losses. All of this was her doing. Third brother, your child truly lacks manners when the elders have not spoken. When did it become her place to interject? Lin father had initially thought that sum too large and would strain their finances, even contemplating discreetly supplementing them. But upon hearing such words, he was instantly enraged. Didn't you say you wanted to sever ties with me? As a guest. It is not your place to chastise the host, regardless of how far you might wander in your words. Moreover, in terms of lack of upbringing, who could compare to Yao Yao? If not for her extravagant spending, you wouldn't owe this much at all. His wife felt the same. No one was permitted to speak ill of their daughter. Though Lin father had already retorted, she still felt unsatisfied. Some individuals, so accustomed to wielding their influence, truly believe themselves to be formidable figures, when in reality, they are of no consequence. Lin mother had always disdained their behavior. Previously, she had overlooked their transgressions thinking they were family. However, their relentless greed had left her no choice but to retaliate with words. If it weren't for our assistance over these years, would your pitiful self have made any progress? Now you wish to bite the hand that fed you? Chapter 57. A small bird with a grandiose attitude, Li Jing was utterly stunned by Lin Mother's sharp retorts. When did she become so fierce? Lin Qiaowei was equally taken aback, having only uttered a single sentence to be met with such scathing rebuke from the couple. He glared at Lin father. She's merely your adopted daughter. We are the true family. Now, because of her, our family ties are fractured. And you choose to support her instead of driving her out. How foolish. As he directed his ire towards Lin father, Lin Qinghuan slammed her hand on the table. You dare call my father foolish? How do you suppose he runs a company? If you're so clever, why can't you comprehend the simplest of work? Were it not for the familial bond, you would have been in prison long ago, and yet here you stand, babbling on our territory? You're like a sparrow that is perched atop a flagpole, small in stature, yet grand in attitude. At her words, Lin Qiaowei abruptly rose from the sofa. Who are you calling small? Lin Qinghuan defiantly raised her chin. Whoever is small can be identified. Lin Qinghuan, witnessing their escalating tension, felt an involuntary urge to laugh. Lin Qinghuan's remark about the sparrow was undoubtedly aimed at the latter part, yet Lin Qiaowei seemed intent on fixating on the former. Such a delightful twist of fate. As Lin Qiaowei stormed towards her, Lin Qinghuan stepped in to block him. Her concern wasn't for Lin Qinghuan's safety, but rather that Lin Qinghuan might strike too hard and cause him real harm. Step aside. I intend to teach her a lesson today. Lin Qinghuan replied, You needn't worry about that. She is already quite lovely as she is. At this, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. Her sister was indeed protective. Lin Qiaowei shot Lin Qinghuan a fierce glare, but she acted as though she were oblivious. Second uncle. Please have a seat. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Upon hearing the word ask, Lin Qiaowei felt a surge of superiority, and his countenance softened somewhat. Lin Qinghuan gestured for him to sit, and Lin Qiaowei cast a cold glance at Lin Qinghuan before returning to the sofa. Speak then. What questions do you have? Lin Qinghuan smiled gently. Second uncle, is that handbag glued to your armpit? Why won't you set it down? Second uncle, is the substance in your hair lard or vegetable oil? Will it not clump together? Second uncle, is your attire an XXL or XXXL? Don't you know that you should order a size larger? Second uncle, considering your size, you must have indulged in quite a few kickbacks, correct? If you can afford to feast on such delicacies, shouldn't the debt be repaid? As she posed her barrage of questions, Lin Qiaowei's face fell, becoming longer than a donkey's. He had never anticipated that Lin Qinghuan's so-called inquiry was merely a veiled mockery and a prompt for repayment. He hurled the handbag onto the coffee table in frustration, declaring furiously, I won't repay today. What can you do about it? Lin Qinghuan's smile vanished as she regarded him with a cold stare, asserting, if it's free prison food you desire, then I see no reason not to accommodate you. She then turned her gaze to Li Jing, and, please take uncle out for a nice meal tonight, otherwise, there may be nothing left to eat tomorrow. Lin Qiaowei glared at her furiously, fists clenched. Are you threatening me? Lin Qinghuan shook her head. No. I'm merely offering you a friendly reminder. Lin Qiaowei attempted to retort, but Li Jing grasped his arm. Having realized that the real threats in this household were not Lin Qiaoji and his wife, but rather their two daughters. Faced with Lin Qinghuan's enigmatic smile, Li Jing shivered inwardly, her heart racing. She leaned closer to Lin Qiaowei and murmured, Old Wei, just give them the money. They really could do it. I don't want to see you behind bars. What would happen to Yao Yao and me? As long as you're around, we'll find a way to recover the money. Lin Qiaowei pondered for a time before ultimately agreeing to her suggestion. As long as he remained, it couldn't be considered a loss. He would reclaim that money in due time. He pulled a card from his bag and tossed it onto the coffee table. The money is here. From now on, we sever ties. Mr. Lin Qiaowei, you've uttered that line before. My ears have grown calluses from hearing it, Lin Qinghuan remarked, digging into her ears as she spoke. Hearing his full name from her lips enraged Lin Qiaowei, causing his face to darken. You all just wait. One day, I will make you regret today's decision. Lin father interjected, I've long since regretted it. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiaowei let out a cold laugh. Lin Qiaoji. Now you know regret? It's too late. Father Lin, I am filled with regret. Regret for not recognizing your true nature sooner. Regret for allowing you to frolic about in my home. From this day forth, the doors of the Lin family shall remain closed to you. Upon hearing these words, Wang Ma seemed to receive an unspoken command, immediately approaching Lin Qiaowei and Li Jing, urging them to leave. Lin Qiaowei's chest heaved with anger, and it appeared as though his button might burst. Just you wait. When my elder brother returns, I will make sure you pay for this. The mention of elder brother Lin Qiaojing instantly darkened Father Lin's expression. Lin Qiaowei knew that Lin Qiaoji had always feared their elder brother. So, he intentionally invoked his name to make Lin Qiaoji aware of the consequences of crossing him. Now you understand the fear? When my elder brother hears that I have been expelled from the company, he will return in a few days to seek justice for me. Observing his smug demeanor, Lin Qinghuan contemptuously remarked, "Seeking justice? Is he a police officer or a judge? Would you even consider repaying the money if there weren't irrefutable evidence? If he were to berate my father for not forgiving you, then he is hardly virtuous himself. He is no better than you." Infuriated by Lin Qinghuan's remarks about Lin Qiaozing, Lin Qiaowei erupted, "Lin Qinghuan, how dare you speak like that?" Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes. "Well, I'm using my mouth to speak, unlike you, who seems to communicate with your backside." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Lin Qiaowei hurled down his bag and lunged at her. Lin Qinghuan, unyielding, seized a nearby broom and swung it directly at his face. In an instant, Lin Qiaowei tumbled to the ground like a golf ball, rolling several times before his head struck the corner of a table, rendering him unconscious. Li Jing, witnessing this scene, was horrified. She had intended to intervene, but Lin Qiaowei's actions were too swift for her to react. Panicking at the sight of Lin Qiaowei lying unconscious, Li Jing was at a loss. She could neither lift him nor rouse him. In desperation, she turned to Father Lin for help. Recognizing that their presence was causing a disturbance, Father Lin instructed the family driver to take them to the hospital. Once they departed, the living room fell into a profound silence. Observing the troubled expression on Mother Lin's face, Lin Qinghuan softly asked Lin Qingya, "Sister, what is the matter with this uncle?" Lin Qingya shot her an exasperated glance. "You've grown up in this household. How would I know?" Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment, realizing that she had never encountered the Lin family as elder uncle either. Chapter 58. In the dictionary, there is no such thing as repaying kindness with enmity. Only relentless retribution awaits. Lin Qinghuan recalled that the book had mentioned the Lin family as elder uncle returning to the country after receiving assistance from the Mo family, overpowering the Xingyun group. His return was likely after the new year. However, due to her interference, the situation had shifted dramatically, not only causing the Xingyun group to suffer but also ejecting Lin Qiaowei from the company, prompting his premature return. According to the unfolding narrative, his ultimate goal upon returning should be the Lin Family Corporation. If all went according to plan, he would undoubtedly devise ways to persuade Father Lin to forgive Lin Qiaowei. For only then could they collaborate to ensnare Father Lin. Although they had failed in the book, they still brought serious turmoil to the Lin Family Corporation. While Lin Qinghuan contemplated her response, Mother Lin suddenly spoke up, "If they return, what will you do?" Lin Qinghuan raised her gaze to see Mother Lin regarding Father Lin with an unprecedented seriousness in her eyes. Lin Qingya also sensed the tension, and as she reached to pull Lin Qinghuan away, she was halted by Mother Lin's voice. "You both can stay. There is nothing you cannot hear." Lin Qingya glanced at Father Lin, who nodded, and thus they resumed their seats. Father Lin took Mother Lin's hand, his expression tender yet resolute. "Rest assured, I will always stand by you and the children, never favoring them. Though they are my kin, you are the ones I must protect above all else." Upon hearing this, Mother Lin exhaled a long sigh. Her brows relaxed, yet her demeanor bore a hint of weariness. "Zhigo, I do not wish to force you into a choice. But their past actions were utterly reprehensible. Not only did they abscond with all our money, but they also secretly sold our ancestral home, leaving me without funds to give birth and no place to recuperate. During that time, we were homeless, and the suffering we endured is still vivid in my memory. My refusal to seek vengeance is the greatest mercy I can offer. If you expect me to forgive them and restore relations, that is impossible." Lin Qinghuan had not anticipated such a history, and now she understood why the prospect of the elder uncle's return cast a shadow over both their faces. Had she experienced such events, she could not have been as merciful as Mother Lin. In her lexicon, there was no notion of repaying kindness with enmity. Only relentless retribution awaited. Seeing Mother Lin's eyes glisten with unshed tears over past grievances shattered Father Lin's heart. He held her tightly, whispering soothingly in her ear, "I know you have suffered by my side. Do not worry, I will never allow you to endure even the slightest injustice again." As they embraced tightly, Lin Qinghuan and Lin Qingya silently ascended the stairs. Once in her room, Lin Qinghuan contacted Mo Bei, requesting his assistance in investigating Lin Qiaozing and his family, preparing for any eventuality. The following day, Lin Qinghuan received a call from Chen Hao, informing her that the third plot of land had been secured. Elated by this news, Lin Qinghuan reappeared at Xingyao Real Estate as the hands-off proprietor. President, here are the documents for the third plot. Due to competitive bidding, the final price exceeded expectations by 200 million, totaling 500 million. Chen Hao placed the documents before Lin Qinghuan, who glanced at them before nodding. Well done. It's just an additional 200 million. That's not a concern. As long as the bidding does not exceed 1 billion, it is manageable. Beyond that, it becomes problematic and could hinder our subsequent plans. She then produced a map, pointing to a specific location. Tomorrow, arrange for the surveying team to investigate the site. Remember, during the survey, do not use large equipment, keep the depth under 1 meter, and proceed with caution. Although he did not fully understand her reasoning, Chen Hao believed she had her reasons. Understood, I will make the arrangements. At that moment, Chen Hao recalled something. President, General Jiang from Jiang Real Estate mentioned he would be visiting you tomorrow morning. Jiang Real Estate? Jiang Xian? Lin Qinghuan lifted her gaze to Chen Hao, inquiring. Did you encounter him at the auction today? Chen Hao nodded. Yes, he was the one continually raising the bids. The 3 billion could have been secured if not for him, resulting in an additional 200 million. While Chen Hao's tone remained steady, Lin Qinghuan detected a hint of discontent. It was understandable. The presence of Jiang Xian had cost them an unnecessary 200 million. As a professional manager, Chen Hao's lack of criticism towards him was unusual. However, given Jiang Xian's actions, it was likely he had received news of the government's impending relocation. Considering the shops sold to her at a discount, which were likely to appreciate significantly in value, his displeasure was quite reasonable. Lin Qinghuan empathized with his sentiment. Nevertheless, it seemed Jiang Xian's attempts at bidding were not merely a nuisance, but also a means of probing her capabilities. After all, securing such a substantial piece of land and numerous properties in a matter of weeks was hardly a stroke of luck. Having disposable funds was not easily squandered. Aware of Jiang Xian's curiosity about her, Lin Qinghuan had no desire for excessive interaction with him. If he comes tomorrow, tell him I am not available and often am not. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's eyes sparkled with amusement. See? Even the boss is not fond of him. After exiting Chen Hao's office, Lin Qinghuan paid a visit to Song Jin's office. Observing Song Jin slumped over her desk with a sigh, Lin Qinghuan knocked gently on the door. Miss Song, have you experienced a heartbreak? Upon encountering Lin Qinghuan, Song Jin's gloomy demeanor instantly transformed into radiant joy. She promptly rose from her seat, taking Lin Qinghuan's hand and guiding her to the sofa. However, as soon as she settled down, her spirits dampened once more. She pouted and gazed at Lin Qinghuan with a pitiful expression. Sister, my pocket money has been confiscated by my brother. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Have you provoked him again? Song Jin shook her head vigorously. No, I've hardly seen him lately. How could I have upset him? I even suspect he might be having a rough time due to his monthly visitor, taking it out on my allowance. Lin Qinghuan stifled a laugh. If you haven't annoyed him, then it must be Chen Hao you've offended. Song Jin straightened her posture, her eyes widening in confusion as she looked at her. What does this have to do with him? Lin Qinghuan inquired. Did you not play scratch-offs with him recently, perhaps tricking him with the prospect of $1 million prize? Song Jin nodded. Is there a problem with that? Upon realizing the implications, she continued, but we played scratch-offs over a week ago. If he intended to report me, he would have done so by now. However, my brother only informed me about my allowance being gone last night. Did you provoke Chen Hao yesterday? At this, Song Jin fell silent. Chapter 59. Who truly possesses a love-struck mind? Observing Song Jin's reaction, Lin Qinghuan deduced that something must have transpired the previous day. Speak up. What did you do to him yesterday? Song Jin grimaced slightly. It wasn't anything serious. I merely used the excuse of treating him to dinner to take him on a blind date, and he even paid the bill. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan burst into laughter, tears streaming from her eyes. Given Chen Hao's composed nature, he wouldn't storm off in a huff. But he was certainly capable of making things difficult for Song Jin later on. After all, those who are competent often harbor a cunning side. And Chen Hao was no exception. After her laughter subsided, Lin Qinghuan patted Song Jin's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Jin, your allowance was rightly withheld. Song Jin looked as if she were on the verge of tears. In an effort to comfort Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan agreed to accompany her on a shopping trip, only to discover that she had made plans with Xiao Kai in advance. Jin, sister-in-law, over here. The moment Lin Qinghuan laid eyes on Xiao Kai, she felt her teeth clench in frustration. She leaned over to Song Jin's ear, whispering, You could have mentioned your plans beforehand. I'm not incapable of sleeping. Ever since she had ceased her 9-to-5 routine, her quality of sleep had improved dramatically. She could now slumber until noon, enjoy lunch, and then take another nap in the afternoon. Compared to being a third wheel, she would much prefer to return home for a long, restful sleep. Song Jin, linking her arm with Lin Qinghuan, cheerfully remarked, shopping for clothes is best done with someone who has an eye for aesthetics like you. He.S. merely a bag carrier. As Song Jin clasped Lin Qinghuan's arm, Xiao Kai exhibited no jealousy, dutifully standing on the other side, assisting her with her bags. As Song Jin tried on various outfits, he praised each one, his gaze seemingly glued to her, creating an illusion that he couldn't tear himself away. Lin Qinghuan had previously thought Song Jin was a tad love-struck, but now she realized Xiao Kai was even more so. In his eyes, Song Jin was devoid of flaws. Even a simple eye roll appeared playful and endearing to him. After 2 hours of shopping, Lin Qinghuan could no longer endure and sought a cafe to rest, only to inadvertently spot a familiar silhouette. Wu Lu. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's words, Xiao Kai instinctively followed her gaze. Seeing Wu Lu engaged in cheerful conversation with a girl while perusing clothes, Xiao Kai frowned slightly. Why is Wu Xiao Lu still entangled with her? Lin Qinghuan was equally perplexed. Had he not been pursuing that street vendor girl? Who is this new girl? Xiao Kai, do you know that girl? Xiao Kai nodded, yes. Bei Ge specifically had someone investigate her. It turns out she deceived Wu Xiao Lu's affections and even intended to swindle him. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. Bei Ge had someone look into her, and now she just happened to appear beside Wu Lu. What a remarkable coincidence. Could she possibly be that street vendor girl? Xiao Kai appeared astonished. Sister-in-law, you know her too? Just as Lin Qinghuan was about to respond, she turned to find Song Jin staring at her with wide, curious eyes, leaving her somewhat exasperated. Let us discuss this at the cafe. As soon as they sat down, Song Jin eagerly inquired, who is Wu Lu? And who is that girl? Xiao Kai explained, Wu Lu is a close brother of Bei Ge and me. That girl is someone he likes. Song Jin asked, what do you mean by street vendor? Lin Qinghuan clarified, that girl makes a living as a vendor. I've heard she has a younger brother to care for. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan mention her brother, Dialkis got fed. What a load of nonsense. He is clearly her kept boyfriend. Interestingly enough, her boyfriend is still in college, but has been in the business for 3 years. Lin Qinghuan nearly spilled her coffee. He is still in college and has been in the business for 3 years? Song Jin chimed in. At such a young age, he is quite experienced. Do they need to submit a resume for such a position? Xiao Kai retorted, while Lin Qinghuan shot Song Jin a sidelong glance. Do you really want to hear yourself speak? Song Jin chuckled. Apologies, I have no experience in that industry, so I'm not quite informed. Lin Qinghuan was utterly exasperated with her. After taking a sip of coffee to steady herself, Lin Qinghuan turned to Xiao Kai. Does Wu Lu know this woman is deceiving him? Song Jin quipped. Just a moment ago, she was referred to as a girl, but now she is a woman. It seems the transition from girl to woman occurs in an instant. Xiao Kai replied, I hinted at it to him, but fearing he wouldn't believe me, I even showed him the information I found. Although he didn't respond at the time, I thought he would understand. It seems I overestimated him, as he is indeed quite love-struck. Hearing Xiao Kai's words, Lin Qinghuan felt something was amiss. While Wu Lu might be a bit love-struck, he wasn't entirely lacking in intelligence. On the contrary, he was sharp-witted, forthright, and decisive. His only flaw was his kindness, which made him overly trusting of others. Logically, if he were aware of the situation, he should have acted quickly to cut ties, yet he continued to entangle himself with her. Gazing through the glass window at the shop across the street, Lin Qinghuan noticed the woman still selecting clothes, but Wu Lu was nowhere to be seen. The clothing in that store was not inexpensive. Even a single winter garment could cost several thousand. Given the way the girl was choosing her outfits, it seemed she was eyeing pieces worth at least 100,000. Could it be that Wu Lu truly intended to play the fool? As she pondered this, she noticed someone seating themselves nearby. Turning her head, she was surprised to find it was none other than Wu Lu. Hey, sister-in-law. Upon seeing Wu Lu, Lin Qinghuan's expression turned to one of astonishment. What brings you here? Wu Lu grinned. I saw a figure resembling you from a distance and came to investigate. I never expected it to actually be you. Oh, Xiao Kai, you're here too. And who is this lovely lady beside you? Upon his mention, Song Jin smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Song Jin, Xiao Kai's girlfriend. What? He has a girlfriend now? Wu Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, it seemed only logical that Xiao Kai would remain single alongside him. How could he possibly have a girlfriend? This is so unfair. utterly unjust. He pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Kai, indignantly exclaiming, "You ungrateful scoundrel. When Beigo was rejected, you made it a public spectacle, yet you've hidden your relationship so thoroughly. Are you planning a rebellion?" Xiao Kai shot him a sidelong glance. "At least my relationship is legitimate, unlike some people who have taken a liking to a male model." Wu Lu sheepishly scratched his head. "Can we skip over that? It's rather embarrassing." Xiao Kai scoffed. "If you're aware of the embarrassment, why are you still involved with her?" At this, Wu Lu bristled. "Speak properly. What do you mean by being involved? I have no connection with her." "I just saw you helping her shop for clothes." Wu Lu waved his hands dismissively, grinning smugly. "You're mistaken. She was the one shopping for clothes. It has nothing to do with me." As Lin Qinghuan observed the peculiar smile on Wu Lu's face, she recalled a detail. Every time that girl selected a piece of clothing, her first action was to remove the price tag. Could it be that Wu Lu is deliberately ensnaring her? One seeks a new garment free of charge while the other seeks revenge for a past grievance. Truly, the wheels of fate turn with justice, and heaven spares none. Chapter 60. The time of the sycophant had elapsed for 20 minutes, and the woman continued to peruse the items, utterly oblivious to the fact that Wu Lu had yet to return. Lin Qinghuan remarked with a smile, "It appears she is rather confident that you'll return to settle the bill for her." Wu Lu's gaze darkened, her lips curving slightly. The joy she derived from her selections would soon transform into tears of despair. Qi Yan, unaware that Wu Lu had meticulously laid a trap for her, continued to flirt with her young boyfriend over the phone. "Rest assured, no matter how much he spends on me, I shall never love him. My heart belongs eternally to you, darling. He'll be here shortly, so I must hang up." After ending the call, Qi Yan noticed the expressions of the nearby sales staff shift from envy to disdain. She cast a contemptuous glance at them, snapping, "What are you staring at? Just wrap all these clothes up for me." The staff exchanged glances, one of them scoffing at the audacity of a two-timing woman who had no idea what she was so proud of. 56 pieces of clothing totaled 298,000. "Will you be paying via QR code or card?" Qi Yan glanced towards the entrance, realizing that the person responsible for the payment had yet to arrive. At this, the nearby staff began to whisper amongst themselves. She was so arrogant, thinking she could afford all this. Turns out she's just putting on a facade. Observing her attire, it was evident that her entire ensemble cost no more than 500. If not for her reliance on a gullible benefactor, she would never dare to buy such a quantity at once. Indeed, another staff member chimed in to purchase 56 items at once. Even a superhuman would find it impossible to wear them all this winter. A woman who juggles multiple partners, spending this man's money while cavorting with others, is truly disgraceful. Qi Yan was taken aback by their audacity to slander her in her presence. It was utterly outrageous. She slammed her bag down onto the counter, her expression darkening as she retorted, "His spending is entirely voluntary. What business is it of yours? You're merely sour grapes because you can't afford it yourselves. If you lack the means, keep your opinions to yourselves." One of the sales staff, unyielding, shot back, "If you have the means, then pay up. What else with the pretense?" Qi Yan, infuriated, pointed at them, declaring, "You'll regret this. Once I pay, I'll lodge a complaint and have you all dismissed." The staff erupted in laughter at her brazen claims. "Miss, how about you settle the bill first?" Another chimed in, "You've already removed the tags. If you can't pay, we might have to call the authorities." Fuming, Qi Yan grabbed her phone and dialed Wu Lu. Soon, the sound of his phone ringing echoed, but he flipped it face down on the table, choosing to ignore it. Observing his actions, Lin Qinghuan chuckled. "Not answering? She's waiting for you to come to her rescue. Why not help her settle the bill? Who knows? She might be so moved that she agrees to be with you," Lin Qinghuan teased. Hearing her playful jibe, Wu Lu felt tears of frustration welling up. "Sister-in-law, please spare me the mockery. The reason I agreed to accompany her shopping was to let her reap what she sows. Asking me to pay is simply treating me as a fool." Xiao Kai rolled his eyes at him. "You know you're the fool. Haven't you done enough foolish things already?" He added, "I heard from Beiga that her boyfriend was hospitalized, and you were the one who footed the bill 100,000. How generous." Xiao Kai's words were like a knife twisting in Wu Lu's heart. When Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan had warned him, he had dismissed their concerns. Later, after reviewing the information Xiao Kai provided, he investigated further and discovered that Qi Yan's so-called brother had been hospitalized after being caught in bed with a wealthy woman's husband and subsequently beaten. And here he was, eagerly giving money to the very person who had brought him such shame. The thought of having been a sycophant's sycophant filled him with disgust. Qi Yan, noticing Wu Lu's continued silence and the staff's smirking laughter, felt her expression darken. No one is answering the phone? It seems he has seen through your facade and no longer wishes to play the fool. The sum nearly amounted to 200,000. If she couldn't pay, she would surely be taken away by the police. Casting a cold glance at the staff, she dialed Wu Lu once more. Answer the phone, please. Her palms were clammy with anxiety. If Wu Lu truly abandoned her, she would be the subject of ridicule. Wu Lu, seeing her call again, simply powered off his phone. Lin Qinghuan shook her head, clicking her tongue. Men can be so heartless. When they love you, they'll bend over backwards, but when they don't, you mean nothing to them. Observing Lin Qinghuan's sardonic demeanor, Song Jin burst into laughter, appreciating her wit. Wu Lu felt almost suffocated by Lin Qinghuan's teasing. He shot Xiao Kai a pleading look, hoping he might say something to alleviate his plight. Xiao Kai, catching his gaze, turned his head away, fully aware of his limits. It was wise not to provoke a woman who could bring trouble upon oneself. As Qi Yan waited in vain for Wu Lu's response, her desperation drove her to seek him in the restroom. However, she was intercepted by the staff. Miss, I'm afraid you cannot leave until the payment has been made. But my boyfriend has been in the restroom for too long, and hasn't he returned? I need to see if he's all right, Qi Yan implored. The staff, stern-faced, replied, We can send someone to check, but you cannot leave. They promptly notified security to investigate. After a brief period, a security guard returned, reporting that no one was in the restroom. Qi Yan's face fell, disbelief etched across her features. She grasped the guard's collar, her voice frantic. Impossible. You must be mistaken. He has to be in there. Observing her frantic demeanor, Lin Qinghuan turned to Wu Lu. You ought to hurry. She's on the verge of losing her mind searching for you. It seems her feelings for you are genuine. At that moment, Xiao Kai, unable to contain his laughter, accidentally sprayed his coffee all over Wu Lu's face. What a true love, haha. Wu Lu raised a hand to wipe his face, glaring at Xiao Kai in fury. I refuse to drink second-hand coffee. Song Jin and Lin Qinghuan stifled their laughter. Xiao Kai sheepishly offered 2 tissues, saying, You might want to clean yourself up. Wu Lu snorted, taking the tissues and heading to the restroom. The 3 of them watched his retreating figure, laughter bubbling forth. However, Qi Yan was in a state of panic. Without Wu Lu, she could not possibly afford to settle the bill. Although he had previously given her hundreds of thousands for various reasons, all had been squandered on her young boyfriend. Now she had a mere 500 yuan, insufficient even for the change of the clothing. When she tried to call Wu Lu again, the message flashed. The number you have dialed is turned off. Chapter 61. As Lin Qinghuan and the others exited the mall, they happened upon Qi Yan being escorted away by the police. In her struggle, she spotted Wu Lu and waved frantically. Wu Lu, I'm here. Wu Lu responded with a radiant smile, wishing her a safe journey ahead. That evening, Lin Qinghuan discussed the incident with Mo Bei, who shared a shocking revelation. Qi Yan's boyfriend had been caught in a hotel with a wealthy woman and was apprehended by the police. Lin Qinghuan could hardly contain her amusement. The retribution had come swiftly. They say love without material support is like a scattered pile of sand. Yet love with material support leads to police involvement. It's truly a conundrum. Mo Bei, picking up on her teasing tone, inquired with a smile. Are you referring to genuine love? Lin Qinghuan replied, Who can tell what is genuine? In any case, he has been caught, hasn't he? The next day, Jiang Xian arrived at Xingyao Real Estate, holding a bouquet of red roses as promised. Upon entering, he was halted by the receptionist. Sir, whom are you here to see? Jiang Xian replied politely, I'm here to see your president. We had an appointment yesterday. Receptionist, I apologize. But our president has instructed that whenever someone comes to see her, we should inform them that she is not in the office. And it is essential to emphasize that she is frequently absent. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, a slight smile graced his lips. This indeed seemed like something she would do. It appears she has learned of the bidding incident at the auction. Otherwise, she would not be so unyielding. Although today proved fruitless, his interest in Lin Qinghuan only grew stronger. Jiang Xian placed the roses on the reception desk and turned to leave, only to encounter Song Jin, who was arriving for work. He raised his hand in an attempt to greet her, but to his surprise, upon seeing him, she covered her face and swiftly sidestepped as if to avoid a plague, walking around him. In the blink of an eye, she vanished without a trace. A hint of confusion flickered in Jiang Xian's eyes. He had not wronged her, so what could possibly be the matter? Back in his car, Jiang Xian dialed Lin Qinghuan's number, but the call was disconnected after merely 2 rings, the abruptness catching him off guard. He surmised she might have accidentally hung up and called again. Lin Qinghuan, in a deep slumber, was awakened repeatedly by unfamiliar calls, her irritation mounting to the point where she felt she might grind her teeth to dust. Was it truly amusing to disturb her peaceful dreams so early in the morning? I have already stated I am not purchasing insurance. Jiang Xian, Miss Lin, this is Jiang Xian. We have met before. Upon hearing his name, Lin Qinghuan hesitated briefly, muttering under her breath, not even as good as a door-to-door insurance salesman. With that, she hung up, leaving Jiang Xian, bewildered, lost in thought with his phone in hand. By the time Lin Qinghuan awoke, it was already 11 o'clock. She glanced at her phone and noticed a friend request. Upon opening it, she found it was none other than Jiang Xian. Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow. This Jiang Xian truly was relentless. As soon as she accepted the request, Jiang Xian sent her a message. Miss Lin, this is Jiang Xian. I wonder when you might be available for us to meet. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow and replied, could it be that President Jiang still has land and shops to sell? Upon reading this, Jiang Xian nearly dropped his phone. The shops and land she had purchased last time had already filled her coffers, and now she was eyeing more? That simply wouldn't do. Regarding the previous shops and land, Jiang Xian still felt a sense of unresolved frustration. If only he had received the news sooner or postponed the sale by half a month. Those properties would have become hot commodities, fetching high prices and elevating Jiang's real estate company to new heights. Unfortunately, he was too late, and now all of it belonged to Lin Qinghuan. After 2 years of hard work, he had only managed to scrape together a meager profit, while she reaped the rewards. Miss Lin certainly had her ear to the ground. She even knew about the government's relocation plans in advance. Aware that Jiang Xian was probing her, Lin Qinghuan decided to feign ignorance. What government relocation? Where are they moving to? Is President Jiang here to share insider news with me? Jiang Xian chuckled. Miss Lin, we are all sensible individuals here. Why pretend to be confused? Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes, thinking, I am indeed pretending to be confused. What can you do about it? However, the message she sent to Jiang Xian was, President Jiang, I am utterly in the dark. Not a word do I comprehend. Jiang Xian, is that so? Then what is the matter with plot 3? Seeing his relentless probing, Lin Qinghuan smiled and replied, out of boredom. I decided to buy a plot of land to build an amusement park, so I could enjoy a merry-go-round whenever I had some free time. Jiang Xian's lips twitched at the thought of spending 500 million on a merry-go-round. Miss Lin was indeed extravagant. You flatter me, President Jiang. Once it's built, I'll send you a membership card, free on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Upon hearing about the free days, Jiang Xian instinctively asked, what about Tuesdays and Thursdays? Shouldn't it be on a rotation? Lin Qinghuan replied earnestly, of course, it should be on a rotation. Jiang Xian was left speechless. Was there only one spot on your merry-go-round? Lin Qinghuan chuckled and chose not to respond further as she put on her shoes and headed downstairs for lunch. At Mo's group, in Mo Nan's office, he dialed Mo Bei's number and inquired, how much longer until you return? Mo Bei pondered for a moment, stating that the final tasks would require 2 more days. 2 more days? You need to improve your work efficiency. Otherwise, you will soon find someone usurping your position. Upon hearing Mo Nan's remark, Mo Bei's heart clenched. What had happened? Sensing the shift in his mood, Mo Nan smiled. It's nothing significant. It's just that someone is attempting to poach your corner, and they have delivered flowers to Miss Lin's company. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Nan heard the sound of glass shattering. Oh, someone is anxious, are they? When he had initially sent Mo Bei to negotiate the acquisition, the fellow had ended up buying the entire company out of frustration. Otherwise, he would have returned long ago, and there would have been no need for such a prolonged absence. However, Mo Nan was quite satisfied with his performance this time and was even considering entrusting him with the overseas business. P.S. Mo Nan truly had a knack for making shrewd calculations. Mo Bei had not anticipated that someone would dare to encroach upon his territory. They must be tired of living. Brother, you keep an eye on things for me. I will return tomorrow. No need for 2 days? Mo Nan asked with a smile.
Montag Bei replied, no.
Mo Nan quipped, you should have said so earlier. I just wanted to provoke you a little. Rest assured, I will speak well of you in front of Uncle Lin. Hearing the delight in his voice, Mo Bei replied with a half-smile, still calling him Uncle Lin. It seems that even though you haven't gone abroad, there hasn't been much progress with Miss Lin. You can handle the next trip abroad. I guarantee I will fare better than you. Chapter 62. Fortune or Foreknowledge. Lin Qinghuan had just finished her lunch when she received a call from Chen Hao, informing her that an ancient tomb and artifacts had been unearthed at Plot 3. Upon learning this, Lin Qinghuan instructed him to keep the news under wraps and then contacted Song Jin, asking her to gather some journalists to accompany them. This was Lin Qinghuan's first close encounter with an ancient tomb, and to say she was excited would be an understatement. Song Jin was even more exhilarated. Huan, are we about to strike it rich? Hearing this, Chen Hao could not help but smirk. It was no surprise that the sheltered young lady was unaware that all artifacts unearthed belonged to the nation. Thankfully, she was not the boss. Otherwise, following her would lead to dire consequences. Lin Qinghuan shot Song Jin an amused glance. You are quite the little money grubber. These cannot be claimed as our own. With that, she immediately directed the journalists behind Song Jin to start taking photos and recording videos. Hello everyone, I am Lin Qinghuan, the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. I am deeply shocked by the discovery of the ancient tomb and artifacts at the recently acquired Plot 3. Fortunately, these items have not been damaged, which is truly a blessing. Although I am not well versed in ancient tombs and artifacts, I understand their significance and research value. Therefore, I am willing to donate the unearthed items along with this land to the nation to contribute to the country's archaeological research endeavors. Upon hearing that Lin Qinghuan intended to donate the land and its contents, Song Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Sister, have you lost your mind? I just took a look. There are quite a few antiques here, and they are incredibly valuable. Watching her animated reaction, Lin Qinghuan smiled. Jin, while antiques are indeed valuable, unearthed artifacts must be submitted to the state. Rather than being compelled to surrender them, it is better to offer them voluntarily. This will benefit our company's reputation. Song Jin stared at her in disbelief. So you mean these items were always meant to be submitted to the state? Lin Qinghuan nodded. Yes, although I purchased the land, there are regulations stating that any artifacts discovered within national territory belong to the state. What? Song Jin instantly deflated. So, I was just excited for nothing? Lin Qinghuan chuckled. Even though these items must be submitted, our Xingyao Real Estate's reputation will be elevated, won't it? Song Jin pouted. 500 million plus all these treasures. Just for a reputation? Lin Qinghuan gently tapped her forehead with her hand, advising, if you cannot comprehend it, then do not dwell on it. As long as you associate with your sisters, you shall never go hungry. Subsequently, she instructed the reporters to ensure that the news regarding this matter was disseminated across all major platforms before the day concluded. Observing Lin Qinghuan's confidence, Chen Hao felt that this situation was far from straightforward. The processes of surveying, excavating ancient tombs and relics seemed to be well within her expectations. She appeared to have already anticipated the next steps to take. Her meticulous mind was beyond his understanding. Was this truly the capability of a young girl who had yet to graduate from university? What kind of commercial prodigy was she? Thanks to the assistance of the Song family, within less than an hour, news of Xingyao Real Estate unearthing ancient tombs and artifacts spread like wildfire. Chen Hao, Lin Qinghuan, and the front desk of Xingyao Real Estate were inundated with calls as local authorities, researchers, and museum representatives rushed to the scene. Trending topics emerged one after another, propelling Xingyao Real Estate into the limelight. When Lin Father and Lin Qingyao received the news, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Some individuals toil for a lifetime in real estate without ever encountering such events. Yet here she was, having only recently established her company, delivering them a tremendous surprise. Truly unexpected. Lin Father was impressed with how Lin Qinghuan managed the situation. Not only did it bring Xingyao Real Estate into the public eye, but it also fostered a positive image for the company, greatly benefiting its future prospects. Moreover, by submitting the artifacts to the state and securing a favorable standing with local authorities, she had ensured that future endeavors would carry weight, yielding benefits without any detriment. With a daughter capable of such grand accomplishments, Lin Father felt an immense sense of pride. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by Lin Qinghuan's decisive and thorough handling of the matter, entirely uncharacteristic of a novice. Reflecting on her previous 3 months of job hunting, where she applied to over 20 positions, Lin Qinghuan's expression darkened. What a contrast it was. While Lin Qinghuan seemed to indulge in leisure, she had to rise early and manage the company. Previously, she had felt sympathy for Lin Qinghuan, but now it appeared that she was the one who had been the most negligent. Dad, with such competence, we should entrust the company to Huan in the future, Lin Qinghuan suggested. Lin Father paused for a moment before shaking his head. No, Huan is already managing Xingyao Real Estate. It would be too exhausting for her to take on Lin Group as well. What if she were to wear herself out? Lin Qinghuan frowned slightly. So, it's acceptable for me to wear myself out? Lin father chuckled, of course not. If you wear yourself out, your mother and I will be concerned as well. Thus, it's just right for each of you to manage a company. Lin Qinghuan gaped at him, her face clearly displaying her dissent. Lin father feigned ignorance, lowering his head to hastily escape the contentious topic. Jiang Xian, upon seeing the trending news, fell into deep contemplation. Lin Qinghuan was indeed a remarkable individual. She had first foreseen the rise in property prices in the western part of the city, and now she had unearthed ancient tombs and artifacts on the land they acquired. One occurrence could be deemed coincidence, but a series of events was no longer mere chance. He summoned his assistant, inquiring about the progress of the investigation. The assistant handed over the documents, but after a brief glance, Jiang Xian slammed them onto the floor. You mean to tell me she has only ventured out twice in these past few days? Once to the company, the lottery shop, and the mahjong parlor. The other time to the company and the mall? Aside from that, she has been at home the entire time? The assistant nodded nervously. Yes, President. Miss Lin truly only visited those places. It is said she rarely goes out, spending most of her time either eating or sleeping. Jiang Xian's gaze darkened. Could it be that he had misjudged her capabilities? No, that was impossible. He sensed that there was undoubtedly more to this. What about Chen Hao? Have you investigated his movements? The assistant replied, yes, his actions show no abnormalities. However, on the day they acquired lot number 3, he sought surveying personnel to the western suburbs. It appears that the location where the tombs and artifacts were unearthed was the first site they surveyed, as if he had prior knowledge of the treasures hidden there. Indeed, that is the sensation I am getting, Jiang Xian concurred, perceiving the same prescient quality in Lin Qinghuan. It seemed their acquisition of lot number 3 was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, nor was it intended for a theme park. They were clearly after the treasures buried within the land. What an impressive Lin Qinghuan and Chen Hao, truly enigmatic figures. Jiang Xian approached the window, gazing down at the bustling street below, and posed a question. Do you think they are merely fortunate, or do they truly possess foresight? The assistant shook his head. I have never heard of anyone possessing such foresight. Perhaps it is simply luck.
Luck?
Jiang Xian pondered, feeling unconvinced. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned his head to ask, did you say she also visited a lottery shop? Did she win? The assistant replied, I heard she won $1 million. It seems she truly is quite lucky. At this, Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a deeper smile. Chapter 63. Distasteful Mother. I'm home, Lin Qinghuan declared, returning late and immediately sensing something amiss. A strange man sat on the sofa in the living room, and her second uncle, Lin Qiaowei, was also present. When he saw her, a mocking expression crossed his face. Lin Qinghuan's gaze shifted to her parents, noticing their pallid expressions, and a suspicion formed in her mind. Lin mother managed a strange smile upon seeing Lin Qinghuan. Huan, you must be tired. Go upstairs and rest for a while. Before Lin Qinghuan could respond, the unfamiliar middle-aged man began to cast aspersions. Third sister-in-law, is this the daughter you have raised? She cannot even greet her elders. Clearly, she has received no proper upbringing. Lin Qinghuan scoffed coldly. Who are you to lecture me on manners? As a guest, you dare to point fingers at the host. What has become of your dignity? Is it merely a tool to prop up your shoes? From the moment she speculated on his identity, Lin Qinghuan had no intention of engaging in polite conversation, particularly after witnessing his arrogant demeanor, which only fueled her disdain. If he sought to belittle them, he ought to consider whether he was worthy of it. Lin Qiaoshen was taken aback by Lin Qinghuan's harsh words, his face turning an ashen shade. Lin Qiaowei, witnessing his elder brother's embarrassment, turned his furious gaze upon Lin Qinghuan. I am your uncle. Expecting this to rein her in, he was astonished when she merely rolled her eyes, displaying utter disdain. Why impersonate anyone? Why not impersonate that scoundrel who absconded with money, devoid of humanity? After so many years without a word, I suppose he is too ashamed to face my parents. Lin Qiaosheng's pupils dilated in shock. How could she possibly know of that incident? Lin Qiaozhi had divulged the matter from years ago to the younger generation, which was akin to slapping his face in public. He fixed his steely gaze on Lin father and Lin mother, his expression severe. Is this the respectable daughter you have raised? She has brought shame to our Lin family. If she is merely an adopted daughter, then she should be cast out immediately. Not wishing to confront Lin father directly, he aimed to expel Lin Qinghuan, the troublemaker. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. In the eyes of Lin father and Lin mother, Lin Qinghuan held far more significance than this elder brother. Lin mother slammed her teacup onto the table, her expression grave. Our family's matters are not for you to dictate. My daughter has always been well behaved. It is your ungracious words and unpleasant appearance that have frightened her. With that, she beckoned Lin Qinghuan to her side. Huan, come sit beside your mother. I shall protect you. Lin Qinghuan smiled brightly and strode over. Seeing the mother-daughter duo's defiance, Lin Qiaowei turned his ire toward Lin father. Third brother, is this truly how you treat guests? After all, your elder brother has returned from abroad. Shouldn't we show him some respect? Since our parents have passed, your elder brother holds the highest authority in this family, and we ought to heed his words. It is utterly disrespectful for my sister-in-law and Huan to openly defy him. If you do not discipline them, we shall have no peace among brothers. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Lin father, eager to discern his stance. Lin's father cast a cold glance at Lin Qiaosheng and Lin Qiaowei, his tone grave as he spoke. My wife and daughter have committed no wrongdoing. It is you who have persistently harried them. If I were to side with you, I would be unworthy of the titles of husband and father. Since you claim that brotherhood is non-existent, let it be so. After all, you have not treated me as a brother in these years. His words took Lin Qiaosheng and Lin Qiaowei by surprise. They had not anticipated that he would forsake their fraternal bond for the sake of an outsider and an adopted daughter. Third brother, we are the blood-related siblings. In this society, how many couples abandon each other in times of crisis? Not to mention she, who seeks only to divide your fortune, Lin Qiaosheng retorted. Third brother, only I and elder brother are truly sincere toward you. Regardless of whether you are rich or poor, we remain a family. Lin's father regarded them with icy disdain. We are a family? When have you ever treated me as such? 20 years ago. Had it not been for elder brother secretly selling the ancestral home and absconding with all our money, I would not have been left homeless. And second brother, if I had not discovered your fraudulent dealings, the Lin Group would be facing colossal compensations and plummeting stock prices. You pride yourselves on being good to me, yet your actions serve only your own interests under the guise of goodwill. How shameless and laughable. At the mention of past grievances, Lin Qiaosheng's expression darkened. Were it not for his desire to acquire the Lin Group, he would have overturned the table in fury. Third brother, I admit my past mistakes. But that incident was over 20 years ago. Is it not petty of you to cling to it so tightly? We are family, there is no need for such nitpicking. Lin Qinghuan scoffed, you can say that because you have benefited. If I were to strip you of your clothes and walk you on a leash in the streets, would you still utter such platitudes about family and generosity?
Bang!
Lin Qiaosheng slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising sharply. You little brat, do not create chaos. Lin's father regarded him coldly. It is you who have overstepped. You are correct. The past is behind us, and we have long since parted ways. It would be wise for us to have little contact moving forward. The hour is late. I shall not keep you. Upon hearing this, Wang Ma immediately approached to usher them out. Lin Qiaosheng's countenance darkened further. He had intended to resolve Lin Qiaowei's return to the company today, but instead, he had incited Lin's father's ire. No, we cannot simply leave like this. Third brother, I apologize for the past, but second brother did not act with ill intent. You have prospered over the years, disregarding brotherly affection while feasting on success, while he has gone hungry. It is only natural for him to feel discomfort. Be generous to your family, grant him 30% of the shares, and he will surely work diligently. Just as Lin's father opened his mouth to respond, Lin Qinghuan kicked the coffee table, sending a cup crashing to the floor. Lin Qiaowei jumped in surprise. Had he not reacted quickly to raise his feet onto the sofa, the table would have struck him. Still shaken, he heard Lin Qinghuan say, 30% of the shares? He is deserving of nothing. He did not build this company. Why should he reap the reward simply due to his audacity and lack of ability? If you are so generous, why not give him your entire fortune? Lin Qiaosheng's brow furrowed. He had never encountered such a tenacious young woman. No wonder second brother held her in such disdain. Ignoring her, he turned his gaze back to Lin's father. Third brother, you are the most successful among us. It is only right to lend a hand to second brother. Seeing him still advocating for Lin Qiaowei, Lin's father felt his heart grow cold, his words sharper. Over the years, you have not merely assisted him. You have nearly dragged him down with you. Indolent, cunning, and duplicitous. If I were to sum it up, it would be that you do no good and commit all manner of wrong. Lin Qiaosheng countered, there has been no significant loss to the company. Why must he be expelled? If it becomes known that you would forsake brotherly love for the sake of wealth, it would surely impact the company's stock price. Lin Qinghuan interjected with a cold laugh. You do not conduct your own affairs, and now you blame others for not providing opportunities. How amusing. Should you dare to speak recklessly to the media, I shall not hesitate to expose Lin Qihuan's embezzlement. After all, it is not I who would face imprisonment. Lin Qihuan's eyes widened in shock. Did I not give you money? Why do you still have evidence? Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes at him. Of course. It is to guard against scoundrels like you. If you would conduct yourself properly, we could coexist peacefully. If you cannot abide by the law, then you can enjoy your time in prison. Chapter 64. Just short of brotherhood after Lin Qiaosheng and Lin Qihui departed, Lin Qinghuan instructed Wang Ma to dispose of the teacups they had used, lest they bring misfortune. Subsequently, she brewed a cup of tea for Lin's father and mother with a new set of tea utensils. Lin's mother smiled and remarked, "Your tea is always the best, Huan Huan." Lin's father took a sip and nodded silently, acknowledging Lin's mother's sentiment. Reflecting on the events of the day, he looked at Lin Qinghuan with pride and said, "Huan Huan, you handle the matters of the ancient tomb very well. Your father is proud of you." Lin's mother placed her teacup down with a loving smile, gently ruffling Lin Qinghuan's hair. "My Huan Huan has grown up. She can stand on her own now. How wonderful." Lin Qinghuan returned their smiles with grace. "It is all thanks to you, Mom and Dad. Your guidance has shaped me." Her words brought laughter to Lin's father and mother, momentarily dispelling the earlier worries. Suddenly, Lin Qinghuan recalled something. "Mom and Dad, where's my sister? Has she not returned yet?" Lin's father replied, "She has a meeting with the president of the MO group today to discuss a new project." A new project? Lin Qinghuan thought it sounded more like a date. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to call Lin Qingya, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Glancing at Wang Ma, who was tidying up, she stood up and said, "I will go answer the door." When Mo Bei's handsome face appeared before her, Lin Qinghuan felt a momentary daze, her heart racing uncontrollably. Mo Bei, looking at her in a state of astonishment, smiled and said, "Huan Huan, your boyfriend, Bei, has arrived." Hearing that familiar and enticing voice snapped Lin Qinghuan back to reality, her ears flushing crimson. "When did you come back to the country?" Mo Bei replied with a grin. "Today, I just landed and came straight here. I missed you so much." "Oh my." When Mo Bei uttered those words filled with longing, Lin Qinghuan felt a shiver run through her body. Her breath quickened, and her previously fair cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her bright eyes appearing slightly tipsy, as if she had been drinking. Lin Qinghuan had never realized that love could be so intoxicating. She had once scoffed at the saying that a brief separation enhances a relationship, but now it seemed like profound wisdom.
In Montag by steep, laughing eyes.
Lin Qinghuan's enchanting figure occupied his thoughts. The yearning he had felt for her over these days surged uncontrollably upon seeing her. The bodyguards stationed by the car, witnessing their interaction, were left bewildered. Shouldn't they be embracing or kissing at such a moment? Why were they simply standing there? It was one of the bodyguards who, unable to endure the silence, cleared his throat, breaking the intimate atmosphere. Lin Qinghuan then noticed the presence of others beside the car.
Montag by furrowed his brow.
Casting a cold glance at them, and the bodyguards lowered their heads, adjusting their clothing under his gaze. The bodyguard stammered, "We are not afraid. It is just a bit chilly tonight." Seeing that Lin Qinghuan had not yet returned, Lin's mother rose to head toward the door. "Huan Huan, who is here?" Upon seeing Mo Bei, Lin's mother stiffened momentarily, recognizing the young man as that wolf cub once more. Since finding out about their relationship, she had conducted an investigation into him, and initially, she had found nothing. Later, for reasons unknown, information about him unexpectedly surfaced before her. If her intuition served her right, it must have been orchestrated by him. Otherwise, such details would not have materialized without cause. Considering his handsome appearance and her daughter's fondness for attractive men, her resistance towards him had notably diminished. Upon encountering Lin's mother, Mo Bei respectfully addressed her as Auntie. Lin's mother nodded in acknowledgement. Now that everyone had arrived, they should step inside for a cup of tea. Hearing this, Mo Bei promptly instructed his bodyguards to unload the items from the car. As Lin Qinghuan observed the variously sized gift boxes they carried, she approached Mo Bei and whispered, "Did you rob a gift shop?"
Montag by chuckled.
"More like I raided an auction house." Once the bodyguards placed the gifts down, they turned to leave. Lin's father glanced at the gifts arrayed before him and then shifted his gaze to Mo Bei. Though Mo Bei had never flinched in negotiations, he felt an inexplicable unease under Lin's father's scrutinizing gaze. "Uncle, these gifts are for you and Auntie. I hope you like them." Lin's father nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate. His feelings were complex. Two young men from the Mo family had set their sights on his daughters. Initially, he had contemplated keeping one at home to court suitors, but that now seemed unlikely. Mo Sanshao, I heard from Mr. Mo that you've been abroad negotiating collaborations? Truly impressive for your age, Lin's father remarked. Mo Bei replied with a gentle smile. The preliminary preparations for this collaboration have been thoroughly executed. My role is merely to implement it. Compared to Uncle, who built the Lin group from the ground up, I still have a long way to go. He had previously heard his elder brother speak of Lin's parents' entrepreneurial journey and felt nothing but admiration. In that era, without capital or connections, starting a business was exceedingly difficult, akin to 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. Few succeeded. You and Auntie serve as our models. We ought to learn from you and tread each step diligently, justifying our perseverance and conscience. Despite the 20-plus years between them, in that moment, Lin's father felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Subsequently, their conversation shifted to Lin's father's entrepreneurial experiences, which Mo Bei listened to intently, occasionally engaging in thoughtful discussion. Seeing their engrossed exchange, Lin's mother signaled to Lin Qinghuan to step aside. Huan, it seems Mo Sanshao possesses considerable skills. Your father previously mentioned wanting to present him with challenges. But given the current situation, it would be generous not to go easy on him. Lin Qinghuan stifled a giggle upon hearing this. Who wouldn't relish being complimented? Especially when Mo Bei's words were so sincere. It would be strange for Lin's father not to appreciate it. As Lin's father and Mo Bei continued their chess game, Lin's mother and Lin Qinghuan munched on sunflower seeds while indulging in gossip. Watching this family dynamic, Wang Ma felt an inexplicable warmth. When Mo Nan returned with Lin Qingya, he noticed Mo Bei's car along with his bodyguards, and his lips twitched in response. This guy went straight here after disembarking from the plane. Has he truly forgotten about his brother now that he has a girlfriend? P.S. Haven't you also forgotten your brother for someone you fancy? It's mutual. Upon entering, he found Lin's father and Mo Bei laughing and playing chess, momentarily taken aback. He had yet to win over his girlfriend, while this fellow was already making strides with his future father-in-law. Lin's father looked up at the sound, smiling as he said, Qingya is back? Nan. Little Bei plays a commendable game of chess. I haven't encountered a worthy opponent in quite some time. Mo Nan thought to himself. When did he even learn to play chess? Lin Qingya, seeing the harmonious rapport between her father and Mo Bei, was quite astonished. She approached Lin Qinghuan and quietly inquired, What's going on? Lin Qinghuan shrugged. As you can see, they hit it off and seem eager to become sworn brothers. After finishing their chess game, Lin's father, still relishing the experience, decided not to prolong their visit as night had fallen. As they departed, they heard Mo Bei warmly say, Goodbye, Uncle and Auntie, while Mo Nan's instinctive response of Uncle and Auntie was swallowed back down. Previously, in an effort to show respect to Lin's parents, he had consistently referred to them as Uncle and Auntie, but now he reflected that it might have been a bit naive. Chapter 65, The Love Strategist. Lin Qinghuan returned to her room, preparing for bed. As she removed her coat, she discovered an unexpected object in her pocket. Upon retrieving it, she found a delicate little gift box. Written on the box was a line dedicated to the beautiful and enchanting little fairy Huan, signed a Bei. Seeing Mo Bei's thoughtfulness made Lin Qinghuan's eyes brighten with joy. Upon opening the box, she was momentarily stunned by the necklace inside. The sparkling diamond pendant looked strikingly familiar. Unsure, she held the necklace up for closer inspection, suddenly realizing that it was the Aurora pendant, which had fetched a staggering price at a foreign auction. No way. This necklace, purchased for 18 billion, is now a gift for me? Lin Qinghuan found herself both amused and bewildered. Truly, the elite class was unfazed by such extravagant gestures. She picked up her phone and messaged Mo Bei, Such an expensive necklace. You must really want to become a member of the Lin family. Little did she know how elated Mo Bei was upon receiving her message, especially at the mention of becoming the Lin family's son-in-law, which caused him to beam with delight. Mo Nan, observing his brother's exuberant demeanor, scoffed, Tone it down. If you keep smiling like that, you'll need surgery.
Montag by Flash to Migrin.
You wouldn't understand the sweetness of love. He then replied to Lin Qinghuan, I quite like the term Lin family son-in-law. Do you like the necklace I sent you? Lin Qinghuan responded, How could I not like something so precious? Mo Bei replied, Whether it's expensive or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you like it. This sentiment successfully endeared him to Lin Qinghuan, causing her smile to deepen. Clearly, this is not a business trip, but rather an opportunity to study the art of romance. Your sweet talk flows effortlessly. Mo Bei asserted, It's genuine sentiment, inspired by true feelings. Lin Qinghuan donned the necklace and snapped a selfie to send him. Those who lack discernment may find it visually appealing, but those with knowledge understand that I'm wearing 6 villas around my neck. Mo Bei's gaze lingered on her beautiful face, his eyes filled with mirth. His Huan was truly stunning. She would look lovely even adorned with a steel pipe. If Lin Qinghuan knew his thoughts, she would likely be exasperated, as wearing a steel pipe was not something she had ever considered.
Montag Nan occasionally glanced at Montag Bai,
feeling a pang of frustration in his chest. Why was it that despite his relentless efforts, he had yet to solidify his relationship, while Mo Bei, returning from a lengthy business trip, had effortlessly won over their parents' hearts? The disparity was staggering. Mo Bei sensed Mo Nan's discontent and turned to meet his melancholic gaze, finding it amusing, which made him chuckle. Mo Nan, with a scowl, fixated his gaze on him, demanding, "How on earth did you manage this, big brother? You and Miss Lin haven't made any progress yet, have you?" "That would truly be a pity," Mo Bei teased, his expression filled with mischievous glee. Such a tone only served to tighten Mo Nan's jawline with irritation. Were it not for their familial bond and his dependence on Mo Bei, he might have been tempted to punch him. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions and redirected his gaze to Mo Bei. "As long as your suggestions prove effective, I will no longer send you on business trips abroad." Upon hearing this, Mo Bei's smile transformed into sincerity. "Big brother, it's only right for siblings to share burdens, but since you've mentioned it, I will graciously accept. From now on, I'll leave the overseas business trips to you." Observing his brother's duplicitous demeanor, Mo Nan gritted his teeth and replied, "No trouble at all. I would appreciate your assistance with some ideas." Mo Bei raised an eyebrow. "Big brother, you must first share how you managed to win her over." Mo Nan replied, "By providing her with collaboration projects, discussing the partnerships with her, and assisting her with challenges at work." "And then?"
Montag Bai inquired further.
Mo Nan shook his head. "That's all there is." Upon hearing this,
Montag Bai's eyes widened in disbelief.
"Brother, are you pursuing a romantic relationship or merely engaging in business? To win someone's affection, one must adopt the appropriate attitude and approach. You must learn to express your fondness for her. It is not enough to merely integrate into her work. You must also become a part of her life."
Montag Nan,
somewhat perplexed, reflected on the years he had dedicated entirely to his career, which had undoubtedly contributed to the formidable strength of the Mo Corporation. However, when it came to romance, he found himself utterly at a loss. He had previously believed that inspiring admiration in Lin Qinghuan and aiding her ascent in her career would lead her to develop feelings for him. Yet, it now appeared that this was not the case. "Little Bei, what precisely should I do?"
Montag Nan inquired.
Mo Bei pondered for a moment before proposing. "Invite her to dinner. Take her out for some leisure." Mo Nan replied, "We already dine together after work, but as for outings, she is quite busy. It would be inappropriate to intrude." Mo Bei insisted, "Then you should frequently message her, keep abreast of her activities, and show concern for her well-being." Mo Nan shook his head in disapproval. "She is already swamped with work. I wouldn't want to bother her." Mo Bei retorted, "Does she need someone who understands her? With your lack of presence, do you wish to remain a stranger?" If space in the car permitted, Mo Bei would have liked to shout out loud, "With your current approach, you are fit only to play the role of a lovesick second male lead. The lead role is out of your reach. To be the protagonist, one must learn to be assertive, to compete, to feign, to act coy, to be domineering when necessary, and to be clingy when the moment calls for it." Mo Nan frowned at this, displaying a hint of resistance. Realizing that his brother needed a gentler nudge, Mo Bei changed his tactic. "Brother, let me ask you, are you busy?"
Montag Nan nodded.
Mo Bei then inquired, "When she messages you, does it bring you joy?" Mo Nan responded, "Yes, it does. But she only messages me about work. Outside of that, I hear nothing from her." At that moment, Mo Bei detected a look of grievance on his brother's face. To his surprise, even this seemingly invulnerable elder brother could feel aggrieved at times. How amusing this was! When he met Mo Nan's icy gaze, Mo Bei rubbed his nose, pretending nothing had occurred. "Brother, if you wish to converse with her and she does not initiate, then you must take the initiative. If she harbors feelings for you, your messages will undoubtedly bring her joy. The first step in nurturing a relationship is to communicate frequently and meet often. As a man, it is not disgraceful to be proactive." Mo Nan considered Mo Bei's words and realized their merit. If he could muster the audacity of his younger brother, perhaps success was indeed within his grasp. In the aftermath of receiving romantic advice from Mo Bei, Mo Nan posed another question. "How did you win over uncle and aunt?" Mo Bei smiled slyly and replied with utmost seriousness, "My affection for Huan is reciprocated, and with my handsome appearance and remarkable abilities, It is only natural that uncle and aunt cherish me. Mo Nan's eyes darkened. Speak plainly. Mo Bei's enthusiasm waned, and he reclined in his seat, muttering, valuing them signifies my affection for Huan Huan, so the appropriate gifts must not be overlooked. This prompted Mo Nan to ponder deeply. Observing his contemplative state, Mo Bei tentatively asked, brother, you haven't neglected to gift uncle and aunt, have you? Mo Nan shot him a sidelong glance. Nonsense. I delivered the project proposal.
Montag Bei exclaimed, what?
To ascertain whether his brother's emotional intelligence still had potential, he pressed further, have you ever gifted young Lady Lin? Mo Nan nodded. Yes, during our dinner today, I presented her with a new project. Mo Bei sat upright, exclaiming, is there hope for you yet? Until that moment, he had believed his elder brother to be capable in all respects except for his artistic endeavors. Today, however, he discovered that in matters of love, his brother was utterly inept. Previously, he had espoused the virtues of romance with fervor, only to realize it was all mere bluster. Encouraging him to pursue young Lady Lin, he mused that it might be ages before he gained a sister-in-law. Brother, the Mo Corporation boasts an array of exquisite jewelry and high-end custom designs. If you truly like her, then you should bestow gifts upon her, clothing, jewelry, handbags, shoes, flowers, cars. Whatever you can conceive, just give it to her. Mo Bei felt utterly exasperated with his brother. Rather than trial and error, it would be far simpler to shower her with gifts, given their ample resources. Besides, the Lin family would eventually be his future in-laws. Even if his brother failed to win her over, he would not allow anyone else to benefit. Mo Bei considered himself quite astute. The following day, Lin Qinghuan arose early and, upon seeing her father and others at breakfast, approached them with a cheerful smile.
Dad.
Mom, sister, good morning. Her mother gestured for her to sit and placed a bowl of porridge in front of her. Huan Huan, what brings you up so early today? Lin Qinghuan replied, I have some matters to attend to at Site 3 that require my presence. Just as her father was about to speak, his phone rang with an unknown number. He promptly dismissed it without a second thought. Lin Qinghuan casually glanced at it and asked, Dad, who is that? Her father replied, I don't know. It was an unknown number. Before he could finish, Lin Zhaowei's call came through. Her father hesitated momentarily, then ultimately answered. Lin Zhaoji, why did you hang up on your brother's call? Don't let your new position as a boss go to your head. If it weren't for your brother. Lin Qinghuan did not expect this troublemaker to seek confrontation so early in the day. Evidently still bitter from the previous encounter, she snatched the phone from her father, put it on speaker, and declared loudly, if it weren't for that heartless uncle, my parents would have prospered long ago, without all this toil and hardship to start a business. If you enjoy pandering to them, do so on your own. Don't involve us, especially since we severed ties long ago, didn't we? After her statement, she hung up and proceeded to serve her father a meat bun.
Dad.
Enjoy the bun. Don't let that foolish dog-ass barking ruin your mood. Her father nodded with a smile, agreeing with Huan Huan that they shouldn't let such matters affect their spirits. Lin Qinghuan frowned slightly, sensing that with such troublesome relatives, peace would be a fleeting luxury. Noticing her sister's expression, Lin Qinghuan felt compelled to issue a more emphatic warning. Dad, Mom, sister. I've recently had an unsettling premonition. Uncle's return to the country is likely a ploy to collude with second uncle to seize control of Dad's company. You must not allow second uncle back into the company, nor should you permit uncle to meddle in its affairs. Her father, already wary of them, promptly declared, Huan Huan, rest assured, I will not permit your second uncle back into the company, and as for that long-lost brother of mine, he shall certainly not meddle in company matters. Lin Qinghuan added, I will keep an eye on them. Should they make any moves, I will ensure they face the consequences. Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan nodded. She had been quite busy lately and could not monitor everything, so it was essential for them to remain vigilant. After breakfast, Lin Qinghuan and her sister went to the company. As they entered the car, their mother received a call from Li Jing. Sister-in-law, why the cold shoulder with a third brother? Yesterday, when the eldest brother returned from abroad, you didn't arrange accommodations for him, and today, with the eldest sister and the children returning, you want to even go to the airport to pick them up? Lin's mother scoffed, I won't be picking anyone up, but I would be delighted to arrange a farewell service for you should you need it. Before Li Jing could respond, she hung up and promptly blocked her number. Having already severed ties, there was no need for further communication. Keeping her number in her contacts was merely a source of annoyance. So she added her to the blacklist for good measure. Wang Ma, please prepare a sign to place at the entrance, stating Lin Zhaosheng, Lin Zhaowei, and their family and dogs are prohibited from entering. Understood, madam. Upon arriving at the company, Chen Hao immediately reported to Lin Qinghuan on the latest developments at Site 3. President, after thorough examinations by numerous experts, it has been determined that this is a royal tomb and the burial artifacts within, along with the ancient relics, are invaluable beyond monetary measure. At present, various media platforms are focusing on this matter, and provincial leaders have requested a detailed discussion with you. Lin Qinghuan nodded, confident that everything was proceeding according to plan. The higher the research value of the items within the tomb, the broader the scope of publicity, and the greater the fervor surrounding it, the more leverage she would possess. Now that preparations were complete, it was time to get to the crux of the matter. Let us go meet that esteemed leader. In an instant, Chen Hao sensed the aura of authority radiating from Lin Qinghuan. Her formidable presence resembled that of a soaring dragon, instilling a sense of reverence. This meeting, ostensibly a detailed discussion, was, in truth, a negotiation. Chen Hao initially believed that Lin Qinghuan would adopt a stance of concession in this negotiation, only to discover that she was, in fact, the one steering the conversation. She adeptly recognized the leader's desire for a favorable reputation along with tangible benefits, agreeing to hold a press conference afterward to announce to the public that, although she had donated the ancient tomb and land for the greater good of the nation, the state and its leaders did not take her generosity for granted and had compensated her with another parcel of land. This parcel was, in fact, Lin Qinghuan's ultimate objective. While lot number 3 would bring fame to Xingyao real estate, this particular land could potentially double the company's assets. Chapter 67. A beautiful flower with an owner-president. This land is neither within the city planning nor included in the bidding conference. Why have you chosen it? Chen Hao inquired, somewhat perplexed. Lin Qinghuan glanced up at Chen Hao, who was at the wheel, and explained. The reason this land has not entered the bidding conference and is absent from city planning is not due to a lack of potential profitability, but rather because certain individuals wish to keep it concealed from public scrutiny. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao immediately grasped the implication. However, a new question arose in his mind. How did she come to know such insider information? Although he possessed some connections and resources within the real estate industry, he felt utterly dwarfed in comparison to Lin Qinghuan. It seemed as though she could predict forthcoming trends and had meticulously planned her moves. Akin to a chess master contemplating several steps ahead, an astute and polished approach far beyond what one might expect from a university student yet to graduate. His admiration for Lin Qinghuan only deepened. Upon learning that Lin Qinghuan was at the company today, Jiang Xian hurried over. As he entered the lobby of Xingyao Real Estate, he was intercepted by the receptionist. I apologize, but our president is currently out and not in the office. Jiang Xian took out his phone to call Lin Qinghuan when he heard her voice behind him. Manager Chen, please coordinate the arrangements for the press conference with Jin. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. I woke up too early today, and the recent discussions have drained my energy. Chen Hao nodded in acknowledgement as he observed her yawning. He then noticed Jiang Xian approaching Lin Qinghuan with a bouquet of roses, and his brows furrowed. Was this young man attempting to court their president? It was akin to a toad desiring to consume swan meat. May I inquire what brings you here, General Manager Jiang? Chen Hao asked. Jiang Xian glanced at Chen Hao but chose not to respond, instead walking directly to Lin Qinghuan with a smile. Miss Lin. It's quite a challenge to finally meet you. Lin Qinghuan cast a glance at him, her delicate brows knitting slightly. General Manager Jiang, disturbing someone's slumber may invite misfortune. Jiang Xian smiled faintly, exuding an air of refined elegance akin to that of a nobleman. Yet Lin Qinghuan was well aware of his true character and felt no affection towards him. Miss Lin, you remain ever so witty. These roses are for you. Might I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of coffee? Lin Qinghuan's gaze fell on the roses he offered, and she shook her head. General Manager Jiang, have you not heard the saying that people surpass flowers in beauty? In comparison to me, these flowers pale in significance, so please take them back. As for coffee, I must decline. Drinking coffee disrupts my sleep, and I am in dire need of rest. Lin Qinghuan yawned nonchalantly. If you have business to discuss, please converse with Manager Chen. I must take my leave to catch up on sleep, as I am utterly exhausted. Noticing her eyelids drooping, Jiang Xian chuckled softly, wondering if she might fall asleep on the spot. Miss Lin, you seem quite weary. Allow me to assist you upstairs to rest. Chen Hao instinctively reached out to interject, but was pulled aside by Song Jin, who had just arrived. Just when Chen Hao thought Song Jin was about to complicate matters, he turned to find that someone had already come to the rescue. Mo Bei forcefully pushed Jiang Xian's hand away, drawing Lin Qinghuan into his embrace, and sternly declared, "Remove your filthy hands. How dare you touch my girlfriend?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Qinghuan looked up at him, smiling. What brings you here?
Montag by.
Who had previously exhibited an indifferent demeanor, instantly softened upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's voice. I missed you, so I came to check on you. In that moment, his voice was as gentle as a whisper, his gaze filled with affection, a stark contrast to his earlier coldness. Chen Hao, witnessing this, felt compelled to speak. But Song Jin promptly covered his mouth, pulling him aside. Lin Qinghuan nestled against Bei's waist, burying her head in his embrace, murmuring, My eyelids are fighting. I can't resist. This adorably clingy side of Lin Qinghuan was a first for Bei, melting his heart. He wrapped one arm around her waist while gently stroking her head, softly saying, I'll carry you upstairs to sleep. With that, he lifted Lin Qinghuan effortlessly. Song Jin, concerned that Bei might struggle to find Lin Qinghuan's office, quickly stepped forward to lead the way. This way, third young master. Bei acknowledged with a gentle nod, casting a cold glance at Jiang Xian as they departed, leaving Jiang Xian shaken. Once they entered the elevator, Jiang Xian directed his gaze toward Chen Hao. Manager Chen. Who is that man? Chen Hao, recalling Jiang Xian's earlier arrogance, replied stoically, no comment, before stepping into the elevator. Jiang Xian remained behind, gripping the bouquet tightly, his knuckles white with tension, before he abruptly turned and left Xingyao Real Estate. Song Jin escorted Bei to the top floor, a domain exclusively belonging to Lin Qinghuan. It boasted a luxurious double bed, a private bathroom, and restroom facilities, resembling a presidential suite, but with the addition of an office area. As Bei placed Lin Qinghuan onto the bed and tucked her in, Song Jin wisely excused himself.
Montag by gazed tenderly at Lin Qinghuan,
who resembled a small kitten nestled under the covers. How could his darling be so adorably sleepy, drifting off so easily? To capture this precious moment, he took out his phone and snapped a photo of her serene sleeping face to use as his wallpaper. Recalling Jiang Xian's earlier actions, Bei's expression darkened involuntarily. Ever since learning that Jiang Xian had presented Lin Qinghuan with roses, he had thoroughly investigated Jiang Xian's background. He had initially thought that as long as Jiang Xian stayed away from Lin Qinghuan, he could let bygones be bygones. However, discovering that Jiang Xian not only sent flowers but also attempted to touch her was simply unacceptable. If he dared to encroach upon his territory, he would not hesitate to strike back. Chen Hao, spotting Song Jin as she descended, immediately pulled her into the office, inquiring, who was that man holding the president earlier? Song Jin regarded him with a playful smile. Since when did you become so inquisitive? Chen Hao retorted, not as much as you. For if I didn't know your character, I might think you were possessed by a demon. Song Jin rolled her eyes at him. What do you mean by inquisitive? I am merely being helpful. Chen Hao scoffed. You're the most stubborn person I know. Our president possesses both beauty and capability. What kind of exceptional individual must stand beside her? Song Jin leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed and legs casually resting on the coffee table, solemnly declaring, Bei of the Mo Group, third young master. Chapter 68. A minor punishment. Jiang Xian glared at the blink report before him, his expression darkening. Is this the best you could uncover? Are you being paid to do nothing? He furiously seized the cup beside him and hurled it violently at his assistant, who let out a muffled grunt without attempting to evade. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered into countless fragments upon impact. President, this individual's information is encrypted. Their identity is undoubtedly complex, the assistant stated. Jiang Xian cast a cold glance at the assistant, as if to say, did he not already realize this? He simply required more precise information. On one hand, it was to win over Lin Qinghuan. On the other, it was for the benefit of Jiang Real Estate. Currently, Xingyao Real Estate was making waves, which would inevitably affect Jiang Real Estate, a fellow contender in the industry. If he could forge a relationship with Lin Qinghuan, or collaborate with her, leveraging her foresight into future developments, Jiang Real Estate could undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the industry. However, she was currently involved with a boyfriend and resisted his advances, complicating matters significantly. As Jiang Xian pondered his next course of action, the department manager rushed in. President Jiang, there's been a disaster. The company's servers are down, and confidential information has been compromised. Jiang Xian sprang to his feet at the news. Where are the network maintenance personnel? Have they all perished? Urgently summon them to rectify this situation. The manager, wiping sweat from his brow, responded hesitantly. President Jiang, the network maintenance team states that it will take at least 3 days to restore functionality. 3 days? Jiang Xian exploded with rage, sweeping everything from his desk to the floor. Do you not comprehend what a server failure signifies? If it is not repaired within 24 hours, let them be dismissed. The manager, visibly troubled, turned and exited. Fearing that the network maintenance team might be unreliable, Jiang Xian called the HR manager to seek external assistance. Whoever can resolve the server issue within 24 hours will receive a reward of 5 million. The HR manager replied, President Jiang, if we publicly recruit talent to address this crisis, it may adversely affect the company's stock price. Hearing this, Jiang Xian felt an overwhelming urge to slap her against the wall. They require 3 days to fix it. The losses to the company will be incalculable. Can you not discern the gravity of the situation? Secure reliable personnel for me in the shortest time possible, or you may as well resign as HR manager. Just as he hung up the phone, Jiang Xian had not yet had a moment to breathe when personnel from the secretary's office rushed in. President, it's dire. The internet is rife with scandalous information about our company. Alarmed, Jiang Xian pulled out his phone to check, only to discover that the top 5 trending topics pertain to fatalities associated with Jiang Real Estate's new developments. Damn it, who is orchestrating this against me? This matter had been resolved long ago. Those in the know had been compensated and signed confidentiality agreements. How could it still be leaked? Jiang Xian pointed at the assistant. Investigate this at once. I demand to know who is responsible. I will ensure their entire family pays. Yes. The assistant left and simultaneously, the office phone and his mobile began to ring incessantly, inundated with requests for contract terminations. Jiang Xian spent considerable time attempting to placate them with assurances. Yet to no avail. In a fit of rage, he smashed his phone. Currently, he bore no resemblance to the suave gentleman he once was. His suit jacket lay discarded. His tie loosely hung around his neck, his brow furrowed, and his expression dark. The incessant ringing of the landline felt like a death knell, exacerbating his headache and heightening his agitation. At his wit's end, he seized the landline and smashed it to the ground. Finally, a semblance of silence enveloped the office. Jiang Xian slumped in his chair, his eyes bloodshot, his demeanor as dark as the depths of despair. He believed he had not offended anyone, nor had he engaged in quarrels, save for today. Who exactly was Lin Qinghuan's boyfriend? Were these troubles truly of his making? Meanwhile, Mo Bei observed the flood of disparaging information about Jiang Real Estate online, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A genteel scoundrel like Jiang Xian dared to covet Huan. This was the consequence. Gazing at Lin Qinghuan's serene and enchanting sleeping visage, Mo Bei reclined on the nearby sofa, accompanying her into slumber. While tranquility enveloped the side, the Lin group next door buzzed with excitement. Wow! Did you see? The assistant of President Mo has delivered gifts to the young lady again. In the morning, it was clothes and shoes, at noon, a handbag, and in the afternoon, jewelry. I envy her so much. Could it be that President Mo has taken a liking to our young lady? She is indeed beautiful and capable. A fitting match for President Mo match? The Mo family is a top-tier aristocracy. Lin Qinghuan is nothing in comparison.
Liban, applying nail polish, scufa da risibelli.
In President Mo's eyes, she was merely a plaything for idle amusement. Li Wan was the office provocateur, self-important yet devoid of ability, a quintessential example of laziness and cunning. Previously, she had relied on Lin Qiaowei's backing, which had silenced dissent. Now that Lin Qiaowei had left the company, they felt unencumbered. Li Wan, compared to the young lady, you're not even fit to carry her shoes. Where does your sense of superiority stem from? You lack both talent and looks. You are the epitome of mediocrity. That may be true, but although she lacks other skills, she certainly has a provocative aura that follows her everywhere. Upon uttering this, laughter erupted, and the gazes directed at Li Wan were filled with disdain and contempt. Li Wan was taken aback. Having merely spoken a few truths, she found herself under collective attack. Rising, she slammed the documents on the table, threatening, "Do you believe I won't have you all dismissed? Who do you wish to dismiss?" Lin Qinghuan's cold voice interjected, silencing any would-be retorts. Li Wan noticed the jealousy radiating from Lin Qinghuan's darkening gaze. Why, as a woman, did Lin Qinghuan enjoy the status of young lady? While she was relegated to mere employment, she believed she was more beautiful than Lin Qinghuan and possessed a better figure. Why did President Mo favor Lin Qinghuan and shower her with luxurious gifts? On what grounds? Lin Qinghuan's gaze fixed on Li Wan. Who do you wish to dismiss? Li Wan straightened her back, raised her chin defiantly, and retorted, "These people are gossiping during work hours, without organization or discipline. They should all be fired." Upon hearing this, the others could no longer contain themselves. "Young lady, we were indeed gossiping. But the quarrel arose because she spoke ill of you. Yes. She claimed you were merely a plaything for President Mo's boredom. She is envious of you, and thus maligns you. Young lady, we acknowledge our wrongdoing, but someone like her, who pretends to be one way while being another, cannot be tolerated. Listening to their arguments, Li Wan's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 69. All-out assault. Lin Qinghuan fixed her gaze on Li Wan. Will you write your own resignation letter, or shall I have someone dismiss you? I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I resign? Li Wan glared at her, filled with resentment. I did say those words, but they were merely the truth. Although the Lin group possesses some wealth, it pales in comparison to the Mo group. They occupy entirely different realms. What kind of beauty has President Mo not encountered? How could he possibly be interested in a bland woman like you? Rumors abound that President Mo sends you gifts, yet he himself has never made an appearance. I suspect it's his assistant who harbors feelings for you, flaunting their connection without any sense of propriety. In that instant, the office fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone anticipated that Lin Qinghuan would be furious, that she would order Li Wan to be expelled for her harsh words. Yet, Lin Qinghuan did not act thus. Instead, she surveyed Li Wan with a bemused smile. You truly are a creature of ample bosom but lacking in intellect. To call your mind deficient would be a compliment, as a mind implies the presence of one, which you lack entirely. Being foolish is one thing, being disdainful is another. Had it not been for the commotion you've caused, I might have forgotten you, the lazy creature inserted by Lin Qinghuan. If you had remained obedient, the Lin group would not have minded granting you a bonus, but since you insist on seeking your own demise, I am left with no choice. Lin Qinghuan extended her hand, and her assistant promptly handed her the documents. These are the attendance records for your clock-ins and absences, as well as the progress reports of your work tasks. Over the course of 6 months, you have been absent 38 times, late or left early 99 times, and failed to complete 4 project tasks, with your highest completion rate being merely 25. Yet, you have somehow received the awards for perfect attendance, task completion, and performance. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room. Lin Qinghuan slammed the documents onto Li Wan's desk and sternly demanded, Now tell me, who authorized these awards for you? Li Wan casually flipped through the documents with a dismissive expression and retorted, Why should I tell you? What's in my hands is mine. And it's none of your business. Witnessing her obstinacy and arrogance, Lin Qinghuan's gaze darkened. I hereby notify you to return the portion that does not belong to you and compensate for the delays caused to the company. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Li Wan scoffed, sinking back into her chair with a mocking demeanor. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? Dream on if you think I'll give it back. Oh. Lin Qinghuan smirked, a smile that sent a chill down Li Wan's spine. However, recalling that she had already squandered the money, Li Wan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Observing Li Wan's brazen demeanor, Lin Qinghuan turned to her assistant and instructed, Notify the company's legal department to pursue Li Wan's accountability and demand compensation for the project losses. Li Wan shrugged nonchalantly. Do as you wish. I fear neither money nor death. With a smile, Lin Qinghuan replied, Why would I want your worthless life? As long as you find yourself behind bars, I shall be content. Upon hearing the mention of prison, Li Wan's expression shifted. What do you mean by that? Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. Are you truly unaware of my intent? I prefer to reason with logic and govern through law. I may have no means against a stubborn pig like you, but the police do. Li Wan was taken aback by Lin Qinghuan's unexpected ruthlessness, resorting to police involvement over what she deemed a trivial matter. She stood up and slammed her palm on the table. Lin Qinghuan, you truly are a petty person, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Underhanded? Lin Qinghuan shot her a sidelong glance. You work 2 jobs, slacking off in the office by day and entertaining at a bar by night. You truly think you belong on a pedestal? The words ignited a commotion in the office. What? She's a bar girl? No wonder she dresses so extravagantly and wears heavy makeup. She's in that line of work. I always sensed a certain promiscuity about her. Turns out she truly is a vixen. Infuriated by the gossip, Li Wan snapped, You're all the real vixens. What's wrong with earning money for my looks? Lin Qinghuan replied, Indeed, there's nothing wrong with it. You're merely earning money that's hardly respectable. Her seemingly agreeable yet deeply sarcastic words stripped Li Wan of her composure. With a twisted expression, she spat, Lin Qinghuan, don't think you can slander me just because you believe you are more attractive. You want me out because you fear that Mr. Mo might fall for me instead. You truly are scheming. Wow. Lin Qinghuan gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are your eyes merely for decoration, or do you only gaze into matte mirrors? The office staff could no longer contain themselves, rallying to defend their own. Do you even have self-awareness? Comparing yourself to a lady of privilege? With all that hyaluronic acid in your face, a punch would take forever to settle. Miss Lin is naturally beautiful with exquisite features. Do you really think Mr. Mo would prefer a silicone creation like you, working at a bar? Afraid that the day crowd might catch a glimpse of your true face? Let me bestow upon you an artistic name, Silicone Wonder. At that moment, Mo Nan's assistant couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of everyone to him and Mo Nan. Mo Nan strode over to Lin Qinghua's side, concern etched on his face. You haven't been wronged, have you? Lin Qinghua shook her head. What brings you here? Mo Nan glanced at her assistant. She messaged Assistant Lon to let me know immediately if something like this happens again. I don't want you to endure any injustice. Caught in Mo Nan's gentle, affectionate gaze, Lin Qinghua's heart raced uncontrollably. Li Wan's eyes remained fixated on Mo Nan. And seeing his tenderness towards Lin Qinghua filled her with jealousy. Such a handsome, noble, and wealthy man, why should he have any interest in Lin Qinghua, that insufferable girl? She swayed her hips and approached him step by step. Mr. Mo, the cadence of her voice sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. Mo Nan's expression darkened as he commanded Assistant Lon, throw this noisy chicken out. Yes, sir. In the next moment, Assistant Lon seized Li Wan by the nape and threw her out without a hint of pity. Subsequently, Mo Nan turned to Lin Qinghua. Someone mentioned you are unworthy of me. Who was the fool that said that? Lin Qinghua smirked. That would be the very chicken you just had thrown out. After Li Wan was tossed out, she stood up cursing and ready to leave, only to be stopped by the legal department of Lin's group. They handed her a document and warned her that if she did not repay the money within 2 weeks, they would see her in court. Fuming, Li Wan kicked the document aside. I won't pay it back. If you have the guts, kill me. The legal department personnel exchanged mocking glances. We've seen plenty like you. You'll come around once the judgment is in. Watching them walk away, Li Wan furiously stomped on the document. Bitch, bitch. All of you are bitches. After venting her anger, she began to feel a sense of panic. Although the legal department of Lin's group was not the best in the industry, they had a high success rate. What would she do if they actually sued her? Li Wan glanced around, quickly picked up the document from the ground, and fled the scene. In stark contrast to her distress, the other employees in the office were elated. Not only had they escaped punishment, but their bonuses for the month had also doubled. Furthermore, Mo Nan had instructed Assistant Lon to prepare gourmet snacks and milk tea from a high-end restaurant for them. Thank you, Miss Lin and Mr. Mo. Wishing you both a long and happy marriage and many children. The chorus of blessings rang out, causing Lin Qinghua considerable discomfort. They weren't even together yet. And they were already wishing for children? Was that appropriate? Mo Nan, however, found it quite fitting, a broad smile gracing his face. Worried that their excitement might lead to more inappropriate comments, Lin Qinghua took Mo Nan by the hand and walked away. Seeing this, Lin Qinghua's assistant attempted to follow, only to be stopped by Assistant Lon. You're going to be a third wheel while they're flirting? With electricity rates so high. Conserving energy is what a good citizen should do. Come on, let us go enjoy some pastries. 1 bite is worth half a month's salary. Lin Qinghua initially intended to return to her office, but, recalling the opulence of the sofas and chairs, silently changed direction. Once in the elevator, Lin Qinghua led Mo Nan to the rooftop. As the wind tousled her inky hair, he instinctively reached out to smooth it down. His touch was gentle, as if he feared causing her any discomfort. As Lin Qinghua turned to speak, she found Mo Nan draping his coat over her shoulders. It's windy up here. Don't catch a cold. Gazing into Mo Nan's face, so close yet so strikingly handsome, Lin Qinghua's attention was drawn to his chiseled jawline and perfect lips. She felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. The coat carried his warmth and scent. As she felt his heat radiate onto her, a faint blush crept across Lin Qinghua's cheeks. Mr. Mo, why have you brought me so many gifts today? Upon hearing her question, Mo Nanfong smiled. It's because I am pursuing you, Yaya. It has been quite some time. And referring to me as Mr. Mo feels somewhat distant. After all, with blessings for early offspring already exchanged, it is only fitting that I be given a title. Lin Qinghua gazed at the earnest Mo Nan, her heart racing as her fingers instinctively clutched her coat, momentarily at a loss for words. If you do not like the gifts I have given, please tell me what you prefer, and I shall have it delivered immediately, or we can go shopping together. Observing the seriousness etched on Mo Nan's face, Lin Qinghua bit her lip, torn for a while before finally asking, Do you truly like me? Or is it merely out of gratitude? Sensing her apprehension, Emonan took her hand gently and said with warmth, "Whether it be love at first sight or affection that blooms over time, you are my sole choice. There are myriad ways to express gratitude. Yet it is only my love for you that compels me to offer myself." The sudden confession left Lin Qinghuan flushed, her cheeks burning as the warmth radiated from the hand he held. Emonan, captivated by her rosy complexion and fluttering lashes, felt a delightful stir within. His voice unwittingly dropping an octave. "Yaya, I adore you, truly and deeply, sometimes dreaming of you even in my sleep." Lin Qinghuan had never encountered such a situation. Her palms were damp with nervous sweat. Meanwhile, Lin Qinghuan, concealed by the door, turned to Mo Bebe and asked, "Is the dream your brother mentioned a serious one?" Mo Bebe shook his head. "I cannot attest to the nature of his dreams, but when I dream of you, I certainly cannot awaken without a kiss." Lin Qinghuan shot him a sidelong glance, finding his reasoning amusing. "I find your logic sound. For your brother's safety, should we perhaps call for help? And while we're at it, why not dial for an ambulance just in case?" Mo Bebe chuckled. "That seems unnecessary. Such trivial matters do not warrant public resources. Let them be stuck together." Amused by his lack of ambition, Lin Qinghuan pulled Mo Bebe back, wanting to avoid interrupting Lin Qinghuan and Mo Nan's heartfelt exchange. "I heard your brother has showered my sister with gifts. Was that your idea?" Mo Bebe nodded. "Had I not strategized for him, he would not have been able to win her heart so swiftly. I shall demand a matchmaking fee from him later." Chapter 71. The official announcement across the internet. When Mo Nan and Lin Qinghuan appear hand in hand, the office staff couldn't help but display their anti-smiles. This was the quintessential way to unfold a romantic drama, the couple they had longed to ship. As someone pulled out their phone to take a picture, Assistant Lon immediately stepped in to intervene. "I apologize, but our president's photos cannot be leaked. Please delete that." The employee immediately bowed an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. I'll delete it right away." Just as the words left their lips, Mo Nan interjected, "It's all right. No need to delete it."
What?
Assistant Lon thought he had misheard and turned to Mo Nan. Mo Nan smiled. "Previously, it could not be leaked, but now it can." Assistant Lon exclaimed, "What? Can someone explain what is happening?" Mo Nan cast a sideways glance at him. "You're still too young. A photograph serves as proof. Once these images circulate, everyone will know I am Lin Qinghuan's rightful boyfriend, thus deterring other suitors from harboring any intentions." The employees of Lin Group were oblivious to the intricate nuances at play. They simply found Mo Nan approachable and began to take pictures of him and Lin Qinghuan. They vowed to capture the most flattering shots, eager to share with the world that the heiress of Lin Group and the president of Mo Group were a match made in heaven. Soon, these photos spread across the internet like wildfire, overshadowing the trending news of Jiang Group. Upon learning of this, Mo Bebe dropped his chopsticks in shock. "Yoki, did you say my brother made an official announcement online?" Xiao Kai nodded. "Yes, Bebe. If you don't believe me, check online. I assure you I am not deceiving you." You cannot imagine how astonished I was to see the news. Not only was he astonished, but even Mo Bebe found it hard to believe. There was an unwritten rule in the media industry that prohibited the photography of the Mo Group president. The consequences could range from company closure to bankruptcy and imprisonment. To think that his picture was now circulating online if it were not with his consent, who would dare release it? Mo Bebe gazed at the image of his brother smiling, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Brother is quite cunning. The moment Miss Lin agreed to be with him, he promptly announced it to the world. The audacity is almost comical. He previously accused Mo Bebe of being thick-skinned, but it seemed the most shameless one was his brother, who appeared serious, yet was harboring ulterior motives. Hearing Mo Bebe's grumbling, Xiao Kai pretended not to hear and quickly hung up the phone. This was not a matter he wished to involve himself in. Lin Qinghuan emerged from the restroom and noticed Mo Bebe fixated on his phone.
What are you looking at?
Mo Bebe looked up and handed her the device. "Huan, my brother and your sister have made an official announcement online." Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan paused for a moment, and after seeing the photo of Mo Nan and Lin Qinghuan holding hands, she smiled. "That's wonderful. They are well suited." Lin Qinghuan's reaction surprised Mo Bebe. "Don't you think my brother is rather cunning? He has essentially ensnared your sister." Lin Qinghuan took a sip of her water, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "I find his actions commendable. He is brave enough to acknowledge their relationship and willing to expose himself to the public eye for my sister. That is the mark of a rare good man."
What?
A good man? Mo Bebe was taken aback that Lin Qinghuan perceived public acknowledgement as a virtue. Huan, should we not make an announcement ourselves?" Mo Bebe blinked at her, seeking her approval. Lin Qinghuan rolled her eyes. We are not prominent figures. What would we have to announce? Let's keep a low profile and live our lives peacefully. Mo Bebe pouted. Then what about what you just said? Lin Qinghuan chuckled. People differ. Your brother is the president of Mo Group, and my sister is the heiress of Lin Group. Their union not only enhances Lin Group's stock price, but also allows it to ride on the coattails of Mo Group. Furthermore, my sister lacks a sense of security, and your brother's actions help alleviate her doubts. Mo Bebe found Lin Qinghuan's reasoning sound, yet he also yearned for a public announcement. He was the owner of Beichin Technology, and she was the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. Surely their partnership could be seen as a formidable alliance as well? However, considering Lin Qinghuan's aversion to trouble, he ultimately decided to abandon the notion of a public declaration, prioritizing her wishes. As Lin Qinghuan continued scrolling through the photos of Mo Nan and Lin Qingya, she unexpectedly stumbled upon news regarding Jiang Group. Oh dear, the company server just crashed, and a murder case has surfaced at the new property. Jiang Group truly seems to be plagued by misfortune. Mo Bebe chuckled. Everyone has their fate. Perhaps Jiang Group's president is simply not blessed enough to sustain the family business. Lin Qinghuan nodded, agreeing with his assessment, as she too found Jiang Xian quite displeasing. After finishing a meeting, Lin's father walked out to find everyone congratulating him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the office, he inquired of his assistant, what transpired just now? The assistant replied, the young lady and Mr. Mo have made their relationship public.
What?
Lin's father exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Repeat that. The assistant, silencing himself, retrieved his phone and presented the image of Mo Nan and Lin Qingya holding hands. Gazing at their photo, Lin's father nearly let slip a torrent of expletives. Just the previous night, he had reluctantly accepted the insufferable Mo Bei, and now, Mo Nan had pulled the stunt, bypassing him entirely. He hadn't even had the chance to verify the truth with Lin Qingya. When the management group erupted in a flurry of congratulations for having secured such a capable and well-connected son-in-law, Lin's father flipped his phone face down on the desk. Pressing his hand against his aching jaw, his emotions tumultuous. Although he had long perceived Mo Nan's affections for Lin Qingya, the swiftness of their union caught him off guard. They had afforded him no time for adjustment, leaving him utterly despondent. Suddenly, both of his daughters had suitors. And they were both from the Mo family. He felt an inexplicable urge to weep. Seeing the redness in his eyes, the assistant quickly offered comfort. Sir, it's a good thing that the young lady has found someone she cares for. Romance and marriage are distinct. She hasn't even graduated from university yet.
There are still years ahead.
Yes, his darling daughter had yet to complete her studies. She wouldn't marry so hastily. Moreover, after dating comes engagement, and only then marriage. There is still ample time ahead. Reflecting on this, Lin's father's earlier sorrow dissipated in an instant. He abruptly stood, straightened his attire, and declared, Come. Let us inspect the sales and project departments to ensure they are not slacking. The assistant said nothing, silently trailing behind him. The inspection was merely a pretext. The true intent was to observe the newly announced couple. Chapter 72. Are they human or dog? Lin's father arrived at Lin Qingya's office door and frowned at the sight of the room cluttered with luxury goods. What is the meaning of this? Where is Qingya? Lin Qingya's assistant, hearing his voice, popped her head up from behind the heap of extravagant gifts. Sir, the young lady and Mr. Mo have gone out to inspect a project. These are all gifts from Mr. Mo. Upon hearing this, Lin's father scoffed. The project inspection was a ruse. The truth lay in their rendezvous. Bestowing such lavish gifts was surely a tactic to woo his daughter. This eldest scion of the Mo family was even more cunning than Mo Bei. He turned to his assistant and instructed, send 2 people to discreetly protect the young lady. If Mo Nan exhibits any inappropriate behavior, intervene immediately. The assistant responded with a bewildered expression. P.S. Bodyguard. Boss, while we agreed to serve you. This death-defying task might be better suited for Deadpool. We have families to support and a living to earn. After finalizing his orders, Lin's father prepared to depart but suddenly recalled something. He turned to Lin Qingya's assistant and said, make sure to tidy up. If it delays the young lady's work, you will find yourself employed at the Mo company. Lin Qingya's assistant protested. What did I do to deserve this? That evening, Mo Bei escorted Lin Qinghuan home and noticed a sign standing at the villa entrance. Lin Zhaosheng, Lin Zhaowei, and their family and dog are forbidden entry. Mo Bei was somewhat familiar with Lin Zhaowei's situation from abroad, but he knew little about Lin Zhaosheng. Huan, should I have someone take care of them? Lin Qinghuan shook her head. No need. They are not worth your trouble. Mo Bei understood her desire to handle it herself and chose not to press the matter further, though he mentally noted it. As they departed, Mo Bei's gaze lingered on the bodyguards in the courtyard for a brief moment. He recalled that there had been no bodyguards during his previous visit, only servants tending to the flowers. Clearly, someone had been causing trouble, otherwise, the presence of bodyguards would be unwarranted. Mo Bei's expression turned cold, and with a press of the accelerator, the car sped away. Lin Qinghuan turned around to glance at the bodyguards. "Good evening, miss," the 4 bodyguards chorused in unison. Lin Qinghuan nodded and strode inside. Upon seeing her parents seated on the sofa engaged in conversation, she inquired, "Dad, Mom, what is the situation with the bodyguards outside? Is it my uncle and second uncle causing trouble again?" Her mother looked up, fuming. "Indeed, it is them. They are like persistent phantoms, showing up countless times a day. The sign clearly states that they and their dog are not allowed entry, yet they insist on barging in, wanting to act like dogs instead of humans. It's utterly intolerable. To avoid excessive entanglement with them, I hired 4 bodyguards to toss them out whenever they appear." Lin Qinghuan gave her mother a thumbs up. "Mom, you're absolutely right. Conversing with such people is like casting pearls before swine. Direct confrontation is the best approach." Her mother mused. "I simply cannot fathom how some individuals can be so shameless." Lin Qinghuan smirked. "What else would it be? It's all about the benefits." Her mother found her reasoning sound and turned to her father. "Be cautious. They won't relent until they achieve their goals. And they will likely come to the company seeking you." Lin's father nodded. "Rest assured, I have already instructed the security at the entrance. They will not gain access to the company." After saying this, he glanced at the time and noticed it was already 6:30. Where was Qingya?
Huh?
Lin Qinghuan paused momentarily.
Dad.
The company usually closes at 5:30. If there's an urgent project requiring overtime, my sister typically returns after 9. Are you in such a hurry because you have something urgent to discuss with her? Her mother shot a sidelong glance at Lin's father. He is worried that Mo Nan will whisk your sister away. Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, she's not a child anymore. She knows her boundaries." Lin's father acknowledged this, but remained concerned. Just as he was about to call Lin Qingya, a commotion erupted at the entrance. "Clear the way. Let us in. We are relatives of the Lin family. Don't push me. You'll ruin my newly purchased dress. Can you afford to compensate me?" Lin Qinghuan lifted her gaze toward the entrance, where a man and 2 women stood, all unfamiliar faces. "Dad, Mom, who are they?" Her mother's gaze fell upon the woman in the middle, and despite the years that had passed, she recognized her instantly. "That woman is your uncle Lin Zhaoxing's wife. The 2 beside her must be her children, your cousins." Lin's father furrowed his brow. "What brings them here? Having driven Lin Zhaoxing and Lin Zhaowei away, they persist in their tenacity." Dong Xia chimed in. "Third brother, third sister-in-law, I am your elder sister. I brought my nephew and niece to visit you." "Third brother, third sister-in-law, it has been over 20 years. How I have missed you." Lin Jun added, "Uncle, aunt, your nephew has brought gifts for you."
Lin Xian exclaimed, "Oncle, aunt."
"Your niece has missed you dearly. May we come in?" Lin's father and mother exchanged glances. Although they had severed ties with Lin Zhaoxing and Lin Zhaowei, their nephew and niece were innocent, and they did not wish to make matters so absolute. They allowed them entry. As soon as Dong Xia entered, she grasped Lin's mother's hand, warmly exclaiming, "Third sister-in-law, after over 20 years, you are still as lovely as ever. And third brother, still so handsome, just like a young man in his 20s. Although Lin's father and mother looked quite youthful for their age, Dong Xia's exaggerated tone struck them as insincere. Lin's mother withdrew her hand, instructing Wang Ma to serve tea. Observing Lin's mother's chilly demeanor towards Dong Xia, Lin Jun quickly placed the gifts in front of Lin's father, smiling broadly. "Uncle, aunt, these are gifts I specially brought back from abroad. I hope you like them." Lin Qinghuan cast a glance, and if her eyes did not deceive her, these bags were likely purchased at an airport within the country. With the airport's name emblazoned upon them, what a deliberate gesture to bring them back from abroad. Lin's father, accustomed to business trips, recognized the situation with just a glance at the bags. He chose not to confront Lin Jun, instead mentally branding him as a habitual liar, dishonest, and untrustworthy. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Please take a seat," he said. Lin Jun had anticipated a warmer reception from Lin's father due to the gift, but was met with a demeanor as frigid as that of Lin's mother. No wonder his second uncle remarked that their third uncle looked down upon them now that he had wealth. It truly seemed to be the case. Chapter 73. Not a single one is to be underestimated. Lin Qinghuan had been surveying the surroundings since her entrance, her face betraying an unmistakable envy, her eyes brimming with jealousy. Uncle, Aunt, your house is truly magnificent. It must have cost a fortune, she exclaimed. Lin's mother shot her a glance and replied coolly, It's all right. Such audacity from the aunt, to downplay a villa of such grandeur and luxury with a mere it's all right. It was evident that uncle must be earning quite a bit. Upon hearing Lin Qinghuan's relentless focus on money, Lin's mother chose to disengage, signaling to Wang Ma. Understanding the hint, Wang Ma offered tea to Lin Qinghuan, hoping she would sip more and speak less. However, Lin Qinghuan, misinterpreting the gesture, did not accept the tea. After surveying Lin's mother, her gaze ultimately fell upon the jade bracelet adorning Lin's wrist. Isn't that an exquisite jade bracelet from a prestigious auction? How could it possibly be on Aunt's wrist? Her astonished tone and shocked expression instantly captured everyone's attention. Lin's mother glanced at the bracelet, which had been a gift from Mo Bei. Having found it pleasing, she wore it without realizing it was an auction item from abroad. It was gifted by a younger relative, she replied, not wishing to delve into Mo Bei's matter. In such circumstances, one would typically offer a few compliments before smoothly transitioning to another topic. However, Lin Qinghuan defied convention by directly questioning Lin's mother. Aunt, that bracelet fetched an astronomical price of 80 million at the auction. Which younger relative would bestow such an extravagant gift upon you? Surely, you're not deceiving us? Lin Qinghuan's skepticism caused Lin's mother's expression to darken. It's merely a bracelet. Do I truly need to deceive you all? Noticing Lin's mother's irritation, Dong Xia quickly intervened. Sister-in-law, Qinghuan can be rather thoughtless. Please don't take offense. She merely feels that such a bracelet is too precious to be a gift from someone so close. Indeed, sister-in-law is fortunate. Even the younger generation is so dutiful. Lin Qinghuan shot a sidelong glance at Dong Xia. This aunt was not to be underestimated. She had maintained a smile since entering and carefully chose her words. She appeared to be an amiable person, yet she offered no admonishment for Lin Qinghuan's rudeness, only support. Clearly, she aimed to use Lin Qinghuan's words to probe their boundaries, a classic case of a smiling tiger. Lin's father, unwilling to engage in their antics, directly inquired of Dong Xia, I wonder what brings you here, elder sister-in-law? Dong Xia opened her mouth to respond when Lin Qinghuan suddenly pointed at Lin Qinghuan's neck and exclaimed, Isn't that the piece de resistance from the auction, Aurora? Why is it around your neck? Hearing her cacophonous exclamation, Lin Qinghuan raised her eyes to glance at her. Why do you have so many questions? Are you the reincarnation of 1,000 whys? Constantly chattering, even the sparrows in the trees are less verbose than you. Dong Xia looked at Lin Qinghuan, smiling, You must be Huan Huan, right? You are truly beautiful, a testament to the nurturing of the third brother and sister-in-law. With such outstanding looks and ethereal grace, no wonder you are cherished as a treasure. If I had a daughter as lovely and obedient as you, I too would hold her in my hands. Alas, my own is more akin to a wild monkey, always chattering and never composed. Having extolled and criticized in equal measure, it would seem inappropriate to continue pressing Lin Qinghuan at this juncture, as it might cast Lin Qinghuan in an unflattering light, just as she intended to let it go.
Lin Qinghuan seated herself beside Lin Qinghuan, pointing at her necklace.
Do you know how much this necklace costs? A staggering 18 billion. 18 billion? Lin's father and mother exchanged glances. Could this also be a gift from Mo Bei? That lad truly was generous, bestowing such an expensive necklace as if it were nothing. However, their daughter indeed deserved the finest. Mo Bei's taste was impeccable. Dong Xia's gaze fell upon Lin Qinghuan. How could a mere child wear such an extravagant necklace? With such wealth, why not share it with them? A dark shadow crossed Lin Jun's eyes. Their third uncle was indeed wealthy, gifting an 18 billion necklace to a foster daughter. If he could become their son, would that not mean the Lin group would eventually belong to him? The thought ignited a flicker of excitement within Lin Jun. Lin's father surveyed the three of them, having quietly observed them since their entrance. Sensing the hidden greed beneath their faces, his gaze turned inscrutable. Elder sister-in-law, we have reminisced enough. If there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to take your leave. It is getting late, and I wouldn't want to worry my elder brother. Upon hearing this, Dong Xia signaled to Lin Qinghuan, who immediately linked her arm with Lin Qinghuan's. Huan Huan, may I sleep with you tonight? Lin Qinghuan shot her a sidelong glance and curtly replied, No. The moment those words left her lips, Lin Qinghuan's smile froze on her face. Huan Huan, we haven't seen each other in so many years. Don't you miss me at all? Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at her words. Do you want to hear what you just said? When you went abroad. I hadn't even been born yet. To me, you are merely a stranger. So spare me the pretense of intimacy.
Lin Jungfrauen af Lin Qinghuanes impolitet retort.
Huan, we are all your family. Is it really necessary to speak so harshly? Lin Qinghuan replied, if you hadn't been so greedy, you wouldn't find my words harsh. Having entered but not wishing to leave, had they grown accustomed to behaving like thieves, coveting what they desired? Lin Jun sprang to his feet, eager to argue with Lin Qinghuan, but was halted by Dong Xia. Xiao Jun, as an older brother, how can you argue with your sister? We are family. And Huan will be your little sister from now on. You must protect her, and not let her be bullied. After saying this, she turned her gaze to Lin's father. Third brother, I have a request, albeit unreasonable, that I hope you can accommodate. Lin's father replied, if it is an unreasonable request, perhaps it is best left unspoken. Dong Xia. Lin Qinghuan couldn't contain her laughter. Chapter 74. This family certainly has its fair share of cunning minds. Dong Xia had not anticipated that Lin's father, usually amenable, would outright reject her, nearly causing her smile to falter. Third brother, my husband and I have been away for many years, and we deeply long for our homeland and our kin. Thus, this time we intend to settle down. However, we have just returned, and have yet to find a place to stay. I wonder if you could assist us in arranging something? Before Lin's father could respond, Lin Xianer interjected with her own demands. Uncle, we don't require a large house. Something similar to yours would suffice. By the way, Uncle, we haven't done any chores while abroad, so we'll need a sufficient number of servants. Uncle, my brother and I will need to find new jobs upon our return. Could you arrange for us to join the Lin group? My request isn't high. I'd be satisfied with a departmental manager position, while my brother, being a top scholar, should at least start as a vice president. Lin Qinghuan narrowed her eyes. Was Lin Xianer truly naive, or merely playing the fool? The demands she made were increasingly presumptuous, requesting a villa complete with servants and seeking positions in the company. With Lin Jun aspiring to begin as a vice president, did they expect to take over the Lin group next? She cast a casual glance at Dong Xia, this time refraining from intervening, offering no words of support or mediation, suggesting that her thoughts mirrored the same. If Father Lin did not refuse, they would proceed accordingly. If he did, she could easily dismiss it as childish banter. This family certainly possessed a multitude of cunning. Father Lin glanced at Lin Xianer before ultimately focusing his gaze on Dong Xia. Is this your wish as well? With a gentle smile, Dong Xia replied, Third brother, the children are not yet wise. They think of us as one family and sometimes speak without restraint. Please do not take offense. As for the place to stay, I have no demands, only that it be safe and quiet. Safe and quiet? She certainly had a way with words. Why not simply state that they wished to reside in a villa? Lin Qinghuan regarded her with a cold stare, curious to see what shameless words she would utter next. Third brother, your nephew and niece have returned from abroad and need to find new employment. The Lin group is vast. Could you possibly arrange 2 positions for them? Xianer has been working at a prestigious auction house abroad. A simple sales position would suffice. As for Xiao Jun, he graduated from a renowned institution and has management experience in a large corporation. I wonder if you might have a suitable position for him. Mother Lin had always been aware of Dong Xia's intelligence and cunning. Had she not chosen to marry Lin Chaoxing, a man outwardly astute yet inwardly foolish, she might have indeed achieved great success. Lin Xianer's previous remarks had sparked anger. Yet Dong Xia's words bore a certain understanding that could easily quell past grievances, even persuading them to acquiesce to her requests. Noticing that neither Father Lin nor Mother Lin had voiced an opinion, Lin Xianer pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, Mother, you are being too biased. Why should I be an ordinary employee while my brother occupies an executive position? I refuse to accept this. Dong Xia, hearing her words, smiled reassuringly. Xianer, your brother possesses education and capability that can assist your third uncle in his career. Your personality is rather brash and requires refinement. Lin Qinghuan could not help but stifle a laugh as she observed their theatrical exchange. Aunt, you certainly possess the gift of gab. Although you are the one seeking our assistance for housing and employment, your words make it seem as if you are here to aid us. I must say, I am rather impressed. If my cousin were as capable as you claim, he would easily find work anywhere without needing to settle for our company. As for my cousin, let us not even go there. You know how brash she is. Placing her in our company would only invite trouble. After critiquing Lin Jun and Lin Xianer, Lin Qinghuan resumed her commentary on Dong Xia. Aunt, your actions are truly inappropriate. It is your responsibility to educate your own children. What business do you have involving my father? Our company is not a daycare. Regarding the accommodation, I have already found a place for you. You can move in with just your bags. The address is number 8, Qinghuan Road. Upon hearing this, both Mother Lin and Father Lin could barely contain their laughter. With Lin Qinghuan present, all manner of deceit was bound to be exposed. A flicker of darkness passed through Lin Qianhuan's eyes before she turned to Lin Qinghuan with feigned surprise. Number 8 Qinghuan Road? Isn't that where my second uncle lives? Huan, are you trying to drive us away? Lin Qinghuan shook her head. I am considering your welfare. With your uncle residing there, it would be a perfect opportunity for family reunion. Dong Xia appeared troubled. Huan, your second uncle's home is not spacious enough, with so many of us. It might not accommodate everyone. Lin Qinghuan sipped her tea nonchalantly and replied, Cousin has studied management. Such a minor detail should not pose a challenge for him. If necessary, he can sleep on the floor or hang from the walls.
Lin Yunfraunel, casting an irritable glance at Lin Qinghuan.
Although uncle treats you as his own daughter, you must not overstep your bounds or disregard your elders. While we are family and can overlook your behavior here, should you act in such a manner outside, it would not only embarrass uncle and aunt but also bring trouble to the Lin group. As the daughter of the Lin family, one must exercise caution and propriety, avoiding reckless actions that might burden uncle and aunt. Lin Qinghuan shot him a glance that led Lin Jun to believe he resembled a mere clown. His words, delivered with such righteous fervor, suggested that he was a person of great integrity. If that were the case, then I kindly ask you to escort aunt and cousin away, so as not to burden us further. Seeing he made no move, Lin Qinghuan let out a cold laugh. You speak so authoritatively about others, yet cannot apply the same standards to yourself? Are you a double-standard hypocrite? Huan, your cousin is only looking out for you, Dong Xia began, but Father Lin interjected. Enough. Let this matter rest here. I understand your intentions, but I shall not acquiesce to your demands. I advise you to abandon any hopes. Moreover, my daughter Lin Qiaoji is not one to be dictated to by others. Whether she is headstrong or willful, that is a result of our nurturing, and we take pleasure in it. Seeing Father Lin's anger, Dong Xia hurriedly sought to defend Lin Jun's third brother. I acknowledge that what Xiao Jun said was inappropriate, but we are still family. Mother Lin added, Sister-in-law, it is getting late. We shall not keep you any longer. At her words, Wang Ma immediately came over to usher them out. Dong Xia cast a furtive glance at Father Lin, noting his indifferent expression, and understood she could not afford to rush. We apologize for the intrusion today. We shall visit again in a few days. With that, she led Lin Xian'er and Lin Jun out. Once outside, Lin Xian'er shed her previous spoiled and foolish demeanor, her countenance darkening. Chapter 75. Not only are there ordinary men, but there are also ordinary women. Lin Jun exclaimed in frustration, Mother, why did you stop me from continuing? Had it not been for Dong Xia's warning glance, I would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Lin Qinghuan. How dare that adopted daughter be so arrogant? Does she truly think I would not dare to confront her? Lin Xian'er shot him a disdainful look. Brother, have you forgotten how father and second uncle fared? Although Lin Qinghuan is an adopted daughter, they dote on her like a precious gem. When Lin Qinghuan challenged us earlier, uncle and aunt showed no signs of reproach towards her. It was clear they sided with her. Dong Xia nodded. Xiao Jun, your sister is correct. If we continue to argue, we may find ourselves unable to enter their home in the future. A small concession now may prevent greater turmoil later. You must learn to navigate the complexities of social dynamics. At this point, Dong Xia could not help but blame Lin Qiaosheng and Lin Qiaowei. It is all your father's and your second uncle's fault for acting rashly. They should have waited for us before taking action. Now, they have jeopardized our relationships, which were once amicable. Lin Xian'er also perceived the change. The looks from Father Lin and Mother Lin were filled with coldness and wariness. Their father's reckless actions had alarmed them, making reconciliation a daunting task. This was precisely what Dong Xia feared. You cannot rely on your father and second uncle. It is now up to you and your brother. To gain entry into the Lin group, you must ardently cultivate goodwill and earn their trust.
Lin Qian nodded slightly.
Mother, that adopted daughter of third uncle seems formidable. Her logic is crystal clear, her arguments incisive, and her gaze carries an undercurrent of hostility. She will not be easy to deal with. Dong Xia noticed as well. Were it not for Lin Qinghuan, they might have had the opportunity to stay or even infiltrate the company. It was all thanks to Lin Qinghuan, the troublemaker, that their plans had been thwarted. Your second uncle mentioned that your third uncle's home has the most troublesome individual. Not only is she cunning, But she is also quite aggressive, often resorting to violence over trivial disagreements. Your cousin Yao Yao has been a victim of her wrath. Focus your efforts on winning over your third uncle and third aunt. Once they accept you, that adopted daughter will not pose a significant threat.
Lin Yu nodded.
Walking alongside Dong Xia as he inquired, Mom, I didn't see Lin Qinghuan today, and I'm curious about what kind of person she is. Dong Xia replied, You will have the opportunity to meet her in the future. If you can cultivate a good relationship with her, it would be all the more advantageous, as she is the biological daughter of your third uncle and aunt. Ultimately, the company will surely be passed down to her. Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt discontent. How could a woman effectively manage a company? I believe my uncle has lost his senses. Among our generation of the Lin family, I am the only male. Logically, the company should rightfully be entrusted to me. Lin Xian'er cast him a casual glance, then turned away, without uttering a word. Had Lin Jun stood before her at that moment, he would have undoubtedly perceived the disdain brimming in her eyes. As they reached the roadside, Lin Xian'er raised her hand to hail a taxi. The door swung open, and Lin Jun and Dong Xia promptly entered. Lin Xian'er narrowed her eyes slightly, closed the door, and took her seat in the front passenger side. Eager to familiarize herself with the domestic situation as swiftly as possible, she opened her phone to check the news, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the official announcement photo of Lin Qinghuan and Mo Nan. Mo Nan, the head of the prestigious Mo family. It appeared that this Lin Qinghuan possessed considerable prowess. Although she had spent years abroad, she had certainly heard of the illustrious Mo family, as they operated subsidiaries overseas and commanded an extensive commercial network. If she could capture Mo Nan's attention, then boundless wealth would undoubtedly be hers. A sly smile crept across Lin Xian'er's lips. This time, she was determined to succeed. Men were merely stepping stones on her path to success, and even the leader of a top-tier family was no exception. P.S. Why do some people, so ordinary, exude such confidence, while the group harbored their own thoughts? On the other side, Lin Mu held Lin Qinghuan's hand, her gaze resting on her neck. Huan, is that necklace truly worth 18 billion? Lin Qinghuan nodded. Mom, Dad, do I look like a tycoon with 6 villas adorning my neck? Upon hearing this, Lin Fu and Lin Mu exchanged amused glances. Silly girl, with such a valuable necklace. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Remember to bring 2 bodyguards next time you go out. Lin Qinghuan playfully replied, Mom, are you calling for bodyguards to protect me? Or to safeguard the necklace? Lin Mu reached up to pat her on the head. Of course, it's to protect you. I worry you might attract unwanted attention. And besides, Dong Xia and the others aren't to be underestimated. Having someone around puts your father and me at ease. At this, Lin Qinghuan nodded gently. Having bodyguards nearby was indeed beneficial. She wouldn't need to lift a finger to deal with any trouble. Lin Fu glanced at the time. It was already 7:30 in the evening, and Lin Qinghuan had yet to return. Noticing his anxiety, Lin Mu and Lin Qinghuan exchanged glances, ultimately leading Lin Mu to make the call. When Lin Qinghuan answered, she hadn't even finished watching the movie before Mo Nan took her back. Upon seeing the sign standing at the entrance of the villa, Lin Qinghuan froze for a moment, deducing that they must have returned to cause trouble again, and hurried inside. Mo Nan stared at the sign for 2 seconds, a chill flashing in his eyes. How dare these people create obstacles for his future wife and her family? Had they grown tired of living? He discreetly signaled to Assistant Lon, who nodded and immediately instructed someone to investigate. Once inside, Lin Qinghuan quickly searched for the figures of her parents and, seeing them seated on the sofa conversing with Lin Qinghuan, she breathed a sigh of relief.
Dad, Mom.
What is the situation with the sign outside? Upon her return, Lin Fu instinctively glanced toward the door, and in the next moment, Mo Nan strode in with a group of bodyguards. Uncle, Auntie, this is a gift for you. I hope you like it. As he spoke, the bodyguards placed the gifts in front of Lin Fu and Lin Mu, gazing at the mountain of gifts, along with the impeccably poised Mo Nan. Lin Fu's expression turned complex. Lin Mu, aware that her husband was stern yet soft-hearted, promptly invited them to sit down. Qingya, you and Mr. Nan take a seat. Mo Nan settled beside Lin Qingya, smiling gently as he said, Auntie, I am now Qingya's boyfriend. Please just call me Xiao Nan. Witnessing his humility and lack of pretense as a CEO, Lin Fu, who had initially harbored reservations about him taking Lin Qingya away, felt his anger dissipate, though he still had words to impart. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. I want to obstruct your relationship, but you must be mindful of boundaries. Lin Qinghuan interjected, Dad, don't worry. My sister is aware and won't let you hold a grandchild too soon. Lin Qinghuan's eyes widened in surprise at her words. Huan. Umo Nan caught a glimpse of Lin Fu's suddenly darkened expression and felt a headache coming on. His sister-in-law certainly had no filter.
Lin Fu inhaled deeply,
Truly feeling exasperated by Lin Qinghuan. Meeting his disappointed gaze, she merely smiled and made a gesture to silence herself. Fearing her continued mischief, Lin Fu called Lin Qinghuan and Mo Nan to the study. Watching their departing figures, Lin Qinghuan pouted. I'm already an adult. Is there anything I cannot hear? Chapter 76. Mo Yi is in danger. Lin Qinghuan returned to her room and messaged Mo Bei. Dad has called your brother and my sister to the study. Upon hearing the study, Mo Bei's first reaction was one of impending scolding. Haha, I never expected that big brother would also face a day of reprimand. If only I could capture it on video for posterity. Lin Qinghuan smirked, wishing she could film it too, but if she were caught, she would be the next one in trouble, a fate she wished to avoid. Hearing Mo Bei's delight, Lin Qinghuan's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased. I recorded what you just said. I'll play it for your brother when he comes out.
Montak Bai responded, what?
You wouldn't he? He certainly didn't want to invite trouble upon himself. Princess Huan, I don't want to face the wrath of a 23-year-old, so please spare me. Lin Qinghuan's eyes crinkled with laughter, yet her words were relentless. What if I choose not to spare you? Hearing this, Mo Bei feigned a pitiful expression. Don't be deceived by how gentle and considerate big brother is towards your sister. He has both bloodline and physical authority over me. You have no idea how ruthless he can be. Once, when I was caught skipping school, I was bedridden for 3 days after he got hold of me. My second brother had it worse. In high school, he dated the class beauties from 3 different classes simultaneously, which led to their grades plummeting. The school called home. And big brother went over. He pointed at my second brother and said, let me show you a magic trick. My second brother thought he had escaped, only to realize it was the height disappearance trick. A tall guy of 1.8 meters almost had his legs broken, turning him into a mere 1.5 meters. Lin Qinghuan rolled with laughter at his recounting of the past. The height disappearance trick? That's hilarious. But your second brother is truly impressive. Juggling 3 class beauties at once, he is a master of time management. Considering you provided such amusement, I shall refrain from exposing you. Upon hearing this, Mo Bei's anxious heart finally found relief. Thank you, Princess Huan. Lin Qinghuan inquired. Bei, why do both you and your brother have directional names, while your second brother's name is Yi? Is it because he is too mischievous? Mo Bei clarified, no. My second brother was originally named Mo Shi. He didn't think anything was amiss until someone called his name twice in succession. Lin Qinghuan, upon hearing this, repeated the name several times. Mo Shi. Oh my. Is that a foreign language? Finally understanding why Mo Yi had changed his name, she mused that she would likely do the same if she were in his shoes. The enmity of Mo Shi cannot be overlooked. Just then Lin Qinghuan recalled something. The book had mentioned that Mo Yi had been in a car accident, narrowly escaping death. Although it was not yet the time indicated in the book, many events had advanced due to her presence. With that thought, Lin Qinghuan quickly messaged Mo Bei. Bei, I just had a premonition that your second brother will encounter danger soon. Make sure he avoids racing with anyone. Upon hearing those words, Mo Bei felt a surge of panic within. He had never divulged to Lin Qinghuan that his second brother had a penchant for racing. How could she possibly know? Moreover, she mentioned that there would be imminent peril in the racing scene. Was this truth or mere conjecture? Mo Bei inquired. Huan, could you elaborate on the situation for me? Lin Qinghuan replied, I foresee that someone will tamper with your second brother's vehicle. Not only will the brakes fail, but there will also be a leaking lighter within the engine compartment. Once the car hits the road, he will be in grave danger. Either of these issues could prove fatal. Mo Bei's expression instantly turned grave. Huan, can you discern who intends to harm my second brother? I can only ascertain that it is a close friend of his, who has been inspecting your brother's car. At this revelation, Mo Bei's pupils dilated. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be Xian? He promptly dialed Mo Ye's number, the phone ringing incessantly without an answer. Sweat beaded on Mo Bei's forehead as he paced anxiously within the room, his heart in turmoil. Second brother, please answer the phone. He continued dialing in vain, growing increasingly frantic. Mo Yi typically kept his phone within arm's reach, save for racing and bathing. The realization of this possibility heightened Mo Bei's urgency. After several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to call Xian. If Xian truly intended to harm his brother, he would undoubtedly be present at the scene. The phone rang on. Yet no one picked up. Just as Mo Bei began to lose hope, the call was finally answered. Hello, Xiao Bei. Why are you calling me? Cheng Xian's voice came through. Feigning urgency, Mo Bei said, Cheng Xian, I need to speak with my second brother regarding something crucial. Could you ask him to take the call? Xiao Bei, your brother is preparing for the race. It's not a convenient time for him to talk.
Panic surge within Montag Bai.
No, he cannot participate in this race. Cheng Xian, just 1 minute. Please help me. My brother has frozen my account, and I currently lack funds for a date with my girlfriend. This trivial matter doesn't require your brother's attention. How much do you need? I can transfer it to you right now. Seeing Cheng Xian's resolute refusal to allow him to speak with Mo Yi, Mo Bei exclaimed, 20 billion. Just 20 billion. 20 billion? Cheng Xian's brow furrowed. Why would you need so much for a date? Cheng Xian. My girlfriend has set her sights on a necklace with an auction price of 18 billion, but the seller refuses to part with it at that price. So I've added an extra 2 billion. Mo Bei's words were a calculated ploy. Although Cheng Xian was a good friend of Mo Ye's, he belonged to a wealthy generation, while his own lineage traced back to ordinary wage earners. Mo Yi, recognizing Cheng Xian's honesty, had invested in him to establish an automobile repair company. Given the scale of that business, Mo Bei was certain that Cheng Xian lacked such liquidity at present. Cheng Xian, if you have it, please transfer it to me now. And my brother will repay you later. Xiao Bei, I can't produce such a sum right now. Perhaps we can discuss this after your brother finishes the race. Fearing that Cheng Xian might hang up, Mo Bei pressed on. Cheng Xian, time is of the essence. If I don't secure the necklace soon, my girlfriend will break up with me. Please, I beg you. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xian resolved that this matter would not affect much, and agreed to assist. He approached Mo Yi and said, Yi, Xiao Bei needs 20 billion to buy a necklace for his girlfriend. He requested you to transfer it to him. Mo Ye's eyes lit up at this news. Xiao Bei is in a relationship? Very well, I shall fetch my phone to assist him. As Mo Yi moved towards his phone, Cheng Xian quickly followed. Upon unlocking his phone, Mo Yi received 2 messages from Mo Bei. Chapter 77. A life-threatening brotherhood, second brother. Someone intends to harm you. Find a secluded place and call me back urgently, or it may be too late. A chill ran down Mo Ye's spine. Mo Bei never joked about such matters. Who could be plotting against him? How did Mo Bei find out? An inexplicable sense of dread enveloped Mo Yi. He glanced around, noting that aside from Cheng Xian, there was no one else present. Something felt amiss. Cheng Xian's gaze seemed slightly off, though upon closer inspection, everything appeared normal. Meeting Mo Yi's eyes, Cheng Xian smiled. Is everything not ready yet? The race is about to begin. Mo Yi replied, I need to call Xiao Bei to confirm. I cannot allow him to be deceived. Watching Mo Yi stride away with his phone, Cheng Xian's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Upon receiving the call from Mo Yi, Mo Bei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Second brother? Xiao Bei, what do you mean someone is trying to harm me? Since receiving the message from Mo Bei, Mo Yi had been restless. Second brother, you must not participate in the race today. Cheng Xian has tampered with your brakes and placed a leaking lighter in your engine compartment. The moment you hit the road, your life will be at risk. Hearing this, a chill coursed through Mo Yi. Cheng Xian had sabotaged his brakes and hidden a leaking lighter in the engine. How far did he intend to go to see him dead? They were supposed to be good friends. Why would he do this? Mo Yi's grip on the phone tightened, his expression darkening. Xiao Bei, how do you know all this? Second brother, I will explain everything when you return, but for now, the priority is to come back immediately to avoid any unforeseen incidents. If Cheng Xian intends to harm you, he will undoubtedly have other schemes if this one fails. You must keep your distance from him. At that moment, Cheng Xian's voice rang out from the entrance. Yi, the race is about to start. If you don't hurry, it will be too late. Hearing this,
Montag Bai became frantic.
Second brother, don't go. Mo Ye's face turned serious. Xiao Bei, I must get to the bottom of this. Do not contact him for now. I will handle this and return. Rest assured, I will not take my safety lightly. With that, Mo Yi hung up the phone. He approached Cheng Xian, his expression tense. Cheng Xian, I believe Xiao Bei is in danger. I need to leave immediately. Seeing Mo Yi hastening towards the door, Cheng Xian quickly grasped his arm.
Yeah.
Isn't this race something you've longed for? If you miss it, there may never be another opportunity. Nothing is more important than my brother's safety. Mo Yi shrugged off Cheng Xian's grip and dashed for the exit. Cheng Xian's brow furrowed. If Mo Yi slipped away now after all their preparations, he would have to seek another chance. Determined, Xian hastened his pace and blocked Mo Yi before he could reach another vehicle. Yi, this car is slightly slower. You should take that one instead. Mo Yi glanced at the car Xian pointed out, his expression darkening. Xian, are you not aware that modified cars are illegal on the road? Feigning concern, Xian replied, isn't it for Xiao Bei's sake? What other vehicle can match the speed of this one? You should take this one. If Mo Yi had merely harbored suspicion earlier, he was now entirely convinced of the veracity of Mo Bei's claims. Otherwise, why would Xian go to such lengths to ensure he drove that particular car? With his brow lowered, Mo Yi's gaze turned frigid. Ignoring Xian, he turned and entered another vehicle. Through the rear-view mirror, Mo Yi caught sight of Xian's ashen face and darkened eyes, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Fearing that Xian might destroy evidence, Mo Yi drove to a secluded location and called for someone to escort Xian away. Once Xian had departed, Mo Yi returned to the racing venue. He opened the car's hood and meticulously examined every corner, ultimately discovering a leaking lighter and signs of tampering on the brake line. Indeed, it is quite commendable. Truly a good brother of his. Subsequently, he inspected the dashcam, discovering that all prior recordings had been erased, including the footage of Xian framing him. To conceal his actions, Xian would undoubtedly return the vehicle to the racing club himself and address the issues with the brakes and lighter. Mo Yi had not placed anything in the car, save for a hidden camera. After ensuring everything was in order, Mo Yi drove away from the scene and called Mo Bei. Mo Bei, anxious about Mo Yi's well-being, felt a wave of relief upon receiving the call confirming his safety. Second brother, I'm glad you're okay. I've been waiting for you at home. Just as the call ended, Mo Nan returned. He placed his coat on the nearby sofa and inquired of Mo Bei, who were you speaking to just now? Mo Bei replied, it was second brother. Someone is trying to harm him. At this, Mo Nan's hand holding the teacup paused, his demeanor abruptly turning icy. Who is it?
Montag bei responded, Lin Qinghuan.
How could it be him? Mo Nan's brow furrowed, his deep-set eyes maintaining a calmness reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. Xian was a close friend of Mo Yi, having previously visited the Mo household. After graduation, Mo Yi, recognizing his passion for car repairs, even invested in his automotive repair company, only to discover that he had repaid kindness with malice.
Montag bei remarked.
I never anticipated that Xian would resort to such treachery. Mo Nan set down his teacup, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. What is your second brother's condition now? Mo Bei waved his hand dismissively. Yes, fine. On his way back. Mo Nan nodded, then fixed his gaze on Mo Bei. How do you know this? Mo Bei relayed Lin Qinghuan's words to him, asserting that Mo Yi had confirmed the information. Mo Nan found it hard to believe that the unreliable younger sister-in-law had such insight. It was utterly astounding.
Observing Montag Nan's astonishment, Montag Bei smiled gently, brother.
Are you surprised? I felt as though I was dreaming when I first heard her words, but her tone was urgent and remarkably assured. So I called second brother to verify, and it turned out to be true. I once thought that metaphysics was merely a charlatan's game, and that science was the only reliable path. Now I realize that perhaps the limits of science lead to metaphysics. Mo Nan, encountering such a situation for the first time, could not provide an answer. An hour later, Mo Yi returned to the Mo residence, finding Mo Nan and Mo Bei seated on the living room sofa, awaiting his arrival. Leaning back casually, he grinned and said, Elder brother, third brother, was it truly necessary to make such a fuss? With his nonchalant demeanor, Mo Nan coldly inquired, what transpired today? Speak plainly. Sensing Mo Nan's seriousness, Mo Yi straightened up, adopting a grave expression as he recounted the events of the day. After more than 10 minutes, Mo Yi concluded, that is the crux of the matter. As for why he would do such a thing, I am at a loss.
Montag Bei questioned, second brother.
Have you had any recent conflicts or disputes with him? Mo Yi shook his head. No, you know my temperament. I would never easily provoke someone, especially not a good friend. Mo Bei was filled with questions, wondering what could have prompted such behavior. Mo Nan advised, if it is something you cannot comprehend, do not dwell on it. I will investigate this matter. If he intends to harm you, I will ensure he faces consequences. Upon hearing this, Mo Yi nestled closer to Mo Nan, wrapping his arm around him in a playful manner. Thank you, elder brother. You are the best to me. Mo Nan turned to him and retorted, get away from me. Chapter 78. Mo Bei's peculiar second brother. Once Mo Nan retreated to the study, Mo Yi seemed to have liberated himself. With his hands clasped behind his head, reclining against the sofa, and his long legs draped over the coffee table, He appeared utterly relaxed, as if on a seaside holiday. Given his current state, Mo Bei found it hard to fathom that he had just narrowly escaped a life-threatening situation. Second brother, do not worry that Qinghuan might employ the same tactics again, or find alternative means to harm you. Mo Yi shook his head. I am not concerned. With elder brother's capabilities and the hidden camera I installed, we will undoubtedly catch him in the act. Second brother, you treat him so well, considering him a true brother, yet he seeks to harm you. Do you not feel hurt or disappointed? Mo Yi turned to meet Mo Bei's curious gaze and smiled. To say I am not disappointed or saddened would be false, yet the event has transpired. Questioning its significance serves no purpose. Moreover, the greatest loss does not fall upon me. I may have been blind, but he has lost a benefactor and friend, turning into an adversary. The wealth and splendid life he once hoped for are now entirely out of reach. I will encounter like-minded friends again, but his future is uncertain.
Montag nodded,
recognizing the wisdom in his words. Second brother, I did not expect that 2 months apart would enhance your self-reflective abilities. You no longer require comfort from others. Managing to soothe yourself. Truly a remarkable talent.
Herring Montag's teasing, Montag grinned.
With my talents, even if you were to go bankrupt, I could become a psychologist and support you. Mo Bei raised his hand in refusal. No need for that. I aspire to expand and strengthen my company, earning ample wealth to shower Lin Qinghuan with gifts. I refuse to rely on you. Mo Yi, seeing his firm rejection, smiled lightly. Do not be too quick to dismiss it. You may find it useful in the future. Mo Bei smirked. Such fortune is better reserved for my future sister-in-law. I prefer to be self-sufficient. Noticing Mo Bei's genuine disinterest in being supported by him, Mo Yi did not press the matter further. However, he had a question that required Mo Bei's insight. Xiao Bei, how did you know Qinghuan intended to harm me? Did you install surveillance on him? Mo Bei shook his head. It was my girlfriend who predicted it. What? You truly have a girlfriend now? Male or female? Faced with Mo Yi's incredulous yet excited gaze,
Montag felt exasperated.
I mentioned girlfriend. Why would you ask if she is male or female? Second brother, that is excessive. Mo Yi chuckled. During our school days, so many beautiful girls pursued you, yet you turned them all down. I assumed you preferred men.
Montag retorted, second brother.
Do you not wish to speak in comprehensible terms?
Mo Yi's smile widened.
You seem to have grasped it, Xiao Bei. Who is your girlfriend? Do I know her? What is her name? Mo Bei found it puzzling. Should they not discuss how she came to her conclusions? Instead, Mo Yi's questions were entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. She is the second daughter of the Lin family, named Lin Qinghuan. The Lin family? I have not heard of them. Are they renowned for fortune-telling? Noticing the murderous glint in Mo Bei's eyes, Mo Yi quickly changed the subject.
Xiao Bei.
Your girlfriend is so remarkable. Could you ask her to predict when my romantic destiny will arrive? Mo Bei rejected without hesitation. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Mo Yi leaned forward, sitting upright and looking intently at him. I am your dear second brother.
Montag replied, I researched online. Fortune-telling can attract karmic repercussions.
It is best not to trouble her for such trivial matters. Trivial matters? You dare to call my marriage a trivial matter? Mo Yi pointed at him, exclaiming, do you not wish for another sister-in-law? Another? Mo Bei scoffed. From the time you entered kindergarten until now, I must have had hundreds of potential sister-in-laws. There is no need for more. Mo Yi paused for 2 seconds before earnestly stating, Xiao Bei, I am doing this for your benefit. Elder brother is wholly devoted to his career, and you are still quite young. I am in the prime of my life for romance and family. Mo Bei could not help but laugh at his grandiose claims. Second brother, have you been in seclusion for training? Elder brother publicly announced his relationship today. And you are still unaware? What? Elder brother has a partner now? Mo Yi's face was a canvas of shock. With such a significant incident occurring at home, why had no one thought to inform him? Which young lady are we speaking of? What is her name? Mo Bei replied, the eldest daughter of the Lin group. Lin Qinghuan, another from the Lin group? Mo Yi was taken aback. Xiao Bei, how many daughters does the Lin family have?
2.
So, you both have taken them all for yourselves, leaving none for me?
Under Montag's resentful gaze, Montag appeared helpless.
Second brother, even if there are other daughters in the Lin family, I wouldn't dare introduce you to them. If you were to be unfaithful or have an affair, both I and elder brother would be implicated. To avoid familial disgrace, it would be best if you sought a partner at a distance from us. Upon hearing this, Mo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This seems rather unjust. We are brothers after all. Why should I be the only one left out? Mo Bei shot him a disdainful glance. You're aware of your own reputation, aren't you? With that, he turned and ascended the stairs, leaving Mo Yi to sulk on the sofa in frustration. Time swiftly passed to the following morning, when Mo Nan placed the gathered information before Mo Yi. Here is what I discovered. Cheng Xian's aggression towards you stems from a woman. Mo Bei glanced at Mo Yi and quipped, "Second brother, could it be a romantic entanglement?" Mo Yi shot him a sidelong glance, perusing the documents as he retorted, "Impossible. I am not the type to covet my brother's girlfriend. Besides, how could I be unaware if Cheng Xian had someone he favored?" Mo Bei replied, "When we date, weren't you also in the dark?"
Mo Yepo said,
realizing the awkwardness of the situation. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a familiar name. "Elder brother, the woman you mentioned wouldn't T happen to be Luomi, would she?"
Montak Nan nodded.
Indeed. Mo Bei leaned in for a closer look. This woman is quite attractive, but her eyes exude a sense of restlessness. "Second brother, what is your relationship with her?" Mo Yi responded, "What relationship could I possibly have? It was merely one of convenience and employment. Women have often thrown themselves at me, and to fend off their advances, I employed her as a shield. However, she developed inappropriate feelings, attempting to seduce me and even drug me. Hence, I dismissed her." Mo Nan inquired, "When did this occur?" Mo Yi pondered for a moment before answering, "About a month ago, at the beginning of last month." "Did you know she miscarried a few days ago?" The child was a little over a month along. At this revelation, Mo Yi felt the blood drain from his face. Chapter 79. The Strategist Older Brother. "You don't suspect that child is mine, do you?" Mo Yi looked at Mo Nan in panic, raising his hands in defense. "I swear, I never touched her." Mo Bei's gaze fell on Mo Ye's hands, offering a gentle reminder, "Second brother, swearing only requires 3 fingers. You're surrendering." Mo Yi took a deep breath, slowly turning his head to glare at Mo Bei, grinding his teeth as he said, "Is that the focus here? I absolutely did not touch her."
Montak Bai raised an eyebrow.
"I know she's not your type, but where did this child come from?" Suddenly, a thought struck Mo Bei. Could it be that during her charade as your girlfriend, she slept with another man and ended up pregnant? This child couldn't he possibly be Cheng Xian's, could it? Upon hearing this, Mo Yi hesitated. "That seems improbable, doesn't it?"
Montak Bai replied,
"It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility." Having observed their analysis, Mo Nan retrieved a stack of photographs from his pocket and placed them on the table.
"Take a look at this."
Mo Bei instinctively reached out, but upon seeing the content of the photos, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, she must have lost her mind. Does she even know who the father is? Mo Yi took the photos from Mo Bei, discovering that each image featured a different man. It was no wonder Mo Bei had made such a remark. As his gaze fell upon the timestamp in the lower right corner, fury consumed his face. This coincided with the date Luo Mi had drugged him. It seemed she intended for him to unwittingly assume fatherhood. Fortunately, her scheme had failed, otherwise, he would have been unjustly burdened. As he flipped through the images, his hand suddenly trembled upon reaching the last one, shock and disbelief flooding his features. Cheng Xian had indeed been involved with her. What? Did I just overlook something? Mo Bei leaned in, catching sight of the photo. His lips involuntarily twitched. The image was from 3 days prior, meaning this woman had been in bed with Cheng Xian the night before her miscarriage?
Montak Yi and Montak Bai exchanged a glance,
both falling into silence. Mo Nan, observing their expressions, produced his phone and played a video for them. In it, Luo Mi leaned against Cheng Xian weeping, claiming she had been coerced by Mo Yi. She presented Mo Ye's transfer records to Cheng Xian as proof of her honesty. Mo Yi had never encountered someone so shameless, and he erupted in a flurry of curses. What utter nonsense. The money I gave her was for employment, not a hush payment. With her kind, even if she offered me 100 billion, I'd refuse. Seeing him in such a state of rage, Mo Nan tapped the table. Keep watching. There's more to come. Mo Bei urged him to sit down. Second brother, don't rush. Let's see it through before you unleash your wrath. Mo Yi turned to Mo Bei, suspicious of his apparent delight in the situation. Nonetheless, he stifled his emotions to continue watching. Next, they heard Luo Mi's dramatic lament. Cheng Xian, you are the only one I love, yet I'm carrying Mo Yi's child. I am unworthy of you. Boo-hoo. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, tugging at Cheng Xian's heartstrings, who seemed ready to exact vengeance on Mo Yi. Oh, no, I mean to alleviate his anger. Mimi, this is not your fault. You need not bear such guilt. I will ensure he pays dearly. Luo Mi continued, Cheng Xian, I'm so sorry. Tomorrow, I will terminate this pregnancy, and be with you. Following this, Qinghuan kissed her, and the video abruptly ended. Mo Yi exclaimed, "Elder brother, that's it? Did you not subscribe for the full version?" He had hoped to capture this spectacle and host a gathering to expose their disgrace, but it had ended so abruptly. Mo Nan wiped his mouth with a napkin, casting a cold glance at him, as if you'd want to dirty your eyes further.
Montag bei Remarkt, elder brother.
All of this is Luo Mi's doing. She intends to use Qinghuan to target second brother. But why would she go to such lengths? Mo Ye's eyes narrowed, his expression grave. Is it possible that she attempted to seduce me but failed, and thus deliberately sought to shift blame onto me for revenge? Mo Bei felt that there was indeed a possibility, yet something about it still felt amiss. Mo Yi, how could I have regarded him as a good friend? He would rather believe that wretched woman's words than ask me a single question, even going so far as to condemn me without trial. If it weren't for Xiao Bei, I would be finished by now. I must make them pay dearly. Mo Nan's gaze fell upon the two of them as he spoke. The video clearly indicates that Qinghuan merely intended to teach you a lesson. What truly incited his murderous intent was an entirely different matter. Upon hearing this, a flash of inspiration struck Mo Bei. Brother, are you referring to the miscarriage?
Montag Nan nodded.
Indeed, after Luo Mi's miscarriage, she bribed the doctor, claiming she would never conceive again. Using this as leverage, Luo Mi threatened Qinghuan with her life to compel him to seek vengeance, to which Qinghuan acquiesced. Mo Yi was nearly driven to the brink of a heart attack, feeling as though he were surrounded by lunatics. What does any of this have to do with me? He felt as if a sane person had unwittingly wandered into a mental asylum, surrounded by a cacophony of madness. To suddenly have a child thrust upon him, only to be inexplicably branded as a beast and a monster, while also being targeted for harm, felt like a calamity of cosmic proportions. As he pondered whether to first cripple Qinghuan or eliminate Luo Mi, Mo Nan's words struck him like a thunderbolt. Brother, what did you just say? Mo Yi asked incredulously. Mo Nan disclosed. Luo Mi's actions were motivated by her being bought off by Yi Tianqing. Upon hearing that name, Mo Yi erupted like a rabid dog, seizing a nearby baseball bat and racing out. Mo Bei, concerned for his safety, rose to follow but was halted by Mo Nan. There's no need to chase after him. Even if he goes to the Yi residence, he won't find anyone there, as the Yi family is currently congregating in prison. At this revelation, Mo Bei felt a jolt of surprise. Turning to see the bloodthirsty smile on Mo Nan's face, he suddenly realized that the information, videos, and photos were all mere distractions meant to delay them. Chapter 80. A special gift. Lin Qinghuan sipped her milk tea while listening to Mo Bei recount the events concerning Mo Yi. When she learned that Mo Nan had incarcerated the entire Yi family, she almost stood up to applaud. Such decisiveness and problem-solving prowess are truly commendable. No wonder she had her eye on him. He exudes an impressive aura. Gazing at the eloquent Mo Bei before her, Lin Qinghuan felt a smile tug at her lips. The first time she met him, she perceived an untamed, carefree charisma and rugged handsomeness. Now, she found him even more attractive. Meeting Lin Qinghuan's sparkling eyes, Mo Bei's face radiated joy, his gaze filled with affection.
Huan, I have something for you.
As Lin Qinghuan pondered what it could be, she watched Mo Bei pull out his phone and transfer 40 billion to her. Lin Qinghuan was utterly bewildered. What is this? Mo Bei replied with a smile. 20 billion is a token of gratitude from my second brother, and the other 20 billion is a welcoming gift from him. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. But we haven't even met yet. How can there be a welcoming gift? Mo Bei explained. I showed him your photo. To him, it's as if we've already met. Accept this money. Buy whatever you desire. 20 billion in gratitude, and another 20 billion as a welcoming gift. Such staggering sums would be remarkable anywhere else, yet from Mo Bei's lips, they sounded as trivial as a couple of hundred yuan. Lin Qinghuan chose not to be coy. She accepted it, knowing the Mo family was hardly short on funds. After finishing her milk tea, Mo Bei proposed taking her to a wonderful place. Lin Qinghuan initially expected a romantic, date-worthy location, but was surprised when the car halted right outside the Mo Corporation. Bei, what is this?
Holding her Hand, Montag bei Grind.
Since my second brother's welcoming gift has been given, how could we neglect the elder brothers? Lin Qinghuan found this amusing and perplexing. We're merely friends, not engaged or married. There's no need for this. Though she was bold, such a gesture felt excessive. Yet Mo Bei retorted, you may decline, but he cannot. Come on. Your boyfriend will help you collect your welcoming gift. Despite being alone with him, Lin Qinghuan felt an acute sense of social embarrassment. Just as she contemplated how to handle the situation, her phone rang unexpectedly. Seeing it as a lifeline, Lin Qinghuan retrieved her phone and said to Mo Bei, "I'll take this call over there."
Fetching her flustered retreat, Montag by suppressed a smile.
"Hello? President, just now Assistant Lon from Mr. Mo's side came by with a document for your signature." "Assistant Lon from Mr. Mo's side? Could it be Mo Nan?" Lin Qinghuan inquired. "What document?" "Regarding the transfer contract for the remaining shops in Qingxi Commercial Street." Qingxi Commercial Street was where she had previously purchased shops. Although most belonged to her, a small portion had been sold to others. To her surprise, those shops had now ended up in Mo Nan's hands. Despite the government relocation announcement not being officially released, those in the know had received some information, and as a result, shop prices had more than doubled. Was Mo Nan intending to sell those shops to her? If so, she was willing to take them over both for unified management and because there was profit to be made. Did they mention a price? At this, Chen Hao sounded slightly surprised. "President, didn't you know?" Assistant Lon said these are a welcoming gift from Mr. Mo.
Ah?
Just as Mo Bei had mentioned the welcoming gift, Mo Nan's had arrived. Could it be that the brothers were truly in sync? Lin Qinghuan turned to Mo Bei, realizing the Mo brothers were indeed quite affluent. "All right, place it in my office. I'll come by later to sign." After hanging up, Lin Qinghuan shared the news with Mo Bei.
Montag by beamed.
"Since we have the goods in hand, let's not head upstairs." Lin Qinghuan looked at the beaming Mo Bei, thinking to herself, this guy would make an excellent addition to the family, as he clearly shares the wealth. "Bei, since we're here, should we buy something for your elder brother?" Mo Bei blurted. "What does he have to show for it? He is not as handsome or charming as I am." Lin Qinghuan playfully shot him a glare. "You should be quiet. He's going to be my future brother-in-law. What's wrong with checking in on him?" Upon hearing her refer to him as brother-in-law, Mo Bei felt that perhaps they should indeed pay a visit. Arriving at a nearby large shopping mall, Lin Qinghuan asked Mo Bei, "What is your elder brother like?" Mo Bei replied, "You, of course." Lin Qinghuan playfully smacked him on the head. "I meant things, not people." Mo Bei, holding her hand and inspecting for any redness, casually stated, "He enjoys working, loves overtime, relishes meetings, and thrives on negotiations." Lin Qinghuan remarked, "You truly are a wonderful brother." Detecting the sarcasm in her tone, Mo Bei chuckled, his eyes crinkling in delight. "Huan, you don't need to fret over gifts. My elder brother isn't short on money, and everything he wears and uses is custom-made. Just buy him a bottle of drink." "What kind of drink?" Lin Qinghuan asked curiously. Mo Bei grinned mysteriously, "Follow me, and I'll show you." Soon, Mo Bei led her to a supermarket, and upon seeing drinks priced at 3 yuan and 50 cents a bottle, Lin Qinghuan was filled with confusion. She found it hard to imagine a high-powered CEO in a tailored suit, sipping on a beverage that cost so little. "Are you really going to buy this?" Lin Qinghuan sought confirmation from Mo Bei once more.
Montag by nodded resolutely.
"I assure you, I often saw my elder brother drink this when I was a child. Back then, it was only 2 yuan a bottle. Just because he liked it as a kid, does that mean he still likes it now?" Lin Qinghuan remained skeptical. Mo Bei replied, "On his birthday this year, I included a bottle in his gift, and he finished it all." Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan decided to buy a bottle to taste for herself, curious about the drink that captivated the CEO. What ensued was an uncontrollable spree.
Bei?
"You didn't inform me that there was a chance for a refill? The car is already packed to its limits." Mo Bei also did not anticipate that purchasing one bottle could result in winning 360 bottles. Gazing at the towering wall of beverages before him, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Huan, neither my brother nor I have ever won a prize. I never imagined it was truly possible." Chapter 81. She aims to relax while earning money. Assistant Lon returned to company, yet before he could report back to Mo Nan, he encountered Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan. They were accompanied by 5 individuals, each bearing 2 boxes upon their shoulders. Assistant Lon approached cautiously and inquired, "Third young master, Miss Lin, what brings you here?" Mo Bei replied, "We are here to see my elder brother. After all, he presented Huan with a gift, and we have come to return the courtesy." Upon hearing this, Assistant Lan's gaze fell upon the boxes, which bore no designs or inscriptions, appearing quite ordinary. However, considering the identities of Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan, he instantly sensed that the contents were anything but mundane. He followed them towards Mo Nan's office. The personnel in the secretary's office noticed Assistant Lan's return and informed him that Mo Nan was in a meeting, urging him to proceed there immediately. Assistant Lan, feeling apologetic, turned to Mo Bei and Lin Qinghuan, saying, "Third young master, Miss Lin, please go ahead. I will have someone bring tea shortly."
Montauk Bai waved his hand dismissively.
"You go on ahead. There's no need to fuss over me. I can manage on my own." Assistant Lon nodded and swiftly made his way to the conference room. Upon entering Mo Nan's office, Mo Bei instructed the staff to move the items to the inner room. Lin Qinghuan had advised him that allowing others to witness the CEO consuming a beverage costing only a few coins would tarnish Mo Nan's imposing image. Therefore, they replaced the drink packaging with plain cardboard boxes devoid of any branding. Once the items were arranged, the staff promptly vacated the area. Mo Bei pulled Lin Qinghuan to the window. "Huan, isn't the view from my brother's office splendid?" Situated in the bustling city center, it overlooks the Lijiang Bridge, offering a panoramic vista of the enchanting riverside and the lively marketplace below. Come nightfall, the city sparkles with lights, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Lin Qinghuan's gaze drifted towards the vibrant streets, the grand architecture, and the tranquil river. Here, one could witness the essence of human life while also savoring the picturesque beauty of nature. In that moment, Lin Qinghuan experienced a profound shift in her mindset. She could afford to be carefree and relaxed, but she could not allow herself to be financially constrained. She resolved to balance her leisure with profit, aspiring to earn the maximum amount of money in the least amount of time. As she contemplated the various clever strategies outlined in her book that could facilitate her effortless wealth, Mo Bei took her hand, expressing his desire to show her around the company. Lin Qinghuan thought that given the vastness of the Mo Corporation, there must be much to learn, so she acquiesced. After wandering through several floors, Lin Qinghuan began to realize that he was not merely giving her a tour of the company, rather, he was showcasing her to others. He introduced her to everyone, declaring, "This is my girlfriend, the second young lady of the Lin family. Yes, indeed, this beautiful girl is my girlfriend." Once they had completed the floor tour and entered the elevator, Lin Qinghuan pinched his ear playfully, giving him a mock glare. "Were you doing that on purpose? Claiming we were just touring the company, when it was clear you wanted everyone to know about our relationship." She was not inclined to make their relationship public, while he seemed intent on revealing it, a clear display of cunning. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan's irritation, Mo Bei tilted his head, clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. "Huan, dear princess, I truly did not mean it that way. It was simply that everyone was asking, and not responding would have been rather impolite. Besides, our relationship is not something to be hidden. Concealing it would only lead to misunderstandings and potentially tarnish your reputation, which I would find distressing." Lin Qinghuan released her grip, rolling her eyes at him. "I believe the only one wishing to create rumors about me is you." Mo Bei chuckled softly, planting a quick kiss on her cheek. "I adore you far too much to ever spread rumors about you." Lin Qinghuan had intended to teach him a lesson, but upon seeing the elevator doors open, she abandoned that notion. After all, he was the third young master of the Mo family, and embarrassing him at the Mo Corporation would be foolish. A woman may act coy, but she should not become arrogant due to her partner's affection. One must always be mindful of the occasion. By showing respect to her partner, she was also honoring herself. This floor housed the project department, and upon observing their frantic activity, Mo Bei inquired, "What has everyone so occupied?" The project manager, noticing Mo Bei, promptly stood and approached. "Third young master, what brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much, just showing my girlfriend around," he replied. Standing beside him, Lin Qinghuan felt a bit speechless. It truly was impossible for him to speak without mentioning her. The project manager's gaze shifted to Lin Qinghuan, and upon seeing her flawless beauty, he felt a sense of familiarity. "Wait a moment, isn't that the president of Xingyao Real Estate who was recently in the news?"
"So,
Third young master's girlfriend is actually her. "Welcome, Miss Lin," he greeted. Hearing him address her as Miss Lin, Mo Bei was momentarily taken aback. Those who understood the situation referred to her as the third young master's wife. Those who were less informed called her Miss Lin. But only this individual called her President Lin. Clearly, he was attempting to stir trouble. Mo Bei gently patted him on the shoulder, quietly reminding him, "I said this is my girlfriend." The project manager nodded, replying, "Third young master, I am aware." At this remark, Mo Bei was both amused and exasperated, gritting his teeth as he said, "If you know, then why do you still call her President Lin?" The project manager sensed the tension in Mo Bei's voice and the fury in his eyes. Just as he was about to refer to her as the third young master's wife, he heard Lin Qinghuan interject. "There's nothing wrong with him calling me President Lin. Don't frighten him." While others called her the third young master's wife due to Mo Bei, this title of President Lin was attributed to her own accomplishments. It was evident that there was a hint of admiration in the project manager's gaze as he regarded her. Those who were fond of her surely possessed good character. Seeing Lin Qinghuan defend him, Mo Bei couldn't help but feel a tinge of grievance. Yet, when he met Lin Qinghuan's smiling eyes, he concluded that perhaps it was not such a significant issue after all. The project manager, relieved that Mo Bei was no longer upset, discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Qinghuan asked, "What seems to be the issue in the project department? It feels rather oppressive in here." The project manager sighed, explaining recently, "We have taken on over 10 collaborative projects, and the timeline is rather tight, which has left everyone quite busy." His words reminded Lin Qinghuan of a plot point mentioned in her book. The project department of the MO Corporation had selected 3 of the most suitable projects from over a dozen, yet only one was profitable, while the other 2 had encountered significant setbacks. One faced issues due to unclear background checks involving a company with illegally obtained patents. The other suffered product line problems, resulting in returned exports and considerable losses. Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment and decided to lend a hand since she was already present. "May I take a look at the collaborative project proposals?" The project manager discreetly glanced at Mo Bei.
Montag by raised an eyebrow.
"Did you not hear what President Lin said? Quickly take us to see them." "Oh, yes, of course." The project manager promptly led the way. Lin Qinghuan observed Mo Bei's arrogant and proud demeanor and playfully pinched his waist. Chapter 82. The collaborative projects nearly faced total failure. Third young master, President Lin. "These are the collaborative project proposals you requested." Mo Bei responded with a soft acknowledgement, instructing him to place the proposals before Lin Qinghuan. She picked up the first proposal, casually flipping through a few pages before discarding it. The second proposal received only a cursory glance, as did the third, until she finally slowed her pace at the 6th proposal. Continuing on to the 7th, 8th, and 12th proposals, she eventually raised her gaze to the project manager. "I presume the project department has already conducted the first round of screenings? Which projects do you believe have potential for collaboration?" The project manager paused momentarily,
Casting a discreet glance at Montag by.
Noticing that Mo Bei's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Qinghuan, he discerned the course of action he ought to take. Approaching the table, he unfurled several projects they held in high regard, laying them out before Lin Qinghuan. "Ms. Lin, these 5 projects are currently the most promising in our estimation. However, the final decision regarding collaboration will necessitate a thorough investigation into the backgrounds of the partnering companies." Lin Qinghuan surveyed the 5 projects before her, pointing to 3 of them as she declared, this one, and this one are not suitable for collaboration." The project manager, taken aback, was rife with confusion.
"Ms.
"Lin, may I inquire as to why?" Lin Qinghuan elucidated. "Among these 3, one has illegally appropriated another's patent, another is rife with nepotism and internal corruption, and the last is on the brink of debt restructuring. It is futile to squander time on their projects." Upon hearing this, the project manager was left with a multitude of questions, and even Mo Bei was momentarily taken aback. The issues she mentioned were indeed significant, yet none had appeared in the preliminary investigation report, highlighting the extent of their concealment. Even with another in-depth inquiry prior to formal collaboration, it was likely that not all issues would be uncovered. After all, some problems are latent and cannot be exposed overnight. Should these issues truly exist, partnering with such companies would be akin to throwing money into a bottomless abyss. Yet how had Lin Qinghuan acquired such precise knowledge? The project manager gazed intently at Lin Qinghuan, his expression grave and his tone earnest as he asked, "Ms. Lin, how did you come by this information?" "This is confidential company data. How could someone in real estate be privy to such insider knowledge? It is quite unusual." He suspected her motives, and Lin Qinghuan understood that if she were in his position, she too would harbor doubts. However, the reasons behind her insights were not something she could divulge. Instead, she simply replied, "The secrets of the heavens cannot be revealed. If you doubt my words, you are welcome to conduct your own investigation. With the information I provide, your inquiries will surely be far more straightforward." At this, Mo Bei recalled the predicament involving Mo Yi. Had Lin Qinghuan not forewarned him, Mo Yi might have faced grave danger. Thus, Mo Bei placed unwavering trust in her words. He lifted his gaze to the project manager, stating, "You may proceed with your investigations, but these projects are hereby dismissed." The project manager was astounded that Mo Bei would discard the projects based solely on Lin Qinghuan's assertions. Could it be that he too was aware of the issues surrounding these companies? Lin Qinghuan turned to Mo Bei, raising an eyebrow. "You trust me this much? Are you not concerned that I might lead you astray?" Mo Bei took her delicate hand in his, grinning. I have faith in what Huan says. If you assert there are problems, then there must indeed be problems. The project manager was left speechless. As he contemplated the loss of 3 carefully selected projects, he could feel beads of sweat forming on his back at the thought of only 2 remaining. If those proved unsatisfactory, he would be left with no recourse but to face dire consequences. Drawing a deep breath, he mustered a strained smile and inquired of Lin Qinghuan, Ms. Lin, are there no issues with the last 2 project proposals? Lin Qinghuan's gaze fell upon the 2 remaining proposals. After scrutinizing them, she raised her hand, pointing to the one on the left, her lips parting slightly. This company is also not suitable for collaboration, as their production equipment is merely an old cucumber painted green. While it appears new, it is in fact antiquated. Their machinery and production lines frequently malfunction. The project manager felt his mind go blank upon hearing her words. This was a recipe for a complete disaster. Observing his disheartened expression, Mo Bei found a peculiar amusement in the situation. They had yet to finalize any collaboration or establish subsequent plans, and discovering issues at this juncture incurred the least cost. He ought to feel relieved. Furthermore, the purpose of vetting project proposals is to eliminate those unfit for collaboration, so there was no need to question his worth due to these findings. Moreover, our company will conduct a further stringent background check and comprehensive assessment post-initial screening. Even if no issues are discovered now, they may yet arise in the future. To take a step back, even if no problems are uncovered later, collaboration and investment inherently carry risks. No one can ensure a profit without potential loss. Having articulated this, the project manager realized that continuing in a state of despair would be unjust to Mo Bei's encouraging words. He reined in his sorrowful demeanor, inhaling deeply before picking up the final project proposal to ask Lin Qinghuan, Ms. Lin, can we retain this project? Noting the intensity in his grip, Lin Qinghuan smiled. This project can remain. Upon hearing this, the project manager finally exhaled in relief. At least they had salvaged one proposal. Yet now, with only this solitary project at hand, the company had set a target of 3. Thus, his gaze shifted to the remaining proposals. Ms. Lin, do you believe there are any hidden gems among the remaining proposals? In response, Lin Qinghuan pointed at one of the projects she had previously dismissed, stating, this project has potential. The project manager was momentarily perplexed. Did you not just say they illegally appropriated another's patent and cannot be collaborated with? Lin Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I asserted that they have illegally appropriated another's patent and cannot be collaborated with. However, we need not partner directly with them. We can collaborate with the rightful patent holder, who can also provide technical support, an advantageous twofold outcome. The project manager considered her reasoning, realizing its validity, but questioned how they would ascertain who the actual patent holder was. The company in question, having illegally seized the patent, would naturally not disclose that information and would likely go to great lengths to conceal it. Suddenly, an idea sparked in the project manager's mind. He turned his attention back to Lin Qinghuan with a grin, asking Ms. Lin, do you happen to know who the true patent holder is? Meeting his eager gaze, Lin Qinghuan's lips curved into a smile. I do know. The individual in question is the ex-wife of the owner of this company. Chapter 83. The king is above. The project manager stared at Lin Qinghuan in astonishment, grappling with how she could possibly be privy to such a clandestine matter. Mo Bei's gaze drifted to Lin Qinghuan's hands, recalling that she had not performed any divination. Could it be that her prowess was so formidable that she required no such superficial means? Faced with their astonished and bewildered expressions, Lin Qinghuan smiled enigmatically. Please do not regard me with such awe. These matters you will follow up on, and once you have definitive answers, you may decide whether to pursue collaboration with them. The project manager instinctively nodded in agreement, still reeling from the shock of Lin Qinghuan's revelations. However, he harbored a strong sense that what she had said was indeed true. Without sufficient understanding of these companies, one could never uncover such details. This indicated that she had been concealing her abilities. Otherwise, given her precise grasp of the market, she might well surpass the Mo Group in the future. If Lin Qinghuan were aware of the project manager's high regard for her, she might very well wake from her dreams with a smile. In truth, her capabilities were not as formidable as perceived. She was merely leveraging insights gleaned from the text, navigating towards benefits while avoiding pitfalls. Suddenly, Lin Qinghuan recalled a particular detail. In the original narrative, there existed a gaming company known as the King is Above, which initially operated in obscurity but later surged in growth, ultimately surpassing other firms to become the second largest company beneath the Mo Group. The head of that company had once mentioned that during their early development, they had submitted a project proposal to the MO group, which had subsequently vanished without a trace. Left with no choice, their owner had returned home to inherit the family business, using his earnings to continue investing. Initially, many deemed his actions foolish. Yet he proved his worth. Handpicking a group of gaming enthusiasts skilled in programming, he crafted several iconic games, leading the company to a successful IPO and substantial profits. With a spirit of tentative exploration, Lin Qinghuan inquired of the project manager, "Have you received the investment proposal from the gaming company?" The project manager pondered for a moment before responding, "Last month, a recently established gaming company approached us for investment. However, due to their insufficient scale and limited personnel, their proposal was eliminated in the first round." Lin Qinghuan mused to herself, could this be the very gaming company she was seeking? "Do you recall the name of that gaming company?" The project manager shook his head, explaining that the multitude of projects he dealt with each month made it easy to forget many names after a mere glance. The sheer volume of work and the variety of projects meant that only those that piqued his interest were likely to remain etched in memory. A sentiment Lin Qinghuan fully understood. She wondered if the proposal still existed. Noticing her keen interest, the project manager promptly instructed his team to retrieve the document. While they waited, Mo Bei poured Lin Qinghuan a cup of warm tea. "Qinghuan, what has sparked your interest in gaming?" She smiled and replied, "A successful gaming venture holds significant potential for growth." Upon hearing this, Mo Bei understood her implication. If she believed in its potential, it undoubtedly possessed merit. 5 minutes later, the project manager returned, holding the proposal before Lin Qinghuan. "Ms. Lin, the company is named King of Glory." At the mention of the name, her expression immediately brightened. King of Glory. She thought, a promising opportunity indeed. Investing now would surely yield substantial returns. She reached for the proposal, her gaze instantly drawn to the company's signature. Upon seeing the words King of Glory, a radiant smile spread across her face. The project manager observed her joy, perplexed by her enthusiasm for such a small company's modest project. Lin Qinghuan raised her gaze to him, asking, "Is your company not considering investing in this project?" The project manager nodded, explaining, "It is a newly registered small company with minimal registered capital and inadequate strength. The average age of their technical staff is under 24, which does not meet our investment criteria." Lin Qinghuan responded, "Since you have chosen not to invest, I shall take it upon myself." The project manager was puzzled by her optimism for this small enterprise, yet he felt compelled to seek a symbolic approval from company leadership, particularly from Mo Bei, who sat beside her. Mo Bei met his pleading gaze and gently remarked, "Since this project has been discarded by the company, if Qinghuan wishes to invest, that is her prerogative." Lin Qinghuan playfully waved the proposal in her hand. "May I take this with me?" This time, without consulting Mo Bei, the project manager readily agreed, acknowledging that retaining the proposal was pointless if they were not pursuing the project. Given Mo Bei's unwavering support for her, he figured it was best to acquiesce outright. Grateful, Lin Qinghuan thanked the project manager, who smiled in response, deeming it a mere duty. Observing their cheerful exchange, Mo Bei's expression darkened slightly. The project manager suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and turned to glance at the window, which was securely shut, leaving him puzzled about the source of the cold sensation. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Qinghuan stood up. "Manager, we shall not intrude any longer. We will take our leave." As they prepared to depart, the project manager intended to see them off, but at that moment, Mo Bei leaned in and whispered a task in his ear. The 2 projects Lin Qinghuan had just decided upon must be finalized within a week, or else. Though the remainder of her statement remained unspoken, the implication was abundantly clear. The project manager, overwhelmed by the weight of her words, gazed after their departing figures, tears shimmering in his eyes. While the office staff assumed his tears were born of reluctance, he alone understood they were tears of sorrow. In the elevator, Lin Qinghuan expressed, "To avoid any prolonged delays, I wish to finalize this project immediately." Mo Bei took her hand, affirming, "I will accompany you." Lin Qinghuan smiled in agreement. In truth, her visit was not solely to secure investment. She also aspired to acquire shares. Becoming a major stakeholder would be ideal, as this company was destined to become a coveted entity, making this the opportune moment to invest. With minimal investment and considerable potential returns, they soon arrived at the entrance of King of Glory. While Lin Qinghuan anticipated a modest establishment, she was surprised to find it comprised merely 3 rooms. Chapter 84. The benefactor. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei at the entrance, a handsome young man approached them briskly. Are you here for an interview? I apologize, but we are currently at full capacity and not hiring. Lin Qinghuan regarded the young man, sensing a familiarity, yet unable to place him. Excuse me? Is the owner of your company available? The young man looked up, meeting her gaze. I am the owner. How may I assist you? Lin Qinghuan extended her hand with a smile. Hello, I am Lin Qinghuan, the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. Upon hearing the name Xingyao Real Estate, the young man's eyes lit up. Initially believing he had merely encountered someone resembling her, he was astonished to find it truly was her. The office staff paused their tasks, craning their necks to glimpse the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. Is this truly the owner? She is even more stunning in person than in the videos. At such a young age, she has become a boss, while we, at the same age, are merely laborers, learning the art of working. She is beautiful and wealthy. It seems being born into privilege is indeed a skill. I, on the other hand, lack such skills, hence I graduated from technical school after middle school, hoping for a better fate in my next life. Hello, I am Wang Yanji. Just as he was about to shake Lin Qinghuan's hand, Mo Bei swiftly interjected, extending his own hand.
Greetings, I'm Montag Bai.
Wang Yanzi hesitated for a moment, taking in Mo Bei's striking appearance, exceptional attire and commanding presence, which evoked memories of someone else, Mo Nan. He recalled seeing Mo Nan from a distance when he delivered a project proposal. Mo Bei exuded a similar aura. Hello, I am Wang Yanji.
Montag Bai nodded in acknowledgement.
Lin Qinghuan then stated, Mr. Wang, we have matters to discuss. May we proceed to your office? Naturally. He was eager to oblige, having been contemplating how to invite her to invest ever since learning she was the owner of Xingyao Real Estate. Once in the office, Wang Yanji prepared a cup of tea for each of them. Lin Qinghuan, holding her cup, smiled gently and said, Mr. Wang, I have an idea. I am unsure whether to share. Wang Yanji gestured for her to continue. Mr. Wang, it is apparent that your company is understaffed, making it exceedingly time-consuming to independently develop a game. With a resigned expression, Wang Yanji replied, as you can see, we simply do not have the capacity for more personnel. Lin Qinghuan recognized this limitation, which is why she chose to approach the investment matter gradually. Mr. Wang, in game development, both talent and technology are paramount. Young individuals can bring fresh perspectives and innovative ideas, yet they require high-level technical support to achieve a synergistic effect. Wang Yanji was well aware of this. Yet such support required funding. Ms. Lin, as you can see, we are actively seeking investment. He instinctively glanced at Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei. Lin Qinghuan, noticing this, smiled. Mr. Wang, I come with sincere intentions today. It is up to you whether you wish to provide me with an opportunity to invest. Upon hearing her desire to invest, Wang Yanji was elated and readily agreed. Mr. Lin holds such high regard for our company. I wonder how much he intends to invest? Lin Qinghuan pondered for a moment before earnestly inquiring what amount of investment would enable a stake in the company. Upon hearing the phrase stake in the company, Wang Yanji furrowed his brow. Mr. Lin, investment projects and equity stakes are two distinct matters. Lin Qinghuan smiled subtly, asserting, as long as there is sufficient sincerity, they can indeed be one and the same. Presumably, Mr. Wang has visited numerous companies recently. I wonder if any are willing to invest? Wang Yanji remained silent, yet the answer was unmistakably apparent. Mr. Wang, while you perceive potential in your company, that does not imply others share your sentiment, especially considering the company's financial constraints and the qualifications of its staff. Large corporations are unlikely to pursue investment in projects like yours, and the meager funds from smaller companies are insufficient. Thus, your greatest challenge currently is a lack of capital. Wang Yanji's gaze settled on Lin Qinghuan. Despite her youthful appearance, she exuded an innate confidence that suggested she had everything under control. Meeting Wang Yanji's gaze, Lin Qinghuan continued calmly. The growth and expansion of your company hinge upon financial support. Moreover, your new game is still in the development phase. Insufficient funds could jeopardize its success. And I am certain you do not wish for such a dismal outcome. Wang Yanji lowered his head in contemplation. He certainly did not want his inaugural entrepreneurial endeavor to end in failure, yet he was reluctant to allow others to influence decision-making through equity. Thus, he found himself in a predicament. Mr. Lin, please allow me a moment to think. Mr. Wang, we both understand your concerns. Rest assured that even if I hold equity in the company, I shall not partake in decision-making. We can stipulate this in the contract. At her words, Wang Yanji's expression shifted in surprise. Are you being sincere? Lin Qinghuan nodded. Indeed, I merely wish to earn easy profits. Matters of management and labor are of no concern to me. Wang Yanzi had been seeking investments for several months, previously chasing after others to no avail. Now Lin Qinghuan, out of her own volition, sought to invest while relinquishing decision-making power. For a moment, he was uncertain of her true intentions. "Mr. Lin, may I be so bold as to inquire why you wish to invest in our company?" Lin Qinghuan chuckled lightly. What other reason could there be? To make money. Of course. Her straightforward and unpretentious answer left Wang Yanji momentarily speechless. "Mr. Lin, what amount do you intend to invest for what percentage of equity?" Lin Qinghuan replied. "I shall provide you with an office building as an initial investment, in addition to a further 10 billion for the development and promotion of your new game." The prospect of an office building coupled with 10 billion was beyond Wang Yanji's wildest dreams. Due to the company's diminutive size, he had indicated a need for 50 million in funding support when drafting the project proposal, never anticipating such a generous offer from her. Though exhilaration surged within him, he recognized that this was not the time to display excitement. If Mr. Lin was willing to offer such favorable conditions, what percentage of equity was she seeking? If it were below 30%, he could accept it, but anything beyond that would be unacceptable. As Wang Yanji contemplated his next words, Lin Qinghuan provided her answer. "I require 30% of the equity." This was precisely what he had envisioned. Were it not for the post-founding era restrictions on spiritual beings, he might have suspected Lin Qinghuan possessed telepathic abilities. How could she have landed on this figure so precisely? Wang Yanji stood and extended his hand. "Mr. Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful." Mo Bei cleared his throat, his gaze falling upon Wang Yanji's outstretched hand. Wang Yanji quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that this fellow had remained silent all along, evidently playing the role of a protector. Lin Qinghuan smiled. "May our collaboration be prosperous." As they prepared to depart, Wang Yanji inquired, "Mr. Lin, do you trust me so implicitly? Are you not concerned that I might squander your investment?" Lin Qinghuan smiled. "My investment is rooted in my faith in your capabilities. Even if I were to incur losses, it would be of little consequence, as I can afford it." Witnessing her financial confidence, Wang Yanji smiled brightly, realizing that he too would now have a benefactor behind him. Chapter 85. The Unruly Assistant Blue. Mo Nan emerged from the meeting to find 2 unread messages on his phone. "Big brother, Huahuan and I have matters to attend to, so we left early. Huahuan's return gift is in your office cubicle. Do remember to check it." Upon returning to his office, Mo Nan opened the cubicle door and was greeted by a room filled with boxes, causing him to furrow his brow. "Assistant Blue, what is contained within these?" Assistant Blue shook his head. "President, I am uncertain." The boxes were sealed so tightly that it was indeed peculiar he should know. "Shall I open one to take a look?"
Montagnan nodded.
Moments later, he heard Assistant Blue's astonished voice. "President, these are beverages." "Beverages?"
Montagnan approached.
And as his eyes fell upon the familiar branding and packaging, his brow twitched. Assistant Blue continued, "President, with so many boxes, it seems unlikely they are all beverages. Let me investigate further." Mo Nan did not object, and Assistant Blue proceeded to unpack the boxes one by one until all were opened, at which point he despaired. "President, they are all the same type of beverage. I estimate there are over 300 bottles. Why did the third young master and Miss Lin send you so many of the same drink? Could it be?" Mo Nan set down the drink he had been sipping, his gaze locking onto Assistant Blue. "Could it be what?" Assistant Blue stammered. "Could it be that these are employee benefits they sent over and they simply bought too many?" Mo Nan's expression darkened, the bottle in his hand cracking under pressure. Assistant Blue was still examining the production date, oblivious to Mo Nan's darkening demeanor. "President, these are all fresh, with a shelf life of 3 years. Should we distribute them to the company employees?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Assistant Blue felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned to meet Mo Nan's dangerous gaze, promptly sealing his lips. Although he did not comprehend the reason behind Mo Nan's anger, Assistant Blue instinctively knew that failing to remain silent would lead to dire consequences. Mo Nan regarded his insufferable expression, inhaled deeply, and then coldly declared, "Since you are so eager to contribute, you shall be responsible for the company's dessert following meals tomorrow, with the cost deducted from your bonus."
"Ah?"
Assistant Blue was left dumbfounded. The dessert for the entire company for a day would surely cost him a year's worth of bonuses. "President." Before he could finish his plea, Mo Nan had already turned to leave. Assistant Blue, wishing to beg for mercy, inadvertently noticed the empty beverage bottle in Mo Nan's hand, and his body jolted. No wonder he is so upset. It turns out he enjoys drinking this. Competing with the president for something he liked, and suggesting sharing it was akin to courting disaster. Who could save him now? As Assistant Blue contemplated how to rectify his error, the project manager approached. He presented to Mo Nand the remarks Lin Qinghuan had made in the project department, along with the projects she had selected. President, I have just received word that the issues regarding the production line and patents are indeed accurate. Mr. Lin has hit the nail on the head. While other information still requires verification, it is likely quite close to the truth. Mo Nan raised an eyebrow at this revelation. He had not anticipated that Lin Qinghuan possessed such capabilities. Assistant Blue added, Isn't this extraordinary? She seems to know everything others keep hidden. Could it be that, before he could finish, he was met with Mo Nan's piercing gaze, prompting him to smile awkwardly. Miss Lin must be a celestial being descended to Earth. Seeing that he recognized the gravity of the situation, Mo Nan refrained from further comment and instructed the project manager to proceed with the projects Lin Qinghuan had selected. The last time she had foreseen trouble with Mo Yi. It seemed she had anticipated this as well. He could only wonder whether revealing her foresight would have any adverse effects on her health. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Mo Bei. I greatly appreciate the beverages. Please extend my thanks to her. Mo Bei promptly relayed the message to Lin Qinghuan. Huan, elder brother has replied. He expressed his fondness for the gift you sent. Lin Qinghuan was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mo Nan genuinely enjoyed such beverages. It seemed her choice was indeed apartment. As long as elder brother was pleased, that was sufficient. Hearing her affectionately refer to Mo Nan as elder brother, Mo Bei felt a surge of delight within. It appeared they were one step closer to becoming a family. At that moment, Mo Nan sent another message.
Xiao Bai.
We owe a debt of gratitude to Miss Lin for the matters concerning the project department today. I wonder if her fortune-telling will have any impact on her health. Upon seeing this, Mo Bei felt a pang of anxiety, his gaze fixed on Lin Qinghuan, concern etched on his face. Huan, are you feeling unwell? Faced with his sudden display of concern, Lin Qinghuan found it both amusing and exasperating. I'm perfectly fine. No discomfort at all. Really? Mo Bei inquired once more. Lin Qinghuan nodded affirmatively. If you wish to see me unwell, I could put on a performance for you. Oh dear, I'm getting older. My back aches. My legs cramp. Mo Bei, despite finding Lin Qinghuan's antics exaggerated and humorous, could not muster a smile, his eyes filled with empathy. He gathered Lin Qinghuan into his embrace and gently asked, Huan, did you foresee the project department's issues through your fortune-telling? Please refrain from such practices in the future to avoid any adverse effects on your health. Lin Qinghuan gazed at him, smiling softly. Not everything was foretold. You needn't worry too much. Mo Bei responded, Huan, from now on, do not strain yourself with these trivial matters. We can handle them ourselves. Your well-being and happiness are what matter most. Moreover, given the vast resources of the Mo Group, a few project losses would not have a significant impact. You are the priority. Seeing his concern, Lin Qinghuan nodded with a smile. All right, I understand. Just as this warm moment unfolded, the driver noticed something amiss. Third young master, Miss Lin, that vehicle behind us has been following closely. Mo Bei glanced back and instructed the driver, turn right. Yes. As they made the turn, the vehicle persisted in tailing them, evidently having targeted them from the outset. After a series of maneuvers, they stopped by a desolate road. By the time the occupants of the trailing vehicle realized the situation, Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei were already approaching them, baseball bats in hand. The four men in the car instinctively locked the doors upon seeing this. Oh no, they deliberately lured us to this secluded area. Now that we've been discovered. What shall we do? There are only 3 of us, including the driver, while we have 4 strong men. Why should we fear? Since we've already been exposed. We might as well confront them directly. No need to continue the chase. Indeed, if they refuse to cooperate, we shall teach them a lesson. Having reached a consensus, they opened the doors and stepped out, forming a line. Opposite them stood Mo Bei, Lin Qinghuan, and their driver. Chapter 86. Someone is about to suffer. Mo Bei hefted the baseball bat in his hands, casually inquiring, Who sent you? What is your purpose? We are merely hired hands, here to ask you 2 questions. Answer honestly, and we shall part amicably. Otherwise, do not blame us for being impolite. Observing their arrogance, Lin Qinghuan sensed that someone was bound to face dire consequences today. Mo Bei cast a cold glare at them. Impolite? I have never been courteous to my adversaries. With 4 strong men against just 2 of you and a woman who is nothing but a burden, do you truly believe you stand a chance? Noting their smug expressions, Lin Qinghuan's eyes darkened. So, you deem me a burden, do you? Very well. Today I shall show you just how a burden can bring you to your knees. Just as she prepared to swing the bat at them, Mo Bei grasped her hand, his expression tender. Huan, you may simply rest aside. I shall deal with these uncouth ruffians. Seeing his eagerness, Lin Qinghuan did not dismiss his goodwill. All right, just be careful.
Montauk Bai smiled and nodded.
Turning to face the four men, his gaze transforming into a frigid glare. You dare to challenge me while dismissing her? Come at me together. I am pressed for time. The four men exchanged glances, deciding to teach Mo Bei a lesson he would not soon forget. Lin Qinghuan stood by, nodding in approval as she observed Mo Bei take down one adversary after another with swift precision. Truly, he was a man of remarkable skill. If only there were a lounge chair and some sunflower seeds nearby. Within less than a minute, the four men lay bruised and battered, their pride shattered. Lin Qinghuan could not help but sigh. Such worthless fools, and yet someone is willing to pay for their services. Truly, a case of foolishness and wealth. The humiliation of being beaten was exacerbated by Lin Qinghuan's disdainful remarks, igniting their rage as they raised their fists to strike her.
Montauk Bai.
Realizing the impending danger, moved to intervene, but Lin Qinghuan gestured for him to remain calm. Then, Mo Bei watched as Lin Qinghuan executed a series of impressive maneuvers. A spinning kick took one down, a left hook felled another, and a decisive kick incapacitated a third, leaving her facing only one opponent. She beckoned him with a finger, come. The man shook his head frantically, his legs trembling. Please. Noble warrior, spare me. We only sought to learn this man's name and background. We meant no harm. Lin Qinghuan chuckled coldly. It is not a matter of intent, but rather your incompetence. Speak. Who ordered you to investigate him? The man hesitated. We have our own rules. We cannot betray our employer. Before he could finish, Lin Qinghuan's foot was already at his doorstep, ready to silence him should he utter another foolish word. Beautiful lady. Please show mercy. I will speak. It was the Jiang Real Estate Company that instructed us to investigate. Jiang Real Estate? Jiang Xian? Lin Qinghuan frowned slightly. Amidst such significant issues, he chooses not to resolve them and instead sends thugs to follow Mo Bei. Does he suffer from a severe lapse in judgment? Mo Bei realized that Jiang Xian would inevitably suspect him. However, he had not anticipated that these thugs would dare to lay hands on Lin Qinghuan. In light of this, he decided to settle the score with Jiang Xian. Mo Bei pulled out his phone and made a call, and shortly thereafter, the suppressed trending topics regarding Jiang Real Estate surged back into public view, accompanied by even more scandalous revelations.
Shock.
Jiang Real Estate's properties in the high city were constructed with substandard materials, leading to cracked walls. Breaking news. Jiang Xian, the second son of Jiang Real Estate, has a twisted psyche. He previously imprisoned 3 female classmates while studying abroad. Explosive revelations. Jiang Xian's private photos with a B-list actress leak online, suggesting another woman is present in the room. In an instant, the internet was flooded with scandals surrounding Jiang Real Estate and the Jiang brothers. Jiang Xian, upon learning of the situation, collapsed onto his sofa, overwhelmed. The issues with the servers remained unresolved, and with the penalties for breach of contract, Jiang Real Estate faced losses exceeding billions. Now, with the emergence of these scandals, the stock price of Jiang Group plummeted. This time, recovery seemed impossible. Just days prior, he had been the envy of all, driving luxury cars and surrounded by beautiful women. Now, he had lost everything. As he contemplated the sudden onslaught of scandals, a figure emerged in his mind. He grabbed his phone and dialed a number, which rang for over 10 times before finally being answered. Hello. I instructed you to follow that man and investigate his background. What on earth have you done? The man replied, You have no idea who you're dealing with. You sent us to our doom. Now we're all hospitalized. One has a broken arm, another a broken leg, and one has sustained severe injuries. Transfer us $1 million immediately, or we won't let this go. Hearing this, Jiang Xian clenched his teeth in frustration. I told you to follow him, not to provoke him. You fools, are you trying to get me killed? No wonder the scandals about the company and him kept surfacing. It was clear they had made a grave mistake. Damn it. Truly, one has lifted a stone only to strike their own foot. After Jiang Xian ended the call, he immediately reached out to Lin Qinghuan, hoping she might show leniency and urge her boyfriend to spare Jiang Real Estate. However, Lin Qinghuan's phone remained unreachable. Left with no other recourse, he drove to Xingyao Real Estate in search of her. Yet, before he could even enter, he was intercepted by the security guard. I'm sorry, you cannot enter, the guard stated. Jiang Xian furrowed his brows, his expression darkening to an extreme. Step aside, I am here to see your president. The guard replied, "Our president has instructed that you are not allowed inside." Mo Bei, anticipating Jiang Xian's approach to Lin Qinghuan, had forewarned the company staff to deny him entry. Seeing the guard's blatant refusal to accommodate him, Jiang Xian, in a fit of fury, exclaimed, "Do you even know who I am?" The guard scoffed, "With all the dirt circulating about Jiang real estate, who doesn't he recognize you?" His words cut deeply, striking at Jiang Xian's very core, leaving him infuriated. In a desperate bid to see Lin Qinghuan, Jiang Xian attempted to push past the guard, only to find himself seized by the arm and thrust against the door. When Lin Qinghuan arrived, she witnessed this spectacle. She turned to Mo Bei, questioning whether this was an act of delivering oneself to the slaughter. Mo Bei raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan, the guard greeted her enthusiastically, "President, President." Lin Qinghuan responded, "You've worked hard. Your bonuses will be doubled this month." The two guards chorused their gratitude. "Thank you, President." Hearing Lin Qinghuan's voice, Jiang Xian struggled against the guard's grip, only to realize he was utterly helpless, akin to a frail chick caught in a vice. Not only was escape futile, but even turning his head proved arduous. Chapter 87. Is he trying to steal a kiss? As Lin Qinghuan prepared to leave, Jiang Xian, utterly impatient, shouted, "President Lin, I beg you to show mercy and spare Jiang real estate." Lin Qinghuan paused, regarding him with a bemused smile. "Mr. Jiang, what are you saying? Wronging the good will bring down divine retribution." Jiang Xian replied, "President Lin, I acknowledge that I have offended you in the past, but my feelings toward you are merely admiration. I have no intention of usurping that gentleman's affections. Can you persuade him to leave me be?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Bei stepped into his line of sight. "Are you referring to me as that gentleman?" The moment Jiang Xian laid eyes on Mo Bei, he trembled, terror etched across his face. "I harbor no ill will toward you. I am not vying for President Lin's affections. If there has been a misunderstanding, I apologize."
Montag by his cold gaze lifted slightly.
"Those who have been tailing us were sent by you, correct? Do you have a death wish by daring to lay hands on us?" "Sir, I did not instruct them to act. I merely asked them to follow you, not to engage. This was entirely their own initiative." Jiang Xian, in a state of panic, began to perspire, his heartbeat echoing like a drum. Were it not for the guard restraining him, he might have knelt before Mo Bei in desperation. Observing his like a startled bird demeanor, Mo Bei chuckled coldly. "The actions of your people, you must bear the consequences." "Sir, I am innocent," Jiang Xian protested. But Lin Qinghuan found him too noisy and signaled to the guard. The guard, understanding her cue, seized Jiang Xian by the nape and tossed him down the steps. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Jiang Xian scrambled to his feet, eager to explain himself to Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei, only to find them striding inside. As he attempted to follow, he was met with the fierce gaze of the guard, causing him to falter. At that moment his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his anger flared. "How dare you call me? If not for your interference, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I could almost dig up your ancestral grave. 1 million? Once you're gone, I'll burn you 1 billion. Without allowing the other party to finish, Jiang Xian smashed his phone, shattering the screen. The guard frowned at this display, firmly holding Jiang Xian in check. "You will clean this place up today, or I will not let this go." Jiang Xian. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan arrive at the company, Chen Hao promptly presented her with a contract for her signature. Lin Qinghuan glanced at it briefly before swiftly signing her name. In mere seconds, her assets surged by several billion. Previously, Chen Hao had always believed that working for someone was a last resort, engaging in business was a secondary option, investing was the best choice, and inheriting wealth was the top tier. It was only now that he realized that receiving a gift without obligation was truly fortuitous, especially when it involved such a substantial sum. There was no need for blood relations, nor the burden of responsibility. Yet one could still enjoy the benefits of wealth. What could be more delightful than this? Regrettably, he lacked the fortune for such a windfall. "President, the press conference is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Leaders and experts will be in attendance." Lin Qinghuan nodded. "All right, you take care of the arrangements. By the way, I want to develop the land in the west of the city into a villa area. Please send me the design plans once they are ready." Lin Qinghuan's directive caught Chen Hao off guard. "President, our company has only recently been established and lacks a construction company or relevant personnel. If you are in a rush, we could outsource the project, but if time is not of the essence, we can recruit a group of talented individuals based on our company's assets." Lin Qinghuan shook her head. "Recruiting and restructuring takes too long, and outsourcing lacks reliability. We need our own team. Tomorrow, go to Shengyun Group and purchase their construction company. Remember, seek out Xin Qian. Lin Qinghuan emphasized the last 5 words, and Chen Hao immediately grasped their significance. Lin Qinghuan's confidence stemmed from the news that Xin Qian and Sheng Guojun were embroiled in divorce proceedings, while Sheng Guojun appeared to manage Shengyun Group. Those in the know understood that the true majority shareholder was Xin Qian, with Sheng Guojun merely riding on her coattails. Now that Xin Qian was seeking divorce, she would undoubtedly not want to benefit Sheng Guojun, so she would likely sell off any assets she could to avoid leaving him anything. This provided Lin Qinghuan with an opportunity to expand her company. Chen Hao had always trusted Lin Qinghuan's judgment. If she said it would work, then it surely would. President, I will begin gathering the relevant information immediately for tomorrow's negotiations. After Chen Hao departed, Lin Qinghuan sank onto the sofa. Weariness etched across her features. Having traversed numerous locations and accomplished various tasks today, she felt as if her very essence had been drained. In all her time here, she had never felt such exhaustion before. Mo Bei, observing her fatigued state, felt a pang of sympathy. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, encouraging her to recline on his lap, and began to massage her temples. His attentiveness and thoughtfulness brought Lin Qinghuan joy. Such pampering was something she had never experienced in her previous life. Lying on Mo Bei's lap, inhaling his clean and refreshing scent, Lin Qinghuan's furrowed brow began to unfurl. Bei, you smell wonderful, and your massage pressure is just right. From now on, you shall be my exclusive masseur. Hearing her words, Mo Bei's face lit up with delight. Very well, I shall attend to you alone, dedicated to your service. Lin Qinghuan smiled and nodded. Perhaps it was due to her exhaustion. Or perhaps it was the comfort of Mo Bei's massage, but before long, she drifted off to sleep. Mo Bei gazed at her delicately curled lashes and exquisite features. His expression softened with affection. Suddenly, Lin Qinghuan's lips moved, as if she were dreaming of something delicious, and she smacked her lips a few times. Mo Bei nearly burst into laughter at her antics. When his gaze fell upon her slightly parted lips, which glimmered with a soft radiance, he couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes igniting with fervor. When Lin Qinghuan awoke, 2 hours had passed. Opening her eyes to behold Mo Bei's handsome sleeping face, her heart began to race. How is it that some people look so enchanting even in slumber? With a high nose bridge and delicately thin lips, he is undeniably alluring. As she gazed upon him, Lin Qinghuan found herself harboring inappropriate thoughts. Cautiously, she rose from his lap and slowly leaned closer to him. The nearer she drew, the more fervently her heart began to race. Just as she resolved to act swiftly, Mo Bei suddenly opened his eyes and flashed her a smile. Is Huan planning to steal a kiss from me? Lin Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat, and she opened her mouth to feign innocence, only to be pulled into his embrace the next moment. Before she could react, she heard Mo Bei murmur, I consent. Chapter 88. Someone seeks to steal a heart initially. Lin Qinghuan intended to see if she could awaken him with a kiss, akin to a prince rousing a sleeping beauty, but she found herself breathless from his kiss instead. Though she had not engaged in any physical exertion, she felt utterly drained, leaning against Mo Bei for support. While other fairies siphoned one's essence, he seemed to drain her strength. She felt utterly limp, devoid of any energy. Upon hearing her sulky complaint, Mo Bei beamed radiantly. Huan, I believe you are complimenting me, and it brings me great joy. With that, he tightened his grip around her waist. Lin Qinghuan let out a soft gasp, pried his hands away, and shot him a fierce glare. I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Though you possess some charm, it does not grant you the right to seduce me. A man should learn to love himself. Remember to exercise restraint when out and about. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Mo Bei could hardly contain his laughter. All right. I promise I will never let any woman other than you touch me. I shall keep my distance from all other women. As their playful banter continued, Lin Qinghuan pushed him away and stood up, realizing that night had already fallen. You must be hungry. Let's go out for dinner, my treat. With that, she took his hand and strode towards the exit. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, Lin Qinghuan noticed a slender girl walking past her. Despite the winter chill, the girl wore a spring-autumn white dress, devoid of even a jacket. Her long, straight hair cascaded down her back, exuding a pure and charming aura, yet Lin Qinghuan felt a sense of unease. Just then, a gust of wind blew, parting the girl's hair to reveal her profile. Lin Qinghuan instantly recognized her as her cousin, Lin Sienna. How peculiar. What brings Lin Sienna here?
Montag bei.
Noticing Lin Qinghuan's sudden stillness, inquired, Huan, what is the matter? I spotted an acquaintance, Lin Qinghuan replied. Mo Bei followed her gaze, took a brief look, then withdrew his attention, raising his hand to adjust Lin Qinghuan's coat. With the flu rampant, it's best to steer clear of those who prioritize style over warmth. Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but smile at his comment. Typically, a man would feel a sense of protectiveness towards a delicate, attractive woman, yet he took the opposite approach, truly amusing. I understand. I will keep my distance to avoid any infection. After sharing a laugh, Lin Qinghuan's gaze returned to Lin Sienna, who was now heading towards the Lin Corporation. Squinting slightly, she wondered, could she be looking for Uncle Lin or Lin Qingya? No. Her attention seemed directed elsewhere. Taking a few steps forward and rounding a stone pillar, Lin Qinghuan finally discerned where Lin Sienna was fixated. Goodness, it appears Lin Sienna is not headed for the Lin Corporation but rather for Mo Nan. It seemed she must have seen the official announcement video featuring Mo Nan and Lin Qingya, hoping to usurp her sister's position. One must admit, Lin Sienna's intentions were astute. If she could ensnare Mo Nan, she would have access to whatever she desired, for the Mo family is a prestigious lineage. However, it was a pity that Mo Nan was not someone she could simply charm. He was officially paired with Lin Qingya, and their mutual affection was undeniable. Observing Lin Qinghuan's unwavering gaze, Mo Bei felt a pang of jealousy. Did he, a dashing young man, truly pale in comparison to that underdressed woman? He tugged at Lin Qinghuan's hand, pulling her into his embrace and swiftly lifting her into the car. Once seated, he grasped her hand and pressed it against his chest, solemnly declaring, "Is that woman more attractive than I?" Seeing the look of grievance on his face, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you jealous?" "I have no feelings for her. I merely wished to observe her fate." "What do you mean?"
Montag bei asked, perplexed.
Lin Qinghuan, eager not to miss any unfolding drama, opened the car door, pulling him along as she explained. "She is my cousin Lin Sienna, and her intention is to seduce your older brother, hoping to undermine my sister." Mo Bei raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Her, daring to pursue my brother? He's known for his seriousness. To him, a woman who can't even dress appropriately in winter is simply lacking in common sense. With a shared laugh, they both recognized the brother's similar thought processes. As Lin Sienna flicked her hair, preparing to make her move, Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei simultaneously pulled out their phones to record. One aimed to vindicate Mo Nan, while the other sought to prepare for future confrontation with Lin Sienna and her family. Furthermore, Lin Qinghuan wished to expose her true colors to Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. After all, if Lin Sienna was intent on shamelessly pursuing Mo Nan, Lin Qinghuan would not hold back. Mo Nan stood beside the car, awaiting Lin Qingya's arrival when he felt an unwelcome gaze upon him. Casually, he glanced in that direction and spotted a woman approaching with an exaggerated sway in her walk. His brow furrowed, a flicker of danger crossing his eyes. He had encountered such women before. If they behaved themselves, all would be well, but any untoward actions would prompt him to act mercilessly. As Mo Nan turned his face, Lin Sienna caught sight of him and realized he was even more handsome and charismatic in person than in entertainment news. This time, she had no regrets. With her preparations complete, she sauntered toward Mo Nan, pretending to lose her footing and falling directly into his arms. Mo Nan's expression darkened, and he instinctively stepped aside. A bodyguard attempted to catch Lin Sienna, but Mo Nan's glare halted him. In the past, he would not have intervened, but today, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. Having already made his official announcement, he could not allow someone to disrupt his reputation. Had he not dodged in time and Lin Qingya witnessed the encounter, it would have been impossible to clear his name. Since she had not received any assistance or support, Lin Sienna's feigned fall became a genuine tumble. Her head collided with the car, producing a loud thud that left a dent in the vehicle. Lin Qinghuan and Mo Bei burst into laughter at the sight. "This is hilarious. I must share this video in the group chat to bring some joy to my parents and sister." Lin Sienna, having imagined various outcomes, had never anticipated that Mo Nan would simply evade her. The impact had left her dizzy and nauseous, and her body slid down the side of the car. Despite feeling unwell, she resolved to try once more. With tears in her eyes, she pitifully extended her hand toward Mo Nan. "Sir, I have been injured. Could you take me to the hospital?" Mo Nan glanced at the dent in the car and replied, "This vehicle is worth over 30 million. A dent like that is worth 200,000. Wouldn't you agree? Will it be cash or WeChat?"
Lin Xian'er, who?
Chapter 89. The Ironclad Man. A harmonious couple. As soon as Lin Qinghuan exited the elevator, she encountered the video Lin Qinghuan had shared in the group chat. Although she had never met Lin Qinghuan, she was well acquainted with her family's background, having gathered information about them for her desk. Therefore, upon viewing the video, she immediately recognized Lin Qinghuan. It was long anticipated that the Lin family would not remain idle, yet it was unexpected to find them waiting here for her. Upon witnessing Lin Qinghuan leaning toward Mo Nan, Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, her fingers gripping her phone tightly as her gaze remained fixed on the screen, eager to discern Mo Nan's reaction. In her eyes, Mo Nan had always been the epitome of a gentleman, considerate and thoughtful. She genuinely feared that his kindness would compel him to support the seemingly fragile and pitiable Lin Qinghuan. However, to her astonishment, the moment Lin Qinghuan collapsed, Mo Nan's instinctive response was to evade her. Upon seeing Lin Qinghuan collide with the vehicle, Lin Qinghuan could scarcely suppress a laugh.
Indeed.
He was the man she admired, exemplary in maintaining a respectful distance from other women. The sight of Mo Nan shifting away with an expression of disdain brought a smile to Lin Qinghuan's face. For a man so handsome and devoid of entanglements, her affection for him was profound. She saved the video to her phone and swiftly made her way to the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Qinghuan, Mo Nan approached her with long strides, utterly unconcerned about Lin Qinghuan, who remained sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state. "Qinghuan, were you tired from work today? Surely you must be hungry. Let us go for dinner." Lin Qinghuan thought to herself, "Is it possible that I have miscalculated my approach?" He was certainly not like this just moments ago. His demeanor was cold towards her. Why then did it transform so drastically in Lin Qinghuan's presence? Lin Qinghuan took Mo Nan's hand, advancing step by step toward Lin Qinghuan, her expression one of perplexity as she inquired, "And who might this be?" "Just an inconsequential individual who attempted to throw herself at me, but I easily dodged her," Mo Nan remarked, signaling to the bodyguard, who promptly seized Lin Qinghuan's arm, intending to drag her away. In a moment of desperation, Lin Qinghuan reached for Lin Qinghuan, but Mo Nan swatted her hand away.
"Ah!"
Lin Qinghuan cried out in pain, staring at her reddened hand, tears welling in her eyes. "Cousin, I am Lin Qinghuan, your cousin."
Lin Qinghuan?
Mo Nan paused momentarily, recalling that he had previously instructed someone to investigate her. She certainly did not resemble the description he had received. It seemed serendipitous that he had managed to deal with her today. Lin Qinghuan recognized her instantly, but feigned ignorance. "Please refrain from making false claims about family ties. My parents never mentioned having a cousin like you." Lin Qinghuan's response caught Lin Qinghuan off guard, leaving her scrambling to justify herself. "Cousin, I am the daughter of your father's brother. I visited your home yesterday to see your uncle and aunt, but you were not there. If you doubt my word, feel free to call them." Lin Qinghuan regarded her with a sidelong glance, her brow furrowed with skepticism. "Are you truly my cousin? Then why were you sitting on the ground just now?" "Cousin, I came to find you, but I happened to experience a drop in blood sugar and stumbled," Lin Qinghuan explained, her audacity in fabricating such a tale, leaving Lin Qinghuan genuinely impressed. "You came to find me? Could it be that your uncle and aunt lacked the funds to buy you clothes, prompting you to seek my assistance? How pitiable. Your lips are even turning purple from the cold." Lin Qinghuan thought to herself, she was not so impoverished as to be unable to afford clothing. Lin Qinghuan's sharp tongue was indeed reminiscent of her adopted sister, equally insufferable. Her intention was twofold, to accentuate her alluring figure and delicate femininity, while simultaneously presenting herself in a white dress with flowing hair, evoking a sense of innocence that stirred the protective instincts of men. Yet, unexpectedly, a tactic that had proven effective abroad fell flat with Mo Nan, who demanded compensation for the damage to his vehicle, amounting to 200,000, truly a stroke of bad luck. "Cousin, this gentleman must be your boyfriend, correct? I inadvertently collided with his car earlier, and he is demanding 200,000 in reparations. Might you intercede on my behalf?" This portion of the video did not capture the moment, but it was evident that after Lin Qinghuan had crashed into the car, Mo Nan had asked her for repair costs. Lin Qinghuan stifled a laugh and discreetly glanced at Mo Nan, the epitome of a steadfast man, living up to his reputation. "Cousin, my parents have always taught my sister and me that we must face the consequences of our own mistakes. Did your uncle and aunt not impart such lessons to you?" Lin Qinghuan was taken aback. She had never anticipated Lin Qinghuan would deny her even this small favor. Not only did she refrain from helping, but she also criticized her upbringing. Had she not been short of cash, Lin Qinghuan would have loved to throw the money in Lin Qinghuan's face. Recognizing that her pleas were falling on deaf ears, Lin Qinghuan shifted her focus to Mo Nan. Sir, since you are my cousin's boyfriend, we will soon be family, surely. There is no need to be so calculating. Awaken had long since gathered information about her family, deeming them to be ungrateful individuals. Lin Qinghuan's clear disinterest in letting Lin Qinghuan off the hook prompted him to play along. Are you attempting to evade your responsibilities? There are surveillance cameras here. Would you like me to review the footage? If the footage were reviewed, it would reveal her attempts to seduce him, thus jeopardizing her plans. No, that would be disastrous. Lin Qinghuan felt a wave of panic wash over her. It is often said that the wealthiest individuals are the most frugal. She had previously dismissed this notion, but now it rang true. Awaken, a prominent figure from a wealthy family, was haggling over a mere 200,000 with a vulnerable woman. Truly embarrassing. Previously, she had desired to charm him, yet now, his handsome visage held no allure. A miserly man was utterly unappealing. Cousin's husband, you are a grown man, driving a car worth over 30 million. Is it not rather ungentlemanly of you to put your girlfriend's family through such hardship over a trivial sum?
Montagnan scoffed.
My wealth is my own concern. It has nothing to do with you. Moreover, my fortune was not acquired through ill-gotten means. If you believe 200,000 is insignificant, why not pay it yourself?
Why are you still here babbling?
Was it that she was unwilling to pay? No, she simply could not afford it. Meeting Lin Qinghuan's gaze, which was filled with a mocking smile, Lin Qinghuan felt her composure falter. Since rational discourse had proven futile, she resolved to resort to obstinacy. Just as she had done in the Lin family villa. Let them believe her to be a simple-minded woman. Sir, it is not within my control if I faint due to low blood sugar. Furthermore, when I collapsed, you did not catch me. You merely let me fall. Do you not bear some responsibility for this incident? If you had supported me, I would not have fallen and certainly would not have damaged your car. Ultimately, this situation is significantly connected to you. Awaken retorted, the victim is at fault? I'm afraid I do not subscribe to such reasoning. Your low blood sugar is of no concern to me. I do not know you, nor am I aware of any potential ailments you may carry. Why should I assist you? The fact remains that you damaged my car, and that is indisputable. With that, Awaken turned to the bodyguard, instructing, notify Assistant Lin to have the vehicle assessed for damages. Ensure every penny is accounted for. The bodyguard acknowledged with a nod and promptly called Assistant Lin. Having offended Awaken, Lin was working late in the office, expecting to toil until dawn, yet he was suddenly given this new task. Upon grasping the situation, he recognized an opportunity to rectify his previous misstep. Assessment of damages, is it? I will ensure the president and his wife are thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 90, Strengthening and Expanding. Creating new glory. Lin Qinghuan and Awaken, having resolved the matter, prepared to depart for a date. However, just as they turned away, their phones rang simultaneously. Oh no. My brother is calling, Awaken exclaimed. Lin Qinghuan raised her phone. My sister is calling as well. The two exchanged glances and pressed the answer buttons. Turn around. Turn around, Lin Qinghuan and Awaken said in unison. Lin Qinghuan and Awaken sighed, silently turning away. Meeting Awaken's gaze, Awaken waved to him. Hi, big brother. What a coincidence. Qinghuan's sister, you just got off work too? Lin Qinghuan approached her. Qinghuan, why are you still at the company at this hour? Is it that busy? Upon meeting her concerned gaze, Lin Qinghuan shyly scratched her head. Sister, I took a nap this afternoon and woke up just now. Hearing this, Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Awaken, glancing at Awaken with a smirk, remarked, were you enjoying yourself just now? Sensing the underlying threat in his smile, Awaken hastily gave him a thumbs up. Big brother, you truly are a role model. Always adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, obedient to your sister-in-law, and exemplifying what it means to be a man. Awaken's expression at that moment defied description. Lin Qinghuan, witnessing this scene, burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down her face. Awaken was indeed remarkable. He would say anything to avoid a beating. Lin Qinghuan was also amused by Awaken and Lin Qinghuan, and upon hearing her laughter, Awaken's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. Since we haven't eaten yet, let's go together.
Xiao Bei, you drive.
Awaken was momentarily stunned. Was he really being let off so easily? It seemed he would have to speak more highly of his sister-in-law in the future. However, with the driver already in the car, why was he being asked to drive? Turning his head, he saw Awaken leading Lin Qinghuan to the back seat and began to understand the situation. We are all merely tools. Lin Qinghuan watched them depart in the car, jealousy bubbling within her. Why did they have such good fortune, being loved and protected? She was determined to trample them underfoot. A chill wind swept by, causing Lin Qinghuan to shiver, her body trembling, and her nose turning red from the cold, even causing her to sniffle. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, cursing as she approached the roadside to hail a taxi. The taxi driver, upon seeing a woman in a flowing white dress with long hair obscuring her face waving at him, was so startled that he shouted and slammed on the gas.
Namo amitabha evil spirits begonet.
Lin Qinghuan, distracted, failed to notice a small puddle in front of her. If the car had been moving slowly, it would have been inconsequential. But the driver, frightened by her appearance, accelerated, splashing water over a meter high and catching Lin Qinghuan completely off guard. By the time she processed what had happened, her face, body, and hair were drenched in muddy water, and the taxi had already sped away, leaving only the two red taillights behind, mockingly flickering at her. After finishing their meal, Lin Qinghuan and Lin Qingyao returned home, where their parents began to inquire about the video. Lin Qinghuan recounted the situation, eliciting hearty laughter from her parents. I wondered why they didn't come over today. Turns out they were trying to steal Qingyao's thunder, Lin Mu remarked.
Lin Fu scoffed.
With her looks and personality, she can't possibly compare to our Qingyao. It's nothing but self-humiliation. Lin Qinghuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, my sister is stunning and exceptionally talented. While my brother-in-law adheres to moral conduct, they are simply a perfect match. At this, Lin Qingyao chuckled helplessly. We aren't even at the stage of discussing marriage. And you already call him brother-in-law. How shameless. Lin Qinghuan grinned. It's only a matter of time. When talk of marriage arose, Lin Fu felt a pang of anxiety. And in an effort to prolong his life, he immediately changed the subject. Huan, I heard you plan to acquire the construction company under Xingyin Group? Lin Qinghuan replied softly. Yes, Dad, I'm considering it. While acting as an intermediary might yield quick profits, developing on my own would be far more lucrative. Since the real estate company is already established, I might as well expand and achieve greater success. Once the government relocation news is released, my assets could see significant growth. If I develop that vacant lot into a high-end villa area, its value could multiply several times over. A single investment could yield returns in the tens of times. Why not seize the opportunity? Listening to her analysis, Lin Fu found her reasoning compelling. Initially, he thought her investment was merely a whim, but he soon realized she was already witnessing results. He was confident that the moment the villas were completed, she would undoubtedly secure a place on the list of the wealthy. Reflecting on this, Lin Fu couldn't help but sigh. If I had your foresight and determination in my youth, the Lin Group might not have paled in comparison to the Mo Group. Hearing such boastful words, Lin Mu playfully glared at him, saying, with two such exceptional daughters, you should be grateful. Lin Fu chuckled. You're right, dear. With two such remarkable daughters, I should indeed be content. Lin Qingyao understood that Lin Qinghuan was more suited for the business world, yet she was used to freedom and was somewhat delicate, not wanting to endure hardship. To ensure her sister's comfort and freedom, Lin Qingyao resolved to strive a little harder, becoming her steadfast support. On the day Lin Qinghuan decided to retire, she would have the means to provide her with the best life. The next day, Lin Qinghuan attended a press conference in splendid attire. At the event, she wholeheartedly praised the nation, the local leaders, and the comrades from the Research Institute, expressing gratitude for their diligent contributions while articulating her hopes for the country's future development. Her eloquent flattery left the leaders in high spirits, leading them to publicly announce the allocation of a new plot of land to her, their smiles genuine. Lin Qingyao remarked, indeed, no one can resist her sweet words. Lin Fu added, that land is not even for sale to the public. She has struck gold. Truly my daughter, a business prodigy.
Montag Bai commented, Huan looks stunning today.
Flawless from every angle. Emonen shot him a sidelong glance, wishing to ignore this infatuated fool. However, he had to admit that Mo Bei had done a commendable deed by finding an exceptional girlfriend. He eagerly anticipated Mo Bei marrying Lin Qinghuan soon, allowing him to retire early and enjoy a life with Lin Qingyao. Chapter 91. The Inversion of Truth. Huan, my brother said Jiang Real Estate is undergoing bankruptcy liquidation. I wonder who they offended to meet such a fate. Upon hearing Song Jin's words, Lin Qinghuan glanced at the Mo Bei beside her. Meeting her gaze, he smiled, a grin that pierced directly into Lin Qinghuan's heart. She raised one hand to shield her eyes while placing the other against Mo Bei's chest. No seduction under the broad daylight. Song Jin tilted her head, puzzled by the interaction between the two. What had Mo Bei done just now to warrant such a reaction? Mo Bei looked down at Lin Qinghuan's hand resting on his chest and chuckled softly. If you want to take advantage of me, just say so. This feels rather like covering your ears while stealing a bell. Lin Qinghuan lowered her hand, cleared her throat, and leaned closer to Mo Bei, warning him. In the future, tone it down when we're outside. Don't smile so flamboyantly.
Flamboyant?
Mo Bei had anticipated she would describe him as sunny or handsome, but never flamboyant. P.S. Have you ever considered being seductive? Should I send you a gift? Nevertheless, recalling her earlier joy and shyness, Mo Bei chose to remain silent. As long as she was happy, he would embrace the flamboyance. He leaned closer to Lin Qinghuan's ear and whispered a secret. From now on, I'll only be flamboyant for you. His low, teasing voice caused Lin Qinghuan's ears to flush, her heart racing uncontrollably.
Goodness.
Has this heart never heard a handsome man speak sweet nothings? Why is it racing so fast, lacking any composure? Unable to bear witnessing their flirtation in front of her, Song Jin dialed Xiao Kai's number, inquiring about his arrival. However, she was informed that they had encountered Qi Yan at the entrance, who was clinging to Wu Lu and refusing to let him leave. Upon hearing this, Song Jin's gossip radar immediately activated, pulling Lin Qinghuan towards the entrance.
Montakbai.
Sensing something amiss, quickly followed. Wu Lu, you can't leave. I maxed out 5 credit cards to buy those clothes and borrowed 8 online loans. You must cover this debt. You were the one who said you would take me shopping, yet you ran off when it was time to pay, leaving me with all this financial burden. I am a weak woman without education or employment. What will become of me in the future? Sobbed Qi Yan, cried with such heart-wrenching sadness that it drew the attention of numerous passers-by. Observing her pitiable and helpless demeanor, the surrounding crowd began to direct their ire towards Wu Lu. You, a grown man, how can you be so devoid of responsibility? Seeing your girlfriend in tears, and you cannot even comfort her? Requiring her to pay for clothes? Are you truly incapable of supporting yourself? You dress so well while being so miserly towards your girlfriend? How can one know a person as heart merely by their appearance? She is in such dire straits. Yet you remain unmoved. How callous you are. Witnessing the unprovoked vilification of Wu Lu, Xiao Kai could not contain his anger and pointed an accusing finger at Qi Yan, shouting, You are akin to a toad seeking a frog. Ugly and frivolous. Are you reveling in the blame directed at Wu Lu? Why don't you mention the reasons behind his actions? Afraid that I might reveal the truth? Qi Yan, with her neck stiffened, retorted, regardless of the reasons, the outcome is his fault. While I can understand that you wish to exonerate your friend, you cannot slander me. Observing her shamelessness, Xiao Kai scoffed. Slander you? You think you deserve that? You are living off my brother's money, while keeping a male university student as your sugar baby. How lowly can you be? As those words left his mouth, the expressions of the onlookers towards Qi Yan shifted dramatically. Those who initially sought to defend her now took a step back, fearing to be tainted by her perceived disgrace. Alarmed by this change, Qi Yan realized she could not allow him to continue speaking. Without the crowd's support, Wu Lu would certainly not part with any money. You are talking nonsense. He is merely my brother, and we do not share the sordid relationship you imply. In a bid to gain the crowd's belief, Qi Yan discreetly pinched her thigh, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Who could witness such a sorrowful sight and remain unmoved? Wu Lu, I know my family background is poor, my education lacking, and my appearance average, rendering me unworthy of you. But if given a choice, who would wish to be an orphan? My parents passed away in a car accident during my high school years. I yearn for familial affection.
Dongyang, like me,
is without parents and support. I have always regarded him as my brother. I care for him and support him through university. We rely on each other. How did I become the scandalous woman in your tales? My sacrifices need not be known to others, yet I do not wish for them to tarnish my reputation. You must apologize to me today. Seeing her earnestness and the pain etched on her face, the crowd was moved. Images of 2 orphan children seeking warmth together flashed through their minds. Wu Lu regarded Qi Yan with a sidelong glance, wondering how he had never noticed her shamelessness before. Looking at the corner of his shirt she clutched tightly, he felt as though the fabric itself had become tainted. Release me, or do not blame me for being rude. The onlookers, already sympathetic towards Qi Yan's plight, were incensed by Wu Lu's harshness, rallying to support her in seeking justice. You dare to be cruel to her? Do you think you can act with impunity just because she has no one to back her? Today we stand as her support. Should you bully her, we shall not be merciful. They condemned his maltreatment of a kind-hearted and defenseless girl, unafraid of retribution. Xiao Kai was taken aback. Was he being criticized too? He had not anticipated that Qi Yan would prove so articulate, capable of turning black into white. which explained why Wu Lu had been so entangled in her web of deceit. Xiao Kai was genuinely furious. However, the enthusiastic crowd gave them no chance to speak. Initially believing the girl to be at fault, they now recognized that she had been deliberately slandered. What beasts, how shameful. How have I become the villain in this?
Joke exclaimed.
Dear girl, do not weep. I had no idea your background was so tragic. It isn't human for these people to bully you. You endure such hardship, yet still wish to light a beacon for others in similar despair. You are truly admirable. Young man, if you disdain her background, you should never have pursued her in the first place. Hurting such an innocent soul will surely bring you karmic retribution. Young lady, it is best to rid yourself of this scoundrel. You will encounter someone who knows how to cherish you. Madam, my nephew owns a car and a house and possesses a kind heart. He would never look down upon you. I shall provide you with his phone number, and you may contact him later. Chapter 92. Evil begets evil. As she observed the crowd rallying to her side, Qi Yan lowered her gaze and smiled triumphantly. Raising her eyes again, she transformed into a picture of pitiful sorrow. Wu Lu, I do not blame you for deceiving my affections. Nor do I hold you accountable for wanting to end our relationship while leaving me to bear the brunt of public scorn. However, if you do not repay those funds, I will truly be unable to survive, she lamented. Witnessing her endure such injustice without complaint, the surrounding women were brought to tears. Some offered her tissues to wipe her eyes, while others comforted her, urging her not to be disheartened, and a few began to seek retribution on her behalf. Joki, who had been standing beside Wu Lu, found himself pushed out by those seeking to defend Qi Yan. The crowd encircled Wu Lu, beginning to condemn him. Young man, one must possess a conscience. Your silence indicates guilt, does it not? Committing unscrupulous acts will only lead to dire consequences. The young lady is beautiful and kind-hearted. That is no justification for your mistreatment. Return her money at once. Indeed, return it. You coaxed her into purchasing clothes, yet you refuse to pay. This is fraud. Be wary, for we will report you. Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, a cold smile crept onto Wu Lu's lips. Oh, please call the police. Let us see who they apprehend. At those words, Qi Yan's expression shifted suddenly, panic flashing in her eyes. No, we cannot involve the police. If we do, my ploy will be rendered useless. With the support of the crowd, she still held the upper hand. The arrival of law enforcement could expose her true intentions, especially considering her previous visit to the police station regarding payments. The women, blinded by their desire for revenge, had not considered that she might not be in the right. Seeing Wu Lu's arrogance, they were determined to teach him a lesson, and a few began dialing the police. Qi Yan, noticing this, swiftly intervened. Aunties, please do not call the police. I do not wish for things to escalate so embarrassingly. He is, after all, someone I once loved. Wu Lu felt nauseated at her words, yet the group of women interpreted her as too kind-hearted. They regarded her with expressions of disappointment. Dear girl, there are countless men in this world. Why must you cling to such a scoundrel? He shows no regard for your well-being, yet you still dwell on past affections. You are simply too sentimental and too kind. Hearing their conversation, Xiao Kai could only think of two words. What the hell? Beyond that, he could not conjure any other thoughts. Although we have already parted ways, I still love him deeply. If only he would return the money, I would overlook everything. Qi Yan professed with genuine emotion. Were it not for his knowledge of the underlying truth, Xiao Kai might have been deceived as well. As the crowd continued to press Wu Lu for repayment, Xiao Kai shouted, "You have all been misled by this woman's pitiful appearance. My brother is innocent. She is simply a shameless woman attempting to maintain a facade." In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiao Kai. Before Qi Yan could respond, the crowd of women leaped to her defense, hurling accusations at him. Why should we trust you instead of her? Look at how pitiful she is. You have deceived her affections and burdened her with debt. Have you no conscience? Her life is already arduous. She must earn money to support her brother's education. Have some humanity. Xiao Kai was on the verge of exploding with anger. How could they all be so blind to the truth? Wu Xiaolu, at this juncture, you ought to confront these enablers with the evidence, revealing to them just how reprehensible this woman truly is. Even if Xiao Kai refrains from speaking, Wu Lu has already resolved to take this course of action. Initially, he intended to sever all ties with Qi Yan after avenging himself, but unexpectedly, she persistently gravitated towards him. He had not even requested the money he had previously given her. Instead, she audaciously began to demand repayment, a maneuver that thoroughly disgusted him. Meeting Wu Lu's frigid gaze, Qi Yan inexplicably felt a wave of panic. Could it be that he truly possesses evidence of her infidelity?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
If he had any proof, he would have surely presented it by now. Why wait until this moment? Furthermore, her relationship with Li Dongyang was so clandestine that even their neighbors believed them to be siblings. The reason Wu Lu's friends accused her of playing both sides must stem from their desire to tarnish her reputation without cause. Feigning composure, Qi Yan looked at Wu Lu, her expression tinged with sorrow. How long will you allow your friends to wound me? I have explained countless times that I am not two-timing. Why can't you bring yourself to believe me? If I had anything with Dongyang, I would never be with you. I am not that kind of reckless woman. Must I lay bare my heart for you to trust in my love for you? Witnessing her performance, Xiao Kai felt an overwhelming urge to strike her, lamenting that such talent in theatrics was wasted on her current role. It was a flawless display of raw emotion. Wu Lu's last shred of patience was depleted by her antics. He pulled out his phone, locating the photos of her kissing Li Dongyang and their intimate moments, projecting them onto the hotel's electronic screen. Didn't you claim that you and he were merely siblings? Then what do you make of these? In an instant, every gaze in the room fixated upon the screen. As Qi Yan beheld the unsightly images, her face drained of color. He truly possessed evidence. The surrounding matrons blushed with embarrassment, swiftly turning to chastise Qi Yan. How could we have trusted you? You are indeed a two-timing vixen. One can never truly know a person. You appear so pitiful, yet your heart is black as coal. This is the sibling relationship you speak of? What siblings wear each other's clothes and roll around together? Truly disgusting. Spewing lies, and you're not even afraid of bearing children without a rear end. After berating Qi Yan, some of the matrons felt remorseful and approached Wu Lu and Xiao Kai to apologize. Young men, it was the auntie's mistake. We believed her without knowing the truth. We apologize to you both. We were deceived by her pitiful facade. Wu Lu smiled gently, shaking his head. It's all right. It's not your fault. I know you are kind-hearted individuals, wanting to stand up for the weak, but some are merely wolves in sheep-esque clothing, undeserving of sympathy. In the midst of this harmonious moment, a piercing scream erupted nearby. Ah! Don't pull my hair. Don't pinch my arms. Help! Observing Qi Yan besieged by the matrons, Xiao Kai reveled in delight. Indeed, evil begets evil. Chapter 93. The experience of love is like enduring tribulations. When Lin Qinghuan and the others arrived, the matrons had already departed. Gazing at Qi Yan, who sat slumped on the ground with a disheveled hairstyle, Song Jin was utterly astonished. Did you both do this to her? Her gaze shifted between Xiao Kai and Wu Lu, and to clarify their innocence, Xiao Kai immediately raised his hands in surrender. It wasn't us. It was that group of matrons. To ensure Song Jin believed him, he nudged Wu Lu, urging him to corroborate his statement. Wu Lu affirmed, indeed, it was not us. She is simply so detestable that those matrons couldn't help but give her a thorough scolding. Song Jin, unconvinced, pressed further. Are you truly not involved? Xiao Kai shook his head vigorously. No, truly not. Afterward, Xiao Kai noticed a glint of disappointment in Song Jin's eyes, leaving him puzzled. Why was she disappointed? Was it because he didn't admit to it, or because he hadn't pulled Qi Yan's hair? Mo Bei interjected, since everything is settled, let us head inside. Wu Lu and Xiao Kai nodded, taking a few steps forward before being halted by Qi Yan, whose hair was still a mess. She fixed her furious gaze upon Wu Lu. Wu Lu, your family is so wealthy. What difference would 2 million make for you? Why must you drive me to my demise? Song Jin, known for her fiery temper, exploded upon hearing this. 2 million? With your worth. You couldn't even sell for 2,000. His wealth was his own affair. What connection did it have with her? Even a dog knows to wag its tail. Yet, all you do is flap your lips. You think you can threaten to die? With that pitiful state of yours, would you even be worth it? That leech of a man is still waiting for you to support him. If you die, won't he starve? Lin Qinghuan had been observing Qi Yan closely, noting her initial fury morph into distress as Song Jin's last words resonated. Her clenched fists began to loosen, fingers fidgeting with her sleeve as she appeared deep in thought. Clearly, that man held significant weight in her heart, as she still worried for him at this moment. Xiao Kai admired Song Jin, finding her scathing remarks incredibly impressive and assertive. He was quite taken by her. Wu Lu too regarded Song Jin with astonishment, firstly at her willingness to step up, and secondly at her eloquence. Previously, he had only perceived her as lively and extroverted, unaware that she could wield words so effectively. Qi Yan, This is your final warning. Should you dare to appear before me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. You know I have the means. He had merely wished to avoid the trouble of dealing with someone like her, but if she insisted on courting disaster, he would not hesitate to send her on her way. Qi raised her eyes to meet Wu Lu's dangerously intense gaze. A wave of unease washing over her as she instinctively took 2 steps sideways. Observing her panicked demeanor, Song Jin couldn't help but smirk with derision. Wu Lu adored her, yet she took his affections for granted, toying with his emotions. Now, even if she regretted her actions, he would not spare her a second glance. Upon entering the private room, Wu Lu expressed his gratitude to Song Jin. Thank you for earlier. Song Jin waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks, we are friends. To her, Xiao Kai's friends were her friends. It was only natural to stand by a friend in need. Admiring her candidness, Wu Lu turned to Xiao Kai and said, You truly found a wonderful girlfriend. Xiao Kai, puffing out his chest with pride, replied, Of course. Jin is irreplaceable in my heart. Seeing their happiness, Wu Lu felt a pang of envy. I always wished to find a gentle, innocent, and kind-hearted girl. But reality has dealt me a harsh blow. Are you sure it was just one blow? Wu Lu scratched his head, sheepishly admitting. Perhaps 2 blows? Mo Bei shot him a sideways glance. Just 2 blows? This remark piqued the curiosity of Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin, both blinking at Wu Lu, eager to hear his response. Wu Lu raised his hand to his forehead, exclaiming, What kind of brothers are these, deliberately poking at my lungs? So, how many slaps do you think I've received? Xiao Kai pondered for a moment. At least 7 or 8. Wu Lu's face darkened. I went out to pursue romance, not to be slapped around. Mo Bei remarked, While that may be true, the issue lies with your taste. You seek a gentle, innocent, and kind partner, yet end up with either a femme fatale or a tyrannosaurus. Hearing this, Wu Lu felt as though his heart had shattered. Do you remember the study committee member from the adjacent class I dated in high school? She appeared quite gentle and spoke softly. Yet her strikes were akin to the 18 dragon-subduing palms. She dislocated both of my arms. If I don't break up with her soon, I might as well get a VIP card at the hospital. Xiao Kai added, I recall that incident. When you sought to end the relationship, she was vehemently opposed. If it weren't for me and Beiga protecting you closely, you might have been left with some serious injuries. Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin exchanged glances, stifling giggles, surprised by his previous misfortune. While others basked in sweet romance, his experiences were fraught with suffering. Wu Lu sighed deeply, lamenting his plight. In high school, my girlfriend was not gentle, but what about the campus beauty you dated in university? She seemed quite soft-hearted. Upon meeting Xiao Kai's gleeful gaze, Wu Lu discerned his ulterior motives. If it weren't for Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin's eager expressions, he would have refrained from divulging those embarrassing stories. She was indeed gentle and kind, so much so that she couldn't bear to reject any suitor. Her boyfriends were organized by numbers. I was number 88, and I had to wait half a month just for a date. Song Jin couldn't contain himself, spraying the water he had just sipped. Luckily, he managed to redirect it in time. Otherwise, Wu Lu, sitting opposite him, would have been drenched. Xiao Kai shot Wu Lu a fierce glare, then kindly handed Song Jin a tissue to wipe his mouth. What have I done to deserve this? Wu Lu lamented.
Observing Lin Qinghuan's keen interest, Montag bei Inquiret.
What about the girlfriend you had in your 3rd year? Surely, she was innocent enough. Wu Lu nodded, recalling her naivety. So naive that she didn't even realize she was pregnant, thinking it was just a menstrual irregularity. When we visited the hospital and the ultrasound revealed I was 4 weeks and 2 days along, the world fell apart. I had only held her hand. I never heard that holding hands could lead to pregnancy. Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin erupted in laughter. Realizing why Mo Bei and Xiao Kai claimed he had been dealt more than one slap by reality, indeed, it seemed true. Chapter 94. Brothers who are determined to poach. After recounting his romantic history, Wu Lu gazed enviously at Mo Bei and Xiao Kai. Beige Yoki. Why is your love so smooth sailing while mine is akin to the trials of Tang Sung on his pilgrimage? Mo Bei's gaze fell upon Lin Qinghuan's face as he smiled. We experience love at first sight, unlike your scripted approach. Hence, I cherish everything about her. Wu Lu seemed to grasp the essence, yet also felt perplexed. Compared to his past relationships, he realized he had perhaps been too rigid in his choices. Love is inherently pure. The partners one selects can often be overly deliberate. Wu Lu glanced at Lin Qinghuan, then at Song Jin, turning to Xiao Kai. I find Song Jin's character admirable, clear-cut and warm-hearted. I aspire to find someone like her. Before he could finish, Xiao Kai raised his hand, preparing to deliver a hefty slap. Sensing the impending danger, Wu Lu sidestepped towards Mo Bei, narrowly avoiding Xiao Kai's strike.
Bro.
I have no intention of poaching your girlfriend. I merely stated that she is wonderful, and I wish to find someone of similar qualities. Xiao Kai retaliated with a kick. Get lost. My girlfriend is one of a kind. You'll never find someone as exceptional as her. Wu Lu tumbled to the ground, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Mo Bei. Am I cursed? Mo Bei smirked. Only through enduring hardships can one rise above. Once you have tasted the bitterness of love, you will surely find a suitable partner. Wu Lu expressed skepticism, slowly rising to retake his seat, only to find Lin Qinghuan and Song Jin's stifling laughter. He turned to Lin Qinghuan, inquiring earnestly, "Sister-in-law, do you have any sisters or close friends who might be suitable? Could you introduce one to me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan glanced at Mo Bei before responding with a smile. "I fear you may be out of luck."
Why?
Wu Lu asked, puzzled. Lin Qinghuan explained, "I have an older sister, but she is already in a relationship." Wu Lu persisted. "So, what if she has a boyfriend? That doesn't equate to a husband. In this day and age, even married individuals can divorce, let alone just a boyfriend. As long as one wields their shovel well, there's no corner that cannot be dug up." Song Jin and Xiao Kai exchanged glances, silently shutting their mouths. Clearly, Wu Lu was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Lin Qingya and Mo Nan. Had he known, he would not have made such bold statements. Had Wu Lu not previously irritated Xiao Kai, perhaps Xiao Kai would have kindly warned him. Now, however, he could only chuckle at Wu Lu's naivety. Lin Qinghuan shook her head at Wu Lu's relentless quest for self-sabotage. Even if your shovel is exceptional, it's likely you won't make any progress.
Impossible.
I'm young, handsome, and have a good temperament. What could she possibly have to compare with me? As he spoke, Wu Lu clasped his hands together, looking pitifully at Lin Qinghuan. "Sister-in-law, I am a good brother of Bei Ge. You can't turn your back on me." Lin Qinghuan couldn't help but laugh at his sycophantic demeanor. "Why don't you ask Bei? See if he'll assist you." Hearing this, Wu Lu immediately turned to Mo Bei. "Bei Ge, please help me out." Mo Bei took a sip of his tea and asked, "Did you catch the entertainment news from a couple of days ago?" Wu Lu shook his head. After each breakup, I tend to isolate myself for a few days. If Xiao Kai hadn't come looking for me today, I would still be buried under my covers. Clearly, he had not seen the news. Otherwise, he wouldn't be oblivious to the trending topics. Mo Bei set down his cup, taking a deep breath. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm genuinely powerless." Wu Lu furrowed his brow, disbelieving. "Is there something even you can't handle? You must be joking." Xiao Kai could hardly bear to watch his foolishness. "Do you know who sister-in-law's sister's boyfriend is?" Wu Lu shot him a look. "If I knew, why would I be asking you? Are you stupid?" He had intended to offer a kind reminder, but it seemed unnecessary now. Wu Lu deserved to be tormented. Song Jin, observing Xiao Kai's irritable expression, could hardly contain his amusement. "Can't you just enjoy the show? Why interfere? You must be feeling quite comfortable now." Xiao Kai crossed his arms and shifted his body towards Song Jin, whispering, "I really am foolish for opening my mouth. Let him dig his own grave." Wu Lu remained oblivious to what he was missing, fixated solely on his ambitions to poach. "Bei Ge, just tell me, who is that person?" Mo Bei, seeing the expectation in Wu Lu's eyes, felt compelled as a brother not to refuse. "How about this? I'll send you his number, and you can call him to ask him to break up." Wu Lu pounded his chest confidently. "Bei Ge, rest assured, I will ensure he retreats in defeat." Xiao Kai gazed at him with disdain, thinking he looked like a fool. He couldn't even manage a proper relationship, but was dreaming of poaching someone else's girlfriend. It was baffling where he found such courage. The key was that they had tried to advise him multiple times, yet he had not heeded a single word. Since this was what he desired, they decided to let him experience the treachery of human nature firsthand. The phone number was sent. Wu Lu chuckled. "Bei Ge, if I end up with sister-in-law as sister, you'll have to call me brother-in-law from now on." Uffed. Xiao Kai couldn't help but burst into laughter. This guy clearly had no sense of timing. Even brother Nan hadn't agreed to this matter yet, and here he was, reveling prematurely. If he inadvertently offended two powerful figures, he must be inviting trouble. Tears of laughter nearly escaped Song Jin as he observed the audacity of this fellow, who had truly mastered the art of courting disaster. "Lin Qinghuan, taken aback by Wu Lu's startling proclamation, pondered whether her sister would consent. Yet, it was the formidable barrier of Mo Nan that he could scarcely surmount. Ah, indeed. Ignorance breeds a fearless spirit. Wu Lu had initially intended his words as mere jest, but upon encountering the depth and peril of Mo Bei's gaze, he swiftly sought forgiveness. Brother Bei, I was only joking, he chuckled nervously. I'll make the call immediately. The phone rang a few times before it was answered.
Hello?
The calm and magnetic voice on the other end momentarily stunned Wu Lu. There was something hauntingly familiar about it, though he could not place where he had heard it before. With the eyes of those present fixed upon him, he straightened his back and, with an air of arrogance, declared, I advise you to break up with the eldest daughter of the Lin family, or else do not blame me for my rudeness. It was the first time Mo Nan had been threatened, and instantly, the atmosphere in the office shifted. His eyes narrowed slightly, the latent danger within them causing Assistant Lon to tremble, prompting him to discreetly retreat with the documents in hand.
Who are you?
Why are you being rude to me? The chilling yet familiar tone sent a shiver down Wu Lu's spine, compelling him to instinctively glance at Mo Bei.
Montauk by feigned ignorance, leisurely sipping his tea.
Wu Lu cupped the receiver and whispered to Mo Bei, Brother Bei, why does this person's tone sound so familiar? Mo Bei replied, Is that so? I wouldn't know. Wu Lu cast a doubtful glance at Xiao Kai, who turned his head away. Wu Lu's gaze fell upon the string of numbers, and after a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a business card from his pocket. Upon comparing the numbers, his heart plummeted. Brother Nan, I was just joking earlier. I wish you and your wife a blissful union, and may you bear children soon. After hanging up, Wu Lu trembled uncontrollably. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have found himself in dire straits by morning. He cast a mournful glance at Mo Bei, silently pleading for an explanation.
Montauk Bei replied,
I told you I was powerless. You insisted on persisting. Wu Lu reflected on this, but then turned his gaze to Lin Qinghuan. Sister-in-law, why didn't you warn me? Lin Qinghuan retorted, I thought you were a man of principles and boundaries, yet upon hearing that my sister has a partner, you still sought to undermine her. What more is there to say? Wu Lu found himself at a loss for words. The desire to undermine was indeed his own declaration. His attention shifted to Xiao Kai. And you, why didn't you alert me? Xiao Kai rolled his eyes. I wanted to warn you, but you scolded me, didn't you? You're so formidable. I thought you feared nothing. Wu Lu's gaze swept over Mo Bei and the others before finally resting on Song Jin's face. He could not fathom why such an upright individual would also fail to caution him. Meeting Wu Lu's gaze, Song Jin shrugged. Don't ask me, I know nothing. Slumping into his chair with a long sigh, Wu Lu lamented, why must I always be the one to suffer? During their meal, Xiao Kai placed a piece of broccoli onto Wu Lu's plate. Eat up, transform sorrow into appetite and start anew. Wu Lu glared at the broccoli, frowning deeply. Are you genuinely wishing me a fresh start with this green vegetable? It feels more like you're enjoying my misfortune. Xiao Kai responded, how could that be? I would rather see you date 10 or 8 women in a year. Wu Lu felt a wave of frustration. His so-called friend was truly a source of irritation. Lin Qinghuan stifled a laugh, observing that the two of them together seemed not much older than 3 years. After the meal, Wu Lu inquired of Lin Qinghuan, sister-in-law. Do you have any close friends? Could you introduce one to me? Lin Qinghuan glanced in Song Jin's direction. I do have a very good friend, but unfortunately, she is already taken. Wu Lu waved dismissively. I can't compete with Brother Nan. Surely I can best others? At this, Lin Qinghuan shot a glance at Xiao Kai, who mused, Wu Xiaolu, haven't you learned your lesson yet? You're still thinking of undermining someone else's relationship. Wu Lu shot him a defiant look. I may not measure up to Brother Nan, but must I fall short of other men? Xiao Kai's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Are you certain you wish to pursue this? Wu Lu nodded resolutely. As a man, I must stand by my words. Today, I declare my intention to undermine. Sister-in-law, please tell me who is your friend. What does her boyfriend do? Lin Qinghuan, noticing the predatory glint in Xiao Kai's eyes, stifled a smile. My friend is the daughter of the Song group. She is both far away and yet close at hand. Wu Lu contemplated her words, realizing that the daughter of the Song group must be surnamed Song, thus far away yet close at hand. Oh no, could it be Song Jin? The thought sent a chill down his spine, and cold sweat broke out on his back. To confirm his suspicion, he stammered, Sister-in-law, your friend wouldn't he happen to be Song Jin, which she? Noticing the forced and grimace on his face, Lin Qinghuan smiled. You guessed correctly. Wu Lu felt as if struck by lightning. He had sensed something amiss in Xiao Kai's tone earlier, but he had assumed it was because Xiao Kai disapproved of his attempts to undermine someone. Little did he know, he was attempting to undermine Xiao Kai's own relationship. Now, Wu Lu dared not look at Xiao Kai, fearing for his very life. Sister-in-law, you've truly led me into a pit. First Mo Nan, and now Xiao Kai. None of them were to be trifled with. Seeing his crestfallen expression, Lin Qinghuan smiled and warned, perhaps you should refrain from undermining others in the future. It might be better to dig your own grave. Mo Bei chuckled, to fall into the same pit twice, truly a fitting fate for him. At last, Wu Lu understood the meaning of suffering in silence, unable to express his anguish. He slowly turned to Xiao Kai, his tone earnest. Brother, I truly did not mean to. I had no idea your girlfriend was her friend. Can you forgive me? Before he could finish, Xiao Kai delivered a swift kick. You call it undermining. I call it becoming a third party. With Brother Nan absent today, I'll take my share of the punishment to ensure you learn your lesson. Seeing Xiao Kai's fierce demeanor, Wu Lu shielded his head and hurried to evade. I genuinely did not intend it. Sister-in-law, please explain. Lin Qinghuan pretended not to hear. Leisurely sipping her tea, Wu Lu exclaimed, no way, sister-in-law. Why are you so cunning, just like Brother Bei? Lin Qinghuan smiled slyly. Doesn't this simply prove that we are a perfect match? Wu Lu was about to retort when he stumbled, nearly colliding with the wall. Mo Bei had silently retracted his foot and casually handed a bottle of liquor to Xiao Kai. Smash it on his head. It's on me. If Huan kindly assists him, and he remains ungrateful, he deserves a taste of punishment. Wu Lu. Xiao Kai chuckled, all right then. I promise to complete the task. A few minutes later, Wu Lu lay in a corner, panting heavily. I see now that the four of you are in cahoots. Ganging up on me, Mo Bei replied. ISNT a bit late to realize that. After their playful antics, Lin Qinghuan rose to head to the restroom. Passing by the adjacent room, she spotted Jiang Xian with a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. As anticipated, that individual was likely his twin brother. Jiang Fan, a man whose outwardly carefree demeanor concealed a twisted inner nature. In the original narrative, he had tormented Song Jin to the brink of destruction. In this life, since Song Jin had not fallen for Jiang Xian, it was unlikely she would have any dealings with Jiang Fan either. Just as Lin Qinghuan prepared to leave, she overheard them mention her name. Brother, did you say that Jiang's real estate is on the verge of bankruptcy because of a woman named Lin Qinghuan? Jiang Xian responded softly. Yes, this woman possesses a keen business acumen, and her partner is anything but ordinary. Jiang Fan reclined casually in his chair. A look of disdain etched across his face. It's merely a woman. If you can't manage her, how could I possibly fail? Lin Qinghuan furrowed her brow, realizing that these two individuals had set their sights on her. With her arms crossed and leaning against the wall, she intended to observe their true intentions. Jiang Xian gazed at Jiang Fan's arrogant demeanor and shook his head. The women you've dealt with are not comparable. Winning her over will not be an easy feat. Jiang Fan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, he said, So, are you suggesting that if I charm her, I could revive Jiangshi real estate? Jiang Xian paused momentarily. The company was currently grappling with a severe financial crisis, requiring hundreds of billions to reverse the situation. If he could secure Lin Qinghuan's willingness to merge Xingyao real estate with Jiangshi real estate, the issue could be resolved. However, her boyfriend's identity was shrouded in mystery and not to be trifled with. Jiang Fan chuckled softly. You may be more adept at managing the company, but I surpass you in the art of seduction. Although I am unaware of how formidable that man is, I can assure you that once Lin Qinghuan witnesses my prowess, she will undoubtedly fall hopelessly in love with me. Chapter 96. Reporting the situation, Jiang Xian had an unsettling feeling that Jiang Fan was underestimating the situation. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, she once again cautioned him. Her boyfriend is certainly not ordinary, otherwise, our Jiangshi real estate would not have descended into crisis so swiftly. I believe we should ascertain his background before deciding on our course of action. Jiang Fan exhaled a cloud of smoke, casting him a sidelong glance. Brother, have you unearthed anything after all this time? The company is on the brink of collapse. Our immediate concern is resolving the funding issue, not investigating that man. Once I have Lin Qinghuan in my grasp, acquiring information about him will be a mere formality. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xian conceded that Jiang Fan had a point. The company had managed to hold on thus far, but without an influx of funds, it would soon face bankruptcy. Regardless of the outcome, they had no choice but to rely on him now. I concur with your approach. However, prior to that, You must familiarize yourself with her preferences. Here are her details. Please review them thoroughly. At this, Lin Qinghuan's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. She was inherently lazy and adhered to the principle of I do not provoke others who do not offend me. However, if one offends me, they shall face my wrath, regardless of distance. Since they wished to play, she would indulge them, hoping they could bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Qinghuan strode towards the restroom. Upon her return to the private room, she encountered Jiang Fan in the corridor. Pretending not to recognize him, she attempted to walk past, only to be obstructed by Jiang Fan. Beauty, our meeting is fate. May I request a small favor from you? Lin Qinghuan raised her gaze to meet his sunny, handsome smile, her eyes dimming. Had she not known beforehand that he was a scoundrel and a pervert, she might have considered acquiescing to his charming demeanor. But now, she merely chuckled. In response to Jiang Fan's confident gaze, Lin Qinghuan's lips parted slightly. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you. Hearing her cold retort, Jiang Fan was momentarily taken aback, convinced he had misheard. Since elementary school, no girl had ever rejected his allure, yet here he was, encountering his first rejection. He masked his surprise, maintaining his smile. It's just a small favor. Surely you wouldn't be so heartless? He even winked at her. Lin Qinghuan remained impervious to the charm he exuded, responding coolly, I am quite busy. Please step aside and do not impede others. Without waiting for Jiang Fan's reply, she walked past him, her gaze unwavering. Watching her retreating figure, a hint of mockery spread across Jiang Fan's previously serious expression. Lin Qinghuan, indeed a fascinating and challenging woman. That evening, Mo Bei drove Lin Qinghuan home. She glanced at him and smiled lightly. Bei, I spotted two familiar faces in the adjacent private room today. Who?
Montag Bai inquired instinctively.
Lin Qinghuan revealed that it was Jiang Xian and his twin brother, Jiang Fan. Upon hearing their names, Mo Bei's grip on the steering wheel tightened, and his smile gradually faded. Jiang Xian is relentless. Even with Jiangshi Real Estate on the verge of bankruptcy, he still seeks to establish his presence before you. It's infuriating. Huan, you should keep your distance from them. They are clearly not good people. Lin Qinghuan nodded with a smile, acknowledging that while she understood Mo Bei's personal motives, his assessment was indeed accurate. Jiang Xian and Jiang Fan were not to be trusted. Bei, I am aware. I merely happened upon them today. Had I not passed by their private room, I would have been oblivious to their scheming on how to resurrect Jiangshi Real Estate. At this, Mo Bei scoffed, resurrect? They must be dreaming. If I wish, I could simply obliterate them. Lin Qinghuan was well aware of Mo Bei's capabilities. The reason she divulged today's events was to encourage him to decisively eliminate Jiangshi Real Estate while simultaneously teaching Jiang Fan a lesson.
Bai.
Do you know what scheme they devised to revive Jiangshi Real Estate? Normally, Lin Qinghuan would directly state her thoughts. But her barrage of questions today alerted Mo Bei to something amiss. They must have discussed something significant, otherwise, she would not be so inquisitive. Meeting her teasing gaze,
Montag Bai's expression darkened.
Are they plotting against you? Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by his perceptiveness. His insight was indeed impressive. Bei, you are remarkable. You guessed it right away.
Damn.
Mo Bei slammed his palm against the steering wheel. They actually dare to target you? Have they a death wish? Lin Qinghuan gently patted his shoulder, attempting to console him. Do not be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over such individuals. You have no idea how nearly I laughed when I heard Jiang Fan intended to seduce me. Upon uttering this, Lin Qinghuan visually perceived the trees lining the road rapidly receding.
Clearly, Montag Bai was furious.
She chuckled softly, lightly patting his hand.
Bai.
I believe those two brothers have lost their minds. With you by my side, how could I possibly have room for other men in my heart? You cannot imagine how much I cherish you. They do not even compare to the tip of your finger. As her words left her lips, not only did the car's speed diminish, but the once taut line of Mo Bei's jaw and his icy visage began to thaw. Huan, if they dare to target you, I will ensure they pay a severe price. Lin Qinghuan smiled and nodded. Yes, I believe in you. A short while later, the car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Lin Qinghuan unbuckled her seatbelt, cupping Mo Bei's face in her hands. Bei, I really like you. Hearing her soft and tender words, Mo Bei's heart surged with joy and surprise. His lips parted slightly, ready to confess, but before he could, Lin Qinghuan's lips descended upon his. In that instant, Mo Bei felt a rush of exhilaration, his hands trembling slightly near the seatbelt buckle. She kissed him. She had taken the initiative to kiss him. Just as Mo Bei intended to deepen the kiss, Lin Qinghuan pulled away, turning to exit the car. Chapter 97. Some face retribution, others play double standards. The following day, Lin Qinghuan awoke to a message from Song Jin. Sister, have you seen the news? Jiang Xian and his brother have been arrested. Lin Qinghuan was taken aback by Mo Bei's swift actions. She had only mentioned it to him the previous day. And here it was resolved today. Truly, he was a person of action. She opened the headline and discovered that the top 10 trending topics were filled with scandals involving the Jiang brothers, each revelation more shocking than the last. One was accused of tax evasion, harming national interests, while the other faced charges of coercing a minor, blatantly breaking the law. Though Mo Bei had orchestrated these events behind the scenes, Jiang Xian and Jiang Fan's arrests were entirely deserved. As Lin Qinghuan scrolled down, she found the comment section inundated with condemnations directed at Jiang Fan. The coercion of minors, even filming them to instill fear, is unequivocally an act devoid of humanity. They are so young, weeping in utter despair. Truly, it is inhumane. If my daughter were subjected to such treatment, I would ensure that he never sees the inside of a prison cell. One can only imagine the heart-wrenching pain of those children's parents. It must feel as though their hearts have been torn asunder. Such individuals are nothing short of beasts, lower than swine. Despite their human appearance, they engage in acts that are beneath contempt. Such people deserve to face the gravest consequences. As Lin Qinghuan continued to read, her heart grew heavy. Jiang Fan may face legal retribution, but what becomes of the young girls he has harmed? Those with fragile mental fortitude may succumb to depression. And the more severe cases might even contemplate suicide. Is this justice for them? Lin Qinghuan confided in Song Jin her desire to establish a foundation under the company's name to assist these persecuted young girls in overcoming their plight. To her surprise, Song Jin was in sync with her thoughts. Huan, I always knew you had the kindest heart, but this matter requires careful deliberation. Let us discuss it further when Hao Ge returns. Lin Qinghuan responded with a soft acknowledgement. Considering the Song Group's business dealings with Jiang, she inquired, Jin, with Jiang Real Estate's bankruptcy, will your family be affected? Upon mentioning this, Song Jin felt an exhilarating rush. Huan, you have no idea. Ever since you mentioned that the Jiang family affects my fortune, I have kept my distance from Jiang Xian. Somehow, my brother learned of this and terminated our contract with Jiang Real Estate as soon as it expired. Their bankruptcy has had no impact on us whatsoever. Lin Qinghuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her earlier offhand comment had resonated with both Song Jin and her brother. Huan, your calculations are spot on. The Jiang family not only obstructs my fortune but also my brother's. Thankfully, your warning has kept us unscathed. Lin Qinghuan chuckled lightly, replying, this is the reward for being a good person. Song Jin added, Huan, to be precise, you are our lucky star. The closer we are to you, the better our fortunes will be. Will you be at the company this afternoon? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qinghuan deemed it necessary to visit in order to expedite the foundation's establishment. I'll come over after breakfast. Song Jin rolled her eyes playfully, sister. Your breakfast is practically our lunch. Upon hearing this, Lin Qinghuan glanced at the time. 11:45, indeed lunchtime. Princess Jin, you've worked hard. What would you like to eat? I'll bring it over. Just then, a message from Song Jin came through. I want strawberry cakes, accompanied by a cute emoji. Lin Qinghuan replied, all right, I'll bring them. After responding to Song Jin, Lin Qinghuan sent a message to Mo Bei, unaware that he was currently in a meeting. The moment the notification chimed, every eye in the conference room widened in curiosity. They scanned each attendee, eager to identify the audacious individual who dared to leave their phone unmuted during a meeting. Amidst the intrigued and suspicious gazes, Mo Bei flipped his phone over from where it lay on the table. The previously cold demeanor softened noticeably as his gaze fell upon the phone screen. Goodness, is this really the ruthless and decisive CEO we know? It seemed utterly inconceivable. Observing him cradling his phone with a smile and a hint of delight, they struggled to believe their eyes. Who could have sent such a message, wielding such enchanting power? During the company's IPO, he had not displayed such joy. Could it be that he was in love? Lin Qinghuan messaged him. Bei, your efficiency is commendable. Dealing with those two is indeed a service to the nation and its people. Initially, Mo Bei had aimed to ensure that the Jiang brothers would never approach her again, not realizing he would unearth such significant information. As Lin Qinghuan had stated, he had indeed accomplished a commendable deed. Huan, do you have time this afternoon? I discovered a delightful restaurant we could try together. The members of the conference room watched him type, holding their breath, fearful of interrupting his romantic communications. Lin Qinghuan replied, I promised Jean that I would visit the company this afternoon. Let us reschedule for tonight. Upon reading this, Mo Bei furrowed his brow. Why is it always Song Jin? What is Xiaokai doing that he cannot manage his own girlfriend, allowing her to pester someone else? Although he felt reluctant, he sent a one-word response. Okay. Subsequently, Mo Bei flipped his phone face down on the table, his expression stern as he declared, let the meeting continue. In the afternoon, Lin Qinghuan brought Song Jin's favorite strawberry cake to the company. Upon arriving at the entrance, she encountered Song Jin rushing toward her. Song Jin placed the cake on the reception desk and seized Lin Qinghuan's hand, pulling her outside. Lin Qinghuan, puzzled, asked, Jin, what is happening? Song Jin informed her. The security guard who bet with us is causing a ruckus at Old Wen store. Old Wen? Jin, when did you become so familiar with the lottery shop owner? At Lin Qinghuan's words, Song Jin momentarily halted, turning to her with a sheepish smile. His shop is right next to the company. So I started buying tickets out of boredom on my way to and from work. Naturally, we grew acquainted. Lin Qinghuan looked at her. So are you planning to help or just spectate? Song Jin replied, I want to both spectate and assist. Old Wen has been exceedingly patient with him. If he continues to cause trouble, I will. Lin Qinghuan raised an eyebrow. What will you do? Hit him? With those skinny arms and legs of yours. Who could you possibly defeat? You'd be better off as a punching bag. It was not that Lin Qinghuan held her in disdain. Rather, she recognized that her feeble attempts at martial prowess would pale in comparison to the absolute strength of men. Song Jin glanced down at her hands and feet, her lips twitching slightly. Sister, I suppose I'm indeed outmatched. Should I call the security from our company? Lin Qinghuan,